Why are there so many shows starring Muppets and dozens of movies too? They said they'd watch everyone and they mean it. It's something that they've got to do. So now they've pledged you a lifelong commitment. The Muppets, Matthew and Sam.
Hello and welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where two friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And this week we watched the movie The Great Santa Claus Switch, as well as some Muppet appearances on The Flip Wilson Show and a weird little interview with Big Bird.
A very weird interview with Big Bird.
It seems like a guy who didn't really know much about Big Bird or the Sesame Street Muppets or anything really, was sent to interview Big Bird backstage in Dallas and just asked the most awkward questions possible. But we'll get to that. For now, we are in 1970. We are wrapping up 1970. This will take us through Christmas of 1970.
This is kind of the beginning of us being in 1970 also, right? Like, we've dipped in and out of 1970 over the course of the whole thing.
Yeah, because we've talked a little bit of out of order type of things as we've gone through the 68, 69, where they were very prolific in making a lot of things. So yeah, technically, the Muppets on Puppets came out in 1970.
A lot of those Ed Sullivan appearances were 1970 as well.
Yeah, the Octopus's Garden, the What Kind of Fool Am I, all those came out in 1970. They also were on the Emmys in 1970, or rather, Big Bird was on the Emmys in 1970. Couldn't find a clip of that, unfortunately. But yes, as Sesame Street was picking up, they were doing a lot more. And so Grover was on The Tonight Show, and we had all of this sort of happening right around 1969, 1970. So yeah, a lot is happening. We've talked about early 1970 a bit already, but this is going from September 1970 through the end, which is Great Santa Claus Switch aired on December 20th, 1970. And right in the middle of this is when season 2 of Sesame Street is premiering, which is November 9th, 1970. So a lot of these Flip Wilson appearances, and also I think the appearance they were doing in Dallas that Big Bird gets interviewed backstage from was all sort of to promote the upcoming season of Sesame Street. But the real focus of what we watched today was The Great Santa Claus Switch. But before we get too much into that, I wanted to ask you, Sam, how you feel about watching a Christmas movie in May.
It kind of hurt me a little bit because this one would have been, I've never seen it before, and I love Christmas, and this would have been a really fun one to watch during Christmas when your heart is full of Christmas joy. But also, sometimes I'll cheat and watch a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie partway through the year just to get that little fix in. So it wasn't too bad. But I did find myself slipping into the Christmas spirit during this movie.
So, Sam, why don't you tell us what we watched this week?
The Great Santa Claus Switch. It's the night before Christmas, and Santa and his little elves are in Santa's workshop happily finishing up all the toys for the children. But, unknown to them, Cosmo Scam, Dark Magician and King of Evil, is living in a cave beneath the workshop, hatching an evil scheme with his henchman, the monstrous Frackles. The plan: kidnap Santa, impersonate him, an easy task considering both Santa and Cosmo are played by Art Carney, and use Santa's magic sleigh to break into and rob every house on Earth, thus enabling Cosmo to achieve his ultimate plan of making about $1 billion. So Thig and Thog, who are a giant pair of dumb idiot Frackles, go up, nab Santa, and bring him back down to Cosmo's dungeon. Cosmo goes up to the workshop in his disguise, and everything seems to be going okay, and he's tricking the elves, even though he's being a little bit more rude than Santa normally is, until the elves go on break, but one of them, Fred, stays behind and overhears Cosmo talking about his plan and removing his fake beard because it makes his face itchy. So Fred confronts Cosmo, but ends up thrown in the dungeon, and then one by one, all the other elves end up in the dungeon too as they notice things that Santa should not be doing. Once all the elves are in the dungeon, they hatch a plan, make disguises that look like rocks somehow, sneak their way out of their cell, and find the key to open Santa's jail cell. So Fred goes off to find Santa. The other elves go off to try to stop Cosmo from doing his evil thing. Meanwhile, in Santa's cell, he has befriended Thig and Thog because he's Santa and everybody loves him. But Cosmo catches them being friends and locks them all up in the jail. So they're sitting, despairing that Christmas is ruined, when Fred falls through the dungeon ceiling. He gives Santa the key, and then Fred goes off to stop Cosmo as well, who's about to take off in the magic sleigh. So he does this by untying the reindeer, leaving Cosmo stranded. And then when Cosmo discovers what has happened, he just fucking murks Fred. And Fred looks extremely dead. And
I thought for sure they had just killed a Muppet, which I was like, bold choice, because he, like you said, he gets thrown across and is just
he explodes and his limp little body flies away.
And they make a lot of times you see a ragdoll version of a Muppet fly across a scene, but you see him fall onto this rock and just land there and not
and the camera
move.
lingers on him.
Yeah, he does not move at all. And I thought when they go to pick him up, I was like, ugh, this is going to be a really weird, sad ending to this Christmas special.
So Cosmo gets blown away. Down back below the workshop, Santa has won over all the Frackles with the magic of Christmas, and they help him out of the cave, and they all confront Cosmo together, and they tell him they won't help him with his evil scheme anymore. Fred apparently is fine, as we just said. And all the Frackles and elves celebrate as Santa flies off to deliver presents. And even Cosmo joins in on the celebration when Thog comes out with a little present for him and makes him feel better about his plan not working out. And this is also all narrated by Ed Sullivan and some extremely weird mouth-breathing children. The end.
I think that's the perfect summary of the format of this. Is that, oh yeah, it's an Ed Sullivan Show special.
It was broadcast during the Ed Sullivan Show.
Yeah, he just gave up his time slot to promote this thing that he sort of co-produced with the Muppets. Mm-hmm.
And I assume it's based on that skit that they did, kind of,
on
the Ed Sullivan Show?
I pulled this information from the Jim's Red Book site, which is what pulls information from Jim Henson's journals. And I'm just going to quote this so I don't mess anything up. But in 1963, Jim Henson and Jerry Jewell came up with an idea for a Christmas special originally titled The Witch Who Stole Santa Claus, or The Sinister Santa Claus Witch. The story revolved around a failed plot to kidnap and impersonate Santa Claus in order to rob every home in the world. Tamanella Grinderfall, who we've seen many times and loved before, the witch from Tales of Tinker Dee, was to play a starring role, conceivably the witch who would steal Santa Claus.
Cosmo is very Tamanilla-y. He even has a little catchphrase he says after he says his name. It's not the witchiest witch of them all, but he's the king of evil.
Well, they're always trying to be their own hype man, essentially.
Yeah.
It went on to say that Jim and Jerry Jewell reworked the script numerous times, and the title changed as well. And then in order to sell the idea to television executives, Jim went and made a bunch of paintings along with the proposal to be like, hey, here's what Frackles look like. And then it circulated for a while before Ed Sullivan. And then it circulated for a couple of years, and then Ed Sullivan, who we talked about previously, was sort of on his way out of the limelight.
This was 1970, and his show would end in 1971 after being on the air for 40 years.
Yeah, and he seemed to be latching onto the Muppets as an important part of the end of his show. He agreed to produce this hour-long musical special and air it on his regular Sunday evening time slot on December 20th, 1970.
I wish I could I wish there was more information about the ratings of these things, how well they did.
Yeah.
If nobody watched this or if the whole world watched this.
Yeah, because I feel like it's, I don't know, because it's Ed Sullivan Show, it feels like this famous thing that we've always just heard of, but maybe he wasn't as popular then, so maybe nobody watched this. But I feel like when you hear was on the Ed Sullivan Show, it feels like a really big deal. But when you find out his show ran forever, it's oh, maybe that wasn't as big of a deal.
This was the last 4 months of his show being on the air. I think it ended early 71.
Yeah. But yeah, the crew on this was a mix of Muppet performers and Ed Sullivan people. So it was produced and directed by some people who had worked on Ed Sullivan, but then it was written by Jerry Jewell. The music was done by Joe Raposo, who we talked about on the Sesame Street episode. But then the set design was done by an Ed Sullivan guy. And so yeah, it was definitely this mix of Henson people and Sullivan people working together.
And much more so than Hey Cinderella, it feels like there are people working on it who have worked in television and set design for 40 years or 30 years or whatever. because the sets look great. It looks very good.
Yeah, I was surprised at like because early on in the movie, there's only like 2 sets essentially. You get like Santa's workshop, and then you get the Frackle main cave area, and so you're like, okay, the whole thing's kind of just going to be in these 2 spots. But then once they start capturing the elves and putting them in this like jail, you get to see these cells, you get to see the hallways where they're sneaking out through, and you get to see different parts of this set that I'm like, oh, okay, they were able to put more creative like thought into this.
And the cave set's huge. It has like 2 floors. And there's also like dozens of Muppets in some of the scenes, which I feel like up until now we've seen like 5 Muppets at once or something like that. Like as many arms as Jim and Frank Oz have is as many Muppets as there could be.
Yeah,
this seemed to
be definitely this seemed to be sort of like a renaissance of like more like we can do more if we have more people. What?
Yeah.
Before they just use like 3-4 people at a time. And there was a few like notable first timers on this set because you had Richard Hunt and Fran Brill, who the Great Santa Claus Switch was their first thing. Richard Hunt went on to be Scooter, Beaker, Janice, Statler, Sweetums, and then Fran Brill.
Neither of them did voices in this though, right?
They did, I believe, yeah. At least,
they did?
Yeah, because Fran Brill specifically, I believe, is like the bird nest Frackle, I think is what they call that Frackle, which is like sort of a pterodactyl-looking Frackle that just sort of squawks things. But Fran Brill would go on to be Prairie Dawn and Zoe on Sesame Street and was the first female puppeteer hired, aside from Jane Henson, who was like not really hired. She was like defaultly a part of the founding of it. But yeah, they both just like kind of got hired because I think this surge of needing new performers, because it turned out Fran Brill answered an ad thinking they just needed a voiceover artist because she was trying to get into voiceover work, and they were like, oh no, we'd like you to do puppets, and she's like, all right, I'll do puppets.
I think she's in Street Gang maybe and tells that same story where she just showed up to like a Sesame Street audition and then got sucked up into this whole world.
Yeah, it seems like she was doing other things like stage performing and singing and these things. So it wasn't necessarily this thing where she intended to be a Sesame Street lifer, but definitely became like she retired in 2014. But up until then was still just doing Prairie Dawn.
That seems like it happens a lot. Like that happened to Frank Oz too.
Yeah.
He didn't want it. He like seems like he didn't want to do it the entire time he did it.
But it's interesting to hear them if you watch that documentary, The Muppet Guys Talking, she's on that talking with Frank Oz and Jerry Nelson and all them. And yeah, it definitely feels like it was a boys club for sure. And she was brought in as like the girl. Like, but yeah, she would go on like Prairie Dawn debuts on Sesame Street the following year after this comes out. So it was definitely a time where Henson was recruiting a lot more puppeteers to come on board. And I think that not only does it help them do massive scenes like all of the Frackles in the giant cave, but it also helps expand the cast of the Sesame Street Muppets so that Jim and Frank don't have to do everything. Because in the Street Gang book, they specifically talk about how the Muppet segments were hard to do because they could only do them a few days a month. Like they had to batch shoot like a ton of the Muppet things all at once. At least the Jim and Frank ones. So they were really trying to like get more Sesame Street Muppet performers that were like exclusive to Sesame Street, like a Fran Brill or a Carol Spinney, that would just be available more often.
Before we talk more about that, we also watched the Flip Wilson Show.
Yeah, we watched a couple episodes. Well, not full episodes, but we watched a couple appearances from 2 different episodes.
The Flip Wilson Show was like a variety / talk show from what I could understand of it. It was kind of chopped up from what we saw. And the very first episode was one of the episodes we watched. And the 5th episode was the other episode we watched.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, the Muppets were like the featured guests on the very first episode. That's the one where Big Bird sings the ABC song.
Yeah.
So Sesame Street Muppets show up, do like little skits from the show. In the first episode, it's just Big Bird, I think, and maybe Oscar shows up in that one too, but we didn't have that clip.
Yeah, it was apparently cut from syndication, which I think means it's going to be hard for us to see because it only aired like once.
It's gone forever, yeah. Then this 5th episode was kind of like, seemed like the big Sesame Street showcase, because Susan was there from Sesame Street along with Oscar and Big Bird, and I think maybe some other characters who we also didn't see. And they perform some more songs and skits from the show with Raymond Burr is just hanging out there, a.k.a. Perry Mason or Ironsides.
I did not know. Like, I've heard of Perry Mason. I've heard of Ironsides.
Yeah.
I would not have recognized Raymond Burr at all. But, like, he makes multiple jokes about him, like, being in the courtroom, never losing a case. And I'm like, okay, I have to Google this guy. Who is this man? And then finding out that he played Perry Mason, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense to the audience who's there.
He's like an old-timey TV guy from their perspective.
Yeah.
Who has just had Ironsides, which is kind of like his resurgent show, I think. And it's also the very first time a green Oscar the Grouch appeared on TV, apparently.
Yeah, this was before season 2 debuted, and so Green Oscar debuts in season 2 of Sesame Street, but people got to see a sneak peek on the Flip Wilson show. In Carol Spinney's book, he also talks about that it was the first time Green Oscar appeared, but he also talks about the rare appearance of a Big Bird pratfall. Which,
Big Bird looks like he hurts himself.
Yeah, it definitely looked like an accident because we get to Big Bird's entrance in both of these episodes is that he's like stumbling through garbage and is like sort of like we see in the first episode of Sesame Street where he's just clumsy and doesn't know how to walk through things. And the second time he's doing this, he walks out and just eats it. He just falls right on his ass into a pile of garbage.
Smashes his ass against like a railing that's behind him.
Yeah, and you can tell this was unexpected because everyone is laughing. Like Susan or Loretta, who plays Susan on Sesame Street, is like cannot get her next line out because she's just laughing. So it's very clear this was not like supposed to happen.
I did think the skit where they're trying to find Sesame Street was kind of interesting. They're like, it was like the only time that they rooted Sesame Street like in a geographic location. They're talking about like streets that intersect with it.
Yeah, and you get the Stanley Myron Handelman, who's the stand-up comedian who cannot understand the concept of Sesame Street.
He thinks it's a restaurant for some reason.
Well, because he's thinking about Sesame as like...
Oh, sesame seeds.
Yes. He's playing the dumb guy of like, what's a sesame?
I did not get that.
And then Susan's like, no, it's open sesame. To like open your mind to these new ideas.
I was wondering if that was the first time they ever... Or like the only time they've ever explained what the show meant.
I mean, publicly,
what that
maybe.
Title means.
Because we got it in the pitch reel. Because yeah, it definitely is a thing that I never questioned as a child of why it was called Sesame Street. But when you start to think about it, it quickly is like, wait, why is it called Sesame Street? I don't understand at all.
It has a nice ring to it, so you don't really think about it too much. And also, this was a little bit muddled last time because of the production of Hey Cinderella, but now we are officially in the 70s, baby. And in this year, the Beatles broke up. Simon and Garfunkel broke up. Dick Nixon is the president now. Apollo 13 also blew up this year, but everything turned out okay with that. The biggest movies were Midnight Cowboy and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. They would like set the tone for the bullshit 70s movies to come where everything is just like a vignette and nothing is very funny. But the music of this time I thought was interesting because in this year, some of the like biggest selling acts were Black Sabbath, James Taylor, Three Dog Night, The Who, Johnny Cash, like all of the Beatles solo projects. Basically, like if you turn on the radio right now, there will be like 10 radio stations that are playing a song from like 1970 or 71. And there was like disco was big, classic rock was big, prog was big, early metal, new wave was all either like here or a year away. So this is like the period that we are all perpetually stuck in terms of popular music. Also, Westerns are like dying out on TV and they're being deconstructed in film with movies like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and True Grit, which are like kind of satires or like investigating the myth of the West a little bit more. And on TV, instead of Westerns, there's medical and detective shows, which are taking over, which is still what we're watching to this day. And also soap operas are booming and game shows are booming. And variety shows are also big on TV with Flip Wilson, like Carol Burnett. Sonny and Cher will come out next year. And this, of course, will culminate in the Muppets having their own variety show after they've starred on like every other variety show. They've done like guest appearances. In terms of things that tie into the past of the Muppets, the Huntley-Brinkley Report ends this year. That was the show that Sam and Friends would like run before, which is how it got so popular in the first place. And Ed Sullivan, the Ed Sullivan Show, which the Muppets have been on multiple times at this point, and we're on for the Santa Claus Switch, will end next year in 1971.
It's interesting thinking about those early 70s because I think with the Flip Wilson show, you can definitely feel like the 60s hanging on. Like specifically the group like Sunday's Child that comes out and performs a little bit. I looked into them and it turns out their career kind of went nowhere. After this, they put out one album, kind of went nowhere, and then disbanded. The article I found said, without fanfare, they disbanded. I was like, that's a bummer. But and then it's also interesting when I was looking into the comedian, the Stanley Myron Handelman, was talking about him being a stand-up comedian on variety shows from like the mid-60s through the mid-70s and talked about sort of the decline of variety shows in the mid-70s and how that sort of comedy sort of started going away, which again, we've talked about how like the Muppet Show starts in the mid-70s. So like right as all these other sort of variety shows are dying and going away, the Muppets are coming in like be like, hey, we got our own. It's different because we're not people.
It is kind of, I think that variety shows burned like real hot and bright at the beginning of the 70s too, because like we're going to watch a ton of them coming up.
It's like podcasts. Like at the time, somebody got one and then they were like, every celebrity needs one of these. Let's give everyone an hour of TV time to do whatever the hell they want.
But I guess the other context is that, like we've said a bunch of times, Sesame Street seems like it's super hot shit right now. Big Bird seems like he's everywhere and a huge celebrity at the time.
Yeah, when I was looking up, because I was confused by the interview that we watched. That guy, I guess we could talk about that now. The guy interviewing Big Bird backstage, he's interviewing him in Dallas for like a local TV show. And I was trying to figure out like, okay, why was Big Bird in Dallas? And it was a series of like a touring show that they were doing for Sesame Street where they would go around and just perform some of the songs on stage so people would know more about Sesame Street. And the article I found about it was like really snarky, basically like scolding Sesame Street, like, really? You don't think people know about your show, Sesame Street? You got to promote it even harder. We all know you're popular. Everyone loves you. And I was like, this is so weird. I don't like this person who's writing this article, but it did sort of set the tone of like clearly Sesame Street was well known pretty fast out the gate. So they did a good job, I guess, in marketing themselves and getting it out there. And I think talking about Big Bird especially, like we saw he was on the Ed Sullivan Show right away. He's on the Flip Wilson Show right away. Clearly, Big Bird made an impact.
But on the flip side of that, the guy doing the interview doesn't seem to really understand Sesame Street or Big Bird in any capacity.
No, he just sees a big bird sitting in front of him. And he's like, I'm going to ask about eggs, I guess. He's like, hey, did you ever lay an egg? And Big Bird's like, no, I'm a boy bird. He's like, oh, well, have you met any girl birds? Like,
he asked him how he knows he's a boy bird.
Oh, yeah. He asked, like, how do you know? And he's like, well, that's a very personal question.
All the questions are about the sexual reproduction of Big Bird.
Yeah, he does not understand that this is a show for like 4-year-olds.
Or he just froze up. Maybe he was starstruck by Big Bird and couldn't think of any good questions. And he thought about that day for the rest of his life, and it was humiliating for him.
I think that guy did exactly what he wanted to do that day because he asks the question about, like, did you ever lay an egg on stage? And clearly, like, there's, like, the saying of, like, oh, he laid an egg as, like, you messed up. Because, and that's the joke he wanted to get to. You could just tell because he asked that question, and it kind of goes nowhere. He starts asking about, like, Big Bird's reproductive organs and if he's never met a girl Big Bird and like maybe he'd go to Africa to find one. It goes nowhere. Like literally he asked the question about like going to Africa to find a girl Big Bird and Big Bird says like, I can't go all the way to Africa. And the interviewer turns to the camera. He's like, well, that's Big Bird from Sesame Street. But he ends his thing with like, he says he's never laid an egg, but we'll see about that tonight.
Yeah, rude thing to say also.
Yeah. But like clearly that's what he was just working towards the entire time was like, I got a perfect bird egg joke. But I felt for Carol Spinney in that moment because I think you often see in interviews like Jim Henson or somebody having to like field an awkward question for Kermit. But at least like he's there as a human being. They still understand that they're talking to a human with a puppet. This guy is like embarrassing Big Bird for his own personal gain in a way where I'm like, Carol Spinney isn't even like sitting next to Big Bird to defend himself. Like Carol Spinney has to like be in character this whole time as like a children's performer.
He can't be like, come on, man.
Yeah. You want me to bend you over and show you I'm a boy bird?
Well, so that's kind of all I had to say about Flip Wilson and that interview.
Yeah, I think that the Flip Wilson ones were interesting because it's very clearly people who sort of understand Sesame Street and are leaning into that because they have Big Bird comes out and sings, see if I can pronounce this, Abkadef Gajekelmanop Verstuvixes.
Something like that.
I think I said that right. He sings that like in its entirety. And then they also do like a counting game with Raymond Burr and Flip Wilson and all these people.
That was cute.
Yeah, and they have like the numbers flying out of their mouths, which felt very Sesame Street. And they did a visual effect in that section that I still don't really understand how they pulled it off.
When they did like green screened all the letters onto the back, or the numbers or whatever onto the back of the thing.
Yeah, like they're dancing on top
either.
of a video screen and they're like in front of it. But like everything is like keyed out really, really well, but they weren't on a green screen.
But the set's not a green screen.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, maybe they're... I have no freaking clue how they did that either. Maybe the set was just painted in the right colors that they had their like key exactly right to key it out when they needed to or something.
Yeah.
But
it was one of those things where you look back and you're just like, I would have trouble doing that today from a technical standpoint. And they were doing it on their first episode or second episode or whatever of their variety show in 1970.
But yeah, you're right. It was like they were recreating Sesame Street on what I assume was like prime time adult oriented comedy show.
Yeah.
They did a good job and they were very game to like pretend like Big Bird was a real Big Bird and like have a little comedy routine with Oscar the Grouch. And they were really good. They were actually really good now that I think about it more.
Yeah, like everyone really committed to the idea as opposed to like the Mike Douglas show where we had examples of some people buying into it, other people just being like, oh, it's the Muppet guys, whatever.
Well, Mike Douglas was much more like the Big Bird interviewer guy. Mm-hmm. He would have asked about Kermit's penis eventually, given enough time.
Well, I mean, they eventually go back on the Mike Douglas show in the mid-'70s, so who knows?
Oh, we'll see.
Maybe we'll get some questions about that. But we will watch some more Flip Wilson show appearances over the next few episodes, I think. They continue to appear on the Flip Wilson show throughout its run, I think, so we'll talk more about that. But the star of the show this week is The Great Santa Claus Switch, the movie we watched, the TV special. I'm just going to start off by saying I loved it.
Yeah, it was great.
It's so good. I want to like fold this into my rotation of like Muppet Christmas Carol, Muppet Family Christmas, Muppet Christmassy type of things that I watch in December.
I imagine there's not like a more high def version of it out there, is there?
No. This seemed to be, I found a couple different versions. I've talked about before, I think, on this podcast where my two main sources of Muppet material are either YouTube or archive.org, which has... the majority of the time has the better quality versions of things. Like next week we're watching The Frog Prince, and it kind of only exists on archive.org for us to watch. And they do really good archival scans of Laserdiscs and all this stuff. This time I was like looking for better copies and everything, and the best copy I could find that was like understandable audio and decent visuals is this bad VHS rip that exists on YouTube. Which, again, happy it exists, happy we're able to watch it, but it's a bummer that there hasn't been like a better released version, because I assume that's tied up in the whole Ed Sullivan, Jim Henson co-production of it all, that like the rights to this are murky. But I don't know, I could see them reissuing this on DVD or Blu-ray and it doing pretty well. You sort of predicted that these early fantasy storytelling ones that you were going to be things that you did not care for. And like, Hey Cinderella, we had mixed feelings on. But this one, we clearly both thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, I think I should have made an exception for this one because I do love Christmas stuff so much. The one I think I'm really going to hate is the Muppet Musicians of Bremen. But what I think this one has that Hey Cinderella didn't have was Jerry Jewell writing it.
Absolutely.
And I just think Jerry Jewell must be like a comedy genius or something, or like he just writes the kind of comedy that I like a lot, because there's just no spark to Hey Cinderella, really. But this one was just as funny as The Tales of Tinker D, which he also wrote. And like all the Rolf skits that he also wrote. Maybe like Jerry Jewell has just been with the Muppets for so long that he gets what kind of comedy they can do, and he gets like what it sounds funny for Jim to say in his wacky voices and stuff.
Yeah, I think I was sort of blaming the characters a little bit in the Hey Cinderella episode, saying that, like, to me, not having recognizable Muppets hurt it, and that we only had really Kermit as a recognizable Muppet, and then having these other side characters, I couldn't really connect with them. Clearly, that wasn't the problem.
No, because there's nobody in this.
No, there's not a single recognizable Muppet aside from Proto Gonzo that we'll get to talking about later.
Thog, but Thog never talks again, I guess, maybe? Or
Yeah, we have Thog and Thig, who are the two big,
Yeah.
meaty bodyguards, and Thog continues to stick around for a while, and Thig is never seen again.
No, that's sad because he's kind of like a more interesting puppet, I think.
Yeah, he's the smarter one of the two. He's a more interesting puppet, and he just goes away, never to be seen again after this. But yeah, having no real recognizable characters in this did not bother me at all because all of the characters were written really well and really funny and had specific points of view, whereas I feel like they didn't do that in Hey Cinderella as much. Like the two stepsisters were essentially the same character, just doubled, and the king didn't really have even as much personality as he had in Tales of Tinker D and other things. So this felt like each little character got their own personality, even from like specific Frackles to specific elves to to the Cosmo and the Santa. And it just overall felt
The Santa.
yeah, the titular Santa. But there was very clearly like a blueprint laid out here for what would become other things in the world of Muppets. Like obviously Frackles becoming Fraggles, even specific characters feeling very much like early versions of other characters. I think you have Lothar, who is the psychic Frackle who lives inside of a cauldron.
Yeah, he lives in a hot spring in the middle of this underground cave, and he's so funny.
Oh yeah, it goes back to your Jim Henson has two voices theory.
He's just Rolf, but as like a dragon who lives in a hot spring.
Yeah, he's just like Rolf, but like stoned Rolf a little bit. It's a little bit like the sorry for forgetting this name, but there's a character that Jim Henson eventually does on Fraggle Rock that is sort of like the soothsayer psychic type of character.
I can't remember either.
But how do you feel about Cosmo Scam? I guess just like Art Carney in general as playing both Santa and Cosmo Scam. I think Cosmo Scam is the stronger role for him that he gets.
His Santa's pretty good too, though.
Yeah, yeah. Like I think you could watch this back then and not even realize they were the same person.
I had no idea until this morning when I was looking at the cast list.
Yeah,
I didn't think they were the same guy. I thought Santa was just some guy.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job.
He was Art Carney
in both roles
because they walk around each other in that one part, and it must be because Cosmo Scam turns into Santa, and they do like the "ooh, I'm looking in a mirror" thing when somebody is like looks exactly like you. But it must just be because the quality is so bad.
I think that's it.
Body double, like they didn't have the screen split or anything. There's really two Santas there like walking around each other, so that's why I just assumed it was two different people.
Yeah, no, I think it's purely because the quality is so bad that they can get away with just slapping a Santa beard on somebody and saying like that's the same guy. But we get Art Carney like playing these roles that's just, I think Cosmo Scam obviously gets to lean into his comedy stylings a bit more, but he does a great job across the board, I think.
Cosmo Scam to me felt like a very modern type of comedy also, or just like the way he talked where he's like, I want to make about $1 billion, and talked about like just the way he like described his plan. And then his Santa, I think one of the hardest times I laughed was when he was trying to do the disappearing coin trick. For some reason, it was so funny to me that you could hear the coin falling on the ground.
Yeah,
and all the elves were like, wow.
There's this thing that runs through the special that Santa can only do real magic on Christmas. Like he tries to do like coin magic and stuff early on and fails every time he's trying to do magic. And at first I did not understand why this was funny or where this was going, but it's revealed that essentially, on Christmas he can do real magic and no one else can use evil magic against him.
And he's kind of jealous of Cosmo's magic. Like Cosmo can shoot lightning bolts and stuff like that. And Santa's kind of like, oh, that would be nice. I wish I could do that. But Santa just has nice magic where he can give people presents and make them be his friend. And on that note, I think Art Carney is one of my favorite Santas ever that I've seen in something too.
Wow.
Very, very kind, seemingly kind Santa. Just like carried himself well. Also, the music in this is super funny and like super catchy. Like the song that the elves sing when they're making the toys is really good. And then as the Frackles slowly replace the elves during that one part, and the song just gets like creepier and creepier as they go.
It's such a good little montage. I was like losing my shit during that montage because
it was so funny.
I think what's so good about the character of Cosmo is how smart he thinks he is and just how bad at everything he truly is. Like his plan that he like is spilling out like this genius plan. He'll replace these elves who are starting to catch on that he's Santa one by one with Frackles. And immediately all the other elves are like, something's wrong with Fred because he looks weird and he sounds weird. And they're like, oh, you're on to me. I'll replace you with a Frackle. And he just keeps replacing them one by one with Frackles.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's very good. But yeah, they have this song where they're like listing off all their names of who they are. And it always ends with, and Fred. And the first time one of the Frackles pops in, he's just like, and Fred. They're like, okay.
But then my favorite part and my favorite song was when Fred was singing. Fred and Santa have a moment at the beginning where Fred is singing about how much he loves to work and how happy he is to be an elf and how he'll always be there for Santa no matter what Santa needs, and he'll always keep him safe and protect him and be there for him. And he's singing this like really like bombastic loud song and not paying attention while Santa is being kidnapped by the monsters behind him, and then they're like dragging him out of the house and you can still hear Fred singing the song like off in the distance.
Yeah, no, that works so incredibly well, and it's that same sort of humor like we talked about the early like Ed Sullivan Today Show sketches where it's just like one of the musicians is playing too loud, like the Yellow Rose of Texas drummer, or like they're getting the lyrics wrong to a song. Like it's that same sort of joke a little bit, but it's just that he's so enthusiastic and wants to be so helpful and is singing so loud that he doesn't even notice when Santa gets kidnapped by two giant monsters who can barely fit through a door right next to him.
Great.
Back to Art Carney a little bit. I kind of knew who he was. Like I know he's in the Star Wars Holiday Special. He's a very important role in the Star Wars Holiday Special. And
he's
then,
like the friend of he's like the mechanic friend of the Wookiees, is that right?
Yeah, he's the one who brings over presents and stuff and is just sort of their protector.
He's the one who speaks English so that you can understand what's happening in the show.
Yes, and he tries to like trick the stormtroopers into like, don't bother these Wookiees, please leave them alone. And I think he's also the one who brings the Grandpa Wookiee the weird porn VR headset.
He definitely is that, yeah.
And I think we get to see him. He pops up, I think, in like Muppets Take Manhattan and a few other things. But obviously, The Honeymooners is the big thing that he did. And that's where I think most people look back at Art Carney's his starring role is as Ed Norton on The Honeymooners, which I did not realize only ran for one season.
It did?
Yeah.
What the hell?
The Honeymooners was one season of 39 episodes from 1955 to 1956, and then it stopped. And
is that just how all TV was back then? Or
I mean, a lot of it, but like I looked up, like I Love Lucy was like 6 or 7 seasons or something like that. So like there was other shows that ran for longer, but Honeymooners feels like such an institution that it was bizarre to me to find out that it only ran for a year. And I think part of this is because Jackie Gleason went on to have like other shows, like sort of variety shows and talk shows and stuff, where he would have Art Carney come on as Ed Norton.
Oh, and
so,
they do other Honeymooner sketches?
Yeah, so you'd see sort of like these sketches come on and you'd be like, oh, they're still in the zeitgeist. They're still being talked about. So I feel like he just never really went away as this Ed Norton character for so long that people just, at least I, have it ingrained in my head that he played Art Carney for like 30 years or something.
Weird. Yeah, and also like the Flintstones is like a ripoff of Honeymooners.
Yeah.
So that it just seems like that must have been something that everybody was watching for like 10 years.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting to see sort of like the plot of this, as we talked about, is similar to things like The Grinch and also like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, it's very similar to Nightmare Before Christmas.
Especially with like the evil monster land and him kidnapping Santa Claus to become Santa Claus.
For less nice reasons than Jack does.
And that's where I think it slips into the Grinch element a little bit, where very clearly like the Grinch wanted to take all the presents and like ruin Christmas. And that's definitely Cosmo's jam, is that he wants to go in and make the world sad. But yeah, this came after The Grinch came out, so I could see it being slightly inspired by that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It seems maybe a little bit more than slightly inspired by it in some ways.
Yeah, but there's definitely more of a twist on it. Like The Grinch didn't have all his like henchmen working, and he wasn't a wizard and all these things. So there's definitely some originality to it, but I have to assume at some point in the conversations it was like, all right.
It was just the Grinch, Jim. What are you doing?
Well, especially when we look at like when he started formulating the idea for this was even closer to when The Grinch came out.
Oh, yeah, right.
So it was almost like Jim Henson was like, let's do our twist on The Grinch.
Yeah.
And then that
this is
changed
more fun
over
than The Grinch, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I would rather watch this on a yearly
this
basis
is way funnier
than The Grinch.
What is surprising to me about this and Tinker D is like how all of this early Muppet stuff seems to be leading to Fraggle Rock way more than it seems to be leading to the Muppet Show. Like, it seems like they're trying purposefully to get away from that kind of like variety show stuff and into fantasy, and that's weird that it takes so long for them to get there, but that like Jerry and Jim must have had all this stuff in their heads, just like carrying that torch for some reason for like 20 more years or something.
I think you're absolutely right. I think like looking at this, it seems like the Muppet Show just kind of comes out of the TV appearances they would do, and it's just like the extension of somebody saying, well, do you want your own version of this to do your own week-to-week show?
Yeah.
Whereas it feels like what they really wanted to do was Fraggle Rock, and I think, or at least a version of that, and I think that's why we keep getting these weird little movies coming out, is that like they have this itch they got to scratch, and they're going to scratch it by doing these Tales from Muppet Land things that they keep doing on the side. But yeah, I would love to, I don't know if there's any like resources out there where we can dive in more to find out like what was holding them back from doing something like Fraggle Rock at the time. Was just nobody interested in doing it, or did they not
it feels like that must have been what it was, because like none of these, like Hey Cinderella didn't get picked up for anything, and it seems like they must have probably had to fight for the Frog Prince and the Muppet Musicians of Bremen, because they come out like not close to each other or anything like that.
I wonder if it was just like a series of failed pilots like that just didn't work. And so they had to pivot. And so they pivoted to something like the Muppet Show when they start pitching it with like the sex and violence pilot and things like that. And I wonder if that was just them deciding like, hey, we tried. This clearly isn't working right now. Let's try something completely different. Another
thing that this reminded me of a lot, especially when they are doing that very cool little dance segment when the elves are all dressed like boulders and they're like marionettes whose little legs are moving around, was The Hobbit. I think it would be so cool if Jim Henson had done a version of The Hobbit.
I would be surprised if that didn't almost happen.
If he wasn't sketching some Hobbit puppets.
Yeah, because I think you're right. Like that definitely feels like something that easily could have transitioned into a Hobbit, like instead of that like animated Hobbit like TV movie or whatever that existed.
Creepy Ralph Bakshi one.
Yeah, that one. Like instead of that, we could have gotten like a Muppet Lord of the Rings.
Well, with a real Gandalf, they could just remake Lord of the Rings, and everybody's a Muppet except for Gandalf guy.
I mean, I'm on board with most things. Like that, there's a Twitter thread that goes around every so often that's like, what movie or TV show would you recast with Muppets, and what one human would you keep? And I'm always trying to think like, what would be the best one? I think Lord of the Rings would be great. I think West Wing is one that I always look at, of like, keep Martin Sheen as the president and recast his entire staff with Muppets.
I could also see who's Bradley Cooper? Bradley Whitford.
Oh yeah, Josh Lyman. Like keep him.
I could see him being the only human, and he's just so mad at all the Muppets all the time.
And make like
he's just like, oh.
Make like Fozzie the president, so he's a little inept, and you're just like having to deal with a Fozzie president.
Yeah, but actually, I think Lord of the Rings, I'd rather it that all the hobbits be Muppets and everybody else be human. I think that would be cute.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about nice things about this. Like,
yeah, the only thing I think that keeps it from being timeless, and I wish there was like a version of this that existed without the Ed Sullivan parts, because that would make it fold into that Christmas rewatching list much easier if you could just like put on just the Great Santa Claus Switch, and you didn't have Ed Sullivan introducing it, and you didn't have Ed Sullivan popping up in the middle of it, and just remove the Ed Sullivan parts from this, and it's perfect.
It's so wild to me that he had hosted a variety show for 40 years or so and did not ever get any better at doing line reads or standing like a normal human being or interacting with other people.
I think I sent you, there was a TV Guide cover from when this was coming out that I was promoting it. And it's a TV Guide cover where like some of the elves are just peering over Ed Sullivan's shoulder, and it looks like he is crying out for help with his eyes. Like it looks like he has been kidnapped by the Muppets in this, and he wants you to save him.
Maybe he thought that the Muppets were real, and Jim Henson knew that, and he was threatening Ed Sullivan, and that's why he got to be on the show so many times, and that's why they got to do their own special. Because he'd like show up, he'd like hide behind Ed Sullivan's couch, and like Kermit would pop up and be like, "Ed, you better give us a Christmas special or we'll break your fucking legs.
They took the personality from the Wilkins commercials and the Ideal Toys commercials, and they're just like, oh, we can
Kermit
use this
has a
for our
gun.
own good.
Yeah.
Strange things happen to people who don't give us Christmas specials.
Yeah.
So Gonzo is this week's Muppet of the Week because this is his first real kind of appearance. Technically, he is Snarl, the cigar box Frackle, in this, which was nice because I had looked up previously that he was the cigar box Frackle, and they like make a big point out of like, it's in the cigar box. Go look in your cigar box. It's like, oh, here he comes.
Here it comes.
Here he comes.
And he has more. So yeah, he's like a little guy who lives in Cosmo's cigar box and hands him cigars when he needs them. And I was expecting him to just be a little head that popped out and gave him the cigar, and that was all you saw of him. But he like has lines in this and shows up as one of the replacement elves. And I was pleasantly surprised by that.
Yeah, we get to see a little bit of personality from him. He asks Santa for a baseball mitt.
In a very cute way.
Yeah.
That Gonzo will be known for later.
Yeah, that was what I think was most surprising to me, is that even though he is performed by somebody else in this, and this was clearly not meant to be an evolving character,
Sure.
he's not that far off from Gonzo. But we'll see Snarl a few more times before he debuts as Gonzo in 1976 on The Muppet Show. Snarl will sort of pop up. I don't know if he has lines or anything or just like a background Muppet, but he shows up in a few more things between now and The Muppet Show. This puppet was apparently just built in a few hours by Jim Henson. Like Jim Henson, who...
Oh, Jim built this one?
Yeah, who like he
Okay.
hadn't really made puppets since Sam and Friends.
Yeah.
Was sort of just like, here, give me some foam. And apparently he just like cut out some foam in a few hours and made Snarl just like sort of on a whim.
I could kind of see how he would look like a Sam and Friends guy a little bit more than some of them might.
Yeah. I think Gonzo's appearance is one of those that's like definitely stands out from most Muppets. Not a lot of Muppets have that nose or the specific
No.
eye shape or anything. Like, he's a very distinct looking Muppet. In this, he is performed by Daniel Segrin, who was sort of a like additional Muppet performer in the early days of Muppet stuff. He only worked with them from like mid 60s through early 70s. He wasn't there that long. But we've already seen him once before, kind of. He was the Big Bird on the Ed Sullivan Show sketch that we watched.
Oh, when it's
episodes.
wordless and he's just dancing?
Right, when he's just dancing around.
Okay.
Because apparently Carol Spinney couldn't dance. And so they were like, we want Big Bird to do some complicated things. And they were like, get Dan to do it. So early on, at least, when Big Bird needed to dance, they got Daniel Segrin in to do it. And the other interesting thing about Daniel Segrin is that he was the first live-action Spider-Man.
What?
On the Electric Company, the spin-off sort of show.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have a Spider-Man on the Electric Company, which doesn't sound like it makes sense because of the way licensing works these days. But back then, they had a silent Spider-Man who would pop up and have little comic bubbles next to him it would encourage the kids to read what Spider-Man was thinking or saying.
Right.
And so Spider-Man, first live-action Spider-Man, was played by Daniel Segrin on the Electric Company. So first appearance of Gonzo and the first appearance of Spider-Man, same guy.
That's wild. Yeah, I don't know if you listened to our Sesame Street episode, Electric Company was like, not a spin-off of Sesame Street, but a co-production sort of.
Yeah, it was sort of like a slightly older kids version of Sesame Street. They wanted to make this thing that clearly did well. People know the Electric Company. Didn't do as well as Sesame Street did in the long run, but they had some very interesting segments. I have not seen a lot of Electric Company, but the idea that Spider-Man was a regular person on there is interesting. But yeah, Gonzo. He is the great Gonzo the Great, the Daredevil performance artist that was, he was originally introduced as like the frustrated performance artist. In the first episode of The Muppet Show, he's eating a tire to Flight of the Bumblebee. And you're just introduced to this guy who gets shot out of cannons. He like is a part of every episode, and kind of like Fozzie early on. He's just like sort of sad, isn't great at his job, and doesn't really get that like support from everybody else. He always seems like Kermit early on seems reluctant to have any of these people on his show.
All the Muppets are weird freaks, but they specifically call Gonzo out for being a weird freak more than they do anybody else ever.
Which I would say is sometimes justified.
Yeah, I suppose there are some certain characteristics, yes.
I think Gonzo is the most flirtatious Muppet.
He's got a sexual energy, yes.
Very weird, like, kind of energy to him where normally he has his girlfriend Camilla the chicken. That's who we kind of know Gonzo has a thing for chickens, specifically Camilla, but sometimes he gets confused and doesn't know which chicken is Camilla, which upsets her.
Yeah.
But we've also seen Gonzo be flirtatious with humans, chickens. There's an episode of The Muppet Show where he's flirtatious with a cow.
Like Miss Piggy in the Muppet movie?
Yeah. He kind of seems like he'll flirt with anybody.
Yeah, he's lecherous. It's because of his nose shape, I think, probably.
He just points, he's like, eh?
Yeah.
It's like the eggplant emoji, but on his face. He just like, eh? But his species is unknown. I think that's people who watch a lot of Muppet stuff will know that they often refer to him as just a whatever or an alien he somehow accidentally sort of becomes at some point, but then they also go back on that a little bit. It's pretty much it's a contradictory history for Gonzo throughout many aspects of him, because he's referred to a whatever for the first time in The Great Muppet Caper in 1981, but also, like, for a long time, no one really knows what he is. They think he's some kind of turkey. They refer to him as maybe a jungle bird. They say he's maybe a blue chicken or a monkey with a banana nose. And then Muppets from Space seemingly answers this question, because the whole movie is about Gonzo not really knowing where he's from and then finding out that it's actually, there's an alien race that comes down and they all look exactly like him. And he realizes, oh, I've been an alien this whole time. But Dave Goelz, who has been the performer for Gonzo since Gonzo actually debuted as Gonzo on The Muppet Show, suggested that the events from Muppets from Space were just a movie, and that like he's not for sure an alien. It's one of those things where, again, where we're talking about the canon of the Muppets, there's never going to be like a clear answer for a lot of this stuff. So I think calling him the whatever or the weirdo or whatever just feels like it sort of is the most appropriate.
Sure.
Because they've used this both like poetically and less poetically throughout the years. They've talked about Gonzo and said, you might not know what you are, but you know who you are. And like that's
nice.
Yeah, and I think we get hints of that too when he's singing the like I'm going to go back there someday in the Muppet movie.
Right.
We get these hints that he feels like he doesn't belong as a part of this normal group, but he belongs somewhere that he hopes to find. But I think a lot of his character is accepting the fact that, like, no, he can still be a part of this group. But less poetically, Dave Goelz again said...
I'm worried about what you're going to say.
So about his species, about Gonzo's species and who he is.
Oh, okay.
Said, nobody knows except his parents, and they're not talking. It was always one of those taboo subjects around the dinner table.
Okay.
Which I'm like, what does that even mean, Dave?
Yeah.
That feels to me like an answer Dave just came up with during an interview that didn't really have a lot of thought behind it.
But like, what is Uncle Deadly? Or like, what is Sweetums? This is something that bothers me about Gonzo, is that there's other Muppets that look weird and nobody's ever like, what's Scooter? Scooter's just like, he looks kind of like a monkey too or something. Nobody ever spends a lot of time wondering about him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a nose.
Yeah.
Gonzo, the question of who he is to me seems so fruitless that things like Muppets from Space or that bothers me. I don't care. And then you make me think about it. And then it's like, well, I don't know what any of these guys are. So.
Yeah, because it's really easy to run down the list and say like, oh, we have a frog, a pig, a bear, a dog, and I don't know, whatever. And it's like, yeah, that works, but only with that specific group of Muppets. As soon as you introduce somebody like Scooter or Beauregard or something like that, you're just like...
Yeah, Beauregard's way freakier looking than Gonzo.
Yeah, he's like a weird hairy potato or something.
Yeah.
Like, that joke only works when he's around the very easily identifiable animal Muppets.
Yeah, plus there are other Frackles in that stick around after Santa Claus Switch, too, and nobody ever wonders what they are.
Yeah, and I think it's just sort of accepted that a lot of the Muppets are not human, but are this sort of Muppet human exists. Because like Scooter to me feels like a human. You get Walter eventually in the Muppets movie in 2011 that is just sort of like his brother is Jason Segel, but he's also a Muppet. So I think I felt the same way in doing this research about Gonzo that like, wait, why is he the one that is separated from the pack as being weird because they don't know what he is.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Because Animal, what the hell is Animal?
That's a great point, Matt.
As far as Gonzo's family is concerned, we obviously have the Muppets from Space angle of things, of like maybe his family is all aliens from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
But like a lot of other Muppets, this gets really contradictory when you get into more canon of whether it's like the Muppet Kids books, Muppet Babies, or these things. There's an episode of The Muppet Show where, I don't know how this comes up, but apparently Gonzo says that his mother died before he was born. But then later on in Muppets Tonight, Gonzo claims that his mother liked his unique interpretation of Death of a Salesman that he did. So clearly his mother saw him.
Get your facts straight, Gonzo.
And then later on, there's a video on Muppets.com where he answers about his first stunt, which was his birth. And he mentions his mother in that.
Okay.
And so...
Well, maybe she was dead at the time.
That's quite the stunt. But then there's also, in the Muppet Kids books, it is implied that his grandmother and his aunt are raising him.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, so he like lives with his grandmother and his Aunt Grace at that time. So his parents aren't around, so it's also like, okay, maybe his mom did die before he was born somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also has a couple of cousins that are mentioned throughout the years. We have Cousin Gander and Cousin Kevin. Cousin Kevin just pops up playing like his stunt double in a magic act kind of thing he does. And then Cousin Gander is just from the Muppet Kids books as like an annoying little kid cousin. But we
Goose name, though. That's interesting.
I think that was part of the, like, they were going for a lot of these Muppets have family members who all start with the same letter. So they had Grace and Gander. But then there's Kevin. So I can't really explain Kevin. But we mentioned Dave Goelz. He is the performer of Gonzo and has been since 1976. Dave Goelz is also the performer behind Beauregard, Dr. Bunsen Honeydew, Zoot, Boober Fraggle, Uncle Traveling Matt, and he took over Waldorf when Jim Henson died. Do you want to guess where Dave Goelz met Frank Oz?
Probably at a puppet convention.
You're right. In 1972, they met at a puppetry festival. And then during a vacation in New York, Dave Goelz started attending some Sesame Street tapings just to like see what's up, like hang out with his friend Frank. And then a few months later, Goelz showed his portfolio to Jim Henson. And then in 1973, he was offered a job with Jim Henson Associates as a part-time puppet builder.
So easy to get a job back then.
Yeah, you just had to run into people and be like, hey, you like puppets? Me too.
We don't have the internet yet, so we don't know what other weirdos out there like puppets.
Yeah.
Just us. Just like us 5 people.
So I mentioned at the beginning of this that Gonzo is one of my favorite Muppets. And I think we talked a little bit during the Muppet Movie episode on your feelings about Gonzo. But how do you feel about him sort of overall?
I love Gonzo, but I'm sometimes frustrated by Gonzo. So I love the fact that Gonzo and Rizzo, like I love that comedy duo. They're so funny and they're like the perfect people to be like the narrators for Muppet Christmas Carol. I think it's weird that Gonzo still has this like Daredevil thing tied to him when nowadays he is actually like pretty normal compared to like his personality is just like the nice kind of like, he's like the Chandler of the Muppets almost. He's like the funny one who's like nice to hang out with and he has a ton of friends and like everybody likes Gonzo. And he's like talented and he's like in the writer's room in the new Muppet TV show that got canceled. And like, he just seems like extremely competent and like really got it together. But then there's like this weird leftover angle where like he likes to get hurt or something, but that doesn't really happen that much anymore. Or like in Muppet Christmas Carol, like Rizzo's the one who's always getting hurt and Gonzo's like, you're lucky that you got hurt. But then like nothing bad ever really happens to Gonzo. So I don't get Gonzo.
I feel like the best way they've dealt with that recently was in the 2011 Muppets movie, because in that he has sort of like settled down. He's trying to be serious about his life. He has like a plumbing company and a toilet company, whatever it is. And it feels like him and Camilla have sort of put that old life behind them and they're settled down to be like running a business together. And then when Kermit comes to recruit him to come back and help out the Muppets, he reverts back into that stuntman life.
The great Gonzo.
Yeah, so it feels like it's this thing that he put behind him, but then still misses, which I feel like is sort of the way that you can still do that. it's Evel Knievel later in life, where he's like, yeah, I used to do all these
Sure.
cool things, but can't do it so much
that
anymore.
makes sense, I guess.
But you're right. Like with the Muppets ABC like sitcom show, they don't really touch on that too much, and it's not really it's not a huge part of his character on that.
No. And it's also like he's been played by the same person for so long.
Which is very
That's
interesting
weird.
because so many Muppets have had to transfer because of people retiring or dying or other things, that it's very rare to have a Muppet who has been performed by the same person since day one.
Right. So there must be a lot of like where Dave Goelz wanted to take the character in that. But I guess Gonzo in the original Muppet Show is kind of one-dimensional. Like there's not a lot you can do with that character because he's kind of just like an annoying little brother type almost or something, like not fully fleshed out. But I like him. I like him, and I like him, Pepe, Rizzo dynamic. I think is one of the better late stage Muppet things. Like he is the saving grace of the Muppets these days, I feel like.
Yeah, I think that dynamic, especially on the ABC show, works really well with them being the writers on that show. And I think Pepe and Rizzo both were sort of like a necessary injection of new Muppets that came along in the 80s or 90s that feels like it has helped the Muppets stay relevant for a long time.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's so interesting to think about Dave Goelz. Started playing Gonzo when he was like 29 and has now been playing him up until he is 74.
Holy shit. His voice still sounds very young, too.
Right? Like he's done a really good job of like, I'm sure if you go and compare some Gonzos to others, it sounds a little different. But I think because Gonzo started off like raspy and kind of tired sounding, it's probably easier to do as a 74-year-old man.
That's a good point.
But like playing the same character for 45 years.
Why do you like him so much?
I think I touched on this a little bit before, but like the existential moments, I think for me,
those are pretty
when
good.
they make the Muppets feel real, or when the Muppets have real emotions that feel like it's a character trait from outside of the story we're trying to tell. His song in the Muppet movie is not necessary to that movie at all. They're just sitting around the campfire and he starts dreaming about when he was floating up with the balloons. And I think we get moments from all the Muppets throughout the years of things like that it's not super important to the plot. If anything, it slows it down, and I'm sure those are the things that producers are like, can we cut this? And it says a lot to me that they don't cut that kind of stuff and that they leave that in because we get to see more about these characters and sort of who they really are. And I think because we get those moments of Gonzo either feeling existential about who he is and where he's from, or getting to see him, the flirtatious side of thing also opens him up a little bit into...
Yeah, that's true.
Like he has a personality of like he wants to date. He has this long-term girlfriend. He has all these things that are just like not usually important to the overall story, but are like character traits about him that to me are more interesting than some other character traits of people. Like you don't get that much depth on a lot of the Muppets. Yeah,
that's a great point. Yeah,
I don't know.
That makes sense to me.
I think going to go back there someday is one of those things that just like solidified him very early on for me as one of my favorite Muppets. And I think it's going to be hard to undo any of that in my head. I do think that in recent years, they haven't done as much with him to keep that sort of spirit alive. And like he has become less the focus, obviously. Like Kermit and Miss Piggy get a lot of the focus in a lot of the newer stuff.
Yeah, but maybe Gonzo actually anchors projects better than Kermit does. Like a lot of what you're saying about personality traits and stuff are things that bother me about Kermit. Like Kermit feels kind of insincere to me because he's kind of like their boss and like their producer. It's hard for me to like feel the same depth of complicated emotions and like failure and stuff with him that like Gonzo and Fozzie get across so much better. So maybe that is to their detriment that Kermit is like the main character. He never maybe was supposed to be the main character.
I am excited to watch sort of the actual evolution of Gonzo through this to see when he starts to get a little bit deeper, because we have those moments early on in the Muppet Show where he is just the guy blowing himself up or shooting himself in a cannon and these things. And then by 1979, when we have the Muppet movie, he's clearly got some more to him. I'm sure we'll get some more insight into some of the other Muppets, and maybe they'll become my favorites or push Gonzo down the list a bit more. But for now, I think Gonzo still sits pretty high up on that list.
Yeah, he is, I got to admit, one of the top tier Muppets.
It's one of those things where if they did a Muppet thing show now without Gonzo in it, it would definitely feel like he was missing, as opposed to some of the other side characters who you could kind of get away with not having Beauregard show up.
We're forgetting to star rate the Muppets that we're talking about.
We've
what
never
star
done
rating
that.
would you give? We did it once for Sam the Eagle.
Oh, did we?
I keep wanting to go back.
That makes sense.
How many stars would you give Gonzo?
I mean, he gets a 5-star from me.
I think he's going to get a 5-star from me, too.
How many stars did I give Sam?
50.
Oh.
We can round that down to 5, I suppose.
I guess, yeah, I don't know what the scale is for the star ratings.
Well, it's 1 to 5. But
I feel like Gonzo should get 67. If I gave Sam 50, I feel like he should just get a weird number like 67 stars.
That's perfect. That makes sense to me. 67 stars. I'll give him 60.
Okay, that feels fair. All right, well, we could talk about Gonzo probably again for like a full hour, because if you want to go down a rabbit hole, go to Gonzo's Muppet wiki pages and just keep on reading, because there's so much there. There's a whole page on Muppet Wiki about Gonzo's attraction to chickens. So you can get really into that.
Probably the only Muppet whose sexual predilections have their own wiki page, I'd imagine.
But moving on, we've got non-Muppet things, I'm sure, that we've watched this week. I assume. Again, sometimes our weeks are fully taken up by only Muppet things. Was that the case this week, Sam?
Well, I think I know maybe what you're going to say that you watched, and I watched it too. What are you going to say?
I watched last night The Mitchells versus the Machines.
I also watched that last night, and I saw you tweet about it. That's like the only thing I watched this week.
Yeah, I finished Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but...
Oh, yeah.
I don't have a ton to say about that. It was...
I kind of wish it had been a better and a movie.
Absolutely.
I think it would have been a perfectly fine movie.
I think so, too. I think you cut that down to like 2.5 hours. Perfect. Yeah. Not perfect, but fine.
Because the Sam and Bucky parts were the best parts, and they needed to flesh out the villain better, and Zemo could have been in it, and it should have just been a movie. But yeah, so the Mitchells versus the Machines. You liked it a lot.
You did not, I'm guessing.
I liked it okay. I like Spider-Man, and I like Lego Movie better, and I like Clone High better, and I like 21 Jump Street better. Like, of the Miller and Lord stuff, this is low tier for me. I think there was like a Hello Fellow Kids aspect to it, some of it. It's like it's hard to recreate what the internet thinks is funny, and that is what one whole character's entire character is, and none of those landed for me. But I liked I just think that particular vein of humor didn't do it for me, but I liked all the rest of it.
Yeah, it's hard to feel timely with a character whose personality is tied so tightly to the internet, when the internet...
And YouTube and not TikTok, which I thought was kind of like...
See, I liked that aspect because to me, one, this character was like somebody if like... I'm looking at this character, I'm like, oh, that's just me in high school.
Yeah.
Essentially, like making dumb videos with my friends, making her own puppets that looked bizarrely like the puppets we just made for our Muppets on Puppets episode.
That's true.
Like her red sock puppet with like googly eyes, I was like, oh, that's just the puppet I made.
Yeah.
But her being super into film and being excited to go off to a California film school and all these things, I was like, this is who I was in high school. And so that felt like if she was like a film snob, she's not going to be into TikTok. She's going to be into YouTube and like uploading custom videos and stuff. So I didn't like ping to me as super weird, but I think just sort of the idea, I think you're right. There's a little bit of the fellow kids thing because of sort of what kind of video is popular on the internet, and that like those videos she made would be something that would be taking over the internet world and that would be super popular. Yeah. Because I don't think they would be.
That would be like if she was releasing stuff in like 2006.
Yeah, like early YouTube, that stuff would have been great and like super popular. That didn't bug me as much. I think I enjoyed it not necessarily as much as Spider-Verse, but like pretty close to like the Lego movie for me. I really enjoyed it a lot, and I think it's something where I had no expectations when it was first announced. As like I saw the trailer, I was like, okay, this could easily fall into sort of that like Despicable Me category of animated film that I don't really care too much about.
Yeah,
and it definitely exceeded those expectations.
That's a good point in comparison to what animated children's movies are.
Like when you have like the folder of like Disney
movie.
Pixar things, and they're like its own little bubble, and then you have everything outside of that trends towards Despicable Me a little bit more, or like in the worst case, like the Emoji Movie. So I'm glad that this is much closer to like the Disney Pixar side of things.
Yeah, I liked it better than I liked Onward, which I was extremely disappointed in.
Same, actually.
And it's very similar, like family road trip movie kind of thing.
Yeah, I did not enjoy Onward that much at all, and I enjoyed this much more. And I think this is a nice mix of art styles that I think was really interesting as well, where
that was really cool.
It's clearly 3D animated, and sometimes they really lean into the 3D animated stuff, but they also lean a lot into the 2D, very flat style, similar to the things they used in Spider-Verse to make it look like a hand-drawn thing, but there's a lot. I don't know. It's one of those that, like, if you're on the fence about it because it's not a Disney or Pixar thing, and you're like, I don't know about these, I would definitely say go watch it.
It's free. Just watch it.
Yeah, I mean, it's free if you have Netflix. Like,
it's $7 a month, or whatever. How much is Netflix? I mean, now? $15.
I was gonna say Netflix with 4K is like $18 a month now.
Oh, I don't get that.
No,
but
maybe
I should.
It's nice. The Mitchells vs. the Machines looks great in 4K. But it's it's a lot of fun. I think there are definitely, I think some of the things you're saying about it are true, that it does have a little bit of that vibe whenever you're trying to dip into internet culture. You're going to be behind the times a little bit because it moves so fast, and also when you're adults talking about what teens are into, you're going to miss the mark a little bit. But I think they still get a little bit of that where they have sort of like a Snapchat, Instagram type thing that the kids are using to communicate with each other.
Right, but it kind of sometimes seems like they are. That seems a little confusing to me too, because they're like Instagram storying each other, but they're also directly communicating with each other in those Instagram stories. It just felt like something people our age would write about the internet, or like people even a little bit older than us. It'd be like, this must be how the internet works in some of the parts. And those parts I was just like, well, if a real kid watches this, they're going to be like, that's not how the internet works. But for people, if you're 30, this movie is great for you. This is a perfect fit. I also kind of miss the age of voice actors and not celebrities voicing characters. I just wasn't really blown away by Danny McBride. Was mostly as the dad was mostly my problem.
Yeah,
with the voice acting, I think everybody else did great. But he just was a little like, I didn't believe that voice coming out of that guy. I guess in a way, like it didn't match or something.
It felt almost like a role that was created for somebody like Craig T. Nelson, and they were like, well, we can't just have Mr. Incredible.
We can't have Mr. Incredible, even though this guy looks exactly like Mr. Incredible with a mustache on.
Yeah, like it felt like...
That's a good point.
It was Mr. Incredible a little bit, but they just couldn't do that.
He looked like he should have had Ron Swanson's voice coming out of him, and I'm surprised they didn't just pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, a little bit more like an actual like husky, like manly voice kind of guy.
Yeah. But yeah, I liked it. There's not really much to complain about there. It was a very good animated movie, which that doesn't happen super often.
And the mall scene with the Furbies and the robots is very, very good.
That's another part where it's like for people our age and not for actual kids, though.
That's very
like,
true.
They don't know what Furbies are. And even in the kids in there are like, I don't know what Furbies are. But then the kids in real life will also be like, I don't know what Furbies are. This doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
But the Furbies are really funny.
The whole Furby scene.
They make exactly the right sounds to be terrifying.
Especially the large one. Like at one point tipping over and she's like, ah.
Just the sound you hear coming out of your closet in the middle of the night, like a year after you were done thinking your Furby was fun.
So next week, we are going to be watching The Frog Prince, another fairy tale TV special done by the Muppets. That's available to watch on archive.org if you're looking to watch it with us. We'll also be watching Carol Spinney's appearance on To Tell the Truth, and a segment from the Goldie Hawn special Pure Goldie, which you can find on YouTube.
Also, the Frog Prince debuts my least favorite Muppet of all time, and I'm curious to see. Maybe of all time.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Well, we will get into that because Robin will be our Muppet of the Week as we talk about the Frog Prince. And these are all from 1971, which we did all of 1970 pretty much in this episode. 1971 we're going to be splitting up over 2 episodes because there's enough worth talking about that we're going to split it up. But you can find the playlist for the To Tell the Truth and Pure Goldie clip on our Twitter account at Kermitment, and we'll also tweet out the link to the archive.org page where you can watch the Frog Prince. Before we go, we need to thank our friend Tuna for creating the music for this podcast, and Cassie Wilson for singing the theme song. As I mentioned before, you can follow us on Twitter at KermitmentPod, where you can find the playlist, as well as just fun things we decide to tweet throughout the week. If you've got something longer than a tweet that you would like to say to us, you can email us at mail@kermitment.com. And you can follow me at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm at Slam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.
Why are there so many shows starring Muppets and dozens of movies too? They said they'd watch everyone and they mean it. It's something that they've got to do. So now they've pledged you a lifelong commitment. Muppets, Matthew and Sam.
Welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where 2 friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And this week we watched the 1977 TV special Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas, which aired first in Canada on December 4th, 1977, but didn't air in the U.S. until December 17th, 1978, and then aired a few more times over the years. So this is a little bit out of the ordinary for our chronological thing we do, because normally we try to go off of U.S. airings, but we wanted to go for this. It was just the first time it aired. And as a reminder of how this podcast works, if this is the first time you're listening, we are going chronologically through every Muppet thing we can get our hands on. And this special happened to air right in the middle of Season 2 of The Muppet Show. So we're talking about it right in the middle of our episodes about Season 2 of The Muppet Show.
And we're recording it on Halloween Day.
Yes, the spookiest of movies.
It's not right with me.
But this week we have a special guest. Emmet Otter aficionado, Katherine Green is here.
Hello. Yes, I'm an Emmet Otter stan.
I think you're using that properly.
I don't know how many times I've watched this movie, but I also tell everyone I know about it.
I feel like if there's 2 things I know about Katherine Green, 1, she hates the bop bop bahs in Sweet Caroline.
Oh, that's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then 2, she loves Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
That's it. That's my personality.
Why do you hate the Bop Bop Buzz?
Hate them. I really like that song,
Yeah.
and I feel like they just ruin it.
I feel the exact same way. That song is finished forever because that stupid, annoying thing happens.
Yeah,
every time.
like I can't listen to it. Like it comes on in the grocery store, and I'm like, I have to leave.
I have seen you at baseball games have a visceral reaction to like, oh God, here it comes. Everyone's going to do the thing.
Yeah, it's also some sort of like I don't know. I think it's like a reaction to the culture of it. Just like the way it makes me feel, just like ooh.
Yeah, it's definitely it's got a weird vibe to it. Like it feels aggressive and like it's attacking you when it's happening.
Yeah, it's aggressive. Anyway.
Yeah. So Muppets. But yeah, do you have memories of like watching this as a kid?
You know, I was trying to think about that when I was thinking about coming on this podcast, because I don't really. And I didn't do the thing where I like asked my mom if she remembered where, because that's just rude. Like she doesn't remember any better than I do. I remember specifically watching other Muppets things. I don't know how I was first introduced to this, but I think it didn't happen until later in my life. Like maybe teenager or even like in college. But once I saw it, I was like, oh, this is something that is going to be a thing for me.
So you didn't know about the book first and seek this out because of the book?
No, I didn't. I knew about the show first, definitely. But then, yeah, once Oren was born, I was like, oh, this is a book. I got to get this book. So I actually do have a couple copies of the book. I have like a first edition original book and then just like a reproduction, because I was like, well, I want to read one to Oren, but he's not getting his hands on this other one.
This, yeah.
Yeah.
And were you into other Muppet things as a kid? Like, were you into the Muppet Show and other things?
Sesame Street was my like first, like, I'm a Muppet fan from Sesame Street. But yeah, my family watched the Muppet Show on TV. I feel like I remember watching it on TV. So it must have shown just like on normal like network TV at some point. I was born in 1980, so it wasn't when it was. Maybe it was like later episodes.
It was just finishing up.
That was like the last year it was on. Yeah,
I think they must have been rebroadcasting it.
Well, I think it was still like one of the most popular shows in the world or something when it went off the air. So they probably just never stopped playing it.
Yeah. I definitely remember watching the Muppet Show and being like, "This is weird and cool." And my like the whole family enjoys it because it's one of those things that works on like, multiple levels. And then the other like Muppet things that I was obsessed with, I love The Great Muppet Caper. That's maybe my favorite of the Muppet cinema movies. Like, it's
a very, very good, and I think it's not talked about as much as like obviously like the Muppet movie and some of the newer stuff, but it's it is. It's great.
I think the plot of it is like one of the better like through plots. And just like
the idea of Fozzie and Kermit being twin brothers.
Yeah, and it's set in England, which I've always been like, an Anglophile fan of those kind of things. Yeah, so I just love the Muppets, and I remember when Jim Henson died. Like I remember that happening and being terribly distraught. That's the first time I remember like someone, like a celebrity dying that like really impacted me.
When did he die? In 92? Is that right?
It was 1990. Yeah, so I was 10. And I think we watched the memorial service and just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And they sing the song from this movie at the memorial service. Go back and watch that if you want to just really lose it.
Yeah, no, that whole thing, like, we're going to eventually like watch that memorial service as a part of this podcast, and it's so rough. It's appropriately sad, but it's a lot, and especially when they're doing songs.
There's
like,
a lot of songs that
I've
first heard in that memorial service, and then we'll get to them on the Muppet Show, and we'll be like, oh my God, I can't watch this. It's too sad.
Too sad. Yeah. So the Muppets like are very like, I don't know if the word is maudlin, but like it's one of those things where I love it so much, but it also makes me sad, like concurrently so often. Like I can't really get, like if I'm paying attention and watching Emmet Otter's Jugman Christmas, I'm like crying. I'm crying at parts of it. The like Sesame Street Christmas specials. They get me so bad.
I haven't seen any of those.
Oh, Sam. Oh my God.
I think it's they're coming up pretty soon for us. Yeah.
They're so good. All the Christmas specials are really good.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat where like a lot of the very like earnest, sincere things that the Muppets do are some of my favorite things. Whether it's like Gonzo singing his heart out about like how sad of a creature he is, or like Robin singing halfway down the stairs. Like these are things that I'm just like, yes, those are some of my favorite Muppet things.
Ernie, I don't want to live on the moon. Like I can't.
Yeah.
Why? Like the way that it's like this is a freaking puppet. Just the earnestness and the like the true like emotion that comes through these puppets something that it hits me like nothing else really does. So
And I feel like Emmet Otter is sort of the like culmination
it really
of a lot
is.
of that.
It's like putting it all together in this way that is like so perfect with the music. And was this the first time Paul Williams wrote music for the Muppets?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had appeared on the Muppet Show before this, but this was the first time that he started to actually like create things for them.
He's like, "Oh, I got you. I got you all the songs here. Ain't no hole in the wash tub." Like, it's so good. Oh, I don't know how he got like right into the vibe of these like poor country otters living on the riverbank.
Yeah, I think he kind of contributed a lot to a vibe that they will bring forward with them too. Like this feels more like the Muppet movie than like any of the Muppet Show stuff we've watched so far.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, weren't they mostly using like original, not original songs? Like they were just saying popular music or
old vaudeville stuff.
Yeah, there were a handful of songs that they were like writing and creating for the Muppet Show, but most of the things they were doing on the Muppet Show were other people's songs. And the thing we pointed out multiple times here is that what they would normally do is find a song, remove the metaphor, and just make it like literal.
Totally.
And that was the formula for a Muppet Show musical number.
Yeah.
And so this is the first time where they're really doing a full thing with original songs to that really, like, in a lot of ways, Emmet Otter sets them up for the Muppet movie. And in a lot of ways, they were using Emmet Otter as a sort of test to test out these marionette systems and the radio-controlled puppets and a lot of these things that they will go on to do in bigger ways, like a year later in the Muppet movie.
Yeah,
that they were just, like, testing out.
Yeah, this has got everything in it. It's got Kermit on a bike. It's got the rowboat, and I'm like, how are they doing is it underneath? Are they underneath?
No. Well, before we get into talking too much about the specifics, we're gonna go ahead and let Sam tell us what we watched. What is Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas, Sam?
Alice Otter and her son Emmet are a couple of kind but down on their luck otters living in a kind but down on its luck animal community called Frogtown Hollow. They paddle up and down the river doing odd jobs and singing little songs together, but they both secretly want more from life. They also literally want something more as well, as Emmet would love a new guitar and the pair have a shared trauma over having to sell their beloved piano. As Christmas approaches, they dream of buying each other amazing gifts, and wouldn't you know it, the Frogtown Hollow talent show is about to happen, and the winner gets a cash prize of $50. Alice and Emmet both independently decide to join, Alice as a solo singer and Emmet in a jug band with his friends, but in order to do so, they must both sacrifice something that the other one loves. So Alice has to sell Emmet's tools, with which he does handyman work, in order to pay for a dress to sing in, and Emmet has to put a hole in his mom's wash tub, which she does laundry for clients with, to make a hillbilly stand-up bass for the band. They do both of those things and perform in the talent show. Both their acts go over well, but the judges are razzle-dazzled by the River Bottom Nightmare Band, a rock act from a nearby town. The Nightmare Band win the money, and, just to add insult to injury, the local rich guy, a club owner named Doc Bullfrog, tells them that they were almost good enough to win, but not quite good enough to win. On the walk home, Alice and Emmet confess their sins to each other and then break out in song, as Muppets are wont to do. A passing Doc Bullfrog hears them singing together and tells them that now they're good enough to win and good enough to be an act in his nightclub with a regular spot performing, and I think he pays them too, so that all their problems are over.
One thing to note before we get too far into talking about this as well is there's like 5 or 6 different versions of this movie out there in the world that have existed. It's the Star Wars of Muppets. It's just like they keep changing things and re-editing things and putting things back in. So originally in the 1977 version, it's pretty much probably what we watched. I know Sam and I both watched the same Blu-ray copy, so I think like we watched the same version of this. And not much is different from the version we watched to that. But later on, in 1980, they added some Kermit narration throughout. Not just the Kermit scenes at the beginning and end, but there's like lines of dialogue from Kermit to be like, and now, let's do this thing.
Oh, weird.
And that was used for the 1983 VHS release and like the Nickelodeon broadcast in the 90s. But they also added some additional dialogue. They added more verses to Ain't No Hole in the Wash Tub. And they shortened when the river meets the sea in that version. And then in 1996, they made some more edits that were used for the 1996 and 1998 VHS releases and the 2001 DVD release. Kermit's narration was removed again, so back to the original no Kermit narration. They added a few more lines of dialogue, and the Kermit scene at the restaurant had been completely removed.
Oh.
And then 2005, they put out a collector's edition DVD. It's important to note that this came 1 year after Disney bought the Muppets. So Kermit was very Disney, Emmet Otter was not. And so this restored the original 1977 edit, only it removed everything having to do with Kermit. So there was no Kermit in Emmet Otters at all in that version.
But there was originally Kermit in Emmet Otter in the one that aired.
Yes, there was
on TV.
originally Kermit first version, but there was no narration in the middle. There was just like the bookends. And then finally in 2015, ABC Family aired the Kermit cut for the first time since 2004. It had not been aired in like 11 years. And although they aired it in a cropped 16:9 widescreen version, which is not how it should be aired, apparently they also cut out a lot of things from that TV airing. So if you were watching this on ABC Family, and maybe if you still watch on ABC Family, this is the version you're getting. The joking around with Emmet where he's joking about knitting more socks to barter more pumpkins to make more pies to buy more wool, that's gone.
That's so cute, though.
I know.
Ain't
Why
no
would you
hole in
take
the
that
wash
out?
tub, they cut that out.
Oh my God.
When the river meets the sea, they cut that out.
What the hell?
Like the heart and soul of the movie?
It's like half the songs.
Right? Like, you're watching a very different movie if you are watching the ABC Family cut of this film.
Wow.
So
That's so
thankfully, the 2018 Blu-ray release, which is how Sam and I watched it, is the most complete version that you can like buy now. There is like the version on YouTube, which I think is pretty much the same cut, but that one does not have the narration in the middle, but it does have Kermit at the beginning and end. And some of the changes that were made throughout the years you can watch in the deleted or alternate scenes on the Blu-ray and aren't in the movie itself. So again, it's sort of hard to find like the definitive version because it's been different every single time they release it.
Yeah, I'm thinking back, and now I feel like I discovered it on YouTube originally. Like I was just watching Muppet stuff, and somebody had just like digitized their VHS copy and put it on YouTube, and that's how I originally watched it. So whatever version that was probably the one that I saw first, because I didn't have like Disney Channel or anything or Nickelodeon growing up, so that must have been it. I must have originally found it on YouTube. So sometime in the mid-aughts is probably when I originally saw it for the first time.
That's probably still the same version that's up on YouTube too, because I feel like it's just been up there forever and they don't care to delete it for some reason.
Yeah, it's interesting because now I watch I watch it on like Amazon Prime, whatever the version is that's streaming on Amazon Prime. Probably the Blu-ray version.
Yeah.
And it seems pretty similar, but the one that's on YouTube might have the narration over it. I'm not sure because I was looking at the comparison on the Muppet Wiki and being like, I feel like I have heard those narrations, but yeah, the editing out of those two songs is just like who approved this?
Yeah, like I understand you need to like trim it down for time and like get it shorter or like that, but like that's the stuff you cut out. Like cut out some of the talent show. Like this, maybe you don't need the squirrels in this one, but you can keep Ain't No Hole in the Wash Tub.
That's Oren's favorite part, though.
The squirrels are
The
fun. I
squirrels.
love the squirrels. Yeah.
The squirrels and the rabbits. He gets up on the couch and he does the dance with the rabbits when they're doing their kicks.
Yeah, the little bouncy kicks.
and the kicks. Yeah, it's a new experience. I was very excited to show Oren this movie after he was born, and it's now like one of the only movies that he will sit through and watch. I mean, it is like an hour long, so that's helpful. But yeah, he doesn't really love movies, but he will watch Emmet Otter anytime.
Have you got him into other Muppet stuff yet?
We showed him the Big Bird movie, Follow That Bird, I think. Mm-hmm. And he was like, it's too sad. They put Big Bird in a cage.
Oh my God.
It's like, I don't want to watch it again.
They put Big Bird in a cage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
He
what
gets
does he
captured
do?
and he gets taken to the circus.
Oh no, that's horrible.
And they like paint him blue. It's terrible. But it's, it's a Muppet movie, and I've showed him like half of the Muppet movie, the original Muppet movie, and he's like, eh.
Yeah.
So like we'll watch the scene of Kermit singing in the beginning. And what else is he? I think we've watched some of the Christmas specials with him, which he enjoys, like the Sesame Street Christmas special, the John Denver one, Muppets Christmas, like the one where they go home for
the
Christmas.
Muppet Family Christmas.
Muppet Family Christmas.
One.
That one's great.
That.
He likes that one.
Those are a little more high energy than the Muppet movie. The Muppet movie's a little slow. It's fun, but it's slow. It's like
it's
not.
It doesn't keep a kid's attention necessarily. Yeah. But this one he will watch. And when I was pregnant, I seriously considered Emmet as a name. Actually, because of this movie.
I need to point out though that this is the first time Sam ever watched this.
Uh-huh.
Well, what did you think?
That I am very curious because traditionally on this show, Sam's least favorite characters are very sweet Jerry Nelson puppeteered characters like Robin the Frog.
I was worried
and
about
Dog.
this.
Yeah, you like the
And
Goofers.
Emmett Otter is nothing but an entire performance of a very sweet Jerry Nelson.
That's what I wrote. I wrote, oh God, is this going to be a whole movie of Robins? But this is actually I think this was not my favorite Muppet thing ever, but I think this is the best thing that they've ever done up until this point, at least. And maybe ever. Like in terms of the puppetry and the sets and the storyline and like the jokes and all that stuff, a lot of the other specials, they'll have like bad jokes or there'll be like a human in it who is a bad actor and you do not want to watch them. But this is just like every single thing about it hits. I loved it. I like old Rolf stuff better than I like this, but this is maybe like my second place favorite Muppet thing at this point.
It's just really complete. Like everything in it works.
Yeah, it's really like it's one of those things where it's a very weird choice for Jim Henson to make at this time because he's on top of the world with like the Muppet Show. It's the most popular show in the world, and he goes, "What if we made a movie starring pretty much none of our Muppet characters, of all of these puppets that look like real animals, not abstract, cartoonish ones, and it's very heartfelt and doesn't have a lot of jokes really throughout it." And it's like, okay, Jim. And that kind of only happened because Jim Henson put $525,000 of his own money up to make this movie.
Jeez.
Wow.
And so it's one of those
that's
things where I
70s
don't
money,
think this would
too.
happen.
That's 70s money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows because everything is so like pristine and like all the details are considered. The costuming, like the sets, the way they do the skies in the background, like the sun is setting as they're like rowing down the river. It's so good.
That's so good.
Yeah, it's like every skill that they had acquired up until this point.
Yeah.
Like they honed it and then put it all into one big project. And I think a lot of people think the Muppet movie is the first time that they sort of brought all those skills together. But Emmett Otter really is the first time that all of those things where it's like they have a giant set. They have a 50-foot river that they built for this movie.
Yeah. And
they have these huge houses and everything's like 6 feet in the air so they can puppeteer underneath all of it. And yeah, like you said, they have the setting sun. And it's just amazing. And it all apparently is because Jim Henson loved the book so much and went to Jerry Jewell and was like, I want you to write a script based on this. And I want us to make like the most accurate version of this as we possibly can.
Oh.
Is it really super similar to the book? Is the Nightmare
much.
Band in the book?
I think they do come into the. Oh boy, I should go get the book and look at it. I haven't read the book recently. I'm gonna get the book.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see. So this book was published in 1971. So see, this is the
Same little outfit and everything.
same little outfit and everything. And like,
Yeah, it was like they didn't even need concept art. It was just like hand this book over
it's
to the
there.
puppet makers and was like, make this.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's amazing.
it's such a sweet little book. But yeah, they a little bit is some of it's a little different, but then came the Riverbend Nightmare. All of them wearing silvery spangled costumes.
Ooh, I like the silvery spangly costumes.
The River Bottom Gang doesn't feature before that.
Right.
In the book.
Right.
Like they just show up in the talent contest.
Uh-huh.
They're not like destroying the music shop beforehand or,
Right.
But
they have very little impact on the story really before that anyway. They don't really interact with Emmet too much.
I think they're pretty much there because the puppeteers wanted like one sweet character and one nasty character to play, because all of them are like played by somebody who's also playing a sweet character. So like Dave Goelz gets to be Wendell, but he also gets to be like the catfish.
Mm-hmm.
And then Frank Oz is performing Ma Otter, but he's not voicing Ma Otter, but he also gets to be Chuck in the Nightmare Band. And then Jerry Nelson gets to be Emmet, but he's also Weasel. And so, I think they all get to be one sweet and one nasty. Yeah,
I think that actually, like, that does elevate the story a little bit more, too, to, like, have those, like, characters that have a little bit different motivation than some of the others.
I don't think they did anything wrong. They were perfect. They just went to the show and they did their best and they won.
Well, I mean, they did show up from, like, 5 towns over. To the like to the local talent contest,
but they obviously rehearsed. They didn't just.
They were clearly like talented.
This special, I think, again, we mentioned just how it like comes together and brings all these things together. But it even did that with the performers, because I mentioned briefly of like Frank Oz performed the puppeteering of Ma Otter, which is delightful in the outtakes, which we will definitely talk about. Mm-hmm. But the voice of Ma Otter was provided by Marilyn Sokol, who did all the singing and the lines. And so what they did for that is that on set, Frank Oz would perform the lines, and then later on she would dub them over. But for the songs, they had pre-recorded the songs before they started shooting the movie. So for those, Frank Oz was just lip-syncing the puppet to those on set. And Marilyn Sokol actually had already worked with the Muppets. She came in for a puppet workshop back when they were doing the Great Santa Claus Switch. And so because they were looking to hire a bunch of puppeteers for that, she got hired to work on that. And she did voice and puppeteering on that. But everyone sort of decided, who's not great at puppeteering? Marilyn.
Oh.
So when they wanted her to be in Emmet Otter, they were like, hey, you can do the voice for this, but Frank's going to handle the puppetry because you're not so good at that part.
Well, that's probably okay.
Yeah, and I think it works. I don't think you watch this and feel like there's any sort of disconnect until you watch the outtakes and you're like, Ma's voice is a little different.
Yeah.
Why does she sound like Miss Piggy all of a sudden? Everything about it comes together for me. All the little like characterizations, his little jug band friends, Harvey Beaver. What's the porcupine's name? I can't remember right now, but
Wendell.
The porcupine's name is Harvey Beaver. Yeah, it's a weird choice, but that is his name.
Harvey Beaver, Wendell Porcupine, something Muskrat. They're
Charlie,
just so good. I think you're right.
But yeah, Wendell is one that I think is obviously a highlight for his personality, but also to me because he's performed by Dave Goelz, who pretty much up to this point is just doing like Bunsen Honeydew and Gonzo. And Wendell is so far from like a Gonzo or a Bunsen Honeydew that I had to like look up who was performing that. Because at this point, Muppet voices to me, I can hear it and I know exactly who's puppeteering that puppet. Wendell was one where I'm like, is that somebody new or different? Because I don't recognize that voice.
Well, he's basically just Beauregard, right?
Yeah, eventually we'll get that version of Dave Goelz on the Muppet Show when he's Beauregard. But I think for now, this is the first time we're sort of seeing a really different character from him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's great, and it's like fully fleshed out. He's a whole person, fishing for boots, getting Emmet to help him fix that fence for 50 cents. I'm like, how does the economics work here?
Well, maybe they were in like the Great Depression or something. So I'm not really sure what year they're supposed to be living in. Probably
don't
maybe
either.
1970. I don't know. They have
Yeah,
electric
I mean, I
guitars.
can't tell like what the yeah, they definitely have electric guitars, but like where are they supposed to be set? I mean, a $40 guitar, that's possible.
Yeah, but then also being stoked about 50 cents. It's like, what is the economics of the...
Well, that's why they're poor. They don't understand money. So they don't know what they're doing.
Jesus.
One really like wild thing about this is that it was only 12 days of filming, and they edited it in 8 days.
Oh my gosh.
So they started shooting this in like mid-March, on March 13th, 1977, and it was like done by the end of March.
I mean, the production must have taken place a lot before that, you know, with putting all the
Oh yeah, a lot of
sets
set
and
building and
puppets
puppet building and all that
stuff.
stuff. Yeah. But the actual like on-set production didn't
Wow.
like only took 12 days, and then they were done editing it after 8 days. And I'm
And
just
then-
like, man, there are YouTube videos I've worked on for longer than that.
And then 200 takes of a drum rolling out of a door.
Yeah, let's talk about these outtakes, because I think that's like, even people who haven't seen Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas, I think have seen these outtakes.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they're often shared as like hilarious Muppet outtakes. And there's a few mixed in there of like other things that are happening. Like there's other outtakes out there of Emmet Otters that aren't the drum roll. But the famous one is the drum roll, because there's a scene in which the music store is being trashed, and a drum rolls out the door and does a little circle and falls down on the edge of the curb. In the film, it looks effortless. But when you watch the outtakes, you can see that they did about 40 takes of this thing. And this was the most takes, apparently, of anything the Muppets had done up to that point.
Is it only 40? Because at the end they do say 233 or whatever. Is that just like, that doesn't really mean 200?
I don't know. The production code is always a little weird to understand. But yeah, we don't know exactly how many there are. But like based on what we've seen, and I'm assuming some were cut out, there's at least, I'd say, 20, 25 in what we watched.
There were some of those takes I was like, I would have just gone with that one. Some
That
of
one
them
looked
were
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, what was wrong with that one?
Well, in the behind-the-scenes documentary, it was interesting because Jerry Nelson said that like when they first did it in rehearsal, when they didn't have the puppets ready or anything, like they were trying to see if they could do this. It worked perfectly. Like the first time they rolled the drum out, it did a little circle, and it fell perfectly on the curb. And so Jim Henson like had it in his head what it should look like, because he's
Oh,
like,
no.
look, it's possible.
Jim.
And so then when they go to shoot it, the ever perfectionist Jim Henson, the director here, is like, well, I know it can be done, so we're gonna do it until it happens again.
Oh no.
Come on, Jimmy.
But you're working with like chaos theory here, Jim, where it's just like you're throwing a drum out of door, hoping it hits a little milk jug, and then twists and falls perfectly. Of course, that's not going to happen 8 takes in.
Yeah, and
my
characters
gosh.
have lines in the same take, and they have
Yeah.
like very specific stage direction they have to do.
Yep.
Horrible.
Turn your heads at exactly the right moment.
And getting like you can just sense Jerry Nelson and Frank Oz's frustration throughout, because multiple times they're just like their arms are just laying down on the ground. There's like at the end, Jerry Nelson as Emmet says like, "Should we do it again?" And Frank Oz just said, "Shut up, Emmet."
Shut up,
Yeah.
Emmet. Spare some change. Spare change for my ma.
Or when she's like, "Emmet, go get it," and he's like, "I can't. I'm
my
stapled to the
feet are
floor."
stapled to the
Feet are
floor.
stapled.
That was horrifying.
Yeah, right.
They're understanding the nature of their reality.
Yeah, anytime Muppets like address that they are puppets, and then the existential like dread of that of like I cannot move from my spot.
What do you mean there's a man's hand inside of me? Did you find the behind the scenes documentary somewhere, or did you just read about
So
it?
there's two different behind the scenes documentaries on the Blu-ray. One is a
Oh.
more modern one where they like are doing a look back on it. And a really interesting note about that one, Amy Poehler is in it.
Yeah, I
and
read
she's-
about that just as a fan.
It's pretty much yes, she is serving like the purpose of person who loves Emmet Otter so much that they had to have her on to talk about it.
Hey,
Yeah, you're the Amy Poehler
It's
of our
me.
podcast. But yeah, like even at the very beginning of it, she's like, I need to reiterate, I had nothing to do with Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
I just
But
love it.
the other one The other one that's on there, I think, was probably like a 90s or early 2000s documentary that's on there.
Yeah.
And that one has more of the actual sort of behind-the-scenes information, talking to Paul Williams and Jerry Nelson and stuff about how this was actually made. And interesting in that they talk about there was a lost song that like Paul Williams had written part of a song and they recorded part of a song that just didn't end up going into the final thing. And that's on the Blu-ray as well. You can hear part of that. It's called Born in a Trunk.
The song's too good. It was supposed to be at the talent show. But the song is really good, so I think they probably cut it because they were like, "This lady would have won if she had sung the song at the talent show."
They had Marilyn Sokol sing it, but she's not doing the Ma Otter voice. She's doing like I think like a Liza Minnelli, Judy Garland
it's like
impression
a burlesque
sort of thing.
A burlesque act. Yeah.
Oh, that's oh gosh. Okay. Well, I've never wanted a Blu-ray before, but
You can just borrow mine.
I don't. How do you play that? I don't have a Blu-ray player.
You gotta get a PlayStation 4. That's what I play mine on. You got a PlayStation 4?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm living in the
Well,
past.
you can borrow my
I
PlayStation.
have like a Wii U and an Xbox 360.
yeah, I don't think.
I think a 360 might play Blu-rays.
Could
Maybe.
yeah, that could.
I
be
don't
true.
even know if it functions anymore.
I
It's
don't
just
know.
like-
I don't think that's true now that I think about it. Yeah. Well,
Katherine, is there anything you don't like about this special?
It's too short. No. Yeah, no, I don't think there is anything that I don't like about it. I just wanted to spend more time in that world. You know, it's a short book, so they were working off of a very small amount of source material, but yeah.
I kind of agree with you in that I think that make more Emmet Otter specials. They should have just made up more they should have just made up other excuses to go back to this world.
Right?
And,
You made this whole place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this, yeah, like we've said, these characters are like, they're almost more fleshed out than the Muppet Show characters. Like they are, I think, more fleshed out than the Muppet Show characters. It almost made me dislike the Muppet Show a little bit more. I think the Muppet Show's fine, but there's a lot of kind of lazy decisions in the Muppet Show, I feel like, or not a lot of attention to detail is paid sometimes, and it's kind of what do you guys are just phoning it in over there this week. But this is
especially
just
when it comes to character moments and backstories of characters will just mention their mom or their aunt or their dad or that, and it doesn't really have any weight on the story. Whereas in this, the story is that they're celebrating a holiday without dad because he died.
Yeah.
And it's oh shit, this is heavy.
He died and he left us destitute.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was a snake oil
He was
salesman.
a no good fella, but we loved him. But still, we are very poor because of his horrible decisions.
Yep, we have to.
He has ruined our lives.
Oh God, he's like their inspiration for the whole downfall of their choices. They're like, Pa would do it. Pa would put a hole in the
right?
wash tub.
That's not a good reason to do anything.
I was like, what? You saw what happened when Pa made decisions.
It's so funny that it's a gift of the Magi story, except it's they both are making selfish decisions and destroying the livelihood of the other person in their life. I thought that was such an interesting take on it, and it's such a huge gamble, but not even with their own happiness, just with the happiness of the other person who they live with and care most about in the world. It's if this didn't work out, then from Ma's perspective, it would just be well, he doesn't have his tool chest anymore, so fuck him, I guess.
Yeah, I got a dress.
Yeah, we can't afford a new wash tub. We can't afford to work on any projects because we don't have any tools. All we have is one dress. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, I guess that's probably the weakest part of it, is just that moment of them making that decision.
But I think it's
it had to happen.
Realistic too, though.
Yeah.
I think it's
yeah,
you have to take in the real world. I think if you want to enter a creative field and you have a partner or someone in your life, you are kind of gambling on them and their livelihood.
and they were clearly in a desperate situation, and they were like, well, I gotta shoot my shot,
Yeah.
I do. If they're trying to win this contest to win $50, and they can't afford much else at this point, I do have some judgment going their way of spending $40 of those dollars on a guitar.
Yeah.
if you don't have any like pennies to your name and you get $50 and you're like, I'm gonna spend the majority of this on one guitar.
Uh-huh.
Well, but it cost 50 cents to fix a fence, so like maybe things don't actually cost that much. I don't know.
She could have got a new toolbox together for $10 probably. And he could have bought a new wash tub for, a piano. He would have spent all the money on the piano. So actually his plan was much worse than her plan.
I think the piano was only $12.
His plan was definitely worse. He was going to split it 4 ways.
Right.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, he didn't have enough. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a worse plan. Yeah, just let Ma do it.
Or they should have just done it together. Like, going behind each other's backs. Like, enter the...
Yeah.
You guys have, like, a thing. You sing together.
You're already a musical act. Why are you splitting up?
But in the end, it was all for naught anyways because they lost to the best band in the world.
They lost to the best Nightmare band.
The Nightmare. There's also a part when they're trashing the music store where when they leave, one of them is like polite and like apologizes for it. I don't really understand what they're going for with the Nightmare band. They're like the nicest bad guys.
Yeah, I think they are guys who want to appear like badasses.
Yeah.
But they're not really that badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, badasses don't enter a talent contest, really.
That's true. They got artist souls.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, anything else before we let you go, Catherine?
No, I just really hope that, like, if anybody who is listening to this podcast has not watched this show, that they do that and then tell everyone they know about it. It's so good. It's so, I mean, like, and when I hear about people who watch it and, like, don't like it, I'm like, well, you're wrong. We can't be friends.
Well, I think if you go in only having seen like the Muppet Show and the Muppet movie and you're like, cool, another Jim Henson movie, you're going to be like, there's going to be some whiplash at the beginning of like, I don't know what I'm watching right now.
Well, and you know, and it's in this like vein of them having done those other like storytelling movies prior with the Muppets, but this just takes it to another realm. If you had seen any of those, you know, Frog Prince or something like that.
Maybe Cinderella and all those.
This would be less out of left field, but I don't think most people have seen those.
This one's much different in that it doesn't suck ass. So there's that.
I'm just curious, are you going to watch The Christmas Toy? Is that on the list?
Oh yeah, that's we're actually debating whether or not we want to like bump that up and do it as a Christmas special this year, but
looks deeply unsettling.
We're going to watch
I definitely did watch that one as a kid and I was like, I kind of like this and also kind of not.
That's a later Henson thing.
Yeah,
right?
that one was
in the 90s. It's after
90s. Oh, yeah.
That's when he's on his weird shit. Catherine, have you seen The Great Santa Claus Switch?
I have not.
That one's very good.
Is it?
That's
okay.
Good,
it's very weird.
It's very funny.
Have you seen Mr. Willoughby's Christmas Tree?
No. What?
That one stars Robert Downey Jr.
Yes.
As this like spoiled rich kid.
Does it even have Muppets in it? Or does it just have Kermit in it?
There's Muppets in it.
It does? Okay.
And he sings. And it's got Leslie Nielsen and Stockard Channing.
I bet it's a real piece of
well,
crap.
I've got some work to do. I'll check them out. Well, I just really want to appreciate Paul Williams one more time because the musical element of this really does elevate it to another level. And I think it wouldn't have been the same without those songs.
I love that they kick it off with the song about their giant grandma and her bathing suit. I think that's so cool.
It's so
good. That's my favorite song, too.
Yeah, that one is so good. Oh.
Well, my favorite part is that Paul Williams was given, like, the book to work off with. Because in the book, they mention the song titles, but there's nothing else about the lyrics or anything like that. Like, they're just the song titles, and it was like, okay, Paul, go. And so he had to take these song titles and make songs out of them.
Yeah, and he nailed it.
Yeah, every single one works so incredibly well.
It's perfect. You know, yeah, even right down to barbecue.
Both versions of barbecue, the jug band version, then also the what is it, the woodchuck or
Yancey Woodchuck
is doing the other version. Yeah.
That song feels like a song that's been around for like 200 years. The barbecue song.
Yeah, it really does like capture the Americana spirit there.
It's songs that feel like they've existed forever.
Yeah.
Like When the River Meets the Sea feels like an old gospel song that you're like, oh, my grandma must know this song. And you're
Yeah.
like, no, it didn't exist before 1977.
Yeah, and the fact that he like wrote all of them, you know, like this is not the like Elton John came in and wrote, you know, one song for The Lion King, or Phil Collins came in and wrote one song for Tarzan.
Right.
You know, like he's like writing this thing. So good. Anyway, yep, it was just a perfect moment, perfect team. They did
Have you
so
seen
good.
the Popeye movie?
Yes, I have.
This reminded me of the Popeye movie, kind of also.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's been a long time since I've
Interesting.
seen it, but yeah, it's sort of like a little enclosed world.
I think especially the giant grandma song reminded me of like a Harry Nilsson song that they would sing in Popeye.
Yeah.
But yeah, like kind of offbeat music that is like very old timey, but very like evocative and modern. And yeah, a little enclosed world of extremely poor little creatures, little freaks.
Just little freaks, just making it work,
Yeah.
eating hamburgers. Have you seen that movie, Matt?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a sort of not like really a guilty pleasure, but is one that I'm just like, I have to be in the mood to watch Popeye.
Sure.
favorites.
Yeah, you have to let yourself like get immersed into that place.
Yeah, that's not just like toss on anytime and enjoy.
Yeah. No, you're not doing something else while you're watching Popeye.
No, because I think it's a similar reaction where you sit down and you're like, wait, what is this?
How did this get made? What? Robin Williams, what are you doing?
A lot of cocaine, I think, is probably the answer to that. To
Just
both,
whatever.
The answer to both of those questions. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for inviting me. Love a chance
Yeah.
to talk about Emmet Otter and how good it is. And I'm glad that you both enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on and talking about it with us.
Thanks. I'll see you next time, I guess.
You can come talk to us about the Christmas toy.
No, I don't want to talk about the Christmas toy. I do not like the Christmas toy.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Thanks again to Katherine Green for being our guest this week on Kermitment. Now it's time for us to get into our Muppet of the Week.
Surely it's Emmet Otter. Is it Emmet Otter? Is it Chuck the Bear, Matt? It's got to be one of the beloved characters from the movie we just watched.
It's not, Sam, because most of these characters we will never, ever see again. Some of them will pop up at the end of the Muppet movie during the Rainbow Connection number, where every other Muppet that exists also is. And some of the puppets will be reused as just generic animals on the Muppet Show, but the majority of them we will never, ever see again. So
Is that like a copyright thing? Like they just couldn't use Emmet Otter again? Is that?
I don't think so. I think it's just such a self-contained thing that like it would be
Yeah.
odd if Emmet Otter just popped up on the Muppet Show of like, hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm here. It's like,
Like,
who are
it's
you?
It's pretty weird that Robin is on the Muppet Show. Like if you think about it too hard, or like Sweetums. But yeah, I suppose you're right. And they're a different style of puppet completely, basically.
Yeah, like I understand actually why in some versions of this they cut Kermit out of it, because it's actually weirder that Kermit is in it. He's obviously there to like sell it to people of like, hey, you recognize that guy.
Especially since there's another frog/toad in it who looks so different.
Doc Bullfrog does not look like he's at all related to Kermit.
But anyway,
no, we're not here to talk
surely
about any of them.
Is it Ma Otter?
It's not Ma Otter, it's not Doc Bullfrog, it's not even Harrison Fox, the local mayor.
Seems like a pun on Harrison Ford also, but it must not be, right?
I mean, I guess it could be. This was like being made, I guess, around the same time as like American Graffiti and Star Wars. So
I suppose, but the book was probably written. Maybe.
yeah, he
Harrison
probably
Fox
exists in the
as
book.
well.
Well,
Yeah. Maybe Harrison Ford named himself after Harrison Fox.
He's like, I can't just be Harrison Fox. I need a more realistic name. Ford. There we go.
Yeah, he looked out his window and saw a car drive by. Yeah.
I like that Harrison Ford's naming backstory is as ridiculous as Han Solo's.
It's the same thing. Yeah, you're right.
But no, we are not here to talk about any of them, especially Harrison Ford this week. We are here to talk about Crazy Harry.
Hubba what?
Yeah, so there's not much to say about Crazy Harry. I gave us an easy one this week. Mostly it's to talk about Crazy Harry's origins and performers, and that's really about all you can talk about with Crazy Harry, because he's a kind of a one-note guy who shows up to blow things up whenever somebody says the word bang or boom or pow or mentions the idea of an explosion or that was dynamite. He will swoop into the room and say, ha ha ha, and hit his little detonator.
I get the impression he was meant for greater things than that, because he appeared in the he was like a main character of the Valentine's special, right?
Yeah, he's one of our oldest Muppets, aside from like the Sam and Friends and Rolf era. He appeared first on the Muppets Valentine's show back in 1974. Back then, he was actually Crazy Donald in the Valentine's show. He was not yet Crazy Harry, although nothing really changes between him being Donald and Harry. He looks the same, he acts the same, they just decided to change his name. But as I mentioned, he was performed by John Lovelady at first, and then in the 1975 pilot, Sex and Violence, Richard Hunt took over performing, who was now named Crazy Harry at that point. But then it reverted back to John Lovelady for season 1 of The Muppet Show. So from 1976 to 1977, John Lovelady was performing Crazy Harry. And then in 1977, in season 2 of The Muppet Show, Jerry Nelson took over as the main performer for Crazy Harry and would perform Crazy Harry until 2003. And then at that point, we don't see a lot of Crazy Harry, partially because of Jerry Nelson's health. And there was also a quote from Jim Lewis, who's a writer for The Muppets, who said that there was some hesitation about using Crazy Harry in a post 9/11 world, that like explosions were a little less funny in the mid-aughts.
I mean, I think probably there are other parts of the world where explosions weren't funny already.
Oh, yeah.
But...
No, yeah, absolutely. But I think that was also, to me, that sounds like something that was like said in one writer's room one time, and they were like, maybe we should avoid it. And so there's a couple other times performers had stepped in. Richard Hunt actually stepped in for one appearance on CBS Sunday Morning in 1981. And Ricky Boyd, who is just kind of like a guy who does a lot of behind-the-scenes things for the Henson Company and the Muppets, has performed many characters, but like hasn't had like a main character that he has performed. But he performed Crazy Harry in the 2005 Muppets Wizard of Oz. And then Matt Vogel took over as Crazy Harry in 2008. And has been doing Crazy Harry ever since. I'd like to see, like, now that so many Muppet people are doing their performances from home, I'd like to see the crate of puppets that was, like, shipped to Matt Vogel's house of, like, here's every character you play.
Yeah, that's so interesting that they probably have to, like, take care of them and clean them and all that stuff, too. And they must take up so much space in their house.
Yeah, you have to imagine, like, Matt Vogel has like the Kermit puppet right now that is being used for so many things just in his house.
What if he spills juice on it?
You can't have a juicy Kermit.
No.
Yeah, like literally the only other things I have written down about Crazy Harry is that he has a full set of human teeth.
Oh, I never really thought about that.
And, most Muppets don't have human teeth, but he sure does. And it definitely
Dr.
adds
Teeth
to
does
his...
too, right?
Well, Dr. Teeth just has, like, the top row with the gold tooth included. But, like, Crazy Harry has, like, a bunch of individual, like, human-looking teeth.
Does he have gums as well? Let me take a look at him.
He feels like he would.
He's got some gums in there. Ew. I never really looked at him too carefully.
Yeah, he's got a full-on, like, human mouth. He's got the big bags under his eyes, the disheveled hair. Like, Crazy Harry has seen some shit. But yeah, that's literally all I can really find about.
He's got no family. He's got no friends.
He
nothing
blew them all
like
up.
That. Oh, no.
There was, in the Muppets character encyclopedia, there was a note that his mom gave him his first detonator for his 6th birthday.
This comes from a long line of demolition experts.
Apparently, yeah. But I know we've, not talked super favorably about Crazy Harry so far on this show. We don't typically like his sketches. When he shows up, we're usually wondering why he's taking up time on our show that we're watching. Yeah, overall feelings on Crazy Harry, Sam?
Last week, a couple weeks ago, we watched the episode where the Gonzo catches the cannonball. I think so far that has been my favorite use of Crazy Harry, because I do like that he could be used as one of those characters who's just like doing a job on the show, like Hilda or Zelda, whichever one it is, the costume lady. Like, I like the idea of Crazy Harry. And there are times when he will, especially I think in the Valentine show, he has a couple lines, and he sounds like the little bad kids in Nightmare Before Christmas. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
he's got like that little creepy voice. Lock, Shock, and Barrel.
Those are the ones.
Yeah, he sounds like them sometimes. And when he has got a little bit more of like the creepy personality that he had then, I liked him better. Now he just like cackles and blows stuff up. I don't know. I have kind of torn feelings about him. I think he's a cool looking puppet. There's just nothing much to do with him really. So I think all in all, my rating of Crazy Harry would be 2. You don't need him.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I do like the way they use him from time to time, especially in that Gonzo sketch we watched. And I think when they use him in those ways where he feels like he's a part of the crew, I enjoy him more than when he just randomly shows up in things. And it's like, oh, okay. It sort of feels like an easy out for a joke of like, I don't know, how do we end this sketch? I don't know, have Crazy Harry show up and blow it up. Done.
And that already is like a easy, like them blowing something up at the end already is their easy out. And it seems even easier if they have a guy who can just pop up and blow something up. They found it even more of a shortcut to ending their sketches. Yeah. But I think he is maybe like other Muppets that I have a soft spot for just because of their role in Muppet 3D at Disney World. And he blows up the whole theater. I kind of like that. I like when Kermit yells at him in the Muppet movie for some reason. That line when he's like, "That's enough of that, Harry," sticks with me. Like, they all hate this guy.
Yeah, I feel like New Zealand and Crazy Harry are... somebody could tell me that they were like brothers, and I would believe you, because I feel like they have a very similar energy, and they're similarly disliked by their fellow Muppets.
Yeah. Maybe they like each other. I hope that they're at least friends with each other.
I feel like they're the only two that like are hanging out at a party, and they're like, "Where's everybody else? Why didn't anybody else come to our party?"
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine Crazy Harry and New Zealand being roommates who throw parties that nobody else comes to.
That's really sad. I don't want to think about that.
But it feels right?
It does feel right. Yeah. Crazy Harry these days probably plays a lot of violent video games, I would guess. He probably plays tons of... He's got like a gaming PC.
I could see him.
Like Call of Duty.
Yeah, I could see him streaming. Yeah, if I was gonna... I feel like he's gonna get one of my lower ratings as well, because I don't necessarily like him, and the times I have seen him used well don't necessarily make up for all the times I've been like, God damn it, this guy's here.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get a 27.
That's your lowest yet, maybe.
It might be.
Lowest
I don't remember anything that I say on this podcast, so I'm gonna just state that is the lowest rating I've ever given.
Okay, worst Muppet, Crazy Harry. Until we get to New Zealand and
Marvin Suggs.
Who's that other guy? I always want to call him Mo Rocca.
That's a real
that's
human.
a different guy. That's a real man.
I have no problems with Mo Rocca. Marvin Suggs, I despise. As we mentioned earlier, it is Halloween when we are recording this, and so I know I've been watching some spooky stuff this past week. Have you had the chance to watch any non-Muppet / spooky things this week, Sam?
I finished The Haunting of Hill House, which I think I talked about a couple episodes ago. The last episode sucks so bad. Like, it makes the whole thing not really worth it to me. But it's a fun little Halloween thing. The last episode just is no good. I think today I'm going to go upstairs and start watching spooky stuff the rest of the day, probably. We did go see Dune.
Ooh.
Which I don't know what I thought about Dune. I think the main problem... I liked it, but I think it's so obviously not a complete story that you might as well almost wait until Dune 2 comes out and just watch them both at once.
Yeah.
Because it ends at maybe like the most boring part of the entire story, I would say. It's just a lot of walking around, and then it's just over. So Dune's good, but maybe wait 2 years and see Dune 2 when it comes out and get the whole story, perhaps. Or maybe there's 3 coming out. I think it's actually going to be in 3 parts. So
wait 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2030 you can watch all of Dune. How about you?
We were just watching some spooky stuff. We watched it's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, classic.
Terrifying.
But we also watched the 1931 Frankenstein.
Oh, how's that? I haven't seen that in a long time.
It's good. It holds up.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the best of the old Universal movies, but it's it's good, and I think it's only like 70 minutes or something like that, so it kind of flies by. And yeah, if you can deal with the very outdated, acting and special effects, I think you're in for a good time.
Have you seen The Bride of Frankenstein?
Once a long time ago, but I've heard it's the best one.
That one's wild. There's some creepy stuff in that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do the same thing and watch some more spooky stuff this afternoon. And while we got some trick-or-treaters coming up at the door, I'm sure we'll just be sitting inside with our... We'll leave our bowl of candy out on the porch for them to take from, and we will just sit there and watch spooky things.
Yeah, perfect Halloween. Halloween's great on a Sunday because you don't have to go to a party. And you went to the party on Saturday, and then you can just sit around and be spooky. But now it's Christmas time. It's mid-November already by the time people are listening to this. So
yeah,
I'm already making my gingerbread cookies and whatnot.
Well, it's the perfect time for people to start watching Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
That's true. Yeah, because it's not the most Christmassy Christmas special I've ever seen.
Right, it's centered around the idea of buying Christmas gifts for each other. But that's all the Christmas that is happening in it.
And like the resolution of the story, they don't even buy presents or anything. They get a job at a nightclub, which is not particularly Christmassy.
No. But yeah, we that's the non-Muppet things we watched this week. Again, we recommend checking out Emmet Otter's Jug Band Christmas if you have not seen it before. It's the third jug band we've been introduced to. We had the Gogolala Jubilee Jug Band. We have Lubbock Lou and his Jug Huggers, and we have the Frogtown Hollow Jubilee Jug Band.
Yes, they used the Jubilee Jug Band twice.
It's too good. It sounds great.
I wonder if they're called that in the book, and Jim read that in the book, and then he named his jug band in the Muppet Show after the Jubilee Jug Band in the book.
And maybe when he was like making Emmet Otter, he's like, I guess we got to get rid of our Jubilee Jug Band if we're going to make another Jubilee Jug Band. So get those Jug Huggers in here. But yeah, it's just it's a beautiful like movie from both like visually and storytelling wise. And there are obviously some weird puppeteering moments where they're using marionettes and the feet don't really touch the ground.
Yeah, but I missed marionettes. I liked when the Muppets would integrate that more into what they were doing.
My favorite is like watching the behind the scenes and they're like up in a cherry picker up above the set and it looks so precarious and unstable as they're like walking these things across. So I'm like, okay, it looks a little off, but they were able to get that in a very weird, precarious situation. So good on them. But yeah, between like the marionettes, the hand puppets, and then the radio-controlled, the ones that are rowing the boat that we mentioned earlier.
That's how they did the boat?
Yeah, so the boat is remote control. There's like a robot Emmet that is rowing. The heads of Ma and Emmet in those scenes are controlled from like 20 feet away by the puppeteers using the little thing that they'll use on Fraggle Rock and a lot of other projects going forward. That's basically a robotic puppet that they put on their hand that controls the puppet that's like 20 feet away from them.
What the hell? And they were doing that in 1977?
Yeah, it was apparently, they didn't talk much about this like on the documentary, but they mentioned that it was like NASA engineers invented this to be used in like space, like this sort of like using your hand to manipulate a tool elsewhere. Was essentially like invented for like space means, but the Henson Company and Faz Fazakis and Don Saline took that and were like, oh, we can make puppets with this. And so that's how they do the remote control stuff is like, that's why they like have a boat going down a river is like, there's no one underneath that river. That's just all robots, baby.
I think it was so refreshing to watch something not with the core cast of Muppets in it. Because like I said, we've been watching a lot of Muppet stuff. And it's just fun to go back to kind of like more experimental mode from Jim. And one where it kind of feels like he's letting other people into the process a little bit more or something. Like some of those specials, like Hey Cinderella, took like 7 years to make or like to figure out or something. But this one just feels like he just like collaborated with all his friends and they busted it out and it looked really good.
Yeah, it was like, hey, Jerry, you want to write this script? Hey, Paul, you want to write these songs? Let's make this cute little thing.
Yeah, like he's not in his own way anymore. He's just kind of like, he's really hit his groove 30 years into his career, which is, I think, interesting. It's like fun that to see his arc to the point where it's just like pure artistry now with none of the like hang-ups or second guessing that you could kind of feel in some of this other stuff.
Yeah, so I would say, again, it's available on YouTube if you want to go watch that version, and it's also available on Blu-ray if you want to see a slightly nicer quality version that also has the documentaries and bloopers and everything on there.
but also still clearly from a 70s like television quality.
Yeah, it was shot on video, so they can't really
Yeah.
do like a 4K super high-res transfer of this thing because the original film stock doesn't exist. But next week, we are getting back into our Muppet Show watchings, and we actually have a lot of stuff to watch and talk about next week because we are talking about everything the Muppets were up to between December 9th, 1977, and January 30th, 1978. We are getting into a brand new year. And so this will include the episodes of The Muppet Show Season 2 featuring guest Zero Mostel, Rudolph Nureyev, and Judy Collins. And we'll also be watching an episode of Storybook Squares, which is the children's version of Hollywood Squares.
Wow.
Yeah, and Big Bird's on that. And then we'll also have a clip from a behind-the-scenes little documentary thing they made for a show called Vision USA, which is just like a little behind-the-scenes of the Muppet Show thing. And also, there's a segment on the Bob Hope All-Star Christmas Comedy Special that we'll be checking out.
Ooh.
So if you want to see those, you can follow us on Twitter to see the playlist and the links to all those things. But before we go, we need to thank our friend Tuna for creating the music for this podcast and Cassie Wilson for singing our theme song. You can follow this podcast, like I said, on Twitter at KermitmentPod, and you can email us at mail@kermitment.com. That's just if you have any, Muppet memories or thoughts about our podcast that you want to share. Nice ones, please.
Only.
And you can follow me on the internet at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.
Why are there so many shows starring Muppets and dozens of movies too? They said they'd watch everyone and they mean it. It's something that they've got to do. So now they pledge you a lifelong commitment. The Muppets, Matthew and Sam.
Welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where two friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
Merry Christmas!
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Uh,
Nailed it. This week we're celebrating Christmas because this is the last podcast that goes up before Christmas. And we celebrated Christmas this week by stepping outside of our chronological order just ever so slightly to watch Christmas Eve on Sesame Street and a special Sesame Street Christmas, which aired on December 3rd, 1978 and December 8th, 1978, respectively. And you can watch those online. They're both available. Christmas Eve on Sesame Street is actually on HBO Max if you want to watch it. But they cut out one small, pretty much insignificant part of the special. You can watch it on HBO Max and not really miss anything we have talked about. But it's also on YouTube and is actually weirdly a slightly higher quality on the YouTube version than it is on the HBO Max version. So I don't understand how that happened. And then a special Sesame Street Christmas, you can only watch, as far as I could find, on archive.org.
they're trying to hide it from you. The man.
Yeah.
Doesn't want you to see Leslie Uggams and Oscar maybe being in love? I'm not really sure.
At least that love is at least going in one direction. I'm not sure if it's being reciprocated or not.
Yeah.
And if you're going to go watch that on archive.org, I recommend downloading it because archive.org's video player is hot garbage.
Oh my God, it sucks so bad. I was trying to watch it on my freaking TV because it's a Christmas special and I wanted to have fun with my wife. Kind of glad I didn't because she would have not liked it.
That one was not in it. We'll get to that, but it's not the most enjoyable Christmas special to watch with somebody else. But before we get into discussing our very obvious opinions about these Christmas specials, I just wanted to, it's Christmas. I feel like we got to talk about Christmas a little bit, Sam. What are you doing for Christmas this year?
We're going to go to Butte, which is in the town in Montana that I come from, which is like an hour and a half from Missoula, which is the town in Montana that we live in. We usually split. Rachel's from LA, so usually we'll go one place one year, one place the other year. Obviously, we didn't go last year, and this year Rachel was still feeling a little wiggy about it, so we get 3 Butte Christmases in a row, which, is fine. LA Christmas is fun but weird because it's not snowy there. But hey, guess what? Not snowy here this year, so
Nope, it's just rainy
not
and
so different
gloomy
than
out.
LA, I suppose. Yeah, it's quite weird. But yeah, for Christmas we always watch Muppet Christmas Carol for one thing. That's kind of like one of my touchstone Muppet things, definitely. We drink like Irish creams. We open lots of presents because none of my brother and I don't have children, so my parents still treat us like giant babies, and it's great. How about you?
I relate a lot to the treated like giant babies thing because I am the youngest and my sisters are 14 and 17 years older than me.
Yeah, you're a mega baby.
They all have children who also have children. So, like, my sisters are
They have children who have children?
Yes, my one sister at least is a grandmother.
Matt.
And so it's like,
Okay.
obviously that side of the family is like a whole separate wing of Christmas celebration things that don't overlap. But to my mother, I'm still the baby.
For context, we are 34-year-old men.
We are 34-year-old men.
Whoops.
I mean, we're hosting a Muppet podcast, Sam. I don't think people are surprised by anything we're saying right now. But yeah, this year, we usually try to split up some Christmas celebrations too, whether that's like going to see our parents individually or like splitting some time between them. This year, we are actually flying our parents all out to Missoula.
That's fun.
Yeah, so Devin's parents and my parents are all coming out to hang out at our house for Christmas this year. Should be I don't know, it feels like a Christmas movie waiting to happen. So sure there'll be some calamities to report back on. But yeah, we'll probably be watching, It's a Wonderful Life and that kind of stuff. We've already watched our Muppet Christmas Carol watch of the season, but we've still got Muppet Family Christmas coming up to watch, which is always a go-to watch for the year.
I watched half of the one with commercials, and then I was like, I can't watch this quite yet. I need to wait a little bit longer.
It feels like I really want to like sit down and be cozy to watch that whole thing with all the commercials intact.
I had to go to bed. Rachel was telling me to go to bed, so I had to stop it. But do you want to talk about Armrod Gate?
Yeah, breaking news. If you go and watch Muppet Christmas Carol on Disney Plus this year, which I imagine a lot of you are going to be doing, there's already some controversy about the version of Muppet Christmas Carol that's out there and available in the world, because there is a song that is in a deleted scene from Muppet Christmas Carol that a lot of people wish would be restored and sort of inserted back into the movie. And to be fair, it's a very good song, and there's some moments in the movie.
I thought they did a version where they did that. Did they not?
I don't remember if they ever have or if they just aired it on TV sometimes with that scene included. Yeah.
Okay.
But there are moments in the movie that make a lot more sense if that scene is in there, like Rizzo breaking down and crying doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the version you will watch on Disney Plus. But if you watch the deleted scene, you're like, oh, that's why he's crying. But the other thing that's going around right now is that Disney, in some and maybe all of the scenes where you really notice arm rods, the things that control these puppets, and Disney in the Muppet Christmas Carol, they've gone in and digitally removed them because I don't have a reason, and I don't know that they have a good one either.
It's just such a busy work kind of decision. Like, if I was like some effects company and Disney was like, hey, scrub out all these arm rods. First of all, me personally would be like, this feels disgusting. Second of all, I'd be like, why? They're like 1 pixel wide.
Yeah, it's it's one of those things that's definitely, Disney does not like the arm rods. They want to hide them at all costs. They CGI'd them out of the ABC series and Muppets Now and a lot of the other more recent things that they've had creative control over. But as far as I know, this is the first time I've heard of them going back and removing rods from something they did not produce.
Yeah. And it feels like it's like almost hacky to say like, oh, Jim would be rolling over in his grave.
Right.
But I genuinely believe he would be. Like, hiding the puppeteer quality of it that much is so against everything that he would want.
Yeah, he had no problem, clearly, with appearing on talk shows and all these things with like himself and Kermit there at the same time. Nobody's being fooled into thinking that Kermit is alive and walking around on his own. Like, we are able to suspend our disbelief and go, okay, this is Kermit. That's Jim Henson, who is performing Kermit, but I can still enjoy Kermit. Nobody was ever like, hey, get that bearded weirdo out of here.
There are parts of the Muppet Show where you can see people's heads poke up.
Yeah, there's some Sesame Street episodes even, which I've been watching recently because we're gearing up for our Sesame Street episode. And there's ones where just you see Frank Oz's bald head just poking into frame. And it does not ruin the magic, especially the arm rods don't ruin the magic for me. And I'm very curious to see if they go back and start doing this to other Muppet productions, like the Muppet movie or like other Muppet products that are on Disney Plus. I've noticed in a lot of things recently, Disney just is forcing sounds more strict than it probably is. There seems to be a guideline that characters should keep their arm rods hidden and behind a table, and like Kermit was recently on the Michael Bublé special, and you could tell that he was sort of limited in his range of motion. There's some pretty good dancing, to be fair. If you go and watch that, there's a very, very good Kermit dancing in the Michael Bublé Christmas special that just aired. But there's other things that were Muppets will make appearances, and they're just keeping their hands very like calm and relaxed because their arm rods have to be hidden behind something. And it's just a bummer.
One of Kermit's things is that his arms go all over the place.
Yeah, it's not my favorite thing. I don't know if there's enough, people out there who care this much to get Disney to reverse course on any of this. But maybe if we're voicing our opinions, we'll keep them from doing it to other Muppet productions.
It's just so weird to like treat them like garbage, but at the same time, like be so strict with them. It's just it's like needlessly cruel.
Yeah, it's like we're not going to do anything with them. We're not going to take them out of their boxes to actually produce like a show or anything. But we are going to be very strict about the very weird things we care a lot about for some reason.
You know what? We could do a better job. Matt, me and you, we could just be the CEOs of Disney.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a job that I want and wouldn't hate at all.
The first duo CEOs of Disney. I think we could do it.
The problem is, Sam, we're not just in charge of Muppets if we do that.
That's fine. You can take Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
I'll take Marvel. I'll take Mickey Mouse.
We'll team up on the parks.
Yeah, we'll team up on the parks. You can have Disney Channel original series because you know a lot about those.
Yeah. I think we got this, Sam. I think we're going to do a good job. We may lose a lot of money for the Disney company, but we'll be happy for at least like 6 months while we have the job.
Yeah, we'll make a nice golden parachute for ourselves as well.
I like that our pitches to Disney throughout the life of this podcast has been, please hire us to work with the Muppets. Please hire us to write a show that was 6 years old and is canceled. And then now it's make us CEO of your company.
You got to shoot your shot.
But this is like we took a free throw and missed. Then we go back to the 3-point line. And we still missed. And now we're trying a full court shot being like, well, let's see.
And we submitted ourselves for MVP, if that's how MVP works. I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
We got a lot of spunk.
No experience, all spunk. But let's go ahead and talk about these Christmas specials, Sam. So tell the people what we watched this week.
I'm going to do this in not chronological to real life order. I'm going to do it in what I perceive to be chronological to the events that happen on Sesame Street this particular Christmas order.
Okay.
That'll make more sense in a second.
I hope so.
It's Christmas time on Sesame Street in 1978, and there's a whole lot of shit going on. First of all, in a special Sesame Street Christmas, Leslie Uggams is hanging around, and she seems to have taken a special interest in Oscar, which we'll talk more about later. Observing his grouchiness, especially when it comes to the holidays, she resolves to fix him and concocts a scheme with the humans of Sesame Street to pull a Christmas carol on his ass. Leslie constructs a set of elaborate costumes and skits and dupes her friends Anne Murray, Imogene Coca, and Dickie Smothers into playing the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, respectively. It is ultimately unclear to me whether Oscar believes any of this stuff is actually happening to him when the ghosts come out and talk to him, but he does seem to get the point, though he could be feeling particularly sentimental due to the presence of a rescue kitten with a broken leg named Tiny Tim, who Oscar develops a fondness for, admitting as much in a private moment upon which Leslie is eavesdropping. Recognizing that as big a victory as she's probably going to get, Leslie leads the gang in a big closing medley of carols featuring a very boisterous Ethel Merman. Then, in Christmas Eve on Sesame Street, it's Christmas Eve. It seems to be the same year to me, and it seems as though Oscar's new-found Christmas spirit has already dried up as he challenges Big Bird to tell him how Santa gets into everyone's houses each year. Big Bird fails to do so, leading Oscar to wonder aloud if anyone is going to get presents this year. This sets Big Bird into a tizzy, so he, Kermit, and human child Patty set out to poll the street on Santa to see if they can figure it out. Meanwhile, Bert and Ernie have really put off getting gifts for each other. It is Christmas Eve, but they both know what they want to get one another. So Ernie wants to get Bert a cigar box to hold his paperclip collection. Bert wants to get Ernie a soap dish for his rubber ducky, but they both also seem to have absolutely no money because Ernie has to trade Mr. Hooper his ducky for the cigar box, and Bert has to trade his paperclips for the soap dish. To be continued. Meanwhile, Big Bird, Kermit, and Patty have struck out royally, as everybody on Sesame Street has a child's brain and no good answer to how Santa gets in their houses. So Big Bird sits cold, alone, and miserable in his nest, fearing a presentless Christmas morning until he has an idea. He'll camp out on the roof of 123 Sesame Street and catch Santa in the act. Unfortunately, he doesn't tell anybody his plan, so when Patty comes looking for him and he's gone, she alerts the grown-ups who form a search party. Inside 123 Sesame Street, Bert and Ernie exchange their gifts, discover that they both made the ultimate sacrifice for each other's happiness, and then are visited by the spirit of giving and generosity in the form of Mr. Hooper, who gives them both the items that they bartered back to them, so they're happy. So since this is the 70s, it was still cold on Christmas, so Big Bird's big ass is up on the roof looking like Jack Torrance in the hedge maze at the end of The Shining. He is basically freezing to death on death's door, still has no Santa sighting. On the streets below, everyone's freaking out that Big Bird is probably somewhere freezing to death, which is accurate because he is. Big Bird, however, his self-preservation instincts kick in, and he decides that he should go down to Gordon and Susan's apartment to warm up, which he does. He's surprised when he gets there that everybody was worried about him, but he's more surprised to see that somehow Gordon's apartment is filled with presents for everybody, allegedly left by Santa. So everybody's happy. Big Bird isn't dead. Maria beats up Oscar until he apologizes to Big Bird. The end. Also, December 1978 was not that exciting. Just wait until December 1979. That was a fucking crazy year, apparently. However, I looked that one up on accident first, and then I was like, oh, shit. So then I had to go back. All that happened was John Wayne Gacy was arrested, which my stupid ass thought happened in the 50s. I thought that was a 50s situation.
I thought that was a 90s situation.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And I literally just watched a documentary about him not that long ago. So
well,
there's
did
my
you notice
retention.
he wasn't listening to any grunge and connect the dots that it wasn't the 90s?
I didn't pay that close of attention to his musical tastes. And I alluded to it earlier that we are stepping outside of our own chronological order a little bit. And that's because we're supposed to be in like September 1978 right now in our watch through of things. So we just jumped ahead a little bit so we could have a little Christmas special.
And you may have noticed there's 2 Christmas specials this year for Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it seems like somebody thought to do another one and was like, maybe one of those will stick.
Like the new entertainment president or something of Sesame Street. Is that what it was?
Yeah, the Book Street Gang, I'm going to quote from Muppet Wiki here so I don't mess anything up, says that Paul Furstenberg was CTW's executive vice president in 1978 when Christmas Eve on Sesame Street was produced. And this is, again, the editorializing of Street Gang, says one of his most baffling decisions, which included selling off interest in cable television that would later be valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars, was to sign a deal that same year for a special Sesame Street Christmas with independent television producer Bob Banner. And Bob Banner had roots in variety television that went back to Gary Moore and Diana Shore.
Sounds like the Incredible Hulk's brother, right?
Yeah, the Incredible Hulk's brother who also worked on the Jimmy Dean show. So he had some connection in working with the Muppets previously and with Jim Henson.
Yeah.
But CBS bought the idea, even though there was already one in the works for PBS. They apparently knew this. And when the executive producer questioned the wisdom of the competing specials, Furstenberg said, if we proceed with 2 shows, maybe one will make it to air.
Such a strange thought.
Yeah.
It's freaking Sesame Street. And also, ones on PBS, I feel like they pretty much have to do whatever Sesame Street says.
Well, and we'll get more into this, but the difference between these is striking. Like how different these specials feel. But I think out the gate, the number one biggest difference between these is that in Christmas Eve on Sesame Street, this is the one that was made for PBS, You have almost everyone you can imagine from a Sesame Street episode appearing
the gang's all
in
there.
this. Whereas in a special Sesame Street Christmas, there's no Gordon, there's no Susan, and there's no Muppets other than those performed by Carol Spinney. We only see Big Bird, Oscar, and Barkley, to be fair. But there's no Bert and Ernie, no Grover, no Cookie Monster. None of them show up for the other special Sesame Street Christmas. And that's, I believe, Muppet Wiki speculates that it's because Jim Henson and Frank Oz were busy doing stuff for the other Christmas special.
Yeah. Maybe they just also wouldn't do it.
I mean, yeah, it's like these guys are very busy. You're asking them to do 2 Christmas specials in 1 year.
I'm a little surprised they never did a Muppet Show Christmas special while the Muppet Show was actually on the air.
Yeah, maybe it's just because they do things so out of order and these things air so randomly in different parts of the country and the world.
Yeah.
Maybe they couldn't nail
They
down.
could have done like a prime time thing on CBS or something like that. But anyway.
Do you want to talk about these in chronological order or your little makeshift chronological order that you invented?
Yeah, my canon timeline. Let's talk about them in regular order, because I think the first one, the Christmas Eve on Sesame Street one, will be easier to talk about quickly because it was good.
Yeah, a lot of my notes about Christmas Eve on Sesame Street are just quotes because there's a lot of very good, charming lines throughout.
It's funny.
And there's also, it's delightful. It's like overall just a delightful special to put on and watch, and it feels like an episode of Sesame Street at its best. But it does open very oddly.
Oh, yeah. The opening was giving me a bad feeling about the whole thing.
We get about 7 to 8 minutes of ice skating at the beginning of this like 48, 50-minute special. And I don't know if they needed to like pad out the time. Maybe they didn't have enough to fill a full hour of television or what it is, because after that ice skating thing, everything is off to the races and the whole plot kicks in. But this opening is featuring some full-body Sesame Street Muppets, like the Count and Bert and Ernie and Cookie Monster in their full walk-around costume form that they would use for like Sesame Street on Ice performances.
Yeah.
And it's intercut with the Sesame Street humans and Big Bird ice skating, but we never see them in the same shot together because I guess they don't want...
yeah, that's a good thing.
They don't want Susan and Gordon next to giant Bert.
Yeah. The walk-around versions of these characters in this format do not work at all, especially Count, who looks like a nightmare because he has giant wings.
He has giant wings, and also, if we're going to rank them, the most human of heads out of Bert, Ernie, Cookie Monster, and him.
Yeah.
So he kind of just looks like a normal man who is purple, skating around with monsters. But it's very odd, and again, I think it must have just been in there to pad some time, or they were like, hey, we have this Sesame Street on Ice thing that we want to show off to maybe sell some more tickets. I'm not really sure. And it's not fun, but it's very strange, and especially when you hear Frank Oz and Jim Henson's voices coming out of these people that they're like clearly not inside of.
And the faces don't move when they're talking.
Right.
It's just static faces. Like a Popeye cartoon, just with voices coming out of an unmoving mouth.
It also forces the characters to be a little bit more adult, or at least a little bit more grown up than they would normally act.
And really good at ice skating.
Really good at ice skating.
Barrel jumps. Yeah.
Yeah, they take some time to jump some barrels, except the Count, who just chooses to count the barrels instead. And the Cookie Monster, who chooses to eat and smash up the barrels.
Destroys them, yes.
And in the middle of this is the thing that HBO Max cuts out. And it's not bad by any means, but it slows the special to a halt, where Big Bird is ice skating with a little girl, and you start to hear like a really slow version of Feliz Navidad coming on in the background, and then it kicks into like a more up-tempo Feliz Navidad, and they just keep skating, and there's no jokes, there's no nothing really happening. It just is an extended Feliz Navidad section that is cut out of HBO Max, and so, again, you won't miss it if you watch that version.
Well, okay, so I think that part was cute. I think if it had been much shorter, if the ice skating part in general had been much shorter, and you have the humans and Big Bird ice skating, and the other Muppets can be there, like Fozzie on his roller skates. They could be like, whoa, whoa. But Big Bird's scared the whole time to ice skate. Then that section ends with that little girl coming and helping him like be brave enough to go out and ice skate. That would have been cute. I liked that part. I thought that part was nice. I like seeing Big Bird skate around.
Oh yeah, I don't dislike that section. I just feel like when you've watched the rest of the special and you see what the plot is and sort of where it's going, it is strange that they take a few minutes to do that at the beginning.
Yeah, but one good part of, well, okay, so two good parts. One thing that happens ice skating is that Oscar fucking dies.
Yeah, somehow, even though they throw Oscar down like 4 flights of stairs and through multiple
and through
walls,
2 walls.
he's still treated worse in the other special that we'll get to than this.
Yeah.
Like, this is nothing compared to the way Oscar is treated in the other special. But he does just pretty much look like he's dying, and the way he is thrown actually is Cookie Monster decides they're going to play Snap the Whip, which is where they get in a line and they skate in a big circle, and they grab Oscar, who just kind of seemed to be walking by, and they grab him.
He's a can with legs, like he's in his can with legs form at the time.
Yeah, and they just completely launch him through the air and downstairs and through walls, and this goes on for so long that I was a little worried about him until he pops out at the end and wants to do it again.
Yeah, he loves it.
But that is when the whole plot kicks in, when Oscar starts telling Big Bird that if they can't figure out how Santa fits down a chimney, kids ain't gonna get no presents on Sesame Street.
Yeah. Oh, this was the second good thing that comes out of them ice skating at the beginning. I freaking loved when they were on the subway. I thought that was so cute when they were like walking down the subway platform and like going through the turnstiles, and all of a sudden all the Muppets have their cute little ice skating costumes on that they don't when they're in full body form, which irritated me deeply because they look very cute.
Yeah, the Count has a top hat and a hockey stick.
He looks great. Yeah, and then they're like on the subway train with all the humans, and that part's just so cute. But that's when Oscar is speculating about the existence of Santa and his abilities.
I was going to say, he doesn't go as far as saying Santa doesn't necessarily exist.
No,
He just says that there's no way
special.
that this guy who, quote, is built like a dump truck can fit down those chimneys.
I wrote that down too, yeah. There's some rudeness directed towards Santa in this for sure.
Oh, yeah. At one point, Kermit just calls him Big Fat Santa Claus.
Yeah. How does Big Fat Santa Claus get down that chimney?
Yeah, as Oscar said, it's like trying to get a basketball into a ginger ale bottle.
Some really evocative language used to describe Santa squeezing down.
And speaking of the subway, there's a point at which Oscar is trying to berate Big Bird and call him a bunch of names that we do not get to hear, but he is attempting to call him stupid. And he's like, "You are the stupidest bird I've ever." And when that happens, the train goes by. So I guess we're supposed to believe that he is like cussing him out.
Cussing out Big Bird. Yeah, big time. For a long time.
There's a couple weirdly adult moments throughout both of these specials that it just feels very odd.
Yeah, I really liked this one, Christmas Eve on Sesame Street, because it did feel like it's like that kind of Sesame Street I like when they do interviews and stuff like that, and they can be a little bit more blue, and it's when they're like a 40-year-old pretending to be a 6-year-old kind of thing. That's the humor of Sesame Street that I really like. But this one had a lot more of the like sincerity mixed into it. You don't learn anything, I don't think. There's no counting or anything.
I don't think there's
like that,
anything
really.
To learn in this.
No.
Yeah, no. Trying to think if there's any educational lessons to pull out of this.
Don't sit on the roof of your apartment building in December, I suppose.
Yeah, you will freeze to death if you don't have your electric blanket that Big Bird apparently has in his nest.
Yeah, me and Rachel were like, how does he live in regularly? I'm glad that they laid that out for us.
Yeah, they make it clear that the roof is different from his nest. Then we find out that Kermit is here on Sesame Street. He wasn't apparently invited to the skating party for some reason, but he is here.
He's a busy guy. My speculation now, Muppet Show takes place in New York. This is the same Kermit. He lives on Sesame Street.
Oh.
So he goes home and sees all his Sesame Street friends. And he's like, hey, what's up? Then he goes to work and is a huge asshole to all of his Muppet Show friends. Because I think Sesame Street's on Manhattan, if I'm not mistaken. It's in the Bronx, I think. Is that on Manhattan?
No, those are two different places.
I looked up the subway stop that they got off
86th
on.
Street?
Yeah, and I think that's on Manhattan. Oh, it's right above Manhattan. Sorry if you live in New York. I don't know shit.
Yeah, we don't know anything about New York. I have literally never been to your city or state.
It's up to the north, I believe, of Manhattan. But I gotta believe the Muppet Show is somewhere in a forgotten off-Broadway area of some sort on Manhattan.
Yeah, East 86th Street. In 86th Street is where the stop they get off when they are going back to Sesame Street. It is near like Central Park in Manhattan, which doesn't feel right.
Okay.
That does not feel like where I would imagine Sesame Street is. But then this is when Kermit sort of helps figure out how to determine how Santa fits down a chimney.
This is Kermit in dumb guy mode, though.
Yes, he's only slightly helpful in that he has an idea that he expects other people to run with and go actually do.
Sure.
And his idea is to ask kids. They know the most about Santa Claus. But it turns out that's completely false because we see a lot of examples of that not being true. And also, Patty, who is the main child in this special, immediately says, well, I'm a kid and I don't know.
Yeah. Patty's the only one with half a brain in this operation.
No parents, but half a brain.
Yeah. But yeah, like you alluded to, there are multiple cutaways of Sesame Street Muppet interviews with children in the classic style, where they're asking them about Santa. None of the kids have anything that compelling to say, really.
I mean, I liked some of their answers a lot, and we get to see Frank Oz in top form being Grover. Yeah. Then we get a nice little moment without any Muppets with Bob and Linda, who are getting ready to rehearse a song or hang out. I'm not really sure. I think they're romantically
getting ready
linked.
to hang out, and she shows up too early, which seems to annoy Bob slightly.
He does seem. He's like, yeah, you can, I guess, hang out and read a magazine.
Read a magazine or something. Yeah.
Do what you want. I have a thing to do, Linda. Jeez, back up.
But then she's also like, I'm in a room full of children who know sign language, so I think I'll participate, Bob.
Well, it's a nice little surprise that Linda has taught the children ASL, or at least enough ASL, to sing along to the song that Bob wants to rehearse with them. So he's there to sing with the kids, does not realize they have learned the sign language for the song.
I didn't pick up on that. That was a surprise for Bob.
Yeah, didn't you see his very like heart-warmed face where he's like, oh, you guys, you're signing.
That dude's kind of always doing that.
That's true.
So.
Bob kind of has that energy about him. But that's the way I read it, is that because the Linda and the kids are practicing, and then when Bob comes in, they like stop really quickly.
Oh, okay.
So it seems like they were setting up a surprise. There.
Sure. I wasn't picking up on that. Bob needs to paint his apartment, though. That's for damn sure. Very tan.
It's very tan, and it's kind of like a dirty tan.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we don't see Bob's apartment that often on Sesame Street, so it's probably a one-time set.
But that is I really enjoyed that part. I like Bob quite a bit.
Yeah, Bob's real good, especially like throughout this special. He has a lot of good moments.
He's got the Christmas spirit about him, I would say.
Yeah, and he's the only one who wishes Mr. Hooper a happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, with a big old wink.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird tone and energy he's giving off. He's like, by the way, Mr. Hooper, happy Hanukkah.
Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Wink.
Did I say that right, Mr. Hooper? Which I did look up because I know Hanukkah shifts around our calendar and doesn't always align with Christmas. And so I was like, is Bob just like super late in wishing Mr. Hooper happy Hanukkah or super early? Turns out 1978, Christmas Eve was the start of Hanukkah. So
good.
He's exactly on time. Good job, Bob.
I bet you did more research into that than the people writing the special, but who knows?
I mean, there's people who like work on the special who were probably like, hey, we're going to include a Hanukkah thing. And they're like, oh, that's perfect. It works. It starts on like true. They didn't have to do research. They knew what year it was.
Well, yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Then we transition to the Gift of the Magi scene where this is an actual selfless Gift of the Magi, unlike Emmet Otter.
I was thinking the same thing the whole time. It's like, what a juxtaposition between Ma and Emmet.
Yeah, this special really drives home that Bert and Ernie are just the best friends. Aside from the fact that they wait until Christmas Eve to buy gifts for each other.
That's not great. But,
no.
Sometimes you wait too long to get your partner a gift because you're trying to think of the perfect thing.
But they clearly love each other so much and are willing to give up their most beloved thing just to give the other person the empty cigar box and a soap dish.
Bert does sit on. So at the beginning of this, Bert's in the tub for a change.
Yeah.
And he does sit on Ernie's rubber duck with his bare ass, which to me was kind of like, ugh. Even if I sat on my something of my wife's with my bare ass, that wouldn't be the best. I'd feel a little bad about that. And annoyed, which is, I guess, why he wants him to get a soap dish. So.
Yeah, it's not just to help Ernie. It's also to keep it out of his ass.
Yeah. And there's also the part I laughed the hardest at. Ernie's trying to figure out what to get Bert. And he finds a stray paperclip, and he's like, oh, this is one of Bert's favorite paperclips. I know, I'll get him a cigar box so he'll never lose it again. And then he just wings it over his shoulder.
He just tosses it. Even after, in that moment, he's like, it's his 1957 Acme paperclip. Yeah. And he does just completely toss it at the end.
Yep, that was so funny.
The moments I laughed the hardest at is this next segment we have. It's Cookie Monster.
Oh, man, he was so good in this, too.
Throughout this special, not doing a lot of interaction with anybody else until near the end. But throughout it, he is trying to write a letter to Santa or communicate with Santa in some way so that he can tell Santa he wants cookies, unsurprisingly. In the first of these Cookie Monster asides, we get Cookie Monster writing a letter with a pencil, and he gets too hungry and he devours the pencil. The second one, he's using a typewriter and gets real hungry and starts to eat the typewriter in a very coffee break machine sketch kind of way where he is just busting this thing up and eating all the mechanics inside. And then lastly, we see Cookie Monster on the phone trying to call the North Pole and get a hold of Santa, which he successfully does. We hear the jingle bells and we hear Santa ho-ho-hoing as he's maybe flying through the sky right now. But Cookie Monster thought the phone looked a little bit too much like cupcakes, and so
two cupcakes.
Yeah,
eats the phone.
He already swallowed it. It's in his belly when Santa starts talking to him. There's a very, very sweet moment where he takes the phone cord up to his ear and he's like, "Hello, does this work?" And so again, just Cookie Monster in this whole special is fantastic.
One of my all-time favorite Christmas songs apparently comes from this special, or maybe like a record that predates the special or something like that. But Oscar sings I Hate Christmas. And another part that I laughed the very hardest at happened here when he gives the child a present and the child opens the present and it's filled with goo, black goo.
It just seems like
that
oil.
Just pours all over the child's hands. Yeah.
And that song was initially released on the Merry Christmas from Sesame Street album in 1975. And then it was redone a few years later for the special.
But that's like an all-timer of a Christmas song, in my opinion.
Which is, again, we're going to get to there, but the other special is so bad at featuring Christmas songs.
Has so many more songs than this one does.
But almost
none of them are Christmas songs.
Yeah. But this one has some great ones, like I Hate Christmas. And the other one, which is called Keep Christmas With You.
That's when Bob's singing upstairs, is that right?
I think he's singing it, but then they also sing it at the very end, and you get like the lyrics on screen where you can sing along at home. A couple things I noticed while watching this special. One, turns out watching rubber ducky segments when you have a dog who likes squeak toys can be difficult because she will get very excited and run up to the TV and be like, "Hey, where's my toy?"
Hey, pass that over here, Ernie.
Yeah.
Come on.
So the second time Rubber Ducky appears, I had to mute it so that she wouldn't lunge at the television. But the other one is sort of a no-brainer, obviously, but it's something we talk about a lot when we talk about The Muppet Show, is the way humans interact with Muppets and how the best guests on The Muppet Show are the ones who fully believe in Muppets and treat them like just another person walking around. And Sesame Street is the all-time king of this because nobody on Sesame Street is treating any of these characters like anything less than a neighbor who lives next door. Like in one of these, I don't remember if it's this one or the other one, they mentioned going to Grover's apartment, and I'm like,
oh, they do? What?
That feels weird. I don't I obviously know Grover has to live somewhere, but the idea of going to see what Grover's doing at his apartment, just hanging out, I hadn't ever thought about that.
It's probably so messy.
I picture it being really gross and messy too.
Yeah, he does have a lot of jobs, I guess. So he's an adult, basically,
and a secret superhero.
Wow. we put a lot of trust in Grover. I guess he can take care of himself.
He's just living a real sad life, like Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2, where he's like not paying his bills, he's losing his friends and all this stuff.
Yeah, he's got to keep all his closest friends away from him so they don't find his secret out. That he's Super Grover, which is a pretty bad alias for a superhero.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh yeah, Sam, I'm secretly, I'm definitely not Super Matt. Don't worry.
I guess I have no choice but to take your word for it.
Or maybe it's even worse than that because we only know him full name Grover. So it'd be like if I was Super Matthew Gatos secretly.
That's true.
Yeah, Super Big Bird. I wonder who that could be.
I guess in a universe where everybody's moms are identical to them except in wigs, maybe it's a little more believable that there would be an identical person with a different hat on that wasn't you.
That's true. You could just be like, oh yeah, it's my distant cousin.
Yeah, there's a whole race of Matts with different hair and hats, and that's just how the world works.
Just like Grouches.
Also, I like how much disdain everybody seems to have for Oscar. That isn't just like cute disdain. It's like Maria like pulls his hair up out of the trash can and like roughs him up when she's mad at him for making Big Bird run away.
Yeah, there's a couple moments in this special that I feel like, I don't know if they would happen during the daytime version of Sesame Street that aired during the day. Like this one aired at like 7 p.m. on PBS as like a nighttime special. And that was one of them where they're like roughing up Oscar. And then the other one is the when Oscar is like cussing out Big Bird. And then the other one is we see David and I'm going to mix up like human names with character names here. Maria and David are like smooching on the train a little bit.
They're smooching on the train. I thought that was cute.
Yeah, it's a very cute moment, but it felt like weirdly not Sesame Street-y.
Where's Luis? He's not there yet.
Luis is not there yet.
Because they get married eventually, don't they?
Yes, Luis and
what happens
Maria.
to David?
It's a really sad story, actually. The actor who plays David, Northern Calloway, has sort of like a tragic backstory that I don't remember all of, so I don't want to necessarily like try and speculate or remember it here, but I know they talk a lot about it in Street Gang, so if you go read that book, you can learn more about Northern Calloway and his life, but it is not a very happy tale. I know there's things in Street Gang about how he had a lot of health problems and mental health, like schizophrenia type issues, and he was very, very reliant on drugs and stuff, and so there was, in later seasons, he had a lot of trouble remembering lines and wasn't showing up to set and stuff, so... Reading Street Gang, I was like, oh, this is interesting. I never knew about this. But it is definitely very sad. I also had the realization of watching this. Sad Big Bird is just the saddest Muppet, I think. Like watching Big Bird almost freeze to death and be sad is just, it's a hard watch.
He's actually a little less sad when he's up on the roof. He's like taking decisive action up there, and he's kind of like got a purity of intention. When he's down in his nest, though, and what's her name? Patty is like, bye, see you, Big Bird. And he's just ignoring her. That was the very saddest part.
She's like, bye, Big Bird. And he says nothing. And then she's like, Merry Christmas.
Nothing. Freezes her out.
And then she shows up at Gordon's door, seeming completely distraught, and is like, Big Bird's gone. And I'm just like, oh, gee, like, this is... really sad and like traumatizing for Patty. Who
they had to, this kid had a heavy lift.
They mentioned she has parents, but we don't know where they are, and we don't really know what they're up to. Other than at one point, Gordon's like, "We should probably call your parents," and it's like, "Yeah, maybe."
Yeah, it's possibly like 1:00 in the morning on Christmas Eve. I don't know.
Yeah, I do like we get to see a little moment with Cookie Monster and Gordon hanging out, where Gordon is hanging stockings, and he has a Big Bird stocking that is shaped like Big Bird's foot.
Giant Big Bird foot. Yeah.
And Cookie Monster is telling Gordon the tale of how he destroyed the typewriter and the phone and all that stuff because he couldn't get through to Santa. And Gordon's like, Cookie Monster, Santa knows you. He knows what you're all about. He's going to bring you cookies. Don't you worry.
It's right there in the name, buddy.
Yeah. And thankfully, Big Bird does come down, as you mentioned in your summary, to save his own life, and comes down to warm up a little bit. He does say, "I think I froze my giblets."
He I think confirms that his giblets are indeed frozen.
Yeah, he says it once, like by himself, and then when he goes downstairs, somebody says something about like come in and warm up or something. and they're like, you look frozen. And he said something about like, yeah, even my giblets are frozen. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's more than we need to know right now,
Please
Big Bird.
stop mentioning your giblets, Big Bird.
Yeah. Did you hear me? My giblets are frozen.
Yeah.
And yeah, then the special sort of just wraps up. It's sort of, Christmas miracle is the answer to how Santa gets into these houses, because we sort of like see the silhouette of Santa sneaking in, but we don't
Oh,
necessarily.
I forgot. That was kind of creepy.
Yeah, like Big
Forgot about
Bird's.
that.
It does go on way too long. Big Bird is
Yeah.
sort of fallen asleep as he's freezing to death on the roof, and we hear Santa approaching, and we see his silhouette as he is going to go deliver presents, and we don't
Right.
see how he gets down the chimney at all. We just know he does. So
Yep.
I think
'Cause
it's
all the stuff's down there.
it's sort of the opening song of this special after the ice skating is all about miracles and believing in miracles, and so I think they're just setting the ground for like, yeah, that's the answer. 1, it doesn't matter, and 2, miracle. Shut up.
And it's your freaking parents, so don't ask too many questions, kid.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry if you still believe in Santa and you listen to this podcast. We're swearing though, so you shouldn't be listening to this podcast if you still believe in Santa, no matter your age.
Yeah.
I would say.
And the special wraps up after the nice, sweet moments. We get the reveal of Gordon and Susan coming back to their apartment and finding that Cookie Monster has eaten their entire Christmas tree.
Yeah, which is a little frightening. He hasn't eaten their entire Christmas tree. He's just sucked all the needles and ornaments off of it, basically leaving a skeleton of a Christmas tree.
Yes, and his line is, Scotch pine delicious, but Douglas fir give me heartburn.
Yeah.
So this is not the first Christmas tree he has consumed this evening. Apparently
No,
he's
they
going
should've
from
locked
apartment to
there.
apartment, eating everyone's trees.
Yeah. He's cross the line into menace, and they need to take some action against Cookie Monster now, I would say. He's destroying property.
And yeah, over the credits, we just get to hear Cookie Monster burping and feeling terrible about his choices. Even at one point, burping for a few seconds and then going like, "Oh, that was a long one." Which is one of the other things that is cut out on the HBO Max version, unfortunately.
Is it just too gross? Why did they do that?
No, because on screen at that point, it's talking about the funding of like PBS funding and who's contributed in all these companies and stuff. So they cut that out because obviously those people aren't
Right.
funding HBO Max's version, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't get to hear the fun Cookie Monster burps if you watch
Yeah.
it on HBO Max.
And I assume they cut Feliz Navidad because they play the actual Feliz Navidad, not any of the Muppets singing it, and they probably just didn't feel like getting the rights to it or something.
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe a thing they just didn't want to spend a lot of money on.
Anyway, I loved this. This was great.
Yes, this
This
one
is
was
something I'll probably watch again.
I see people regularly posting GIFs from this or quotes and videos from this thing, and now I completely understand why, because it is just delightful throughout. There are a lot of really cute moments that I think are worth revisiting, and if you...
The I Hate Christmas part is so good with, it's like Oscar bopping around the neighborhood, pulling horrible pranks and like dumping snow on people's heads and giving children presents filled with goo. And that, like, if you're going to watch any of it, I'd say maybe watch that little clip, but also watch the whole thing.
Well, that means it's time, Sam, to talk about the other one.
Sure.
I think it's what it should be called. The other Sesame Street Christmas special. But no, it somehow has maybe an even worse name, which is just A Special Sesame Street Christmas.
Yeah.
They, I don't know if you caught this, they mention Butte in this special at
I
one
sure
point.
did. I wrote it down. Because Big Bird, so it starts off, it doesn't start off that bad. And at first I was kind of like, one of these is supposed to be bad and one of these is supposed to be good. Because that's just probably like Tough Pigs or something like that. Mentioned that at some point. And it's just stuck with me ever since, that one of them sucks and one of them is good. And at first I was like, am I supposed to have thought that the other one sucked? Because this is kind of interesting. Leslie Uggams is in town. Everyone's very excited. And they send Big Bird off to get her a gift, which is not a good choice. So I thought he'd come back with like bird food or something, you know, like bird seed.
Yeah, same.
Comes back with like a perfectly normal hat. Not goofy at all. But they all make him feel like shit because she puts the hat on and it's like, okay.
Yeah, I
she's
didn't
got a
understand
hat.
what it was, and then Bob's like, "Hat, you look so
That
dumb."
sucks. Yeah. And they make Big Bird feel horrible. But then that's when they sing the song about all the different horrible Christmas gifts that Leslie Uggam has gotten. One of them coming from her cousin in Butte or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, which is where I'm from, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this I think the overall feeling of this special is just like nasty. Like everyone's kind of mean to each other, or they're very like they're teasing. They want Oscar to not be a grouch, and it's like, you guys know him. You know that's his thing.
Just
like,
leave him alone.
You can be, like we saw in the last special, you can disagree with Oscar, you can be mad at Oscar, but this whole special is trying to change Oscar at a fundamental level.
Scare him straight, basically.
Yeah. And you can tell that the special is produced in a different way than a normal Sesame Street special, because there's a lot of weird camera angles from like above Sesame Street, where it's almost like revealing the studio itself. And also, there's a weird list of celebrities in this who only pop in for like 5 seconds, some of them. But we have Leslie Uggams. We mentioned some of these other ones, but there's Dickie Smothers from the Smothers Brothers, because apparently they can only get one Smothered brother. Anne Murray, Ethel Merman, Michael Jackson, Henry Fonda.
Who doesn't sing anything.
Nope.
Some of them sing. He doesn't sing. Probably for the same reason that he was supposed to pretend like he didn't sing in The Simpsons, which I think he actually did sing.
I don't think we'll ever know the truth about whether or not Michael Jackson sang on The Simpsons or not. But
the rumor about the Simpsons episode is that he contractually was not allowed to sing anywhere else except for his record company. So they got an impersonator to sing his Lisa, It's Your Birthday part of that episode. But it sounds just like him. But he doesn't sing in this probably for the same reason.
There's some like producers or studio people who have been like, oh no, he totally sang on that. And so it's like, I don't know who to believe, and I don't really care that much. But this felt like the same thing to me, where I'm like, you have like maybe your most famous person at the time who's a guest on this shows up for 2 seconds and doesn't sing a single note.
In a completely inconsequential scene.
Oh, absolutely. And we also have maybe more inconsequential, Henry Fonda shows up.
Yeah, that was so weird. Just on a balcony, like complaining about a toy.
Yeah. Imogen Coca, who is a person I do not know, but the name is something that it was just in my brain the moment they said it. I'm like, I know that name.
They probably said it on The Simpsons. She was
probably
a comedy partner of Sid Caesar. So just like an old-timey television
It does sound like
person.
something Krusty the Clown would say, like, Imogen Coca!
Yeah. I just remembered another secret Michael Jackson thing was that he secretly wrote the music for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Remember that?
I do not remember that. Not the upcoming feature film.
No, the game. And they pretended for decades that he didn't do that. And then like a couple of years ago, they finally proved that he did write all the music for that.
Wild.
So
what I'm not breaking new ground here. What a weird dude.
What a deeply complicated, troubling, strange man.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about him too much here for obvious reasons, but
this was also very right before he hit it extremely big.
Yeah, this was still like Jackson 5 era Michael Jackson, and not quite solo star Michael Jackson.
But who else was in it? Oh, Ethel Merman, of course, our Muppet Show friend Ethel Merman.
Who feels the most like she got to show up and just do whatever the hell she wanted.
Yeah, she's really funny in this.
Like the first thing she says is she walks in and sees Imogen Coca dressed as the Ghost of Christmas Present. And she's like, Imogen, what are you wearing? You look like an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, she kicked ass in this. And at the end, when they're singing the medley of Christmas carols, she's basically the only person that you can hear singing.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Because she's singing so loud.
She is the loudest human. But yeah, going back to the beginning of this, we'll talk more about him later because he's our Muppet of the Week this week. But Barkley shows up as one of the highlights of this very not highlighty special. And Barkley's there to help them clear the street of snow, which he just kicks like dogs kick. I guess they don't own a shovel, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, they know lots of very giant creatures, so I guess that works just as well.
But Oscar is, while he is terrible to the humans throughout the special by, he both gives them ice cold lemonade instead of hot cocoa.
I thought that was pretty funny.
It's funny. And they act so like repulsed by it. I'm like, okay, yeah, you don't want ice cold lemonade on like Christmas Day, but it's not.
But you should have looked in your mug before you drank it, first of all.
You know what hot cocoa looks like, and it's not that.
Yeah.
Also, regardless, it came out of a dumpster. So.
Yeah.
But this special is just a lot less joyful. Like I don't know what the point of it is. Like the last one, we had the clear plot line of trying to figure out how Santa gets into the houses. there's no real solid plot in this one. Like, even the whole Christmas Carol thing with Oscar, kind of, like, the humans even seem like they lose commitment to the bit halfway through. Because we start off with the Anne Murray scene where they're dressing Anne Murray up with whatever they can find to make her the ghost of Christmas past and scare Oscar into this. And then
you see her come into Hooper's store, and they're like, hey, we're doing this thing. Will you help us, please?
But first, sing your new hit single that is not a Christmas song.
Sit on this countertop and sing us a song, please.
And then after that, everyone's just like, oh, since you're here, can you be the ghost of Christmas past to scare Oscar
I guess
the Grouch?
Imogene Coca showed up, and we dressed her up. Or maybe she's really a ghost. Who knows?
It starts to be unclear to me as well at a certain point of like what was really happening and what was like Oscar imagining. And it turns out it's all fictional. Like it's all made to scare Oscar. But there are times where it's really convincing to us, the audience, that we are actually flashing back or forward or sideways to some other sort of timeline of Oscar's life.
Yeah, particularly when Leslie Uggams devises an entire like Broadway quality play of Oscar as a baby. During the daytime, I believe, when it is nighttime elsewhere, he looks through a milk carton.
No, it's a magic eggnog container.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. And sees Leslie Uggams, I guess, trying to pretend like she's his mom?
I think she is playing his mom in this, and apparently Oscar doesn't have any problem flashing back to his childhood and going like, wait a minute, Leslie Uggams wasn't my mom.
Yeah. Because at the end of this extravagant song and dance number, which is also, it's kind of, that song is freaking insane because it's about Oscar being a cute baby, giving people huge stacks of cash out of his crib, which was very funny. And then growing up into a grouch. But at the end of it, he's like, my mom was a grouch and my whole entire family was a grouch. So I'm not really sure what you're trying to pull here.
Yeah, and so he decides to, I guess, ruin Christmas by playing Yakety Yak on a guitar.
Oh, that part sucked. I hated that.
It's so weird. It's not a Christmas song. Sing I Hate Christmas again, Oscar. Come on. And that's when we get the weird song from Leslie Uggams.
Yeah.
Where she's sitting up in a window looking down on Oscar and sings Look at That Face about Oscar. And it sounds like she has been pining over Oscar for 20 years and needs to marry this man.
Him. She's trying to change him so that she can finally marry him.
But it doesn't really go anywhere. Like that doesn't come up again. It's just this
her
weird
own
thing
secret thing
we
that
find
she's
out.
living with. Yeah. If the other Sesame Street, if like the humans on Sesame Street found out, they wouldn't maybe be as excited to go along with her plan. Or maybe they'd be more excited. They'd be like, Leslie's going to propose to Oscar tonight. Ooh. And this is how. I kind of tuned some of this special out. I got to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, no, it's there's some highlights of things that jump out at me, but they're usually immediately contradicted by worse, boring things. I think it's when Imogene Coca, as the ghost of Christmas Present, is talking to him. Oscar says, well, who am I to argue with a ghost?
And there's a part when they're singing that song and everybody's talking about what they love most about Christmas. And it goes to this child who says, my favorite thing about Christmas is licking the frosting off of cookies and then putting them back on the plate so that nobody knows. And he's sitting on his dad's lap and his dad gives him like the most horrified look. Yeah. It's so out of place, but it was so funny.
Yeah, everyone else is singing about more legitimate things they enjoy about Christmas, like time with family or presents. And he's like, I'm a little nasty boy.
Yeah. I think this is around when Ethel Merman shows up, and my note then was Ethel Merman is absolutely 100% a grouch and would love Oscar, would not have any part in a plan to try to defeat Oscar. She would be his staunch ally, I think.
Well, she's also wearing a scarf that looks like it's made out of grouch.
I think that's probably why I thought that, yeah. A green scarf. But I could see her like busting out of a trash can being like, I'm here. I'm Oscar's mom, actually.
Especially when she shows up and says, Imogene, you look like an idiot.
Yeah.
That's an Oscar thing to say. I have in my notes here, all caps, sing a Christmas song.
That's I wrote the fucking same exact thing. I wrote, why can't they just be singing Christmas songs instead of real, like, normal songs? It makes absolutely no sense.
It's like they wanted to make a variety show and then remembered, oh yeah, Christmas is coming up. I guess we can do something with that.
Like Leslie Uggams could have sung Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas out the window to Oscar. Because she's like wishing for him to enjoy the spirit of Christmas.
Yep.
And that would have been much less strange.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just it's overall very weird. There is a very lengthy, if you want to go read like a weird summary about this special, there is a Tough Pigs article called A Blue Christmas, which was written, I don't know, like 2001.
Yeah, I couldn't, like, one of the link I found to it didn't work anymore, so I stopped looking for
There's
it.
a 20-year-old article on Tough Pigs, which is just wild. So it has to be one of like the earliest things Tough Pigs ever did, I think.
Yeah.
But it's a very good lengthy article that's basically having the conversation we're having of like, you remember that 1978 Christmas special? No, the other bad one. So I recommend giving that a read if you can.
And we didn't even mention the cat, which is such a weird subplot.
Yeah, and also the fact that they name it Tiny Tim because it has a broken leg.
And they name, she and Maria, Leslie Uggams and Maria say the name at exactly the same time in the most contrived, like, that part was when I was like, this is not written by the same people who write Sesame Street. Absolutely. They would never try to get away with this.
Yeah, it felt very, very forced, and just did, whoever wrote this one versus whoever wrote the last one, I'm guessing different people. I didn't look it up, but I'm guessing they're not written by the same person.
This team, I think, are like people who worked on this production also made the Perry Como winter special, I think, or something like that. They worked on Perry Como specials as well, which did make me think, to be fair to this one, we've seen much worse variety shows featuring Muppets than this.
Oh, absolutely. And I looked up, it's Tom Dunsmore who wrote this special, was a writer on Sesame Street, but the only other things... But the only other like TV special he wrote is the special that we wish we could see, Out to Lunch. So,
Oh, shoot.
Maybe the fact that he wrote that and this, maybe we don't want to see Out to Lunch. But the only thing sadder maybe than sad Big Bird freezing to death is that when they show the Ghost of Christmas Future stuff, like in A Christmas Carol, Tiny Tim is shown to have died. You know what's sadder than that? When Tiny Tim was a cat with a broken leg, and they imply that he died. They hand Oscar...
Is that sadder than a human child?
I guess maybe the way it's presented in this is very callous, and they like hand Oscar Tiny Tim's collar as basically like you did this with your lack of love for Christmas. You killed this small kitten.
Yeah, Oscar's not evicting people from their homes on Christmas Eve like Scrooge is. He's just kind of mean. A little bit mean.
Yeah, and I think the Oscar in Christmas Eve on Sesame Street deserves a Christmas caroling more than this Oscar does.
Yeah. He almost kills Big Bird.
Yeah, and he's much nastier to everyone, giving them gifts and stuff during the I Hate Christmas song. That's much more Scrooge-like. But yeah, this is like, the special is basically... It's like we want to cheer up Oscar, but we don't really care about how our actions affect him.
We hate him because he gave us lemonade. We're so mad.
But Leslie Uggams also secretly loves him. It's a very complicated relationship.
Yeah.
You can apparently get this soundtrack on CD. I don't know why you ever would, because it, isn't very good. But they did to try and... I guess, get the credit of having Michael Jackson on there. There is a bonus track called Your Imagination, which was a song that was created for the album, and it's a dance track, and they put the dialogue from Michael Jackson and Oscar the Grouch's scene over a dance track so that they could say Michael Jackson was on their soundtrack.
Oh my God. That's the grimiest thing I've heard of in any Muppet thing that we've ever covered. That is the dirtiest trick.
Yeah, it's not great.
I need to hear this.
Oh no, it's bad.
It's bad?
I'll send it to you right now.
Your imagination is allowed to run wild.
Is this real?
Yeah.
This isn't real.
I don't know if this video was produced by Sesame Street for any reason, but the song is real.
The things didn't sound like this in 1979.
No, this soundtrack didn't come out until 2012, Sam.
What?
Yeah. This CD and DVD of the special weren't released until like 2012. So this was an idea somebody had in 2012 to add Michael Jackson to a soundtrack for a thing that was like 30, 40 years old.
I'll post a link to it in the show notes.
Yeah. You listen to the first 10 seconds, you get the gist. You don't need to listen to the
What
rest.
a horrible legacy this special has.
Yeah, I'll never rewatch it. That's for sure.
Mm-mm.
If you have to pick one, Christmas Eve on Sesame Street is the one to watch.
Matt, I think that one thing I feel about this is that I was happy to watch something that was not Muppet Show. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's nice to have a little bit of a break. I think having this, especially between the seasons, it'll be interesting to sort of take a break, go back into season 3, see what's different and new, because it does start to run together a little bit when we're watching so many episodes of the Muppet Show back to back to back.
Yeah, it's nice to see other personalities too, and like other configurations of the Muppeteers we know doing other stuff. And I think, like, I forget how funny Sesame Street is and how great these characters are and how, like, they've been around so long that they're, like, more fleshed out even than a lot of the people we know on The Muppet Show.
Yeah, and it's the number one thing that it's the elephant in the room that we don't talk about on this podcast that often is Sesame Street, because they've been doing it since 1969.
Every day. Yes.
And so they are clearly, like, what the Muppets are up to. When we talk about that, they're up to Sesame Street all the time, forever.
All the time. Yeah.
And so we will be devoting a lot more time to talking about Sesame Street's first 10 years in an upcoming episode coming out in, like, February or something like that. But it was nice to sort of have a check-in with our old pals and see who's there now, what's different. And I think you're right. Like, seeing these characters and seeing Frank Oz and Jim Henson get to play as other characters was nice. And I don't know. I like seeing, like, more of Bert and Ernie and Cookie Monster and Grover being their, like, the best versions of themselves in A Christmas Eve on Sesame Street was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Carol Spinney is just so freaking good.
It
I
blows
love
my
Oscar
mind
Grouch so much that it does, like, I don't know all the circumstances, but it is a little bit sad that he didn't get to. I mean, I do. He couldn't go to London. It's, like, sad that he doesn't get to participate more in the more adult projects because he's so funny.
Yeah, and it's something that I think we've talked about in the past on the one of our earliest episodes. When you watch I Am Big Bird or you read more about Carol Spinney, I think that's sort of how he felt in working on Sesame Street as well, is that he sort of felt like an outsider because he wasn't part of the main Muppet crew. He lived a very different kind of life from the other Muppet performers. And even, like, when he's on Sesame Street, he's the only person who is closed off from everybody else.
Yeah.
He is shoved inside of a giant bird and does not get to have FaceTime with any of his coworkers.
But, he made something people will remember forever, and, like, 2 of the most recognizable characters in Western fiction. So
much so
that's good,
that they insist on both of these specials in having a bunch of scenes with Oscar and Big Bird interacting, even though that makes things way more complicated.
Yeah.
And I would recommend anyone who likes listening to other Muppet-type podcasts, Matt Vogel's podcast, Matt Vogel, now Kermit, now Big Bird, is called Below the Frame, where he interviews people from the Muppet world. This last week, when we're recording this, was the anniversary of Carol Spinney's death a couple years ago. And so on that day, he released a new episode where he was talking with Debbie Spinney, Carol Spinney's wife. And there's a lot of really, really nice stories in that episode as well about Carol Spinney and just about their life together and about his life as Big Bird, and talking a lot about a lot of Carol Spinney stories that don't necessarily fit into something like I Am Big Bird. So recommend listening to that. But now it's time for us to move on and discuss our Muppet of the Week. This week's Muppet of the Week is Barkley, the orange and white sheepdog that doesn't talk like other Muppet dogs do. Barkley debuted in May of 1978, so not that long before these specials aired, but debuts as a different character, kind of. He's a stray dog with a collar who wanders onto Sesame Street, but his collar just has a W on it and nothing else, like it's worn off. And so they try to figure out what his name might be, and they end up calling him Woof Woof, which, not the most creative dog name.
Not a great name.
But later on, in November of 1978, so getting really close to when the special aired, the gang decides to name the dog, like, officially, and there's 2 teams on Sesame Street. One wants to name him Barkley, and one wants to name him Woof Woof.
So keep the name Woof Woof.
Yes, Bob is Team Woof Woof. He leads the team of Woof Woof supporters. And Gordon is Team Barkley.
Mm-hmm. Barkley's clearly a much, much better name.
I could see Bob being Team Woof Woof, though. He seems like a...
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, that just makes sense to me.
He's a little bit white bread.
Yeah.
You know?
And obviously, Team Gordon won, and Barkley became his official name from then on. So he only had his name of Barkley for like a week before we see him in this special.
That's very strange.
And it turns out that Barkley is sort of just a stray dog that doesn't really belong to anybody on Sesame Street going forward. Because at one point in season 17, they show Elmo arguing with another monster, one of his friends, about Barkley's name. She's insisting that his name is Dudley. And Elmo's like, no, this is Barkley. And it turns out she lives on a different street. She doesn't live on Sesame Street.
Oh.
And when Barkley hangs out on their street, they all decide to name him Dudley.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. And so they fight about this for a while. So they call over Luis for his advice, who tells them that you're both right, because wherever Barkley is, that's his name. But since they're on Sesame Street now, his name is Barkley.
All right.
So
Can't beat
technically,
that logic.
Barkley is only his name on Sesame Street, but he could also be Dudley or possibly Woof Woof.
Okay. So, but he assumedly has a home somewhere that he goes back to every night, I would guess.
Yeah, and a name that starts with W, according to his original collar. And it's definitely not Woof Woof, because the collar, the tag they show, is a very big tag, and the W takes up like a quarter of it. So it's like Walt or something is probably his name.
Sure. Wes could be.
Yeah. It's a very short W name, is what Barkley's original name should be. But after season 32 of Sesame Street, which was in 2001, Barkley sort of ceased to be a regular character and has only made a few appearances since then. Like, I think he's on 4 or 5 episodes of Sesame Street between, like, 2001 and 2012 is the last time we have seen Barkley.
Whoa.
Yeah, in puppet form. He's appeared as, like, a little cartoon a couple times. But the actual puppet has not appeared on Sesame Street since 2012. And
That's
apparently
sad.
this is partially due to his puppet is like very badly in need of refurbishment.
Uh-huh.
And I guess maybe they just don't want to spring for
But HBO wants to shell out some dough.
Guess
Come
not.
on.
Guess they don't want to bring out Barkley again.
I feel like Big Bird's losing all his friends. You don't see Mr. Snuffy anymore. You don't see Barkley anymore.
You still do see Snuffy. I'm not sure how regularly Snuffy shows up. Like a lot of full-body Muppets, Barkley has been performed by a few different people throughout the years. What's more notable is that they are not usually puppeteers. They are coming from another line of work because of the way that Barkley has to be performed. Because Barkley, unlike Snuffy, is 2 people standing up, one in the front, one in the back. Barkley is just a human man on all 4s with
Galloping
around on hand stilts.
Oh.
Like he's holding on to like these little hand stilts that make him a little bit taller than just a man on all 4s. There's a very good photo of one of the early Barkley performers testing out part of the suit, because there's a scene, I think it's in Big Bird in China maybe, where Big Bird and Barkley have to walk across these stones across a pond. And it's very precarious because they can barely see in these things. There's a picture of the performer who I think at this point was either Toby Tosin or Brian Meal, dressed in just the head of Barkley and the feet of Barkley, showing you how he would get across this thing.
Oh, that's troubling.
Yeah, it's just, you see a Barkley head on a man who's clearly just wearing a t-shirt and jeans. But on his hands, he is holding onto a couple of hand stilts with little paws at the bottom of those. And apparently there's triggers on those hand stilts that work the mouth. So that's how Barkley would be talking.
Okay.
But as I mentioned, Toby Tosin was the first performer of Barkley. He was a former NCAA men's gymnast champion and a dancer. And apparently just a personal friend of the Henson family. He just knew Jim Henson, and Jim was like, hey, you want to come be a dog for a while? And apparently, according to Toby Tosin, he claimed that the full-body character was initially conceived to be an ape. They were going to have like a really acrobatic ape walking around, but was ultimately revised to be a large furry dog.
That seems like a good decision.
Yeah, I think it would have been weirder if they had a giant like gorilla like hanging out on Sesame Street. It's like that seems much scarier. Brian Meal took over after Toby Tosin left because he signed up to play like Barkley for just half a season, pretty much. Like he was in part of season 9 and then a little bit of season 10, but he was out after that. Brian Meal, who was a mime, and actually the first performer for Elmo before Elmo really had his voice or personality, worked on The Muppet Show and on The Dark Crystal, but would go on to perform Barkley from 1979 through 1984, and then apparently also a one-off in 1988 for some reason. But in 1984, Fred Garbo took over Barkley's performing, and Fred Garbo was a clown, a mime, a juggler, again, not necessarily a puppeteer first, but performed Barkley from 1984 through 1993. And then the most recent performer that I could find for Barkley was Bruce Connolly, who is an actor and a mime. Apparently being a mime is important to being Barkley if you want to be a convincing dog. But he took over in 1993, and it says on Muppet Wiki until present. But again, after 2001, Barkley made very few appearances, and so I don't know that Bruce Connolly like stuck around for one random episode of Sesame Street in 2012 or not, or if he was doing other things. But yes, that is the information I could find at the moment. But yeah, I think for me, much like Beaker, Barkley is one of my favorite puppets, but not necessarily one of my favorite characters.
I watched Big Bird in Japan often as a child, and I think Big Bird in China, both. So I remember him very distinctly.
Yeah, he does end up traveling with Big Bird a lot in later things.
Yeah, I associate him very strongly as Big Bird's sidekick. And I think he showed up in the era that I probably was catching Sesame Street on TV frequently. But no, there's not much to him, really. I love the sketches Jim did of his puppet design. I assume that Jim did those. Did you see those on the Muppet Wiki?
Oh, yes, I am looking at those now. Yeah, I don't know if that's a Jim sketch. It looks like a Jim sketch for sure.
Yeah.
But Muppet Wiki says that Barkley was designed by Michael K. Frith and built by Susan Moore. But I know Jim was also involved in the creation of Barkley, because I know that it seems like the Children's Television Workshop set Jim Henson and Michael Frith like a mission of, we need a new character to be new and exciting for this new season of Sesame Street. Go. And
Jim was like, what if it was a dog? And he just drew a dog.
I mean, kinda.
He kinda drew a dog.
Yeah. And to be fair, like that drawing looks like Muppy, looks like Rufus, looks like all the other just shaggy sheepdog Muppets we have seen. The only difference is that they decided to put a whole human in this one.
So I don't love Barkley. He's not much. He looks good, but he also kind of does look like a guy on 4 legs walking around a little bit. Looks like a dude in a Muppet or in a dog costume. A little too much for my taste. I'm curious to know what your score of him would be first, actually.
I think my score is a little higher than I think yours is going to be, because I really like his design. And he has what I've heard a lot of puppet builders talk about as an important detail, is this like this constant motion to him, because he is so furry and fluffy that even when he stops moving, you get to see his fur moving, and there's a lot going on in his texture. And so he looks not necessarily convincing as a dog, because you're right, he does look like a man on all fours hopping around. But the movements are very good, and like it's a different kind of Muppet than we normally get to see, and has a different range of motion than like a Thog or a Timmy Monster or somebody like that. So I think that stuff sort of pushes him up higher because he has a more utilization to him than other Muppets. So I would give him a solid 45.
Wow, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I can't care as much about the puppetry of Barkley. I don't think I want to, but he don't impress me much, as that person who sang that song said.
Shania Twain.
Yeah.
So what? Shania. You're Barkley the dog. That don't impress me much.
So I'm going to give him a 2.5.
All right. I think he'd be fine with that.
He is a dog. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
I'll give him a treat. I can give him a 1 star and give him a treat, and he'd think I was the best guy in the world.
So on top of, I guess I was going to say on top of 2 great Christmas specials this week. That's not true at all. On top of 1 great Christmas special and another Christmas special that we watched this week, did you watch or enjoy any non-Muppet things this week, Sam?
We went to see Ghostbusters Afterlife last night.
How was that?
Did you see it?
No.
It was much better than I was expecting it to be. I had pretty, like, not low expectations, but just like, this is going to be whatever. It was very cute. It was very, like, it felt more like the Goonies or something than Ghostbusters to me, which is an interesting choice. It's not funny in the same way that Ghostbusters is, and it doesn't really try to be funny in the same way, I don't think, that Ghostbusters is. But it has some nice moments. They use the soundtrack from the old movie, which I think is fun, like the incidental music, which is a nice touch. Yeah, and it's like there's some really sweet moments in it. It was enjoyable.
Does it lean on nostalgia too much?
If you didn't see the movie Ghostbusters, you're gonna not understand a single moment of this movie, which seems very bad to me. Like, this should be a way maybe to introduce new people to Ghostbusters, but they don't even have like a scene where they explain what the Ghostbusters were. Basically, there's no like, you can't latch onto anything here and get into the old movie from there. You'd just be like, what the fuck is happening?
And there is a character named Podcast, correct?
I was going to talk about Podcast in a moment. I will tell you about Podcast momentarily. I think it leaned too heavily on it in some aspects. The Stay Puft Marshmallow little guys show up. That to me seemed very unnecessary because the way that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man shows up is so specific in the old one,
right?
That it doesn't make sense that all these years later, Gozer would be like, hey, remember when I was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man?
Well, especially like presenting that to somebody else, because in the initial one, it is Ray who they try to think of nothing because Gozer takes the form of what you're imagining. And Ray can't help but think of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in that moment. Yeah. And so that's why he takes that form. So you would imagine Gozer would take the form of something else later on. And so the fact that I know, I've seen the clip, that these marshmallow men show up to torment Paul Rudd, who was not there in the original Ghostbusters, is very strange.
No, he's not. There's not a revelation or something that he was a baby watching the Ghostbusters do this in the 80s or something. Which would have been cool, maybe. But yeah, they there's a bunch of scenes too where they're like, oh yeah, I've heard the ghost stories about Manhattan in the 80s. But also there's scenes where they're like, and a giant marshmallow man attacked the town. And there's never they try to play it both ways so much, like that thing where, oh, the Ghostbusters weren't real, but also explicitly saying that a giant marshmallow man did attack the city.
Right, like you can't really
two things together.
Put that toothpaste back in the tube of ghost exists. They attacked New York. The Statue of Liberty walked around. There's a lot that happened in the past that for some reason people seem to have forgotten.
Yeah. But weirdly enough, spoiler alert, the old Ghostbusters do show up. That part felt the least fan servicey to me because they made it make sense. Like, it revolves around Egon's family, and they do reach out to the Ghostbusters in a pretty logical way, and it's like a nice kind of catharsis when they show up. But it's like Gozer's not even selecting a form when the Stay Puft Marshmallow Men show up. It just happens for no reason, basically. And Muncher sucks.
I've heard
the
that
blue guy.
Yeah, Muncher is supposed to be like the new Slimer, and everyone's basically just saying, why didn't they just use Slimer?
They should have just brought back Slimer. But I guess Slimer's probably locked up in the Ghostbusters house still.
I mean, but yeah, he was locked up in the first movie, and then he got out in the second movie, so...
That's true. They should have just used Slimer, or they should have used a puppet. There's some practical effects which look good, but I don't know. I enjoyed watching it. It definitely was a movie that was not insulting or anything like that. Not that the Lady Ghostbuster movie was insulting or anything like that. I like that one just fine too. That one was funnier than this one for sure. But I don't know. It was just a movie. I would recommend it if you like Ghostbusters because there's interesting things. But don't go into it thinking that you're gonna be cracking your shit up. If you like Ghostbusters, you are.
Well, speaking of cashing in and nostalgia and it maybe going a little bit more sour of a direction, we started off this week very high note. We watched the first Home Alone movie.
Oh, no.
Yep. You see where this is
Man.
going. And, Home Alone's just one of my favorite movies. I watch it pretty much every single year around the Christmas time.
Great Christmas movie.
Yeah. Home Alone 2, not as good as everyone remembers, I think. That's one where you look back on it more fondly than it actually is.
Still has got some fun moments.
Absolutely. I watched Home Alone 3 as a kid. I remember liking it as a kid, but knowing this isn't as good as those other two.
Forgot that one even existed.
Yeah, it's got French Stewart in it, I believe. And there's
Yeah.
some people who put a microchip in a race car or an RC car and a kid.
Oh, yeah, they're like international spies or something. that the bad guys
the
are.
world gets much bigger in Home Alone 3.
They would just shoot that child.
Yes,
in real life.
absolutely. I know there is a Home Alone 4. I have not seen that one. I do not care to. But recently, they released Home Sweet Home Alone on Disney+. I have heard nothing but negative things about this film. And for some reason, the other day, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put it on. See if whatever everyone is saying about it is true. The answer is yes. I did not make it very far, Sam. I have to admit.
You didn't finish it?
No.
Oh. One thing I heard about it was that they made the bad guys, like you feel for them.
The movie opens with the bad guys, who are not bad guys. They are a mother and father who are down on their luck, and they're going to have to sell their house because, they feel like something happened. That I don't know if they allude to why they're running low on money, but they have to move and they have to sell their house, and they're trying to hide it from their children so that their children don't know.
That happens in Ghostbusters too.
Weird, but in this one, we start off with that story, so we get to know these people, and then we meet the little kid who's played by the one kid from Jojo Rabbit, who's delightful in that. But in this, he's a little obnoxious shit, whose main source of conflict with his mom is that because he's being a little shit, says, you know what, you can't get McDonald's on the way home like I said you could. And that
Are you serious? That's what it is?
Yep, that's what makes him hate his family, is that he doesn't get
God.
McDonald's on the way home. And he's just awful. He talks shit about everybody. He's a little jerk. And we are led to believe that he steals something from the burglars first.
What?
There's this old rare doll that the people have. That it's implied that he steals this doll from them, and that's what they're trying to get back. Is because they find out this doll is worth a lot of money, and they're like, "Shit, we could sell this doll and not have to move or lose our house." And that's the movie. So it's like if Kevin went to the Wet Bandits house and took a bunch of stuff, and the Wet Bandits are like, "We gotta get our shit back." That's what it's like.
One thing that made me not want to watch is I don't think I want to watch Ellie Kemper get a iron to the face. You know?
Yeah. Well, especially once they make them nice people who are just trying to do best for their family.
Yeah, you can see some grimy dudes get hit in the face by bowling balls and
Well, these two
shot
dudes who
in the
clearly want to
crotch, but
murder children. These two dudes will kill Kevin if they get a hold of him.
I don't want to see someone's mom get a tarantula biting her.
Yeah. So I didn't. I did not watch the whole thing. Maybe it gets better. It was not for me. I will say that much.
Interesting.
Definitely not for me. And I don't really know who it's for, and it doesn't feel like they watched Home Alone before they wrote it. That does it for our Christmas special week here, Sam. We are going to be stepping back into our chronological order next time. But first, we're going to take a week off.
Yeah, we need some rest, for God's sake.
Yeah, we got family stuff to do. We talked about that at the beginning of the episode, but it's the holidays. We're going to take a week off. And so, we will be back in the new year, the first week of the new year, with a brand new season of The Muppet Show. We'll be getting our first appearance of Beauregard, the janitor, and the last appearance of a talk spot.
We only had 2 in this whole season, it seems like.
Yeah,
right?
they were already cutting back, but we get to see the very last one they made in the first batch of episodes, which will include guests Helen Reddy, Roy Clark, and Gene Stapleton.
3 names I know, but I have no idea who any of those people are.
I know Roy Clark is a country singer man,
Okay.
and Gene Stapleton is the wife from All in the Family. But on top of those 3 episodes, we will also be watching a short clip from the Emmy Awards, where The Muppet Show, spoiler alert, wins.
Ooh.
And an appearance by Big Bird in a special called NBC Salutes the 25th Anniversary of the Wonderful World of Disney.
Oh, interesting.
Which only features a little bit of Big Bird, but seems to be hosted by a younger Ron Howard, and seems very strange and very late 70s Disney. So I might try and watch the whole thing because it seems very weird and I'm curious. But I don't know if I have a spare 2 hours to check that out. And again, yes, that episode will not be coming out until the first week of January. So until then, if you're celebrating the holidays, enjoy, relax, re-listen to our old episodes 1,000 times to get those numbers going up.
Yeah.
Make it your new Christmas tradition. Just put Kermitment on in the background.
And if you're not celebrating the holidays, also enjoy and relax.
Yeah.
Please, everybody just relax.
Yeah, everyone relax.
Calm down.
And before we go, we need to thank our friend Tuna for creating the music for this podcast and Cassie Wilson for singing our theme song. You can follow this podcast on Twitter at KermitmentPod, where you can find the playlist for all the things that we watch in each episode, or we just tell you, it's on Disney Plus. Go check it out. And we'll also, by the time this podcast episode is out, we might be announcing a cool thing that you'll be able to give us money for and get a physical item in the mail.
AKA merch.
What? But yes, if you want to reach out to us, you can email us at mail@kermitment.com, and you can follow me on the internet at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.
Why are there so many shows starring Muppets and dozens of movies too? They said they'd watch every one and they mean it. It's something that they've got to do. So now they've pledged you a lifelong commitment. Muppets, Matthew and Sam.
Welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where 2 friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos.
Ho, ho, ho. And I'm Santa Claus.
Oh no, hi Santa Claus. What'd you do with Sam?
I tied him up and put him in his dryer.
It gets really hot in there, Santa. I'm not sure.
I didn't turn it on.
Oh!
Not a monster.
Oh, of course not. Sorry.
Dear God, man.
You probably had to fold him in half to fit him in there, though.
I folded him in thirds.
Oh, okay. That's a nice, decent thing to do.
With the magic of Christmas. Goodbye.
Bye, Santa.
Oh, man. I was just tied up in my dryer by Santa.
Yeah, folded into thirds, I heard.
Did he start recording the show without me?
He did.
Weird.
And for some reason, I was okay with it.
He left. There's a single candy cane on my desk now.
Ooh,
and it says, has a note tied around. It says, "Watch your back."
Yeah, I was gonna say I would not trust that candy cane. The man who just tied you up.
Don't really know what I did to him, but
I'm not even sure why he really did it. Because what did he gain from just getting on this podcast for 5 seconds?
I'm not sure. He's already really famous.
Yeah, it's not like a marketing campaign. He's got to spread the word about Santa.
No. Well, we'll have to ponder that. Maybe someday we'll have an answer.
Maybe he'll just be lingering in the background of this podcast, ready to strike at any time.
Oh my God, that scares me. But I'm Sam Schultz.
Oh,
hi.
Good. Welcome back, Sam. I think the reason Santa is probably hanging around today is because we are celebrating Christmas in May.
He might be pissed about that. He might also be pissed because his jolly ass didn't show up in one single frame of this damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, we get Fozzie dressed as Santa.
Yeah, that don't count.
But we are celebrating Christmas in May as we wrap up the 1970s by discussing John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. which aired on ABC on December 5th, 1979. This is it, Sam. This is the very last piece of 1970s Muppet media we are going to be watching.
I'm kind of sad that, I'm kind of sad to see the 70s go, I think. We've had our ups and downs, haven't we?
Oh, yeah. And it was a decade of, less commercials, more success, and a lot more Muppets.
Yeah. But also a lot of, really flailing, trying real hard in the beginning.
Do you mean with, the pilots of, Muppet Show Sex and Violence and the Valentine Show? Yeah.
Yeah. A little too much Julie Andrews sprinkled throughout as well.
There was quite a bit of Julie Andrews. But yeah, I think overall the 70s, obviously, the meteoric rise to fame that the Muppets have largely takes place in the 70s, where they are now absolute superstars thanks to both Sesame Street and the Muppet Show and the Muppet movie. Everyone knows the Muppets at this point. And my biggest thing that I was thinking, and I don't know if this is true that this will happen, but we haven't seen the Muppets really embarrass themselves yet or do anything, I think, where we're really shaking our head my children, what are you doing? And
we haven't seen the first thing where it's that little gap in the armor where the weak spot is, huh?
And I think we've seen them on, bad things. They have made not enjoyable pieces of media.
Absolutely. But they've been the good thing in those bad things.
Usually, yeah. And what I'm afraid of is as we get into the 80s and the 90s, the Muppets are going to try to be cool, because I feel like the 80s and 90s are going to be an era of cool. And the Muppets are usually...
The Muppets were really cool in the 70s.
Yeah. And I think the moment they try to keep up with the 80s and 90s, we might get some more of those embarrassing moments.
Yeah. I think Rizzo was an early success at it, trying to be cool in the 80s.
And maybe they'll, roll out some more Muppets like Rizzo that were oh, okay, I see how they're sort of keeping up with the era. But yeah, again, we mentioned this a few times, but I'm very excited to see what the Muppets do in the 80s. Our podcast in the 80s will be filled with a lot of Fraggle Rock and Muppet Babies and a lot of that stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what our prime Muppets are doing around those things.
Here's my theory, actually. I think the Muppets will be almost a nostalgia act through the 80s. They'll be beloved because all the things you just mentioned were big, Muppet Babies especially, was oh, that was a pretty big deal. I think the 90s is where we will see them try to be cool, and that will be the more embarrassing thing.
Well, and the one thing I've noticed in researching a lot of the Muppets of the Week for this podcast is that after, say, 86, 87, after they do that, Muppets 30 years celebration, and the big movies have come out of, Take Manhattan and Caper have come out, after that era, a lot of Muppets go away for a long time. A lot of our side character Muppets will not be seen until the 2011 Muppets movie.
Yeah.
So we get a good 20 years where a lot of Muppets just go away. And so I'm very curious once we get to that point if we start noticing a big shift in the way the Muppets are treated and the way that they're treating themselves in projects.
Yeah. Something we can get into a little bit more when we're starting to talk about this, but this Christmas special really reminded me how in the early days of the Muppets, it was kind of if the Muppets were on, anything could happen. And at this point, it's if the Muppets are on, you're getting the Muppet Show crew. You're not getting something truly bizarre or something from left field. But maybe in the 86s and after, we'll get the same thing where it's if the Muppets are coming, you don't know what's going to happen. It'll kind of be a return to their original form.
And I think some of what we've seen so far from that post-Jim era backs that up, because they kind of go a little nuts after Jim leaves at first, and they're just tossing a lot of things at the wall to see what sticks and creating a lot of new Muppets specifically. And so I think Muppets Tonight is a fun experiment in that, where they really were trying their own thing with a lot of new characters. And, for some people it worked. Other people it didn't.
Yeah.
But Tough Pigs actually put out an interesting article this week about, basically maybe the Muppets should take a little bit of a break, or at least return to a bit more of that anything can happen when the Muppets are here, because I think the article makes a similar point to what you just said about how when you ask the Muppets to show up, you're going to get the Muppet Show Muppets. You know what you're getting. Whereas in the olden days, you'd get the Perry Como Winners Show or whatever, and you'd have the Country Trio there, and they're still billed as Jim Henson's Muppets, even though it's just 3 dudes puppets like playing in a band, or you have like King Gosh Posh running a hotel, but it's still
Was Kermit in that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I couldn't remember, but I don't think he was.
I think we got like Gosh Posh, Featherstone, the Country Trio, and a weird wreath Muppet, but I think that was it.
I think you're right.
But it's one of those things where that article on Tough Pigs this week raises that similar point where it's like maybe we should try to see what we can do with the Muppets of turning them into a little bit more than just the Muppet Show Muppets, because everything that they've tried to do for the last 10, 15 years has been essentially a reboot of the Muppet Show in certain ways.
Yeah.
And that article brings up the fact that, the SNL Muppets were Muppets. And those are like the least Muppet Show Muppets ever.
Right.
So I don't know that I necessarily want, things like Muppets Mayhem to not happen. I want to see that show. But at the same time, I totally understand that the idea of what a Muppet is has changed a lot and is treated very differently today than what it used to be.
I think as long as Disney owns the Muppets, that ain't gonna happen though. They're gonna be cashing in on Kermit and the gang until they're like, oh, we're bored of this, and sell them or whatever they decide to do, or throw them in the Disney vault, which is probably more likely.
They are a bit more of an IP at this point rather than a place that's working to develop a lot of new characters. And I'm sure certain things are owned by the Jim Henson Company still.
Right.
And so it's tricky to know like what characters from the past belong to who, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff under Disney's umbrella that they could choose to bring back if they wanted to. And if they truly, say tomorrow Disney Plus, they announce we're rebooting the Muppet Show. We're getting a brand new Muppet Show in 2023. Here you go.
This time they're all nude though.
Especially Scooter.
Yes.
Lots of nude Scooter running around managing the show. People keep telling him to put his clothes on, and he says, "No, this is my new."
We remastered the '70s Muppet Show, and we've digitally removed Scooter's clothes.
All arm rods, all clothes removed.
We've replaced Scooter with one of the Zach and Cody on deck. Who are those guys? We've replaced them with both Zach and Cody.
The Sprouses?
Yeah, we de-aged them. And now it's the third Zach and Cody series. Zach and Cody in the Muppet Show.
Oh, God. See,
that sounds kind of good, actually.
I would not be surprised if a Muppet shows up on that show at some point. I could see Kermit showing up on that show when they're on deck on the cruise ship. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, they're both like 40 now, though. They don't make that show anymore.
I think they're still younger than us.
They're still younger than us? Like someday they will be older than us?
No, you were just saying they were like 40, and I'm like, I think
the Sprouses,
they've always been younger than us.
Fast, I suppose.
Don't think they
always
passed us.
have been and always will be until we die. I think speaking of the 70s also, I do, even still now that we're watching it a little bit more, forget Sesame Street and forget like how powerful of a thing that was. And like Jim wasn't struggling at any point in the 70s. He kicked it off with Sesame Street. And that was just like the biggest thing he ever did, probably.
Yeah.
So.
The entire goal of his 50s and 60s career was to be on TV.
Yeah.
And starting in the late 60s / early 70s, he was on TV every single day in every single household, pretty much. So,
that's
goal
achieved.
Cool. Yeah, good job, Jim.
He kind of overdid it, honestly.
Yeah, in a matter of like 15 years.
He made it impossible for people like us to actually chronicle his entire career.
Yeah. What the hell, Jim? So yeah, that's also, interesting that we talk about how far along we are like in the era of Jim's life. We have 10 years left of Jim's life in our chronological viewing here. And it feels like, that's not a lot of time in, the span of this man's life. But he did so much in that first 25 years of his career up to this point in 1980 that, and I know he does a lot more in that last decade. So I'm very excited to get through the 80s, not get through them, I guess, but to watch the 80s because there's so much stuff I haven't seen. The more I look into the Jim Henson Hour, the more excited I am to check that out.
Oh my gosh. I've been reading the Muppet Wiki about it and just being like, what could this possibly be? What does this show look like? And I don't want to look and spoil it for myself.
Same, because like sometimes you look and it's like, oh, this looks exactly like the Muppet Show. Like they're just doing the Muppet Show again. And then other times it's like Jim Henson showing you a cool camera trick. And you're like,
yeah.
all right.
Well, what is the scary hedgehog, man? What's going on here?
Well, that's from The Storyteller, which I'm also very excited to watch.
Oh, yeah, I forgot those are two different things. Because I think eventually they kind of merge into one thing.
They use, so the Jim Henson hour, they would, I think, use the second half hour sometimes of that hour to show off other projects like The Storyteller or Dog City or other things like that. And so
Dog City.
there might be
That's
some
the
things that
one.
we end up watching twice accidentally without realizing it. But we'll know that Hedgehog Man really, really well.
Do you know there's like 4 seasons of Dog City? Isn't that crazy?
I think they're all also right now on the Roku TV app for free. So if anyone out there wants to get a jump on Dog City, go ahead.
Yeah, you better hurry, because who knows? Roku TV seems like a kind of a fly-by-night operation, doesn't it? But you know what? Also, 2022 could be that could be the year of the comeback of the Muppets because of Holy Moly.
Yeah, we got this weird thing happening right now where the show Holy Moly, which I have never watched, but seems like mini golf meets Wipeout, is apparently all of their new season is going to be run by the Muppets.
Co-hosted and run by the Muppets.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's not just like a one-off episode appearance. Apparently, they're going to be there for the whole season.
I'm very excited about this, and I was telling Matt that if the Muppets' fate is to be the gimmick imposed on failing Disney-branded shows, like this is our last season, or these are our last 5 episodes or whatever, what do we do? The automatic answer is put the Muppets on. Put the Muppets on this sitcom, put the Muppets on this news broadcast, you know? They're just throwing the Muppets in there. They're trying to save everything.
Now I'm just thinking of everything that's currently like owned or run by ABC, and like how do we get a Muppet in there? They got that new Wonder Years reboot, takes place in the 60s. We could definitely have some Muppets happening
Get
in the
the
60s.
Latroy Jaggin popping through the wall. Like, hey, Kevin's mom, made with dragon fire. And then it burns the house down, and that has repercussions throughout the rest of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Is his name Kevin? I don't know.
His name's Kevin in the old one. I don't think it's Kevin in the new one.
Kevin McAllister.
Nope, I don't think that's it.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think this experiment is working because I have never had an interest in watching Holy Moly
No,
until
but I'm
right now.
definitely going to watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, it starts in just a couple days as we are recording this. So by the time this is out, at least I think 1 or 2 episodes will be out. So hopefully we're all checking out Holy Moly, and hopefully it's good.
It's good. Yeah. That's the bigger, hopefully.
All right, Sam, let's get in the Christmas spirit by telling the people what we watched today.
This week we watched Muppets and John Denver, A Christmas Together, brought to you by the good people at DuPont. DuPont and you, there's good chemistry between us. On December 5th, 1979, singer John Denver and that lovable band of misfits, the Muppets, appeared on television screens across the country in a television special version of their very popular album of the same name, which had come out the October prior. Or this October, I don't know how you say that. It come out in October of the year that this came out.
A couple months before this.
And it was like a huge hit. I think it went platinum. I'm not sure if it had gone platinum yet, but it was on its way. They kick off the TV special the same way the album does, with the 12 Days of Christmas, before moving on to the writer's room where, in typical Muppet fashion, they have apparently not even really started writing the very Christmas special that they are currently appearing in. They keep flinging suggestions at John Denver, who is very graciously trying to do the impossible and make all of these little freaks happy. Eventually, John has enough, throws open the door behind him, revealing a very Perry Como winter special type of infinite void. Slowly, a quaint little village and quaint little inhabitants of that village apparate in the void, and John and the Muppets do a peppy little number throughout the streets of the town. John finds his way back to harsh reality after that, to discover that Miss Piggy is, of course, not happy with the part that she has been given in the special and demands that he rewrites it. John agrees and goes off to think about what Piggy's new show-stopping segment should be. He sort of drifts around different planes of reality at this point, singing some carols with some real deer and some Muppet beavers, reminiscing on the meaning of Christmas with a homesick Kermit, and singing Merry Little Christmas with Rolf on a stage of some sort, before Piggy confronts him, demanding to know what his idea is. And he does tell her that he in fact has an idea, and here is the idea. So the big centerpiece kind of the show is a sort of mini retelling of The Tin Soldier with John Denver as a sort of fuck up of a toy soldier who is in love with Piggy, who's here playing a doll named Fifi, which really confused me because I thought her dog was named Fifi. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, John? It's Fufu.
How could you mix those two up?
Well, Fufu has a sister named Fifi, so as we learned. So John goes off to war or something, and Fifi sings a sad song about missing him, but he comes back and they're together once again. It's kind of weird. Then the Muppets and John gather for carols in a big living room set, and then John does his best Linus from a Charlie Brown Christmas impression and tells the Muppets the story of the Nativity with a little help from Muppet Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. They then lead an audience of children that has apparently been there the whole time in a round of Silent Night, and that's the end. Highlights include seeing The Muppets 12 Days of Christmas in live action with like a huge cast of people who are all played by the same guy, so it's kind of fun to be like, how are they doing that? Also, John and Rolf singing together is lovely, and the part where John and Kermit chat about missing home is also lovely. We learn a little bit about Kermit's past. The opening big number where they dance through the town is fun, and fun enough that I found myself wishing that more of the special took place kind of in that world. And there are a lot of full body Muppet shots throughout this that are pretty interesting, especially like an almost full body of Rolf at his piano, which is kind of cool. And it's also funny to me that the chef seems to really hate John Denver for basically no reason. He's just really rude to him a number of times.
Maybe he's mad he doesn't have a bigger part in this special.
He like burns his finger with a meatball, tells him he hates the special. He's just kind of acting out in this one. Elsewhere in December 1979, Star Trek The Motion Picture, which was produced based on the success of Star Wars and Close Encounters, was released, revitalizing a franchise that had basically been dead for like a decade. Hayao Miyazaki's first feature film, The Castle of Cagliostro, was also released, as was Steve Martin's The Jerk. And if you went to theaters around now, you could also see the eventual Best Picture winner, Kramer vs. Kramer. In the world of music, Sid Vicious's posthumous album Sid Sings is released, as is The Clash's London Calling and Motorhead's debut album. And in larger world events, the Iranian Revolution concludes with Ayatollah Khomeini as the supreme leader of Iran, and the Soviet-Afghan War, a Cold War proxy war that will put the U.S. on the path to 9/11, is just about to begin.
All brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Be an original. Be a pepper.
It tastes fattening, but it's not. What a weird slogan.
Yeah.
You can't say the word fattening.
Yeah, it's very weird, this special John Denver and the Muppets Christmas Together. Not only brought to you by DuPont, but also by Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Dr. Pepper, which, as I just said, the tagline is, it tastes fattening, but it's not. So they're just saying that regular Dr. Pepper is fattening.
Yeah, it tastes fattening, and it is.
Yeah. Taste the fat, Dr. Pepper.
It's just such a weird, like, it's not even fat. It's sugar. It's like, what?
Yeah, I don't want my soda to taste fattening.
Fattening.
I just be like,
because it will be,
yes.
yeah, like a separate layer of oil sitting on top of it when you open
you
the
gotta
can.
stir up your Dr. Pepper before you drink it.
It's gonna make me puke. Yeah, that's horrible. Just some real chunky Dr. P.
Worth noting that Sid Sings album you mentioned also has a cover of My Way, like a Gonzo's.
Like Gonzo, yeah. It sure does. Gonzo got an advanced copy of it.
I got to get mine out before Sid does.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But before we talk about John Denver and the Muppets, there's some other things, actually, a lot of things happening at the end of 1979 here that I wanted to cover real quick. On the same day this special would be airing, December 5th, 1979, the Art of the Muppets exhibit was opening in the San Diego Museum of Art. This exhibit had been going for a few months already, or at least a month or so, I think already, at a different museum, but had just opened at the San Diego Museum, which was sort of beginning its tour. It would go on to tour the country at different museums, and this was essentially the precursor to that current Jim Henson Imagination Unlimited exhibit that's currently still touring the country.
Been around for a while, huh?
Yeah, this is the first time where people could really see a lot of the Muppets in person in their local museum. Then, Jim gets real busy and is traveling so much, according to his journal, that I don't even know that some of it makes sense. of the location that he mentions he is in. So try to follow this.
Okay.
December 7th, 1979, he is in New York. He meets with Ken Phillips, and he said he's going to start him designing stained glass for the building. So what this is talking about is that Jim purchased a real old 1929 double townhouse on Manhattan's Upper East Side and was renovating it and decorating it to make it a Henson Associates office. This is famous, though, for its stained glass. There's a couple of stained glass windows in this townhouse. There's one where you like look up at the skylight and you see a view of trees from below, and it's supposed to be a view of what Kermit might see looking straight up from his lily pad.
Okay.
And then there's another one that's Kermit playing his banjo. And so, yeah, he was starting to renovate and set up this townhouse, which was going to be used. I think he may have lived there. I don't actually know, but I know it was partially used as an office as well. They talk about how their system of getting people's attention would be basically sticking your head out into the big staircase and just shouting for the person who's like 2 floors above you or whatever. Then, on December 8th and 9th, Jim wrote that he had weekend product meetings in New York. And this is because Jim took a huge interest in how the characters appeared, whether they were like toys, dolls, posters, lunchboxes, whatever. And so he would regularly still meet with the licensing group to review products and share ideas. Then, December 9th, 1979, they had the Henson Company Christmas party at the St. Regis Hotel with about 160 people. And unfortunately, something we can't see. Jim wrote in his journal that Frank and I do Piggy and Kermit. So there was probably a very bawdy Piggy and Kermit performance at the company Christmas party that year. Then, on December 9th, same day, he wrote in his journal, London with Bernie and Dave. So I don't know if he flew out.
How the hell do you do that?
Maybe he took a red eye or something after a Christmas party. Seems like
That
a poor
doesn't sound
choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the same day of the Christmas party, he wrote London with Bernie and Dave. There's not more information about that trip. But then, December 15th, he's back in New York, baby.
Oh, boy.
Because Karen Prell comes to visit him from Washington State. Karen is best known for portraying Red Fraggle on Fraggle Rock. And she was 20 years old at this time. And she said, quote, as a teenage Muppet fan, I bombarded Henson Associates with fan letters and inquiries about puppet building or performing work. So apparently in December 1979, she got a call from Henson Associates. And the caller said, hey, Jim saw your puppeteering tape that you sent in, and you should come to New York and audition right away. So she flew from Seattle and got to New York. Most of the employees are gone for the Christmas holiday. So apparently Jim answered the door himself and greeted her with a hug. And she said, quote, it was like arriving at Mount Olympus and being greeted and hugged by a god. So apparently he like just had a one-on-one audition for her. She like grabbed an Anything Muppet, did some talking and acting exercises. And then right then and there, he asked her to perform Dina, who was a new monster that was going to show up on Sesame Street.
Oh, I never heard of Dina before.
Dina didn't stick around for like longer than a season, I don't think. But it was Karen Prell's first job with the Muppets. And obviously she is still performing Red to this day. Then, to further confuse the timeline here, December 16th, the next day, he has a breakfast meeting with Hugh Wheeler about the ill-fated Bodo.
Ah, the goat thing, huh?
Yes, the goat herder Broadway play that he ended up not doing. Then he writes Fly to Boston and Fly to London.
He does both?
Maybe he had to fly to Boston first, but I feel like there'd be flights from New York.
Doesn't seem worth mentioning.
Nope, but he doesn't mention anything beyond that, so
Okay.
Who knows? Then, on that trip to London, on December 17th through the 19th, Jim wrote that they did some testing for the Dark Crystal. So by the end of 1979, many of the characters had been built in some form for the Dark Crystal, and Jim used this hiatus from the Muppet Show to go to London and do more tests.
Ew, this thing's from Dark Crystal?
So I sent Sam a little video clip that's on the Henson Company YouTube channel, and it's just called Dark Crystal Test. And it's some little creatures that I don't believe end up actually being in the Dark Crystal themselves, but these were some of the puppets that were made for the Dark Crystal.
They look like they got damn potatoes for heads.
They do look like damp potatoes.
They got a big bong, too.
And it doesn't surprise me with like, where the Dark Crystal ends up. But yeah, it's interesting to see that, like 2.5 years before that movie comes out, they're still performing some more tests. And we got more stuff happening in late December, late 1979 here. December 21st, Bernie calls. This is Bernie Brillstein, Jim's agent, and says they sold Emmet Otter to ABC for next year. And this is because, as much as, it feels like forever ago that we talked about Emmet Otter, Emmet Otter's Jug Bang Christmas first airs on network television on December 15th, 1980, so a year after this.
Oh, we skipped way ahead for Emmet?
No, we talked about it when it aired, I believe, in Canada and on HBO.
Wild.
Yeah, at least I think the Canada airing was first because they filmed it up there, but they hadn't sold it to other networks yet. So people like on, regular U.S. network TV would not end up seeing it until 1980. Then, Christmas Eve, 1979, Jim celebrates Christmas Eve with Jim Coburn, which is James Coburn, who plays the owner of the El Sleazo Cafe in the Muppet movie.
Why does he do that?
Because they just became old friends after casting him in the Muppet movie. Because also, a few months after this, James Coburn will be filming his own season 5 episode of The Muppet Show. So they became, close enough friends to spend Christmas together. Also on Christmas...
That was Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a couple lonely fellas, huh?
Well, I think he was also there with James Coburn's wife.
Okay.
So maybe this was in London. I didn't actually look
Just
up
a
where they
lonely
were.
Jim.
Yeah.
He was like, come on, honey. This guy, he's pathetic.
We got a damp bearded man knocking on our door on Christmas Eve. We have to let him in. But also on Christmas Eve, 1979, another episode of the Hollywood Squares with Big Bird and or Oscar appeared.
Okay.
The notes.
You don't know which one?
The notes on the Hollywood Squares appearances are a bit dodgy on Muppet Wiki, where it says basically like this date, but typically people would film a whole week of shows. And so Big Bird and Oscar probably switched on and off throughout the week of Christmas Eve, 1979.
Right. Switching back and forth.
Right. And the last thing to note, something else we couldn't find to watch, is that on December 25th, Christmas Day, 1979, another episode of the blooper special, It'll Be Alright on the Night, the UK-based blooper special, featured a short blooper from the Raquel Welch episode in which Fozzie accidentally calls Scooter Kermit. Whoa!
Oh, what a wild mix-up.
Yeah. So I was going to say, unfortunately, I couldn't find a clip of that, but I think you can just imagine it, and it's fine.
Yeah. Some British people died because it was so funny. They couldn't handle it. The farcical nature of the bloop.
Huge wave of Christmas deaths that year.
Yeah.
But getting back to John Denver, it's worth noting that apparently they had already sort of agreed to make this special and the album when John recorded his episode of The Muppet Show. And this is not going to be the last time we will see John Denver in our watchings for this podcast, because they've got another special coming out in just a few years in 1983.
He takes them all on vacation, baby.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Holiday. They will do a number of PSAs, like environmentalism PSAs in the 80s as well with John Denver. And then in 1984, apparently Jim and John Denver were both in Russia for different projects, and they met up in Moscow, and John and Kermit performed for children at the U.S. Embassy.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anything to see from that, but...
Top secret.
Yeah. But getting back to 1979, Sam, I feel like this is the first special we've seen like this in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was shocked how Perry Como Christmas specially it was. That took me by total surprise.
Yeah, and like we've seen some Julie Andrews specials, but I think the most recent one was the One Step Into Spring, where the Muppets barely did anything with Julie Andrews and weren't a huge part of it. But this is, John Denver giving it his all. He loves these Muppets so much.
He does love them. He's got such a goofy smile on his face every time he looks at one of them.
And I feel like he's, just as cool as Perry Como. Like they're just as dorky and square as each other, but
Perry Como was much, much cooler than John Denver.
Wow,
Perry Como's cool as fuck. I think.
I guess he was throwing like a swingers party up in that chalet.
Yeah. Perry Como was awesome. I think Perry Como is too cool for the Muppets, so then it makes him seem dorkier.
He's just the sleepy old man.
Oh, I forgot he was so tired all the time, too. John Denver's never tired.
Well, because I feel like John Denver's the kind of guy who's going to bed at 8 p.m. with a big glass of milk.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
like Perry Como's out all night flirting with every woman he sees.
Yeah. John Denver's got his sleeping cap on, though, and yawning like a cartoon mouse.
Yeah, I don't know like the level of cool that maybe John Denver was viewed with in the 70s. Like maybe he was viewed a little less boring than we see him now.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe people were hungry for boring in the 70s. Maybe everybody was too, like, disco-y and stuff. And it was just like, this one guy, he's our little island of calmness and this rushing torrent of disco and wildness. But he was like he had been in a movie at this point, I think, right? So, like, had he been in My God yet, or whatever it's called?
Oh God, yeah, that was 1977 with George Burns.
Right. It does seem like he's maybe not even sure what he's supposed to be in this. Like, is he beloved enough to have to like anchor this? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he knew if he was either. But he's definitely not like a guy who should be doing like a dance routine on that kind of set. Like, he just looks weird dancing. I wasn't ready for that.
Which thankfully they leaned into a bit in the Tin Soldier,
The Toy Soldier
number where he clearly knows that he is not as coordinated as these other professional dancers. And so they lean into that. But yes, at the beginning, it is strange that he seems like he's actually fully trying to be a professional dancer in those scenes.
Yeah. And I don't usually notice like, oh, this guy's not good at dancing, but like he could not kick his legs up very high.
And I think, I know that my mother-in-law was like a huge John Denver fan when she was younger. So I know he had fans. I don't know like what level of like I know he was a super famous person. I was aware when he died and I was like 9 years old and I knew who he was. But I don't know if he was sort of the boring alternative to what was going on in the world of music at the time. As you said, Motorhead released their first album. So, Sid Vicious is out there. Motorhead's out there.
Well, Sid Vicious isn't out there anymore.
You have punk, you have metal coming in.
And The Clash had just come out,
Yeah.
Too,
so I feel like this is sort of that alternative. If you're like, okay, some kids are into punk music and they got safety pins in their noses. But the good kids, they listen to their John Denver and they go to church on Sunday.
Yeah, they love the Muppets and John Denver.
Which is, actually, there was a review apparently for the Los Angeles Times where a reviewer called this combination of Denver and the Muppets an overdose of cute.
Yeah, I read that. I think I would agree with that overall.
My other favorite review that was on Muppet Wiki is from Bill Hayden of the Gannett News Service. Says that he places John Denver at the top of his list of least favorite performers, and the Muppets rank exceedingly high on a list of his most liked performers.
Oh, poor John.
So this poor reviewer was like, God damn it, I love the Muppets, but I hate that John Denver.
What a bad day for him.
But the special does open up with the 12 Days of Christmas. I guess before we even maybe get into the details of that, how'd you feel about the special overall, Sam?
It's so disjointed that it's kind of hard for, like, there's so many different things happening and so many different sets they go to that it is almost easier to go, like, segment by segment and be like, this was cool, this one sucked. Overall, I didn't love it as much as I wanted to. Because I've seen John Denver and the Muppets Rocky Mountain Holiday. That one's way different than this one. That one's like a little story. Like, they're in a place doing stuff. This one was so much like a 70s thing, like a 70s variety show that I was just like, I'm kind of over this. Like, this isn't what I expected from my John Denver. I wanted something like, it pales in comparison so much to like every other like Muppet Christmas Carol. So the cover of this album is so cool. And like the inside of it, I was expecting it to look like that, to be like lush and be like illustrated and beautiful and like classic Christmassy, but it wasn't that. So I think I was let down in a way that maybe gives me like an unfair opinion of it.
I think that's fair, though. It does feel like it's going to be a bit more of a Christmas special and not a variety show. And it's a lot more 70s variety show.
Yeah. And the toy soldier thing just did not click with me. I was very bored during that whole thing. And that's a pretty long segment.
Yeah, it's so weird. I think disjointed is a good word for it because there are some great moments throughout this special where the Muppets are used incredibly well and are very funny for not being written by Jerry Jewell. And I think it's interesting to contrast those with the very sincere, slower moments where it's just John Denver singing by himself to his son. And it's like...
Is that who Zachary is?
Yeah, Zachary is his son.
Does he mention that earlier?
No.
Okay.
I had to look that up randomly in the middle of the song.
Character Zachary.
He just says Merry Christmas Zachary, and you're like, who the hell is Zachary?
I'm not Zachary.
Yeah. Is it a feature where whoever's watching, it just dubs their name in?
Like that E.T. ride at Universal Studios where you would say your name at the end, you know?
I don't know that. Was that a thing?
Oh, yeah. There were certain people would get like a little like bracelet or something, or like they would like feed like a card into a machine. They'd ask everybody their name and certain names he could say. So
John. It was just John.
Yeah. It's just all the Johns. Yeah.
No, it's like, hey, do we have any Elliots in the crowd? Oh, you?
Who voiced
Look out, E.T. might say your name in this ride.
Who voiced E.T.? Do you know?
I think he's a real alien, Sam.
Oh my God. That just occurred to me that it must be
He's
true.
got a real alien.
Anyway. And yeah, at the end of the ride, he'd say, goodbye, John.
I'm just picturing it exactly like the Krusty the Clown, like voiceover dub in the Camp Krusty episode, where it would be like,
oh, yeah.
Goodbye, John.
Okay, so that's who Zachary is. I meant to look it up, but...
Yeah, it was his adopted son that he had been born like 5 years before this or something.
Okay. E.T. was voiced by a woman.
Yeah, I was just looking that up too.
She was a chain smoker.
She was also
She had a
apparently
raspy voice.
the voice of Bausch in Star Wars: Return of the Jedi. Like the fake voice that Leia has when she's like threatening Jabba and the little...
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. I bet as soon as you hear them side by side, it'll sound right. What? This I'm drawn in now because apparently she'd been hired by George Lucas because Lucas had said he was in a laundromat when he thought her ambiguous voice was perfect.
Cool. Because it says she's a radio soap opera actress. So he either heard her in real life in a laundromat or heard her on the radio. In
Okay,
a laundromat.
that makes more sense that he heard her on the radio. I thought she was just like doing laundry, like, ouch, I dropped my clothes. And he's like, oh, ouch, I like that, ouch. Do that again. I have a friend named Steven who would love to talk to you too.
Yeah, she went to make a call. And she was like, what? Time to phone.
Oh, she's a very cute looking old lady. I just Googled her and her name's Pat Welsh and she just looks like everyone's grandma.
She looks like E.T.
She does look a little bit like E.T.
This is amazing. This is the best thing I ever learned. Well, anyway.
How did we get here?
Because we were talking about how he says Zachary.
Oh, yeah. Too many threads to pull on. We're going to unravel if we go too far. So let's get into the 12
You were still
days.
telling us what you thought of the special, actually.
Oh, God. Yes, I agree. Disjointed. Good word for it. But some of the highlights are really good highlights. I think the script, like the writer's room scene in particular, is classic Muppets. And even the sincere moments, I think, work pretty well.
Yeah. I like them at the end in that living room singing. That part is, like, not exciting, and it also kind of comes out of nowhere. But, like, the Muppet Jesus is cool. Like, that's a very interesting part, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of interesting puppets used in this. You mentioned that there's a lot of puppets on screen at the same time, so, like, trying to figure out who is all puppeteering those right now is interesting to think about. But I think there's also... Yeah, I think there's enough moments that bring it down for me that I'm just like, yeah, this isn't like gonna end up on my watch list every Christmas year, but like the album definitely stays in rotation around Christmas time.
That was there's like such a huge quality difference between the album and the special that was just like the album sets it up for failure, unfortunately, because the album is amazing and beautiful to like the actual physical thing is beautiful.
Yeah, there's and if you never opened up the old 70s album of A Christmas
Yeah.
Together. On the inside, the track list is represented by Christmas cards that are like hand-drawn, probably Michael Frith. They look like his style.
Yeah, they look like his stuff.
Christmas cards for each and every song on the album. And they're great, and they make me want them and to like have them
Yeah.
on a shelf somewhere. But yeah, speaking of the album, this special opens up just right away with the 12 Days of Christmas. There is no like, hey, welcome to the special. It is
That's
just
really one you got to save to the end, I think, but whatever.
yeah. Well, it opens up with John Denver just standing outside of a house. He gives you a little wave and a nod, like, hey, it's time. And they sing the 12 Days of Christmas just like they do on the album. Fozzie keeps messing up. Can't remember his line.
Yeah.
John tries to help him out a couple times. He like has a little side conversation with him where he's like, hey, come on, dude. You can figure this out.
You're ruining this for all of us.
And he gives him a little high five once he does finally get it right.
That was cute, yeah. It looks like Fozzie's going to leave him hanging for a second, but Fozzie catches on.
I don't think Frank is performing Fozzie in this number.
No, I don't think so either. But I actually don't think he's performing Miss Piggy either. I couldn't tell which one he wasn't performing more.
I assumed he was doing Piggy because Piggy's doing this like little lip quivering thing when she's singing
That's
her
true.
5 golden rings, and the ba-dum-bum-bum is very...
You're not going to know the answer to this, but sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Is that a new Miss Piggy puppet?
Ooh, I wasn't paying that close of attention
Huh.
to see.
She looks great. That's why I ask. She's got like more like defined lips, I feel like, than I'm used to her having.
Maybe. I feel like they do like little refurbs every now and then to these
Yeah.
guys that like slight adjustments here and there, so it's hard to notice when they shift them just a little bit.
Yeah.
But
It's like, gotta make this pig more kissable. Come on, pout those lips out.
But there's one point in particular in the 12 Days of Christmas where Fozzie completely blows his line. And I thought the special was out of sync for a second when I was watching it. But everything else before and after that moment are perfectly in sync. So whoever is performing Fozzie was just like a couple seconds too late on one of the cues. And so it looks like he's just completely out of sync. So
And Frank would never do that.
no.
Further Fozzie disrespect, though. Come on.
It is worth noting Muppet Wiki lists that they did pull in some other puppeteers to help on this special, including Bob Payne, who we talked about previously, used to work with Jim all the way back on the Sam and Friends days. Brian Meal, who we talked about previously, being Barkley and Early Elmo. And they also pulled in Mike Davis, Philip Huber, and Cheryl Henson.
Oh.
Yeah, so one of the Henson children was involved in this one. And she goes on to help puppeteer in a few things, but not very many things. So I'm not sure why, but yeah, she is.
Just bored of it, maybe.
Maybe. But she does help out on this one. My one thing I wrote down that I really liked about this 12 Days of Christmas is that when Floyd comes in, Zoot also just suddenly shows up with him, even though Zoot doesn't sing or play the saxophone or really do anything at all.
There's a little saxophone-y kind of sounding thing that happens at one point, but I don't know if it's him. But when he pops up, he is not playing the saxophone, certainly.
No, it's like he just wandered in, like, Floyd was walking this direction, and now I'm here.
Too, man. Yeah. It was very fun. I like this. This song is on my like permanent Christmas list of permanent Christmas playlist. So it was really fun to see it in live action. That was a bit of a thrill, and it sets expectations very high for the rest of the thing.
Yeah, this special peaks real early because after the 12 Days of Christmas, we have the cast meeting around the writer's table where, you know, John is getting to live his best life and hang out with all of his best Muppet friends.
Yeah, but he's very mad at them, too. He keeps slamming on the table.
Well, but he's mad, but he's also determined to make them all happy.
Yeah.
His main goal is to make sure everyone is happy with their part in this special.
What this taught me is that you don't want John Denver producing anything. He cannot handle it.
He will try to make everyone happy and nothing will ever get done.
No.
Piggy shows up late because apparently she's been followed by autograph hounds. She opens the door, comes in, and you hear a bunch of dogs barking, and she complains about autograph hounds, which are apparently real dogs.
I either blinked out of existence or you didn't mention that was Miss Piggy that you're talking about.
I said Miss Piggy shows up late.
You did?
Yeah.
I think you said she shows up late.
We'll review the tape and see who's right.
Whenever anyone says she, they always mean Miss Piggy. She is the universal she.
I mean, in the Muppets world.
Yeah.
Kinda.
She's the only one. Yeah.
She even makes that distinction later on because there's an argument in this section about peace on earth and goodwill towards men. And everyone is like, hey, let's change that. Miss Piggy first suggests goodwill towards men and women. And then we add and chickens and bears. And Floyd adds, and Dizzy Gillespie. But later on, during the Pleasure of Your Company number, when they're singing that list again and everyone gets their little part, they say towards men and chickens, bears, dogs, and Piggy just says, and moi. So she has given up the fight to...
She's thought about it a bit and been like, actually, just me.
Yeah, I only care about me this time.
I really like that part, too. She's on that like beautiful sled.
Yeah, her and John Denver are smooching on a sled as they go around a gazebo. It's very Christmassy.
And Fufu's there. And I was wondering if Frank was double fisting, if he was doing Piggy and Fufu at the same time, but I couldn't quite tell.
I guess that would make the most sense to, instead of like trying to shove two people inside of
Just
that
cram
sled.
another person there to be the dog that no one's looking at.
Yeah. But as you mentioned, there is a very Perry Como Winter Show moment in this special. So much so that I thought for some reason I had seen this before when I was watching it. That I was like, this feels so familiar. Because as John walks out the door into the blustery, snowy world, it is just a void that slowly starts to transition into a Christmassy little town.
Just a quaint little town. Exactly the same thing that happens in the Perry Como Christmas special.
Yeah, and I wanted to go back and revisit it, but that's the one that's been deleted off of YouTube.
Oh,
so I can't go back and like exactly watch it side by side. But I'm pretty sure that exact same thing happens. And this turns into the performance of The Pleasure of Your Company, which is an original song for this album and special.
Huh.
Written by the other Ray Charles, as
okay,
he is
I was going to
known.
say, no, it's not. It was written by Ray Charles, but it's a different guy.
It's a different Ray Charles, who unfortunately also went into music, has worked with the Muppets. He is the music consultant in the 4th season of The Muppet Show.
Oh, that must be so sad for him all the time. When people are...
His
when,
Wikipedia
Jim's
literally
Ray
says
Charles.
he is known as the other Ray Charles.
People's eyebrows are raising and then just be like, not that one.
Yeah, because if you look at the credits on this or on the Muppet Show or something, it says Ray Charles did the music, and you're like, holy shit, they got Ray Charles? That's pretty cool.
Why?
It's like, the other Ray Charles. I also, in looking up Ray Charles, I found out the fun fact that he was apparently, friends with Joe Raposo, who works on Sesame Street and Muppet Things. And Ray Charles's singing voice can be heard performing the Joe Raposo penned theme song for the sitcom Three's Company.
What?
Yes!
He wrote the theme song to Three's
Joe
Company?
Raposo wrote the theme song to Three's Company, and Ray Charles sang it.
Wild.
But yeah, that's my only real Ray Charles fun fact for the day. You mentioned that you wanted to spend more time in this world, and I completely agree.
Yeah.
All of these humans disappear after this number, and it's very strange because they feel like fake people that were like
summoned by like John Denver's like Anthony from that episode of The Twilight Zone, who can like make things happen with his mind, send people to the cornfield.
This is just his like platonic ideal of Christmas, and these people just pop out of nowhere, and the moment he doesn't need them anymore, they disappear.
Yeah, he like traps the Muppets in his Christmas universe, and he's like, all my friends are here. Look at this. And then he walks into the void, and all the Muppets are kind of like, whoa, because they're a little scared when they open up to the void. They kind of react like they're looking at an infinite void. And then all those people appear, and then he's like, but if you cross me, boom, gone.
And then he keeps you in a small snow globe on his desk while he laughs maniacally.
I don't think he laughs maniacally. I think he just smiles at the snow globe peacefully, serenely.
Creepily.
Yeah, creepily. But yeah, it is very weird. Like, I love this set. Like, the set's fine, whatever. It does look a little dangerous dancing on all that fake snow. But I just like this kind of world, this kind of like Stars Hollow-y kind of like feeling. And I love the Electric Mayhem in their little band outfits. I think they look adorable.
Yeah, they're just in little marching band uniforms, rocking out in the gazebo, Music Man style.
Yeah, and I liked the part of the Perry Como Winter Special where he's walking around being like skeezing all over everybody in this little town. I think that's fun. Like, that's funny. And I would like to see John Denver like sitting in the bookstore with the children singing a song, and like, Scooter runs the bookstore or something. Like, there's a direction they could have gone that used this set more.
Well, I think we even have a moment in the Perry Como one where Art Carney is Santa Claus and he's ringing the bell for the Salvation Army. So Fozzie has sort of stepped into that role this time. You also
They should have got Art in here.
You also have Art Carney in that Perry Como special as a cop. So you have like these same sort of like archetype roles in this little small Christmas town.
Oh, weird.
But you just have Fozzie and
That's
Link
weird.
instead of Art Carney playing two roles.
Yeah.
We then step outside of the Christmas magic just a little bit as Piggy is calling her agent Bernie to complain about her small role in this special. Something we've seen her do repeatedly is call Bernie the agent to get her shit figured out.
Honestly, feels like she's kind of going through the motions in this special to me.
Mm.
She's done this a million times before, and like, there's nothing new from Miss Piggy in this special, really.
Yeah, and I think even, her getting to play Fifi at the end isn't really that, I don't know.
I'd rather see her as an elf, like she didn't want to do.
Yeah, the canceled mysterious elf number.
Yeah.
But I think this moment with John Denver is pretty good because she's definitely trying to seduce him to try and get a better part in this special. She really leans into when she says, we didn't really get to know each other when you were on the Muppet Show.
I thought it was fun that they mentioned that he was on the Muppet Show, too.
Mm-hmm. And they also, at one point when she's flirting with him, she's like, hey, I've never seen you without your glasses on, Jonathan.
That was so good.
He takes them off. She stares at him, looks away, and says, put them on. She is disgusted.
He does look really weird.
It's interesting that even though this is obviously recorded a little bit differently than the Muppet Show, they still have the moments with John Denver completely unable to keep it together around Miss Piggy and just like not doing a second take, not worrying about like, should he be laughing in this moment? Who cares? It's John Denver enjoying Miss Piggy.
I don't know why it works for him so much better than any other guest star. Because it's just like you could make fun. I think it's maybe because like you could make fun of John Denver to his face and he would react that way. Like that seems believable.
Right. Like you mock him like belligerently to his face and he's just like, well, okay.
Oh, you. Yeah. I do look like a weirdo without my glasses on.
Everyone has opinions. You're right.
Yeah, it's like Ned Flanders. Like,
yeah. But he's going to have that moment where he snaps just like Ned Flanders.
Yeah, and he's probably ripped under that shirt as well.
Oh, God. I don't want to think about a ripped John Denver.
He's so scrawny.
Speaking of ripped John Denver, while we were watching this, my wife pointed out that if you compare just their faces, John Denver and Brock Lesnar look alike.
Oh, my gosh. Wrestler Brock
yes.
Lesnar?
UFC, MMA, Brock Lesnar.
Oh my God. It looks like his face just superimposed on a giant man's body.
So
Whoa.
to me, the story there is that Brock and John were brothers and they took very different paths in life.
Beautiful. His little runty little brother, John.
So if you want to see what a ripped John Denver would look like, I guess just Google images of Brock Lesnar.
Is he Brock Denver or is it John Lesnar?
Ooh, both of those are pretty good. But now
Brock Denver is funny.
Now I want to see the glasses and the hair photoshopped onto Brock Lesnar, though.
You hear us out there, people? We don't got time for this anymore. We're making too many Muppet podcasts.
But getting back to John Denver, next he's going to tell us a weird story about a Christmas tree named Alfie.
I couldn't follow any of this shit either.
It's very confusing because there's nothing in this story that he's telling that is important for this character to be a tree.
No.
It's just about...
And you know what Muppets do really well? They make inanimate objects into characters. So there could have been a Muppet tree.
Yep. Yeah, you're 100% right. Because he's just telling a confusing story about a tree...
To some deer who look very confused too.
Real deer.
Yeah.
They don't even choose to use Muppet deers in this one. They use like actual deers. And it transitions into them singing It's in Every One of Us, which is a song we will hear again in Muppet Family Christmas.
I do love that song.
Oh, yeah.
That to me is one of like the primary signature Muppet songs.
Oh,
and this is the first time that it's like this album was the first time that it was sung, right?
Yeah, it was not written for this album. It's a real song that existed a few years before this album.
Okay.
By David Pomeranz. But yes, this is the first time the Muppets were associated with it.
Yeah.
After he tells the weird Christmas tree story and sings the song, we get Kermit looking sad with a very tight scarf around his neck.
It's too small. Get him a bigger scarf.
You can see the fleece wrinkling around Jim's hand underneath the scarf. which just loosen it a little bit, and
Yeah, we've seen him wear bigger scarves. Like, he could have put his little Emmet Otter outfit on.
That'd have been so cute. But Kermit is telling a story reminiscing about his time in the swamp and how he used to celebrate Christmases and how he missed it and how they would build a snow frog.
Yeah.
And at one point, he crosses his legs really dramatically.
He does. It's like, he's done that a million times before, but for some reason this time, it feels like the camera is focusing on it. Like, folks, think about this. How'd he do it?
It almost looks like he's also showing off for John for some reason. Like, hey, I bet you don't think I could cross my legs. I'll show you.
Kermit's drunk. But yeah, this is fine. This is just like, it's so random that it's like, why is this happening? But I guess I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and there's a sweet little moment there where Kermit says, show business takes you away from your roots, which
Yeah.
felt like a real, sincere little moment.
Yeah.
And it's immediately like the legs are cut out from under it when he's like, yeah, we had some really tasty roots back at the swamp.
That was really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, do frogs eat roots? Because I don't
know.
I don't think they do. And then they go on to perform a song called The Christmas Wish, which seems to be an original. I couldn't really track down where that song came from.
Is it on the album as well?
I think so. Yeah, so it was not written by John Denver. It was written by somebody else. And I think it was written for this album, but I could be really wrong. But continuing the plot of this special, if you want to call it that, Piggy goes into the makeup room to get ready for her number that she knows John Denver has promised her, even though she doesn't know what it is yet.
Yeah.
And Lou and Beaker, who are apparently in charge of the makeup department, are in there ready to dress her up as an elf until she lets them know the elf number has been canceled. And they say, oh, okay, then get the hell out of here. We don't need to do anything to you.
Yeah. They do say that.
Lou's like, okay, next.
Yeah, very practical on New Zealand's part.
It's like, I'm a very busy fish throwing man. I'm either putting makeup on people or I'm throwing fish. You can
I'm
get
not doing either of those right now, and you're wasting my time. Get out of here.
But this leads to a performance of Christmas is Coming, which is apparently a traditional British Christmas song.
Yeah.
That they sing in the round. And
You've never heard this song before?
I've heard it. I just don't know where or why.
Yeah. Okay.
But Beaker has some maracas for some reason.
It's got a little bit of a Latin flavor to it.
A little bit.
In this version, yeah.
It was kind of perplexing, this whole number of like why it's happening, how it fits into the plot of the special.
Yeah.
And
I found it a bit annoying, honestly. I liked the end, though, when Miss Piggy's still going and Gonzo's like, we're over this.
Yeah.
Everyone's being very, like, Piggy's getting a lot of disrespect thrown her way.
She's wanting to change the entire show as it's happening, Sam, just to
That's true.
fit her and make her a star.
In her defense, the show doesn't, like, they don't know what they're doing, really.
You should let Miss
She's
Piggy
trying-
be the producer, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's followed up by the song A Baby Just Like You, which is a John Denver original song. That's the one we mentioned earlier where he's just singing about Christmas and then randomly starts to mention his son at the end. And you find out, oh, he's been singing to his son this whole time.
What a twist. And also, he's back in the little city, the little village.
But it's nighttime now.
Yeah.
And it's very sweet, but at the same time, is one of the less interesting points of this special.
I feel like something like this happens in Perry Como as well. He's walking around at night singing a sad song. Maybe even to someone specific. I don't quite remember. But it's after he talks to the Santa Claus version of the guy of Art Carney.
Yeah, that might be just before he wanders into the record store and all the kids are listening to that cool new hip Elton John record.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You could have had that happen in this, where John Denver walks into a record store and everyone's listening to the new Motorhead.
to the Clash or
Yeah.
something, yeah. Like, oh, this music's for degenerates. I know how to have some real fun. Let's go learn about baby Jesus, everybody.
Yeah, London Calling, more like God's calling, and you should pick up the phone. But thankfully, we are saved from this melancholy moment by a delightful performance of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas
Oh, I love this so
with
much.
Rolf and John Denver just singing a sweet song together.
Yeah. This is another, like, this, the show could have been a little bit more like this, too. Just a little more low-key or something, like... But yeah, it's so beautiful, and you can see Rolf's big old butt sitting on the piano seat, which is so weird.
You do get to see the full, like, pyramid-shaped body of Rolf that we have famously seen in the IBM.
But now it's a little more rounded out. Like, he has a butt now.
I think they've probably realize that it's a problem when you see too much of Rolf's body because
Yeah.
it's alarmingly
'Cause it's the
tent-like.
infinite slug.
Yeah, if you don't pan down far enough, you just have to imagine that Rolf has an exponential body that just keeps getting wider and wider and wider.
Yeah, we're all living on Rolf's big old ass.
It's Rolf's ass all the way down.
But yeah, this was like, I think this was the highlight of the whole thing for me.
Yeah,
'cause
especially Rolf, just something about his energy in this feels very old school Rolf to me.
Totally. Yeah.
Like even Jim's
Rolf-
performance
Rolf-
of Rolf feels different than it does on the Muppet Show.
Mm-hmm. Rolf could anchor a Christmas special, like Rolf of this period. Like he could be the focal point of a Christmas special set in Rolf's house where he's like playing the piano and just having a nice, pleasant time.
Here's my pitch. We get a Rolf Christmas special, but it has to be like a low budget Christmas special because he acknowledges sort of his place in this era of the Muppets.
Yeah.
He's like, I used to be really important. Nowadays, no one really pays attention to me. So I asked to get a Christmas special. They gave me $12 and said, have fun. So he gets like, like he has like special guest, Scooter. Who like,
Lady Gaga would show up though.
Well,
could
I
get
feel like he
Gaga
would
on
have to like
this.
trick people in like maybe he's neighbors with John Hamm, and
Yeah.
he like asks John to come over and
John,
help him like
yeah.
put together his new like couch or whatever. And John Hamm's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I'm just here to help," and he's like, "Welcome, special guest, John Hamm."
Oh wow, I love that. Rolf and John Hamm is a great duo. John Hamm looks like a big tiger, so it's like a cat and a dog. They have a great chemistry. I would feel like.
And we've gotten very little John Hamm with Muppets. Surprisingly, I feel like he's
Have we
somebody-
gotten any?
we at the BAFTAs with Miss Piggy, and he's been on Sesame Street a few times.
This man needs to meet Rolf.
John Hamm and Rolf could just be a duo. But I still want to keep it the begrudging neighbor character.
Yeah.
I don't want John Hamm to be like signing up for this. I want him to just
Right.
be a great friend of Rolf's who feels like Rolf is taking advantage of their friendship just a little bit.
Rolf is John's Ernest in this situation, and he is Vern.
See, and I like the idea of getting, because I feel like that's not too much of a stretch for Rolf, even though it's different from what Rolf has been a lot of times. We don't see him really being conniving. But I feel like you could bring back a little bit of that Jimmy Dean
Yeah, he was
energy.
definitely conniving in Jimmy Dean. He was always trying to get away with something.
Yeah, and he would straight up lie to Jimmy at times. But they have their very
Yeah.
sweet moments as well, so you could just make John Hamm the new Jimmy Dean.
Yeah, he was bad enough at lying that it was never like too bad because he could find out fast enough before he caused any real problems.
Yeah, and his lies were never too big.
Yeah. Except that he was going to space. He did blow Jimmy Dean up when he was lying about going to space.
Like almost for real.
Yeah.
Well, we've avoided it long enough, Sam. It's time to talk about the Nutcracker Tin Soldier number here.
The most 70s-ish part of the whole damn thing.
Yeah, we zoom in on a house where through the window you can see a Christmas tree on a black and white tile floor. The most Christmassy of settings. And we zoom in even further to reveal a set that's supposed to make it look like everyone's a miniature toy. And we get the tin soldiers coming out of their box. John is one of the 12 toy soldiers in this lineup. And he's doing his best, but he looks a lot like just an awkward dad who signed up for a school pageant and didn't really understand what he was getting into.
He really, he does look extremely out of place.
Which, again, at certain points they're playing into. He is the one stumbling, falling down, bumping into people. That it works well, but it does go on for a while.
Yeah, he just wasn't built for this kind of thing.
And this is the number where we get to see Miss Piggy playing Fifi, who is a toy doll who is waiting on the soldier to return.
To fight in a toy war or a real war, I don't really know. There's
You've
like
seen
real
small
bombs.
soldiers. You know what's going on, Sam. This is just a small
So
soldier
they're-
situation.
They're going out and murdering people?
Yes, Sam, obviously.
Oh, no. And John is kind of not really into it, but he's still go along with
Yeah,
it.
he's trying to, stand back and not actually do anything. He's like Finn in The Force Awakens, where he's like, I'm just going to stand
Sure.
over here and hold this gun. I'm not going to
Yes,
shoot it, though.
Finn is also always like looking around like, is this what I'm supposed to do? You're right. You're right. This is where they got the idea for Finn.
Yeah. Shigeru Miyamoto was watching this and called up his friend George Lucas and was like, hey, George, I have an idea for
George.
40 years from now.
You know how you're gonna sell Star Wars to Disney, and they're gonna make a sequel series. Listen to this. Holds the phone up to the TV.
George is like, "Who is this? You're not famous yet."
You were speaking to me in Japanese, and I can't see what you're pointing me at. Somehow I know that you're pointing me at something.
Your general vibe is pointing.
Yeah, this sucks. I hated this.
Yeah, the only thing I really liked about this is there's a really good moment where Piggy is trying to climb up on a box to get in position for her song, and they let it linger for a really long time of her struggling to climb up on the box.
Yeah, that's good. And it's kind of funny when they're running slow motion at each other, and she's like, "Oh, I did this in a movie once." I guess it's not that funny.
As you said it, you were like, "That's not that great."
This is something that's happening.
It is a little weird that they're like, "Hey, remember I did this in that movie that came out 6 months ago."
Yeah, she's not, but there's not really like, it's not elevated in any way. Like, she's not being goofy. It's like, there's not really like a point of view to any of it. And she's not like, it's like she fought so hard for this role, and she's just kind of like phoning it in, I feel like.
And I think they treat the Fifi role as if it's this big starring thing, but really it's just, she gets a solo song, which I guess is a big deal, but
yeah.
Doesn't.
But so did Rolf.
Yeah, so she doesn't really have to do anything in this role.
Yeah. I'd love to see a Miss Piggy be like, because we haven't had a Christmas special when Miss Piggy has been big. So I'd love to see Miss Piggy be like at the end of like Muppets 4D or Muppet 3D or whatever, where she's like, "I'm planning a blowout," and then she does like the most insanely Christmas thing ever, and it all blows up in her face. She's like, "John, don't worry about it. I'll handle the big final number."
Yeah. No, I think the special, which is I think anytime the Muppets show up in a special, is the struggle is, do we lean more into the celebrity or more into the Muppets? And this one, at certain points, does both, where it's like, okay, John gets his sappy song, Walking Alone on the Streets, and then we're going to have this extremely Muppet showy Christmas is Coming number, and there's not a great balance found. I think that can be done, but I think in this one in particular, there is just something where those things feel more disjointed than complementary.
They never thought of a through line for the whole thing. So it's just like, okay, here's the next random thing that happens that you're not going to have any emotional attachment to. But I think John fits in so well with the Muppets, like, it didn't have to be that way.
Even this last section we're about to get to is disjointed on its own, because we get to this living room set where they are going to be performing the Peace Carol. And when I say they, I mean John Denver and Scooter.
It's so weird. Scooter's got a beautiful voice, though.
Yeah, and he's got a beautiful sweater on as well. Again, you're understanding the fashion assignment here and dressing up for the occasion. And all the Muppets are there, gathered around, listening to John Denver and Scooter sing.
Scooter.
They join in a couple times in the choruses. Notably, there's one weird part where there's a woman's voice singing along, and it sounds like maybe it's Piggy or something, but Piggy is just sitting there silently looking at everyone. And so I don't really know where that voice is supposed to be coming from, because every other voice in the song is either when all the Muppets are singing along, or it's Scooter, or it's John. And so there's just this weird, mysterious, ethereal woman's voice.
Ghost of Christmas Past? Is that the creepy girl ghost?
That is the creepy girl ghost in the movie.
That's who it is. What do you think about Muppet Jesus?
I think Muppet Jesus was extremely well done.
Yeah.
We have a little nativity play in the middle of this special. And apparently 22 new Muppets were created for this nativity scene. Jim Henson told the press that they were carved from urethane foam like most of the Muppets. And we had to be careful not to offend anyone by giving the figures comic characteristics. So they apparently did, much like the Harry Belafonte episode, they did a lot of research to try and figure out like the best way to represent these characters. I will say at the end of the day, Baby Jesus
blonde
is
Baby Jesus.
Yes, very fair-skinned and blonde-haired. But most notably, in Jim's quote, he says, "These are the first serious puppets we've made."
I took umbrage with that. That doesn't seem like it could possibly be true.
Name one other serious Muppet.
Oh, you just said somebody. Oh, the mask, the African mask Muppets. I feel like that counts.
I'd say that counts.
But maybe nothing on the Muppet Show counts in his head. Gosh, I feel like they have done something more serious at this point, but I'd have to go back and listen to every episode of our show to remember.
Which we definitely don't have time for.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Maybe that's like what kicks him off on his. Well, he's trying to do Dark Crystal, which
Right.
is serious.
Yeah, he's
so.
working on some more, I guess, believable, for lack of a better word,
Yeah.
characters that are like truly creepy and upsetting because, you know,
Yeah.
you have the Saturday Night Live Muppets, which are not realistic, but they are different and maybe more serious, you could call them. But
Yeah. They're goofy.
they are
They're
goofy.
goofy little fuckers, though.
But you definitely have the Dark Crystal ones start to get more serious and creepy.
They're dark. They're killing each other.
Spoilers.
Do they kill each other? I haven't seen that in a long time. Somebody kills somebody.
There's definitely some deaths
Probably.
in the Dark Crystal. But yeah, I think the closest thing to these puppets that we have seen so far is the Country Trio.
Yeah, you're right.
Like the most human-like
style.
Muppets.
Mm-hmm.
But these are even a step further towards realistic human.
Right.
And these characters actually reminded me of the puppets from Being John Malkovich a little bit.
Oh, maybe that is why I saw them and thought, I've seen these before.
But it's worth noting that one of the guest puppeteers who helped out on this is Philip Huber, and he was a puppeteer and puppet designer who worked on this, and he is the guy who would go on to design and perform the marionettes in Being John Malkovich.
Huh.
So he might have had a hand in creating both of these.
Then there's just a crowd of children that has apparently been watching them the entire time.
Surprisingly, the special ends as they sing "We Wish You a Merry Christmas," and they pull out to reveal that about 100 children have just been sitting there watching them.
Silently.
Yeah. They took Silent Night as an order, and they were like, all right.
Well, when you sing it in German like that,
It is a bit more threatening.
Quiet. Yeah. I thought that was so weird. That was so like, why are you saving this until now? There's not a more natural way you could have introduced this 100 children.
It doesn't line up with anything else that's happening in the special, which is just so odd that I don't know why it's there. I don't know why they felt the need to reveal. Like
They could have just had an off-screen children's choir.
Yeah, or like bring a bunch of children into the living room set or something.
Yeah.
But instead they just pull out the camera and reveal this is all a facade. There is no living room. But that about does it for that special. I think it was worth watching. It's fun, but I think it's very much there are things you can skip.
I had never even heard of it before, which is so surprising to me. Like I've said before, because I love this album. It's less surprising to me now that I've seen it that I've never heard of it before, because it's just not like it doesn't match up with the album very well. And I hadn't seen Emmet, Otter or Santa Claus Switch, and those both like blew my ass off. Those are like my favorite. Those are great, and this one's just not great. So, disappointing.
Yeah, the most I had seen of this previously was around Christmas time. My mother-in-law was here and we were talking about her love of John Denver. And I was like, I know one thing about him. He was on a Muppets thing. And so I put this on in the background while we were hanging out for Christmas and didn't even we didn't watch it. It was just on for 5 or 10 minutes in the background of things. And so I had seen some of it in the background before, but not really paid attention to it. But that was the most exposure I had to this special I also did not know it existed until we started doing this podcast and I looked it up.
That's probably the best way to watch it is to put it on and decorate the tree or something. Because you just look over and you're like, oh, now they're in a forest. Oh, now they're in a living room. And it's you don't have to think about it too hard.
Yeah, you can zone out, do some Christmassy things, have a conversation, and then when something good starts happening, you're like, oh, hey, everyone, look. It's Kermit and John Denver. Or it's
look
Ralph.
at TV. Matt, stop telling us to look at TV. We're trying to decorate the tree.
It's the spirit of Christmas. Look at the TV.
Look at TV, everyone.
It's all I do every week is look at TV, so I need someone else to look at TV.
Are they really there? Am I imagining them? Are the Muppets real? Please tell me.
Matt, the TV's not even on. So now it's time for our Muppet of the Week. This week's Muppet of the Week is Nigel. The original host of The Muppet Show. Now the conductor of the Muppet Show Orchestra, the composer of the Muppet Show theme song, and the only Muppet so far who can convincingly whistle.
Yes. Who else tried? Fozzie or somebody?
Miss Piggy whistled recently, and
Right.
her mouth just
Or
folded
just
in on
moved her
itself
nose in her
weirdly.
mouth. Yeah.
But yeah, as I mentioned there, Nigel was the original host of The Muppet Show in the 1975 Muppet Show Sex and Violence pilot.
Basically sounded exactly like Kermit.
Yeah, he was performed by Jim Henson in a voice not too dissimilar from Kermit. But as he was described by Christopher Finch in the book Jim Henson The Works, Nigel was, quote, totally lacking in spunk and charisma.
Yeah. He's like beige.
Yeah, he
just
is.
a beige
He's
guy.
just the beigest Muppet. So he was replaced as the host by Kermit the Frog, who had like one line in that Sex and Violence special. So
Yeah.
they were really trying something.
Baffling decision.
As I mentioned, Nigel was performed by Jim Henson in the Sex and Violence special, and in his first sketch on The Muppet Show, which was called Sax and Violence, he was also performed by Jim.
That was a good one, if I remember correctly. It's him and Zoot kind of having a goof around, right?
Yeah, it's some of that early first season Muppet Show chaos. Then, for the rest of the Muppet Show, Nigel would largely be relegated to a non-speaking role, but when he would talk, John Lovelady was performing him.
Huh.
And that was mostly, again, in the first season where Nigel would talk, mostly when the band revolted against his Muppet Show theme song that they all hated and thought was
Right.
boring. And he was like, I thought it was a hip song.
Also a great episode. Nigel has some great moments when he pops up.
And that's the thing, is I always like seeing Nigel. He just doesn't show up
Uh-huh.
very often.
He shows up surprisingly often for who he is.
Yeah.
He's in literally every episode of The Muppet Show, even though it is old footage.
That is true. He does show up in the orchestra pit every time. Much like, a lot of Muppets that show up in that opening theme song, Under the Arches, where you're like, if you missed
Trumpet
one
lady.
episode in season 1,
Yeah.
you're like, who the hell is that tattooed pig?
with the hooves. I don't like that she has hooves
Mm.
still. It still bothers me.
Well, one day we can talk more about that when we have Lydia the tattooed pig as our
When
Muppet
we're
of the Week.
truly desperate.
Yeah, we will have hit the bottom of the barrel when she's our Muppet of the Week. But yeah, Nigel does pop up in the Muppet movie. He is in the screening room getting to watch the Muppet movie along with everybody else. And apparently in that scene, at least at the end of the movie, he is performed by Dave Goelz.
Does he talk?
He has a laugh. He apparently is heard laughing over the end credits, according to Muppet Wiki. But after the Muppet Show, he would only make a few background appearances in things like The Muppets: A Celebration of 30 Years, A Muppet Family Christmas, but wouldn't do anything in the 90s or early 2000s. He's one of the Muppets I was alluding to earlier, who just disappears for 20 years.
Yeah.
And he would not show up again until the 2011 Muppets movie, where they bring him back, obviously, to run the orchestra.
Who else is gonna do it?
I mean, they had another Nigel at this point. There's two Nigels in the Muppet world. They make another
yeah.
one for Muppets Tonight,
Right.
which really shows you what they think of Nigel. Because,
Doesn't that Nigel look just like Droop also?
yes. So that also shows what they think of Droop. So, like, no one will care if we replace Droop and Nigel with this new mashup.
Droop Nigel.
Like, they're not going to make another character named Fozzie and just be like, this is fine. But they have no problem having 5 Lous and 2 Nigels.
Ugh, yeah.
Thankfully, since 2011, maybe they built a new puppet and they were like, we need to get some good use out of this, because Nigel has been around quite a bit, mostly in background roles. But he does appear in Muppets Most Wanted, the live shows of Muppets Take the Bull and the Muppets Take the O2, where he leads a parade of lesser-known characters. And
Like purposefully lesser known.
yes,
like,
they have a purposeful, like a parade of like unknown Muppet
Losers.
characters. Yeah. And he even popped up in Muppets Haunted Mansion, where both Nigels were featured.
Oh, the Muppets Tonight Nigel's in that, huh?
Yeah, they both are just like in the big Life Hereafter number that they perform in the ballroom.
Okay.
But honestly, Sam, that's about it. There was not much more about Nigel out there in the world, so unfortunately, that's all I got about Nigel. Do you like Nigel? Do you kind of wish he had stuck around? Your face says no.
I do. I like him. I like all of these characters on the Muppet Show who have a job, like God, what's her name? Hilda? Was that what
Yeah.
her name was? The seamstress.
Yeah.
Like, I love the episode where the band revolts. I feel like that was the first episode. It probably wasn't, but I feel like that was the first one where I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. I like when they're doing this little plot, something that they haven't really done too much before. So I appreciate the behind the scenes, like, people who make the Muppet Show run so much for some reason, that I love Nigel. So I hated him, and like, it's so weird that they tried to make him the host of the show. Like, that puts him on such a weird foot. Like, I feel bad for him, I suppose. They turfed out so bad that. Well, but when you're up against Kermit the Frog, come on, you're gonna turf out. I like Nigel. I like looking at him. I think he's cool. I think he's funny looking. I think he has a nice design. I think that Nigel adds so much texture to the world of the Muppets that I'll give him a 6.
I agree with pretty much everything you just said. That I think he, obviously, not as good of a host as Kermit.
Yeah.
But I do think he's a better host than Wally from the Valentine show.
Oh, Wally sucked.
Wally sucked. Pretty much sounded exactly like Nigel because he was also a Jim Henson character.
Yeah. He
But
had stupid sunglasses on, right?
Yeah.
Wally sucked.
He seemed like he did not want to be there. And
No.
Similarly to this special, though, they were writing it as they were producing it.
Oh, okay.
So that, like you mentioned earlier, that will be a trend throughout Muppets Things, is the shooting from the hip mentality.
All of their storylines are always like, we are not prepared at all for this. Why can't they be prepared? Kermit's such a bad producer.
But that's what I love about them, is that they're so unprepared versus, they show up in so many things nowadays where they're just treated like heroes and like golden gods that I'm like, oh, no, they need to be losers. They're not good at what they do.
Yeah, that's true.
Treat them like John Hamm would treat Rolf as a bad neighbor. I really want that show to exist now. And
there's so many shows we thought of that should exist.
Yeah, but I really want a Christmas special. That's like the title treatment says like Rolf and John Hamm's Christmas special, but John Hamm's name is like written in crayon.
Yeah.
Where Rolf was like, oh no, I need a big fancy guest. But yeah, getting back to Nigel.
They should make a Christmas special every year. The Muppets should just have a Christmas special every year.
Perry
That
Como
seems
got
easy
to
me.
The Muppets should just team up with Kraft and have the new Kraft Muppets special every year.
Even if at the end of every episode they eat a big bowl of macaroni and cheese, that's fine.
Hell, Gonzo could just be like tap dancing in a giant bowl of mac and cheese.
Ooh, I like that.
And Animal could just be eating his way through a giant block of cheese through the entire special. Hit us up, Kraft. We got ideas.
We got ideas coming out our ass.
But getting back to Nigel, I'm going to give him a 7, slightly higher than the 6 you gave him.
I almost gave him a 7, but he's not quite there. He's better than average.
I think he's earned it just through sticking around this long.
That's true.
He's one of the older
he's
Muppets.
A real survivor.
And he's outlasted a lot of other ones.
You got to keep your head down, and that's how you do it. Hilda talked too much. That was her problem.
Nigel's just like, hey, you need me to whistle? No? Okay, I'll be over here.
I'll just be here conducting.
Yeah, but if you ever need me to whistle, call me up.
But then they got a new guy who whistles.
Yeah, no, he's out now. Yeah, Nigel's completely out after Walter was invented. So aside from celebrating Christmas in May this week, Sam, did you have any time to enjoy non-Muppets things?
No, I didn't really watch too much stuff that I haven't talked about a million times before, but I started playing No Man's Sky again for some reason. And me and you talked about this years ago because it was bad when it came out.
Yeah, I was.
And it's still not the best, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was one of the people who bought it day of launch and really enjoyed it, but also realized that this did not deliver on many of the promises they made. And through the years, you keep updating me of like, hey, they added some really cool shit to No Man's Sky. You should get back into it. And I keep saying, yeah, that sounds cool. And I never do anything about it.
It's too late for us, man. It's the kind of game that just you have to play for 2 hours every day, to get anything done.
It feels like it's almost a Minecraft or something at this point where there's such a huge group of people playing it, even though I don't know any of them. And there are a lot of cool things. When I see the videos of updates coming out, I'm like, that seems like a really good game. And I wish that was what I had played back in 2017 or whatever it was when the game came out.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. It's slow. It's so slow that it's impossible for a busy man like me to play. But it's beautiful. It's fun and beautiful and very meditative. It's because I've been playing Elden Ring, but Elden Ring is so stressful, and I had a stressful week at work. So I was like, I can't lose a boss fight 80 times. I have to just drift around in space. So I listen to podcasts and play that, and that's nice. And that's kind of what I did this week every now and then.
Nice. I watched 2 very different things this week. I started watching a documentary that's new on Netflix called Bobby Kennedy for President, which is a mini series about the rise of Bobby Kennedy's popularity, and more so examining it and unraveling it a little bit of being early on, he was not really this guy fighting for civil rights that everyone sort of labels him as. He was really slow on this whole progressive movement. And
I did not know that.
Yeah, and the documentary features our old friend Harry Belafonte throughout it. In like recent interviews of him talking about being friends with the Kennedys and how specifically he has memories of Bobby Kennedy not being into civil rights things in the early 60s.
Like actively not being into it?
Well, so basically like when JFK would do something like good and like, helping get like Martin Luther King Jr. out of jail or something like that.
Yeah.
Bobby would be like, yeah, man, that's going to lose us votes in the South. Why'd you do that?
Oh.
So that kind of thing.
He was he was a realist to a fault.
Yeah.
Or something. Okay.
Very concerned about the votes and what that versus like what was right. But it seems like, I don't know that much about Bobby Kennedy, which is why I'm watching the documentary. It seems like he got better through the 60s and came around on a lot of things. So it was nice, though, to see them, talk about the realistic side of this person who I think we hear very little about. But then yesterday, as we're recording this, I spent like 5 hours building my new couch that came. And while I was doing that, I just have been rewatching Star Wars Rebels the entire time.
Oh.
So I got through like almost the entire first season of Star Wars Rebels while building this couch.
Is that like the second cartoon? There was Clone Wars and then Rebels?
Yeah. This one takes place slightly later than the Clone Wars, like between Revenge of the Sith and New Hope.
That one looks cool. That one is like they took a lot of like concept art, I think, maybe, and made them into characters, and like things look more like the Ralph McQuarrie art or something like that.
Yeah, some of the characters are directly inspired. Like they made a new species called the Losat, which is based on Ralph McQuarrie's original drawings of what a Wookiee looked like.
Right, who's like a kind of lizardy looking fella.
Yeah, he's got like pointy ears. He's purple and got like weird bug eyes. And so they took his initial drawing of what a Wookiee would look like and just turned it into a whole new alien species that has like a really sad backstory. And Rebels is amazing. Rebels is like that one thing that I feel like I maybe even mentioned it on this podcast before, because it is that thing where if you are a Star Wars fan, you like Star Wars things, and you have not seen Rebels, it is the one thing you should go watch, because it is just really, really good Star Wars, and it has very few ties to like main characters. Like it's like its own side story with a lot of these own characters. It's not like filling in a lot of gaps in backstory. And it's really well done, really emotional, and yeah, it's worth a watch. But before we go, we need to let you know what we're going to be watching next time. And we're going to be diving into the 80s with 3 more episodes of Season 4 of The Muppet Show.
I'm excited, though.
But you should be excited, because these 3 episodes feature guests Diane Cannon, Christopher Reeve, and Linda Carter. But we'll also be watching a brief appearance of the Muppets on the 1980 CBS special Because We Care.
And we do, don't we, folks?
We all do. You know who we care about? Our friend Tuna, who made the music for this podcast, and Cassie Wilson, who sang our theme song. There's a different energy to the end of the show, and I don't entirely like it.
I love it, Matt. Keep going.
I don't know that I can keep it going. I think I lost it already.
I'm not really sure where you go from here.
No, because I just now have to tell people that they can go to Kermitment.com to pick up a Kermitment logo enamel pin, or check out our Patreon page, where we just did our first video game live stream, where we played Pigs in Space and Gonzo and Word Rider and Miss Piggy's Wedding, a bunch of old Atari, Commodore 64 games. We had a lot of fun. You can still go watch the live stream even if you weren't there for it when it was live.
It was a wild time. And you know what? We're going to do it again. You know what? We decided we're going to do it again this month.
Whoa, crazy. But you can also, if you want to reach out to us about anything Muppet related, you can email us at mail@kermitment.com. And you can follow us on the internet at Kermitment Pod, where we usually post what we're going to be watching next week, some fun little clips, and just retweet cool Muppet artists. And you can follow me on the internet at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.
Why are there so many shows starring Muppets and dozens of movies too?
Welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where two friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And this week we are celebrating Christmas in July as we head into December of 1986.
Nice to
This
get a
week we
little shot of the holiday spirit, huh? Don't you think?
Yeah, just a little Christmas injection
Just
here.
be a bit cozy when it's like 95 degrees outside.
Yeah, this week we watched some lingering Labyrinth promotion, but our main event was the 50-minute ABC TV special, The Christmas Toy, sponsored by Kraft. But before we get into talking about the Christmas toy, Sam, gotta ask, what are some of your favorite Christmas movies?
I love Muppet Family Christmas.
Great one.
As stupid an answer as that is on a podcast that I've done for several years about the Muppets, I think that's one of the better ones. And Muppet Christmas Carol, honestly, those are two that I watch
Just
every
Muppet
year.
Just Muppet ones. It's all Sam watches.
Those are ones I watch every year for sure. And like, I wouldn't have considered myself a gigantor Muppet fan before we started this podcast, but that was something that was like part of my life even before this this little experiment of ours. What you tell me some of yours and I'll think about it.
I mean, I like a lot of the classics, White Christmas, Christmas Vacation, Home Alone, run through the standards. I think it's worth noting we will watch Muppet Family Christmas this year pretty close to the holidays. So we'll get an appropriately timed Christmas special this year.
That's nice. I kind of, you know what, actually, I would say that there's two standouts that actually I don't like. And I feel like everything else, I will be like, fuck yes, load it up. I love any Christmas movie, honestly, love any Christmas movie. But if somebody says,
except,
let's watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Wow.
Or let's watch A Christmas Story. I'll say, I don't think I really feel like that. Christmas Story is much higher on that in that feeling than National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. There's just something about A Christmas Story that annoys me, and I don't know what it is, but I wish I did.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and I think partially it is that my family was not a Christmas Story family. Like, we just never watched it when I was growing up, so I have no nostalgic attachment to it. I can watch it now and don't mind it, but I definitely, it is not, like, if I missed it this Christmas, I would not actually feel like I missed anything.
Totally. But I think most of the world at least pretends like that they don't feel that way. Like they
there's a reason it airs
marathon.
on TBS for like 48 hours in a row.
Yeah, it's because a lot of people have decided to pretend like it's a good Christmas movie. That is the reason.
Or it's a really cheap Christmas movie for TBS to own and run 24 times. Are there any holiday movies that you watch out of season?
I would watch Nightmare Before Christmas out of season.
Yeah, that one is a weird one where I feel like it, no one can agree on which season is the right season to watch it in, so you can watch it anytime, I think.
You kind of watch it right in between. I'd watch, a lot of those Christmas flavored movies I would watch out of season too, like
a Gremlins.
I would certainly watch Gremlins out of season. But I do tend to keep Christmas where it belongs. I don't want to cheapen it. And I love Christmas and Halloween, so it is a struggle, but I do try to keep them sequestered. Do you watch them out of season?
I don't think so. I think there's probably some wintry movies that I'll watch out of season, like A Grumpy Old Men or something like that. But traditional like Christmas movies, like I'm not going to throw on Home Alone in May or anything.
But I'm also the kind of person who will watch like Christmas specials of TV shows instead of Christmas movies sometimes too. Or like I'll put on like the big long playlist of Christmas commercials from like the 70s to the 90s.
I like tossing on a random like variety show special of like Judy Garland's Christmas Spectacular 1962 or whatever. Are there any other holidays that you watch movies related to? Like, do you watch Groundhog Day on Groundhog Day?
I do. I watch Halloween movies. I try to watch a horror movie every day of October.
I guess horror movies. I'm thinking like, there's like one Thanksgiving movie. It's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah.
So on Thanksgiving, I'm going to watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles because there's not other options. And it's a great movie.
There's probably some people who have a Valentine's Day movie. There's
that movie called Valentine's Day that I've never seen.
Yeah. No, Christmas got it pretty locked down.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, we are here to talk even more about Christmas. So, Sam, how about you tell everyone everything we watched this week?
First, we watched an episode of Saturday Superstore, which aired on November 29th, 1986. Jennifer Connelly is the guest because she's in London to attend the royal premiere, and she answers some questions about the labyrinth. Then Ludo comes in and walks around awkwardly for what feels like forever, and for some reason to me it was extremely annoying. Did you find it very annoying too?
I did.
I just wanted him to stand still.
Who's ever rocking around in that Ludo costume in London? I'm not a fan of them.
They were having too much fun.
Yeah. Read
Ludo's-
the room, Ludo.
That's not even really how Ludo acts. Ludo's kind of just
No.
like, hello, I'm Ludo.
Yeah, this is like bumbling idiot Ludo.
Yeah. Then on December 1st, the royal premiere of Labyrinth happens and is also televised. Hosts Nick Owen and Ann Diamond talk to various people involved in the movie, like Jennifer Connelly and Jim Henson, and they talk to a lot of people about the new museum of the moving image being built in London, for which this event is also partially a fundraiser. So they do that for a while. Then the royal couple, Princess Diana and Prince Charles, show up, and we watch them shake everyone's hand and chat while the host tells us whose hands they're shaking and who they're chatting with. Thrill as Prince Charles talks to the head of marketing for TriStar and the architect who designed the museum, but also we can't hear what they're saying. It is more boring than I could have ever imagined it would be, and definitely to me the most boring thing that we've watched for this show, and maybe among the most
Ooh.
boring things I've ever watched in my entire life.
We've watched some pretty boring things, Sam.
As boring as watching silent footage of Prince Charles shake a guy's hand and then a British person says, "That's the head of marketing for TriStar. That's the guy who designed the museum."
Yeah, I mean, I would push and say there's probably some, Perry Como or something that we watched that was like at least less
At least they were doing something.
engaging.
At least
I
they
don't
were
know.
doing at least less. This was the whole time I was thinking like, who produced this? How could this be televised? Why would this happen? Why would there not be any glitz and glamour for this kind of thing? Like,
Because the glitz and glamour was the prince and princess, Sam.
Mm.
We are from a different culture.
that's
that
probably
does
what,
not
yeah. It's just not
appreciate
doing it for
that.
me. It's just not doing it for me to see them shaking hands. But I guess to them, maybe to some of them, probably not all of them by a long shot. But I guess there must be a non-zero amount of British people who were really hooting and hollering to see the president of TriStar and Princess Diana talking. It was kind of, it's interesting to see Princess Diana. I think she's an interesting historical figure. I liked watching her talk to Jim. I liked watching her talk to Jennifer Connelly. I bet that was exciting for Jennifer Connelly.
I liked watching her run away from Ludo multiple times.
Well, then towards the end, she kind of comes back around. She's kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, it's this guy. She definitely is
Tries to talk
avoiding
to him a little bit.
him for, yeah. Then we watched The Christmas Toy, which aired on ABC on December 6th, 1986. So get this. Every time you're done playing with your toys and you leave the room, they come to life. But then they have to
Whoa,
pretend.
slow
not-
down, Sam. This concept is
Can
a
you
hard one to
follow me on
understand.
this one? But they also have to pretend not to be alive when people are around. Can you believe it? You ever heard
Wow.
such a thing?
Never.
But also, a little wrinkle here. If they are found not in the place where they were last left, they fucking die. And they lose their life force, becoming basically a corpse, but still to humans a toy, but to the other toys they are dead. So anyway, we're hanging out in a toy room full of toys that belong to a little girl named Jamie. One night they're running around just having a ball when they catch wind that it's Christmas Eve. This is very exciting to Rugby Tiger, a stuffed tiger who was Jamie's favorite Christmas present last year, because he thinks that it means, because it's Christmas, that he'll get to relive the elation of being opened up by Jamie on Christmas morning all over again. Apple the baby doll, however, knows the truth. She was Jamie's favorite Christmas toy from the year before Jamie got Rugby, and she knows that Rugby is about to have to watch Jamie fall in love with a new toy and be replaced. And be replaced just like Apple was. But before Apple can explain this to Rugby, he's already gone, sneaking his way down the hall to get in Jamie's present under the tree so that she can open it and find him the next morning. Mew is a cat toy who's treated like dirt by all the other toys, but especially Rugby, but Mew is also the kindest soul in the toy room. After witnessing Ditz the Clown fucking die when he's found out of place by Jamie's mother, While attempting to stop Rugby, Mew decides that he cannot let the same thing happen to his buddy Rugby. He goes out and catches up with Rugby, but finds him far too determined to stop. And also, Rugby thinks that everyone is just jealous of him, and that's why they're trying to stop him. So Mew decides the best thing to do is to go along with Rugby and try to talk some sense into him and show him the truth of what's going to happen on Christmas Day. So they get down to the tree and they open the box, and to Rugby's confusion, it is already occupied by, get this also, a Space Warrior action figure named Meteora. Apple then catches up with the duo and finally gets a chance to tell Rugby her side of the Christmas Day story, which is much sadder than Rugby's side of the story. And Mew convinces Rugby that he will fucking die if Jamie opens the gift and sees Rugby inside of it, because Rugby's supposed to be in the toy room. So technically he would be out of place and die. Rugby finally gets it and sees that everybody was trying to help him and they weren't jealous of him. However, get this also, new toys don't know that they're toys. And Meteora is running amok in the living room, thinking that she's a space warrior on a strange planet. What a concept. The toys sing Meteora a song about how cool she is and how she's about to be queen of the toy room if only she would get back in the box, which she does. The toys sneak back to the toy room, but Mew gets caught out of place by Jamie's mom and fucking dies. But it's okay because Rugby confesses that Mew is his best friend and sings him a song beautiful enough that it brings Mew back from the inky black void of death, which they spend an inordinate amount of time describing. There's a whole scene. They then sing the beautiful song to a pile of toy corpses that they keep in a corner of the playroom, including Ditz, who they've thrown on top of this pile, and they all come back to life too. On Christmas morning, Jamie brings all of her new toys in and tells Meteora that she loves her, but then also says that she loves all her toys, including Rugby and Apple. So she leaves, and they're all happy, and they all dance, and they sing, and they run around, and that's the end of the thing.
And Kermit's there sometimes.
And sometimes Kermit just wanders in. I love at the end, he's like, well, that all seems like you're wrapped up pretty nicely. That's true. Kermit did.
Well, before we talk about the Christmas toy, we should get the labyrinth things out of the way. On November 29th, 1986, we have the episode of Saturday Superstore. This is the same show that we saw Jim and Kermit on earlier in 1986 when they were reviewing music videos.
Yes, which would think Jennifer, at the end of this, they say, Jennifer Connelly, come review music videos with us, which I would have loved to see that part.
Yeah, we did not see that part, but they do mention inviting her over to the pop panel, which is apparently the section of the show where Jim and Kermit were hanging out. And Ludo implies that he would also like to be on the pop panel at some point.
And I think they maybe say he can stand back there. So he might have been in that part too.
Yeah. But yeah, we head into this segment talking about apparently last week on this show, they had a Design a Maze contest, and the winner of that gets to go to the royal premiere.
At the end, they reveal that is her prize. It's like, whoa. Yeah. It's like you win a coloring contest and you get to meet Joe Biden. What the hell? That's quite an escalation.
Yeah. I guess Saturday Superstore must have been a pretty
I think looking at the
popular
Wikipedia,
show.
Looking at the Wikipedia, you can kind of get the sense that it was huge.
Man, I don't, different cultures. Why is there just a room full of shuffling bored kids in so many British shows that we watch?
I don't know. And they're so bad at covering up the sound of the kids just like shifting around in their chairs and stuff like that.
Like, you can even see Jennifer Connelly a couple times get distracted by noises from like kids just moving around. And I'm like, what? They don't need to be there at all.
At one point, it is because Ludo has come out.
Yes, which is fair.
But also, before that, you just see kids like with their hands on their chins, and they're just like, I don't know who this person is.
Like, two of them are actually looking at Jennifer Connelly, and the rest are just like looking at each other, mingling around. And I'm like, why? It's like the idea is that this is a coffee shop. One, all these kids are sitting there, no coffee in front of them.
Yeah, weird.
But it's just a weird energy. And we've seen multiple shows, I feel like this, like other Saturday Superstore episodes, but I feel like there was also like Breakfast Time or some Saturday morning show.
Oh, it's like when Jim was sitting in that crowd of children.
Right.
And then you see all the children visibly bored. I don't want to see the audience visibly bored.
It's very odd. But yeah, speaking of boring, we get to see a clip from the labyrinth of the tunnel boring machine. You're welcome. And then we get some boring questions. Like, are you looking forward to the premiere? How long did it take to make the movie? What's Hoggle like? What's David Bowie like?
Yeah.
And that's kind of, there's nothing really exciting happening during that Q&A session. So they decide to send Ludo out there to change things up. And he just kind of meanders around for a little while.
God, and there's like this guy following him around. Like, that guy was part of the problem too, because he's like pulling on him and like pulling on his tail, and probably
that's the guy. I'm pretty sure the host from the music video segment that we watched
Oh,
before.
I think you must be right. I just don't want to see them anymore. But it feels like they do it forever, and they never get around to being like at least in the thing where Jim's sitting on that throne surrounded by children, he is like, this is the remote control that we use to make the doozer go. Just, show off the remote control they use to make Ludo go or something like that. But it's just like something about it was deeply annoying me.
Well, because it's like really it seems like the idea was send Ludo out there. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
And he goes out there and so he just wanders around and they kind of keep saying like, oh, he's headed straight towards the camera.
Yeah.
But he's not even really. And I feel like they're trying to make him seem like he's a monster, like terrorizing
he's like running
set.
amok or something.
Yeah.
But then he actually almost is running into cameras and stuff, and you can see the cameraman like, back up a little bit, bud.
I don't know, kind of awkward, kind of boring. And then they just kind of say, hey, how about you guys stick around for the pop panel?
Yeah. This is the kind of thing, since I've been a producer, where if I was producing this show and this is happening, I would be flop sweating. I'd be like, I fucked up. I did not prep anybody well enough for this.
I'm sure when you make a, live or live to tape kind of show, producing like once a week like this, there's probably a lot of chaos happening in it. So this is probably not outside the realm of the usual for these kinds of shows.
Yeah. A 3-hour long show that happens every week. You kind of just sometimes have to be like, we'll just kill 10 minutes. He's just going to walk around. It's going to be okay. I guess you're right.
If anything, they're thrilled he takes this long to walk around because it just fills some time. Well, then we watched the December 1st, 1986 royal premiere of Labyrinth, which was an ITV special hosted by Nick Owen and Ann Diamond, both of whom went on to have very long TV careers in England. Well, Ann Diamond talks to Jennifer Connelly at the beginning, while, there's a lot of this where they're talking, and then all of a sudden it's like, we have to cut to a clip right now.
Yeah. Hard cut to a clumsily picked clip.
Yeah, sometimes with a weird transition that I'm like, did you tell the person that you were going to do this mid conversation?
There was a big one where it was like, after the clip started, I hope she leaned over and said, we're going to play a clip right now.
Right. This is the people at home
I
are
was
seeing
supposed
this.
to say the word quiet, and David Bowie said it for me. Don't worry about it.
And Brian Froud or whoever's standing there just like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. I interrupted our interview midway by telling you to be quiet. I'm so sorry, but it will make sense later.
They talked to Jennifer Connelly a bit more after the clip about how young she is and how going to school during filming was hard and how she plans on going to college while kicking off her acting career after this.
And she does.
I
don't know if she goes to college, but she does kick off.
She goes to college. I think she goes to Yale, maybe, but I don't think she finishes college.
Oh, okay.
But she went.
If you're like in a big movie, do you just get to go to whatever college you want to, or no?
I think it probably, it's not that easy because I can think of like certain really famous actors at schools probably would be like, yeah, we're good. We actually don't want you at our school.
That's true. Yeah. Probably don't hurt though.
No, I'm sure it doesn't hurt. We see the tunnel boring clip again.
Yep.
It seems to be a favorite for the TV shows.
I guess it looks cool.
Yeah, it's definitely like shows off the budget a bit.
They're like, what's the only interesting part of this movie where something scary is happening? Okay.
I'm surprised they don't show even more David Bowie clips.
Yeah. And the ones that they do show are weird. And I think if it was me, I'd pick the hand wall as one of my things. I think that's a really cool part.
Yeah. Well, Nick Owen returns to tell us that this premiere is fundraising in support of the new Museum of the Moving Image, which apparently has nothing to do with the Museum of the Moving Image in New York,
Mm.
but did open like 3 days apart. The English one was opened on September 15th, 1988, just a few days after the one in New York, and at the time was the world's largest museum devoted entirely to cinema and television. And then it was closed in 1999.
Oh,
And at first they were like, it's temporary, we're just going to move it. And then in 2002, they were like, clearly, we're not moving this thing.
damn.
So it's just not going to reopen. Then we get what is maybe my favorite interview of the entire special. Margot Kidder is here,
Yeah.
pretending to be thrilled about working on Superman 4.
Yeah, they ask her which Superman she's working on. She's like, Superman 4. We're all getting older. She seems like a hoot.
Oh, yeah. I think Margot Kidder, the person, is a hoot.
Yeah.
I think she famously did not enjoy working on Superman 4 at all
That
because
tracks.
her and Christopher Reeve were not getting along on that one.
Oh, no, that sucks.
So I think he wrote and maybe also directed that one.
Uh,
So I think he was a bit of an egomaniac from what I've heard.
that's too bad.
But yeah, she talks about how she was in a harness all day flying around and said she feels like throwing up. And then she talks about wanting to go on and write and direct, which in looking up her IMDb does not seem like a thing
I
she
think
actually
she
went
had
on to do.
I think she had some health problems right after this.
Oh. I know very little about Margaret Kidder other than, having watched her in Superman and thinking she's great.
But there's a lot of Superman content in this special, which is interesting.
This feels like a PR move where, Superman 4 is filming close by and they're just kind of like, hey, who's in town? Who's filming?
Yeah.
Send the stars of Superman 4 over there. Oh, Christopher Reeve? No. Margot Kidder and the new character who has not been in a previous Superman movie.
No. And it also feels, it is a PR thing for sure, but it also feels more just like what you said, where it's like, who's here?
Yeah.
How many movies could possibly be filming in London around this?
It's not like
at the
Superman
same
3
time?
was a runaway hit and they were like, oh, God, a fourth one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
England can't wait for the fourth Superman.
The Quest for Peace. Sure to be everyone's
Yeah.
favorite Superman movie.
England's favorite superhero, Superman. Well, Anne is with Brian Froud next, asking him about the design process. And that's the one where they are just interrupted by a labyrinth clip pretty much because I guess she's done talking to Brian.
She's also like, the amount of times that she asks creative people questions that betrays that she has no idea how the creative process works is staggering. In this one, she's just like, and do you think of the characters yourself? What else would you do?
Right. It's like, well, I guess I designed them, so yes is the answer to your question.
I don't know how to answer this. Do I see them for real? Are there real little guys running around?
There are twice, both in this and in the Saturday Superstore thing, where the host sort of asked Jennifer Connelly, as if she's a 5-year-old,
Yeah.
like, was there ever a moment where you thought they were real? And she has to be like, well, no. Like, you can act like they're real.
She
Like, you can
does.
treat them like they're real.
Yeah.
But I didn't actually believe they were real.
Yeah, she does a little bit worse of a job hiding the facial expression of no, stupid. But yeah, and then the host in this one asks her if she was ever scared. Scared of what? I guess you could be a little scared that one would like crunch you because they're made
Yeah,
of
if you're,
servos or whatever.
I mean, when they throw you down a 40-foot pit of hands,
She
That's
meant
probably not the most
specifically-
comforting.
She was talking specifically about when working with the puppets, though. Like were
Hoggle,
you
though,
ever
look at him.
scared? He's
you wouldn't
scared.
want to look at Hoggle too long.
If you turned around and Hoggle was behind you, I guess you would go. Ah.
Well, Terry Jones is next with Nick Owen, where Nick Owen tries to give him credit for a Monty Python-like idea with the Bog of Eternal Stench, which Terry Jones is like, that was Jim.
Yeah, Terry Jones spends this whole interview saying, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. And especially
Yeah,
like the Wikipedia really makes it sound like I don't know. It just seems like he didn't write the script as much as like if just reading the history of the movie, I
Yeah.
wouldn't think that he would be the person who got like so much credit for writing this script. But I guess he's a big name.
Yeah, I think he's just the most famous person who worked on the script.
Yeah. But he just basically did like a punch-up pass, it seems like.
Well, I believe there was another punch-up pass after that
Yeah.
from Elaine May, who I think had the last run at it.
Right.
I don't remember who had it last, but I think she did. But yeah, he mentions a little bit of an Easter egg that I did not know before, which is that he says he tried out for the voice of the worm, but was replaced.
And he says by Jim's son, which is not true.
Not true.
But they run it on TV like it's true, which really
Yes.
made me think like, oh, that's why so many people believe so many little details about stuff that aren't true. It's because TV used to just say whatever it wanted and you couldn't look it up.
Hey, Sam.
What?
Surprise. That's what we're doing all the time on this podcast.
Well, we can at least Wikipedia it, you know?
Right, but when we don't and we just say we think something and then someone listens to this podcast and doesn't look it up themselves, guess what they're going to believe?
We're making history in a way, aren't we?
Yeah, that's a way to say it. We're rewriting history, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking still about Jennifer Connelly. And I think that the way that she talks about the puppets is like really nice too. I love how she reframes it. I think both times, but at least in the Saturday Superstore, maybe, where she's like, well, there's like a whole team of people and there's somebody inside of Hoggle and like the amount of time that they spend on it is staggering. I think that was like a really cool answer of her to give when I feel like other actors might just be like, ooh, yeah, they were real. But she's so generous with giving them credit too.
Yeah, like they want to go down the route of, do you think these things are real? And she's like, no, it's like a lot of hard work by a team of people.
Yeah. And that's even like the how long did it take to make this movie question. I'm sure in her head she was also thinking like, well, it took a lot of people like years and years to make this movie. I was just there for a little while.
Next up, Anne is with Mariel Hemingway, who is also in Superman 4 along with Margot Kidder.
Yeah.
She
like
also mentions the fact
character in Superman 4, I'm pretty sure.
Well, she's the new love interest.
Yeah,
potentially in Superman 4, competing with Lois Lane.
I don't think she's mentioned in the Wikipedia summary of the movie. So.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
Maybe they cut down her part from what she thought she was doing.
Could be.
Next up, we get to see the man himself, Jim Henson, who is with Nick Owen, who talks a lot about how this was also a collaboration, the same way Jennifer Connelly does. And he says it's hard to pinpoint whose ideas were whose when thinking about different parts of the movie, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they ask him questions that also seem to be leading him towards saying, yes, I did all of it. I thought of everything. They say, like, what goes on in your mind? And he probably is thinking, like, not much. I let other people do all the thinking for me.
He gives my favorite answer to that because the guy asks, are you always thinking of creatures? And he says, well, every now and then when you're going down the street, you see somebody and say, oh boy, that guy would make a wonderful puppet.
Yeah.
And I like, one, like out of context sounds like a horror movie. But I like the idea of Jim Henson looking at a guy and just staring for a second. And the guy's like, wait, what? Do I have something on my face? He's like, you'd make a wonderful puppet.
Uh-oh, my life's about to be ruined. People are going to be saying, you look just like that. The stupidest puppet ever built.
Yeah. That's why my neighbor Todd was Beauregard. But yeah, he praises Brian Froud's design work and then awkwardly backs out of frame. We see him like linger there for a second, like just on the edge of the frame. You like can see his hands, and he like glances in a little bit, like, should I go?
Done? They got to get some. England needs producers badly.
They're all lined up to meet who arrives next. Sam, they're all busy because the royal car arrives with Prince Charles and Princess Diana.
This is really just something that's impossible for me, I guess, to put myself in that space of being excited about this. I wish I could, but I just can't.
Well,
I mean, they're talking about what dress she's wearing. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess they do that on the red carpet. But this is just like somebody I don't know. It's just like every, I guess this is part of why her life was so hectic, was that's like every single thing she does is just like that, a level of scrutiny and that many people standing around her screaming. That would be horrible.
Well, in some context, Charles and Diana's relationship, famously quite terrible, pretty much from the start. But 1986, this year, is notable for a couple of reasons, because this is the year that both of them started having affairs.
Oh, okay. I could place this in exactly which episode of The Crown it takes place during.
Yeah, I did ask Devin. It does not seem like Ludo is in The Crown.
No,
we don't get this event recreated.
I've watched that. I loved that show. And I loved when she showed up in that show. I think that show really got good when Diana's character does. But Ludo doesn't make an appearance, though. And dusts him off for it.
But yeah, this is around the time that they had started living pretty much separate lives, aside from, I guess, when they had to go meet Jim Henson. And this is when Charles had started his affair with current queen, Camilla.
Yeah.
that was earlier in the year. And then Diana started her affair with James Hewitt, like literally, apparently a few weeks before this premiere. Well, the royal couple first has to meet people responsible for the museum, which is just the first floor of this theater where all the boring people hang out, I guess.
Yeah. The architects of the museum, like the accountant. The accountants of the museum, I think, is one of the people whose hands they shake.
Yeah, I was kind of, when they started introducing them, I was like, oh, that's kind of shocking that they all get to be invited to this thing.
Yeah.
And then when they finished up with the row and they went upstairs to the cool people club, I was like, oh, so they invited them, but they don't let them hang out with the cool kids.
Right. They don't maybe get to go in and watch the movie. Maybe they do. I don't know.
It is surprising sometimes about like premieres where a lot of people don't actually go in and watch the movie after they walk the red carpet.
I didn't know that.
A lot of times they will just leave.
Like because they want to just leave? Or
Yeah, I don't think they like are told to leave, but
Okay.
like they. I think there's a lot of actors who you'll hear talking in interviews like, "Oh yeah, I've never watched any of my movies."
Oh,
And it's like,
yes,
well, you were
I
at the
guess that
premiere,
makes
so
sense.
I guess you just left.
They just snuck out the back door when it was time. I was really hoping we'd see the girl who won the maze competition.
Yeah, part of me was like, is she the little girl giving her flowers? I don't think so.
No, she was the daughter of one of the person who ran the theater or something like that. They
Yeah.
said who she was.
I'm just remembering that I went to a Hollywood premiere one time.
Oh, well, for what?
Hot Rod.
Wow. Did you watch the movie?
Yeah,
Was it cool?
it was all right, but it
Okay.
was, in the lobby, I got to talk to Jason Schwartzman and Sarah Silverman.
Whoa. What'd you say to them? Hello?
Just, big fan. Hi, how's it going? They were both
Uh-huh.
extremely nice.
Wow.
Sarah Silverman was extremely nice, and her phone started ringing while we were talking. And she was like overly apologetic to me that her phone was ringing mid conversation. I was like, no,
Wow.
that's fine. You're Sarah Silverman. You gave me
That's
5
cool.
seconds. That's enough. But the coolest part was when leaving the movie, like after the movie is done, like the cast and crew stood along the middle aisle. So you could like walk by and like shake hands. And
Like good
like-
game. Like at the end of a
Yeah.
baseball game.
yeah, you're basically congratulating that cast and crew. And everyone's obviously going up to, Andy Samberg and all the SNL guys. And I notice, hey, Lorne Michaels is like not shaking hands and talking to anyone. Like no one's
Whoa.
greeting him and seeing him. So I was like, I'm going to say hi to Lorne Michaels. And I did.
How'd that go? These are hello.
Oh, I just shook his hand.
Nice
And I
to
said
meet
like,
you.
good job on the movie or something like that.
That
But-
Matthew Gatos, he's going places.
No, I will not claim to have actually had a real human connection or conversation with any of those people at that. But it was a very cool thing to go to. That just happened to me and my girlfriend at the time. We're walking around Hollywood Boulevard that day, and people were like, "Hey, we've got extra tickets for the Hollywood premiere of Hot Rod. You want to go?" And I was like, "Sure."
That's so much. That's not the reason I was thinking that you got to go.
Why
I
else
didn't-
would I get to go?
I don't know. I thought maybe you knew somebody who worked on it or something.
No,
They just
I'm not
handed you-
important.
Just handed you tickets.
Yeah, they're trying to fill seats, Sam.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
I just want the premiere to look impressive.
The glitz and glamour of Hollywood, huh?
Yeah, I did not get to walk the red carpet. I had to go in the side entrance of the man's Chinese theater.
That'd be hilarious if you showed up and they were like, "You gotta walk the red carpet, man."
Well, getting back into the premiere of Labyrinth, once the royal couple makes it upstairs, Anne and Nick start discussing if this movie would be appropriate for the princes to watch.
Yes, I suppose so.
They say yes, but it's worth saying that at the time, William was 4.5 and Harry was 2.
Oh well, maybe not. Maybe they just at worst wouldn't understand what was happening at all.
William's gonna think Harry's gonna get kidnapped by goblins.
Yeah. Maybe he'd want that though.
Ooh, maybe he would.
Price still wants that. Every night he's going to bed.
He's- Every night before he goes to bed, he's like, I hope
I
the goblins
wish.
take my brother away. But then the royal couple has to seemingly meet every single person who was attached to this movie in any possible way.
And we have to watch them do it.
We do. And then, yeah, Jim is standing next to Ludo, having the time of his life, showing off Ludo to Prince
Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah.
Being like, look at his hand, feel it, touch it.
And Prince Charles loved this movie, is that right? Or he like laughed during the farting part and that
right,
seems
I
like
think
he
that's
must
what we
have
had
loved it.
read.
Yeah.
Isn't that like the only person who laughed at the Bog of Eternal Stench farting noises was Prince Charles?
Yes. And knowing what I know about him from The Crown, I feel like that version of him from that show would have also been deeply into this. He would have been like, this is amazing. This is the best thing I've ever seen.
Princess Diana does try to engage with whoever is performing Ludo and leans in and says, "It must be a bit warm in there."
Oh, that okay. You could make it out, or you lipped read
Yeah,
what was going on.
you could hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ludo just kind of and
Don't-
nods.
Don't break the illusion, Princess Di. Come on.
And then Richard Attenborough asks Ludo if he can bow or curtsy, which he attempts and scares away Princess Diana.
Curtsies. Yeah.
For a second, I thought like she ran so quickly and so far away from him when he went to curtsy that I thought she was just going to skip over Jennifer Connelly entirely.
That would have been so sad.
Thankfully, she comes back and talks to Jennifer Connelly while Ludo looms in the background.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part of this. Throughout, like, while they're showing Princess Diana meeting, like, you know, the president of TriStar or whoever, you just get, like, an out-of-focus Ludo face.
He's always
rocking
back there, yeah.
background. And yeah, it just sort of ends when a little girl who seems very nervous gives Princess Diana a bouquet of flowers. And then a little boy, who's also very nervous, gives Princess Diana and Prince Charles their official programs for the premiere.
And I guess some people watched this whole thing on TV, watched people going to a movie, and they said, great, I love that.
Yep. And then, unlike the Oscars, you don't get to watch the thing they're at.
Dope.
I guess it's more like the Met Gala of anything.
Yeah,
like,
that's true. But
we don't
only
watch
with-
the Met Gala.
But there's only 2 people that you care about.
Right. But there's a giant monster there.
I suppose the giant monster's
So
like,
if Ludo was
yeah.
at the Met Gala, would it be better?
that would be cool. Like a Met Gala based on Labyrinth. I think people would really like that.
Ooh, yeah. But that does it for now, at least, for our Labyrinth watching. I don't know if we've got any
I hope
weird,
not.
lingering
This made
Labyrinth
me be like, I'm
things.
done. I don't want to see any more Labyrinth stuff.
Well, thankfully, it's time to move on to the December 6th, 1986 TV special, The Christmas Toy, which aired on ABC up against The Facts of Life and 227 on NBC.
What's 227?
Oh, that was just a normal sitcom. I don't remember the plot, but I remember the theme song.
Hmm.
Over on CBS, there was a TV show that I had never heard of called Downtown, which was a crime drama starring Mariska Hargitay and Robert Englund.
Oh, wow. Freddy Krueger?
Freddy Krueger himself, not in scary makeup.
Not dressed like Freddy Krueger. He was
No.
probably extremely hot at this point. So,
Yeah, this was just after Nightmare on Elm Street. Although I think in the 80s, people didn't give a shit.
what do you mean?
Like, not about Robert Englund, but I feel like a monster movie actor maybe didn't get the respect they deserved
sure.
in the 80s.
Robert Englund, nobody cared about. You are exactly right.
Right.
Freddy Krueger
Yes.
was a star for like children loved him for some reason.
Yeah.
And this
I'm
is
not
maybe
saying Freddy
after-
Krueger wasn't respected. I'm saying Robert Englund wasn't respected.
Respected. Freddy probably actually also got more famous after Nightmare on Elm Street 3, which was the one with the Dream Warriors and not more kid friendly, but definitely had like the Goonies vibe of like we're plucky kids on a mission, even though a lot of them die horribly. At this point, it was just 1 and 2, and I think 2 was kind of received strangely, and 3 would be the one that launched the Freddy's career.
Yeah, at the time he was still doing a lot of TV shows like Night Court and MacGyver and Knight Rider and all
Right.
that stuff. But the original airing of this special was sponsored by Kraft, which meant that every commercial break consisted of commercials giving you recipes that you could make at home for your holiday celebrations.
Whoa, is there a version of this with those commercials intact?
There's not. You can. Wanted to do a weird watching experience. Somebody has taken all the commercials and uploaded them as a compilation to YouTube.
Oh, just take the next
So you
step.
could make your own version, I guess,
Hmm.
of the original airing. But you can go watch all the commercials back to back on YouTube and then go watch the Christmas toy separately.
Okay. Or pause the Christmas toy, watch the commercial.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time it fades to black, be like, okay, pause, line it up. Gotta sync up my viewings. It's also how Perry Como's Kraft Music Hall worked back in the 60s,
Right.
which we watched the Muppets do the reindeer performance on once before.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam, what are your overall thoughts on the Christmas toy?
I fucking loved it. I wasn't.
Fuck yeah, Sam, me too.
I wasn't prepared. I think Bunny Picnic was such a letdown that I was going
Yeah.
into this being like, this is just going to be a reskinned Bunny Picnic. Absolutely not. This was
No.
delightful. And the toy puppets were so good. They looked
Mhm.
like toys. They moved like toys. They were so convincing. The set was so convincing as a playroom. And it had like I don't know, just like fun little characters and the story. The story basically is just them walking up and down a hallway a couple times. But it is
Yeah.
interesting enough, and the conversations they have are interesting enough. And just like the nitty gritty details they get into that Toy Story doesn't, where you come away from Toy Story like, but what does happen? If you, I mean, I guess Sid sees the toys alive and they don't die. They don't fucking
No.
die. But this is just like, it's not afraid to get into the weird aspects of, if your toys were alive, it would be like this. At one point, they say, good thing toys can't feel pain. Not a necessary line to put in your movie. At no point did I
Yeah.
ever think these toys can feel pain. But
It is like somebody had the idea for Toy Story. We're asking all of those questions that people ask and said, no, we have to address every single one.
yes, does it hurt? Did it hurt when this toy tiger fell down the stairs? No, toys can't feel pain, of course.
They can die.
No, I had a really good time with it. Rachel was watching it while she was listening to a book on tape, so she wasn't listening to the words.
Right.
And when it ended, she took her headphones out and she's like, that was great. It's like, I didn't hear a single word of it. She's like, no, but the toys looked so good.
Yeah, the puppets are extremely impressive, and the puppeteering is really good too. And there's times where, much like Fraggle Rock, you realize afterwards, you're like, I don't really know how they did that, but it
Yeah.
looked really convincing.
Yeah. They go back to using marionettes. Like, there's so
Yeah.
many parts of this that are like, oh, Emmet Otter. I'm getting Emmet Otter from this in a
Mm.
good way.
Yeah, I mean, even returning to the sort of Tales from Muppet Land conceit of Kermit being there
Yeah.
to introduce and
That
end
felt
the
nice,
special.
too. No matter how often I see that guy, it's still, when he pops up, I'm still like, hey, it's Kermit. I love this guy. I love this little fool.
I also, yeah, just a bold choice to make a Christmas movie where toys can die.
And then there was a point where I was thinking, what do they do with them after they die? And they do indeed
Oh, don't
show-
worry, Sam. They'll
they do
show you.
indeed show the corner of the room where they pile up the corpses. And it's like, these people's lives are a nightmare.
Well, my question about that is, one of the things they don't explore is like, are the kids playing with those toys still every day
Mhm.
and returning them to that pile, or do they like every night have to deal with, oh no, Ditz is just left in the middle of the room
I don't
and
want
we have
this
another corpse on our
corpse next
hands.
to me. And it's also like, they're already dead, so we can put them in a pile and they can't die again. So when the kids come in, they're like, why did these particular toys always end up in a pile right here?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever watch this again, but I did love it.
Oh, I think this seems like something I would watch on Christmas again. Like, this will get added to my Emmet Otter. Emmet Otter's another one from that I didn't mention. I think I watched. How many years ago did we watch Emmet Otter?
Oh, 20?
A couple?
I don't know.
A couple of years ago? Anyway, however many Christmases have happened since then, be it one or two, I did watch Emmet Otter both of or that one time. And I watched it with my mom. I think my mom and I watched Emmet Otter. So
It would
Emmet
have
Otter
we
has-
had 3 Christmases since we watched Emmet Otter.
then I've watched it every time. And it has joined the like, this will be my background Christmas thing while I think maybe we put it on while we were decorating the tree one year. It's like, this is one of the movies. I feel like this is going to be one of the movies. Hypothetically, if I ever have children, I feel like I would show them this movie, even though it's disturbing in a way. Maybe to be like, look, you got to be nice to your toys. They come to life at night and they can die. Walk into the room really slowly to give them a chance.
Announce your presence. Wear a bell or something.
Yeah.
I think just for me, like part of the reason I enjoyed it so much was the surprise element that I
Mhm.
also went into it expecting another bunny picnic, expecting to be disappointed, and then being so pleasantly surprised not only by the overall story, but by the choices at every spot to just really catch me off guard and be like, oh, they're doing that. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Bold-
weird. It's deeply
bold.
weird.
Yeah, and I love the way they don't focus on the humans like at all.
Mhm.
They keep them in shadow for most of it. We get to see faces now and then, mostly of the kids. But the parents, I think you see the mom's face like once. You don't see the dad's face, I think, at all. And there's a mysterious older sister who we never see. But I think for me, it's great. I will say my biggest negative of it is that I feel like they could maybe have used like one big central conflict as opposed to a handful of conflicts that all are resolved rather quickly.
Yeah, it is really. It's pretty subtle. When I was writing the synopsis, it is kind of like it's clear why Rugby's doing it, but it's kind of hard to sum up exactly what is going on with Rugby, and also the thing with Meteora resolves itself very quickly, and that is set up as
Right.
like a big problem that isn't necessarily that big of a
Yeah.
problem. They don't have to like force her back into the box and like tape her in there or anything.
Yeah, I would say my other negative would be the songs. I don't love the songs.
I think I liked the one they kept revisiting. I didn't think it was a great song, but I think them revisiting the feeling of being opened up for Christmas,
Right.
and then Apple getting her version of that, like the sad version of that. I think that was very effective. And of course, the song that they sing at the end, the Christmas song that they end up singing in Muppet Family Christmas. I like
Right.
that song a lot too. But other than that, I don't even remember them in particular.
It was kind of weird at first because you hear the melody of that song playing at the very beginning when Kermit is climbing into the chimney, Santa Claus. And I was like, why do I know this melody?
Yeah.
Like, I knew I had never seen a Christmas toy or the Christmas toy, but like somehow I was recognizing the music and I was like, did they rip off another song for their music?
No,
and then
Muppet
realizing
Family
later on, I
Christmas
was like,
ripped this off.
oh.
They didn't even invite the freaking toys to the Muppet Family Christmas. That's actually my biggest
because they'll
complaint now.
die.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like it's in the indignity of making that beautiful song and then not getting to be in the Muppet Family Christmas with literally every other Muppet basically that's ever existed.
They can't leave their house. Sam.
There
You
could
have
have been
to
a
invite the whole
scene-
Jones family.
They could have lived in grandma's attic or something, you know? There could have just been a part where they were like, what's up? Maybe Elmo goes up and they don't die. They're like, we didn't die. Elmo doesn't count for some reason or something.
He's close enough to a toy.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I guess they don't die when they see Kermit. Even though at first,
Yeah, Muppets don't count for this rule because Muppets understand the whimsy in the world.
well, at the beginning, Kermit implies that they won't come to life until he leaves the room.
That's true.
But at
And
the
then he
end, once
just
everything's
wanders
resolved,
in.
yeah.
So nonchalant. I didn't even notice that he was there. And then he says something and I was like, whoa. It's like that video where the gorilla like comes out and does the dance while the people are passing the basketball.
Yeah.
It was just like, I really did not see
I bet
him
you
at
didn't
all.
notice the Kermit in the
Kermit
background of this
walked
toy
through.
room.
Yeah.
I looked up a few fun facts about this. One of my favorites was that apparently in Brazil, this was released on VHS at one point, and the Portuguese title translates to The Muppets Christmas.
No.
Feels a little misleading there, Brazil. Also, when the special was released on VHS in 1993, they made what I think might be a good choice. And they cut out the very, very beginning section where there's just a bunch of random toys yelling, "Am I the Christmas toy? Am I the Christmas toy? Am I the Christmas toy?"
Oh, yeah. I thought that was cute, though. Because those toys are so freaking cute. But they wouldn't think that's a Christmas toy. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Everyone else but Rugby understands what's going on here.
Yeah, right.
So, like, the idea of being the Christmas toy is something that only really Rugby is attached to.
Yeah.
So, like, that scene in the context of the story of the movie doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, but like, it is such a delight, I guess, to see that. Just when I watched that part, I was like, oh, this is what kind of movie this is going to be. Because the toys are just so satisfying looking.
Yeah.
They're such great puppets, like new puppets, like nothing that they've done before.
That's very true.
Because they're like stiff, but they reminded me so much of some of the stuff that we saw maybe in Muppets on Puppets, where he's showing like puppets from around the world, where it's like the line of soldiers who like all march,
Right?
Like, yeah, just like the little like duck in the boat and the line of soldiers on top of that castle who are like clacking their little mouths while they're singing.
Yeah, there's really only like one or two puppets that look like traditional Muppets.
Yeah.
We've got Belmont the Rocking Horse, performed by Richard Hunt, sounding a lot like Gladys. And then we've got the telephone, looks like a Muppet telephone.
That's true. I'd say, I mean, Rugby is almost a cheat, I feel like, because he is It's stuffed tiger, but it also could just be any Muppet tiger, really.
Yeah, like he has some like bunny picnic DNA in him as far as design goes.
Yeah. And I also think Mew is like so fucking cute. Mew
He
is
was
like
very, very cute.
one of the best Muppet characters I feel like we've ever met. He's such a little
yeah.
sweetie.
I wouldn't disagree. It's also worth noting there's a chance that maybe through the years you have seen a version of this without Kermit, because similar to other Muppet projects that, Disney didn't own, for a while, this was only available in versions that had Kermit cut out of it,
Mm-hmm.
which I would love to see how the end of this movie
Yeah.
finishes without Kermit.
That part is kind of a reprise, I suppose. Could be unnecessary, but definitely missing something without him poking his little head in.
But kicking off the movie, we do have that short little intro jump scare where the first thing is the Jack in the Box just popping up. And then we get Kermit on the roof dressed as Santa, introducing us to the Jones family, which is the parents, Molly, Jamie, and Jesse, and Ouija, the cat.
Yeah, like the Ouija board. I looked it up too. It's Ouija board.
Yeah, the captions don't spell it that way.
They don't?
The captions spell it Weegie.
Oh, maybe
like
they're
you would
not.
pronounce it.
Yeah, I guess that maybe too hard to parse what that word is.
Yeah.
So Kermit's telling us this, and then he falls down the chimney, and then they cut into the toy room, and you just see Kermit's limp. It's like when they throw a Muppet. You see his limp, lifeless body flop to the floor of the chimney.
But I do like that he also does tell us that basically we're going to be in the playroom. We're not really going to deal with the Joneses. Like,
Yeah.
I mention them because they're important to the story, but they're not the stars of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he decides to go right back up the chimney after saying, "Watch what these toys do as soon as I leave the room."
But he has to crawl up the chimney like a little goblin.
And we hear Jim in maybe the most Kermit not sounding like Kermit moment we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
Where as he's climbing up the chimney, he says something along the lines of like, "It's harder going up than it was coming down," or something. But it just sounds like Jim Henson. It does not sound like Kermit. And then we kick off the story of the toys with the song "Toys Love to Play." It's worth noting as far as who's behind, the work of this film. We do have the director, Eric Till, who was the director of like 16 episodes of Fraggle Rock.
Mm-hmm.
The writer is Laura Phillips, who was a contributor to the Labyrinth script and also wrote 10 episodes of Fraggle Rock. The music and lyrics are by Jeff Moss, who did the song and score for The Muppets Take Manhattan, but also is the writer of Sesame Street songs like The People in Your Neighborhood, I Love Trash, and Rubber Ducky.
Whoa, powerful.
And for the cast, as we talk about them, you'll hear of Rugby Tiger and Ditz the Clown, both performed by Dave Goelz, obviously.
Yeah.
Because it's either Gonzo or Boober. Those are the two gears he's got when he's playing Rugby
Yeah.
Tiger.
Well, yeah. Rugby starts off sounding a lot like Gonzo and ends up sounding a lot like Boober, but both with a kind of troubling accent.
Yeah, I can't really tell what he's trying to
No.
do there. But there are times when it sounds like he's trying something.
I think he's doing an Indian accent, is my guess.
I thought he might also be doing that too. Like, tigers that live in India. I have a great idea,
Yeah.
Jim. I'm going to do an Indian accent for this
don't
tiger.
Don't do that, but also you did a bad enough job that it doesn't sound like you're doing anything in particular.
Yeah, it sounds like Boober in like Side Bottom or something like that.
Yeah.
Then we have Steve Whitmire as Mew, the little cat toy that we mentioned previously.
I love that cat toys come to life too in this. It's so funny. And that the cat could see the cat toy and they would kill the cat toy. Like the cat would be like, what?
Even though this is maybe the worst cat actor I've ever seen in a movie.
Ouija?
Yeah, Ouija's terrible. Every time Ouija's on camera, Ouija feels like they're looking right off camera like, okay, now what? What do you want me to do?
Oh, poor Ouija.
We've got Kathy Mullen playing Apple, the somewhat creepy doll.
If
Again.
this is not where they got the idea for Chucky, I'll eat my hat. She's wearing the same outfit that Chucky wears. She has
It
the
is,
same hair
somewhat
that
similar.
Chucky has almost. Yeah, her face looks just like Chucky. She looks like Chucky. If they did not see this on TV and subconsciously put that into Chucky, I don't know. I'll strike me dead now.
Someone's just sitting there watching Christmas Toy being like, oh God, that doll's going to haunt my dreams. I feel like it's going to murder me.
Now, wait
and
a
then
minute.
they won't. What if it did? You'll recognize Kathy Mullen as Moki from Fraggle Rock.
Sure.
Because Apple sounds an awful lot like Moki.
Like Moki, yeah.
Got Jerry Nelson as Balthazar. He's the leader of the pack. He's the old, stressed-out bear who keeps falling down.
Stressed. He's so maudlin. At one point, he's like, all our friends are dead. Oh, well. This sucks.
Yeah, he's about to be thrown out is the problem.
Yeah.
Richard Hunt is Belmont, the rocking horse.
Not who I'd bring on a rescue mission. Not very inconspicuous. Actually gigantic.
Yeah, not, I don't really know. Like, they have the taxi driver who's helping them get around. But aside from that, like, a rocking horse notably stays in place.
Yeah. There's a part where, like, they're planning the rescue mission and Belmont's like, I guess I'll come too. And I expected them to say, oh, that was never an option, Belmont. You are 2 feet tall.
Got Camille Benora as Meteora, and as the voice of Molly, who we don't see. And as best dressed Mandy, who is their version of Barbie in the special, who just kind of is always trying to find the perfect outfit for whatever situation they're in.
I did think that was very funny, though. I liked that character a lot.
We have Brian Henson as Cruiser, the taxi driver, who were probably, not Brian's best role.
Choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
He ought not have
Strong choice.
Yeah.
Bad choice.
Bad choice. Ought not have done it. Also not really like a very necessary character for the plot.
Completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
They make it seem like they're going to use the taxi to get down to the living room. And then he just sort of drives next to them.
They're all walking and he's next to them. Yeah.
And then, Marsha Moreau is Jamie, the human. Notable for being the original voice of Madeline in the original TV specials.
Mm-hmm.
Zachary Bennett as Jesse, who couldn't find out much more about.
Didn't need to be in the movie at all. I don't
No,
think.
I don't even think you mentioned him in your summary.
I didn't because I thought there's no reason to mention there's also a little boy. He doesn't interact with the toys or think about them or have any lines really.
No, he brings in a Nutcracker toy at the very end.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
And I guess it was probably like so they could have boy toys and girl toys in the room or something.
You're probably right.
But they don't really have any toys that are so strongly coded as boy toys that I feel like it was necessary.
I also feel like at the time, Meteora would have been not a traditional girl's toy.
Absolutely not. Yeah, she would have been the only female figure in a Masters of the Universe type toy line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the first song of the special is Toys Love to Play, which just introduces us to the concept that toys love to play so much that even when you're not around, they have to play.
And they're going bazonkers in there, and there's so many cool toys. I like the stuffed spider that's hanging from a string on the ceiling. The duck who sits by the door and watches out for the people and toots his horn. It's like, you're tooting a big horn, bro.
Right?
They don't hear the big horn.
Like, I love the idea of having this lookout character, but he has a really loud whistle on his tugboat that I have to assume every time the parents walk away from the room, they're like, wait, what was that? Why was there a whistle?
And also, when Cruiser drives around, his wheels make the loudest. It like echoes the screeching sound that his tires make.
But as they wrap up the song, toot toot, people are coming, and they all panic and hide back where they were. And this is where we really get their personalities, where we see that, like, okay, Apple is like, you must hide. We have to do this.
Yeah.
And Rugby's like, no problem. Look at me. I'm just going to jump up on top of this dollhouse. Super easy. I'm a little confused at how much Rugby knows. Because he seems to understand the rule that you have to hide when the kids come in.
Uh-huh.
But yet when he goes out to go become the Christmas toy, they sort of act like he doesn't realize how serious this is and what can happen to him.
I think since he thinks that on Christmas kids unwrap their favorite toy and he thinks that he is the favorite toy, he must just not be putting it together that if he is seen in this, that this is just how it's supposed to be. So if he gets seen in the box, that doesn't count as an infraction of the rule. My big question also is, who's enforcing these rules? Is it God? Who's killing the toys,
I mean, there has to be a toy god of some sort in this.
There's
world,
some
right?
kind of omniscient force that is watching every toy all the time, ready to kill them, ready to flip the switch, knock them out.
Or maybe it's some sort of allergy. to humans in some way if they're
I
exposed to.
suppose. Yeah.
They're always exposed to them, so it wouldn't be that.
I suppose it
I
could
don't
just
know.
be a passive magic thing. It's just magic.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is. It's just
Sure.
a magic spell that has
But it
been cursed
does
upon
the
them.
fact that they can bring him back does make it feel like there is somebody up there who's like, all right, in this case, he sang a nice song. You can go back.
Yeah, it does make me feel for all the toys who previously died and were just left in a pile for years.
Uh-huh. Especially
like the
after
idea that-
Mew describes that he is conscious while dead and floating around in nothingness.
In the inky void.
Yeah, I don't think Ditz is prepared to spend an eternity in the inky void.
It also makes me wonder, what did Rugby think that pile of toys was?
I think he knows that he can't be seen. He just likes to live dangerously, you know? I don't think that's an issue for him. The only thing is Christmas is confusing to him.
Well, and we learn it's Christmas because Belmont, the rocking horse, is the one who informs everyone, hey guys, it's Christmas Eve.
Yep.
And this is where we first meet Mew, who everyone hates.
They all think he stinks. Does catnip stink?
Not that,
I always
I
think
never
it has
thought
like
about
minty
catnip
or
as-
tea-like or something.
yeah, but they seem to all hate it.
Yeah.
Because he smells. And he has to, it almost feels like they're trying to make it like either he's unwashed or that he's like almost like a fart joke or something.
Yeah, or almost like the cat peed on him or something. Maybe if,
Something, because every time they're like, "Ugh, God, it's Mew." He's like, "It's the catnip."
Yeah. Oh yeah, it could be a fart joke, I suppose. Maybe, but they
I
don't
don't
really
know.
spell it out that much.
I think
But
it's
yeah,
just
they
maybe he
hate this
smells
little
bad.
fool. Yeah. Or maybe toys hate the smell of catnip in particular. I don't know.
Rugby does seem to be actually allergic to it. He
Right.
sneezes every time Mew is around.
Yeah. But they say
but-
it's Mew. That's what they say. All of them.
Every
It's not-
time.
It's not just Rugby. Every single toy says it's Mew. To this
Yeah.
poor, one of the cutest puppets we've ever seen.
That'd be rough if you walk into a room and all your friends are just like, "Ew, it's Sam."
And it's like, well, I literally must live here or I will die. So I guess I have
Yeah,
to hang
you
out with
stink. Boo. We want you to die. But Balthazar stands up and he's going to be the one to tell us all about Christmas.
Not the way that you think he's going to. Jesus doesn't enter into the equation.
No. But while Balthazar gets ready to tell everyone about Christmas, Rugby says, "Christmas? I didn't know it was going to happen again."
Yeah, poor guy.
And then he sings the greatest Christmas toy of all, a song about last Christmas when he was given as a gift. And he's very cocky.
Yes, a song we will revisit a few times in different forms, but yes, he describes trumpets playing and all kinds of majestic things happening as he is unboxed.
Yeah, there has never been a better Christmas. No better toy has ever been given. This is the greatest toy that's ever been. And it's just a
He's pretty-
freaking stuffed tiger.
He's pretty cute. If I
Yeah.
got that after I had Apple, I would say I like you better than the murderous baby doll for sure.
Yeah, but then you get Meteora. And
Yeah.
you're like, well, sorry, stuffed tiger. You don't even have articulation. Well, while Balthazar continues to try and explain the meaning of Christmas, Rugby sneaks out of the playroom. And I guess it's important to note here that inexplicably, the parents are doing laundry throughout this special.
They do say, I bet no other family's doing laundry on Christmas night because whoever wrote it was like, this is pretty weird.
Yeah, we need a reason for the parents to keep wandering down the hallway and to walk into the kids' room. So how do we make that happen?
Yeah.
I don't know. What if they're doing laundry?
Yeah. I mean, it's the best option, really, they could have chosen, I think. But it's also really lucky that the toys aren't kept in the children's room, that they have their own playroom, because then the toys never get to come to life.
The laundry thing also does help Rugby because he gets to hide in the laundry.
Right. He gets laundry thrown on him a few times.
Yeah. And it also does help make the parents sort of a constant threat because you never know when they're going to walk down and be like, "Where's that sock?"
Yeah. And I suppose I could put myself in a position where I'm doing laundry on Christmas. It's just another day, you know, when you have that many kids too.
I don't know. I feel like I would just very quickly be like, it's Christmas. Laundry can wait.
I'll do laundry tomorrow. Yeah.
That's Christmas Day then.
Yeah. By the end of
Yeah, wait a
Christmas
couple
Day, you're
days.
kind of bored of Christmas, aren't you?
I guess there is that, come down period after you've opened
Yeah.
everything, and you're like, well, now what?
Everybody's asleep. Everybody taking their nap, and then you do some laundry.
Well, Balthazar does get to finally explain the meaning of Christmas to the other toys.
And not the way you think. It's not Jesus. He just
no,
means
no, zero Jesus
Yeah.
in this entire special. He explains to the other toys that the kids will receive new toys, and that these new toys will be confused about the ways of the world.
such a
So we must
ripoff.
open our hearts and welcome them.
Toy Story belongs in jail.
There's another IP that I think stole some ideas from this, but we'll get to that.
Okay. I might know what you're talking about. And if I don't, then this is like the densest. That's where they got the idea, this thing that we've ever watched.
I think there's just something near the end of this special that cannot be ignored,
Yes, I think you're right.
but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
For now, we find out Apple didn't like rugby
No.
because Apple was Jamie's old favorite toy before rugby came along.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like as if, we have Woody in Toy Story,
Right.
and then there was like Wheezy the Penguin was like, yeah, but fuck Woody because I used to be cool before Andy got Woody.
Yeah. But and then Woody also does fill this role. Like he has the same character arc problem where he's like new toy that they like better. But it's not a title that gets passed down. Woody's just always been the favorite toy instead of
Right.
a long line of succession of toys that all hate each other.
Right. There's more like there's a respect in Toy Story world where
Yes.
everyone's like, oh, but we like Woody.
Of
We're
course,
we're
Woody.
okay with him being the leader.
Right.
Mew comes in to tell them all that rugby went out the door. And so, Belmont suddenly introduces the brand new fear and informs everyone that if rugby gets caught outside, he'll be frozen
He
forever.
will fucking die.
Ditz, who apparently doesn't understand this.
He's stupid.
I get that he's stupid. They called him Ditz and they made him extremely stupid.
Yeah.
But like, how has he not fucked this up already?
Is he the new stupidest Muppet? Does he displace Beauregard? Beauregard at least probably
think
has
so.
some kind of survival
Self-preservation.
instincts. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you told Beauregard, hey, don't walk into traffic, he might actually hesitate for a
Yeah.
moment.
You'll die. He'll say, okay,
Yeah, Ditz is
don't
like,
wanna
"Meh."
die.
I've never got hit by a car before.
Uh-huh.
Both played by Dave Goelz, though, so he's good at playing the
Being a
dumb
guy,
characters.
yeah.
Suddenly, though, people are coming down the hallway. It's Mom, and she finds Ditz in the doorway and tosses him back in the playroom.
And you just literally watch the life drain from his body as he flops to the ground. And he's
the toys go to check on him, and he is unresponsive.
He's dead.
The toy telephone even rubs it in
Yeah.
as they're
I thought that
saying,
was cool.
Ditz? Ditz? The telephone says, the number you have dialed is no longer in service.
You're not helping, telephone. Get lost. And then the little train guy comes and they throw Ditz on the back of the train. It's a hurts.
Yeah. I was so like, oh man, what are they just going to leave him there for the rest of the special? But no, they of course have a plan.
Yeah.
They put dead toys
they've
on the
been through
train.
this before. And take
Yep.
it to the pile. They throw them on the pile.
This moment was super weird.
Yeah. It's like it's one of those dark moments in a kid's thing that you see in like a Don Bluth cartoon or something where you're like, I
Mhm.
can't believe they did that. But at the same time,
Yeah.
it's like it's so interesting that they did that, and it like makes so much sense that they did that. And I'm
Ooh,
kind
yeah.
of like glad that they did that in a way because it scratches that itch of like, what does happen? Like once you scratch right below the surface of this fantasy, it's like so dark, but in a satisfying way. And
Right.
I read some reviews of this that were like, this is too dark. And it's just like, I don't know, maybe it is, but it's also
Yeah.
just so uniquely, it's like unafraid to be weird.
Yeah, I like that it's so dark, but I could also see it being a little heavy for certain age groups.
Right. Right.
But
Because
yeah,
it's like,
no,
why not just say, there's a universe in which they just said, if you get seen, then you just freeze. Like, I don't know. But then maybe it is like, there's no risk. Then there has to be a risk. But to jump straight to you die forever is quite the escalation.
Yeah, because that's something that's not explored really in Toy Story, and they just sort of, it's one of those things where they don't get close enough to you asking the question, so you don't think about it too much. But the toys in the Toy Story world just sort of respect the rule that
Yeah.
they're supposed to be toys,
They all
and so
just
they flop
know
down.
that they're supposed to
Right.
do it, and they can
But there's
choose
never,
not to.
like, a consequence.
As seen by Sid. Like Sid sees the toys moving,
Yes.
So they can do it and not be punished. So you'd
Yeah.
have to think in the bazillions of toys that exist, there'd be one who'd be like, fuck that. I'm just going to walk
Right.
around.
Buzz Lightyear pretty much almost does that, and they have to stop him.
Yeah, because they just know. They all are on the same page on this.
But yeah, how did they learn that? Like, were army men just crawling around one time and they got stomped to death, and people were like, oh shit, we should probably, I guess, not interact with the humans.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, but I think honestly, the beginning of this movie with the first opening song, I was still pretty unsure about it, and was still feeling a little bit like this might be another bunny picnic.
Oh,
But
the first note I took was, I think I love this movie. So,
oh, see, it wasn't until this moment when they killed off Ditz that I was fully in.
Yeah.
Like when that happened, I was like, I am 100% more interested in this movie than I was 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. There are parts of Bunny Picnic, I think, that get kind of close to this, like when they talk about how much sex the bunnies must have. Where it's like, this is weird. But then Bunny Picnic just ends, it stalls out so hard at the end when they're stuck in the stump or whatever they're stuck in. And I kept waiting for that part to happen, but it never did.
Yeah. Well, Mew realizes that because of Ditz's untimely death, everyone else has forgotten that Rugby escaped. And so he takes it upon himself to go help him. I put in my notes at this point, if Mew survives this movie, I will be shocked.
It didn't occur to me that he would die. But
to have a death followed by the sweetest character in the world being like, I guess I gotta go save him myself. I was just like, oh God, Mew, you're not long for this world.
Do you think they should have left him dead? No, that would be too sad. I think that would have been too sad. But
I think so too. I think to me it feels like they were originally planning on leaving him dead, and then somebody gave them a note, and they were like, we should probably bring him back to life, though.
Or also they could have written that he comes back to life, and then somebody gave them a note that was like, you got to do something about the pile of corpses in the playroom. You got to use the magic on them too. Or what if they had said, okay, here's maybe a split the difference. Nah, never mind. If they had said something like they come back to life on Christmas, you're dead till Christmas and you get to come back or something like that. But it is Christmas, so I guess that doesn't count.
Right. You can just wake up the next morning. Yeah. Like, ugh, that was a weird day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I remember to cross off my notes as I go, and then other times I completely forget. So I lose my spot. There we go. So Mew catches up to Rugby and asks him what the day was like. Christmas Day last year.
Yeah, because this part is heartbreaking because Rugby's like, you're just a cat toy. You could literally never understand what it's like for anyone to love you. And Mew is like, you're correct.
So tell me, please, what it's like to be loved and not just chewed upon all the time.
What a great character.
But yeah, the special does use reprises quite often of the music. A couple times it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Like they do Toys Love to Play a couple of times, but the second time doesn't really add anything. And this time when they do the greatest Christmas toy of all, it kind of feels like it also doesn't really matter again. Like it's just kind of the same song told again, but to Mew. But I think because they do it a third time, the sad version with Apple, having it happen twice sort of drives home how
puts it in your head a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like you remember, oh, this is the same song he sang a couple times. Yeah.
Right. But instead it's Apple's version of Jessie's When She Loves Me from Toy Story 2.
Jesus. It really is. She cries a real human tear.
That's troubling. Then, shockingly, the kids run out of their rooms and are like, oh, Santa already came. And they want to go open presents in the middle of the night. But their older sister Molly narcs on them and yells out to Mom, who threatens to have Santa take away their presents if they don't go back to sleep right now.
The parents probably did put the presents out too early. I feel like that's a possibility. They should have waited till it was a little later at night. And that's another thing. That's another nighttime activity the parents could have been doing instead of laundry. Is they could have been bringing
do it at some point
up and down. Yeah, but they've already done it before we start, really. Right?
No, they hint at it happening, but I think they didn't want to say Santa doesn't exist.
Oh, Matt, you genius. They weren't allowed to because kids are watching this.
Because they have a moment where the parents are talking about, oh, did the kids leave out the cookies for Santa? And the dad's like, what kind of cookies did you get this year? And mom's like, don't worry about it. And then like a scene or two later, the dad says something about like, oh, there's a big bite out of that cookie.
Oh, okay.
And so they already went and did the Santa thing. We just can't say they went and did the Santa thing.
Because every parent in America would be pissed off that their child was told Santa wasn't real.
Okay, so you're making a Christmas special where 1, you're telling my kids Santa isn't real, and 2, you're telling them that their toys die. Thanks a lot, Jim Henson. It is wild, though, to have a Christmas movie where Santa is a presence, but we don't see him.
Yeah, I did think he was going to pop up. He could have been the one who brought Mew back to life, you know? Give him a little
Do you think he
sprinkle.
ran into Kermit and was like, what the fuck are you wearing?
Are you making fun of me, dude?
Are you going down the chimney dressed like me? What the hell? Well, Rugby and Mew make their way down to the living room and next to the Christmas tree.
Around then is when they say toys can't feel pain also. They get squished by the door and they're just like, good thing this doesn't hurt. Just in case you were wondering if we were dying right now, we're not.
They need to open up the box that Jamie's Christmas gift is in so that Rugby can climb on in there. And Mew is extremely helpful in this.
Why is he helping him in this part? I don't quite. He needs him to see the toy inside, I guess. Maybe is.
I think so.
motivation?
Yeah. I guess so. I guess they don't really explain why Mew isn't trying to fight him off more.
Right.
But maybe he gives up and is finally just like, okay, but if you look in here, maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, they don't state that, but I feel like that must be the only reason.
But I guess Rugby, I don't know, can't use his fingers or thumbs or something because he has a hard time getting the ribbon off.
He's got a whole dang
But
hand.
Mew dangles from the tree.
Why couldn't
and
Rugby
grabs the
use
ribbon.
his mouth? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. But right as they're doing this, Apple shows up to stop Rugby and explain that she's been through all of this before.
Yeah.
And Rugby won't listen. He opens the box to reveal the coolest looking toy I've ever seen.
It is pretty dope. I would have loved to get this as a kid. Vac metalized sword, very big,
Mm-hmm.
just great.
She's probably like an 18-inch action figure or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
she's pretty big. But we then get some truly heartbreaking music as Rugby says, "But I don't understand." And Apple says, "I can see that, but it's about time you did."
Yes, think about this from my perspective, Rugby.
But that's quickly interrupted by Meteora, queen of the asteroids, who grabs Mew and demands to be taken to his leader.
Oh, I also love that Mew is horny for Meteora. I think that's so funny. He's like kissing the box that she's in, and he's like, wow, she's amazing. His big old wife who's stomping on him.
Oh, that'd be a great ending to this.
Yeah, if they were
If
married.
Meteora and Mew were just like hanging out. It was like a
Uh-huh.
dragon donkey Shrek situation.
I love you, honey. Yeah.
As much as I love Meteora, she does have a little bit of Puppet Master vibe
She's not
to
the
her.
best puppet. She doesn't look as good as the Barbie. The Barbie
No.
looks perfect, and
Yeah.
Meteora does not look perfect. There's something wrong with her mouth mechanism. Is too many creases or something, where it just is not. Yeah,
Yeah, I think they tried to make too rigid of like an action figure like puppet, but then
Mhm.
remember like, oh right, she has to talk somehow.
yeah.
Also, I think Meteora would be amazing cosplay if anyone out there ever
Yeah.
wanted to be Meteora.
Yeah, she's cool. And she does like literally the scene of Buzz Lightyear being like, "I've landed on a strange planet."
I mean, yeah, and even Rugby at one point has to be like, "You are a toy."
Yeah, totally. This is when it shifts into full Woody Buzz dynamic.
There is one important difference though. She can fly.
Oh, yes, she can. You're right.
She actually takes off from the ground
Does that
like
mean
a
the
rocket.
toy can fly for real too?
It seems
Most
like it.
expensive toy ever.
So after Meteora takes off, Rugby puts himself in the box that Meteora came out of. And this is when Apple finally gets to explain to Rugby what actually happened last Christmas. And she sings her sad rendition of the greatest Christmas toy of all, which, like we said earlier, was pretty much the same story as when she loved me from Toy Story 2, where
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I've been replaced.
She's watching. We watch her watch Rugby come out of the box, and then she is crying actual tears.
Surprisingly quickly, Rugby does understand and goes,
Yeah.
oh, I get it. Still gonna get in the box though.
Yeah.
He says, oh, you gave up without a fight. I'm not gonna do that.
Then they tell him, you will fucking die. And then he's finally like, oh, yes, I forgot about the part where I'll fucking die.
And while they're trying to tell him that, Meteora is fighting the chess set,
Yeah.
which is causing a ton of noise.
I do wish, I wish there was a little bit more of her running around causing mayhem, because that was pretty fun. Just
the
like
small
a scene of
soldiers
her
vibes.
in different rooms of the house, just being a menace, I think would have been fun.
Yeah, we only get the one scene, really,
Mm-hmm.
where she's causing the noise, and they send Dad out to see what the hell's going on. And as they hear him coming, Mew meows to convince the dad that
It's just
it
a
was just the
Luigi.
cat.
Yeah.
But you know, now everyone likes Mew, and I don't know. To me, I would probably go actually see what my cat was doing if I heard a bunch
If it
of
was
weird
like
noises.
knocking a bunch of stuff down, yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you hear noises in the middle of the night. You can probably assume it's your cat,
Yeah.
but until the cat meows back at you, you don't accept that it's just the cat, I guess.
Uh-huh. And not go see what she knocked. Well, she knocked down a water bottle or something, spilling it.
Or the Christmas tree.
Or the Christmas tree.
But thankfully now everyone likes Mew, and this was another moment where I was like, I like this movie. This is a good movie.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the same moment when Rugby and Meteora have their Buzz Lightyear and Woody scene, where Rugby tries to get Meteora back into the box, and she says, "You dare to touch the queen? Inhabitants of many planets have died for less." And he just goes, "No, they haven't."
Oh, I missed that. That's fun.
He just goes, "No, they haven't. You're a toy."
It's disappointingly easy to convince her to get back in the box, in my opinion.
Yeah. They have to sing a song, though. That's some effort.
Yeah, I guess about how cool she is and stuff like that. But that wouldn't convince me that I wasn't a space warrior, I don't think.
A toy who can both die and kill.
Yes. Wow. That would be a great tagline on a movie poster. Not that, if you think about it, it's not that cool. It's it just sounds cool. But it can die though, so it's fine.
There was some moments of this where there's slightly creepy hallway moments or something that felt a little like Meet the Feebles, but in the least gross way.
Okay.
But just some of because these characters look a little different than normal Muppets, and more just generic puppety.
Yeah.
There was some moments that I was like, you could probably edit that into Meet the Feebles, and it wouldn't be too out of place.
Nobody would think that was weird. Yeah. I also kept
someone
thinking
would
about
vomit or get shot in the face afterwards.
I kept thinking about how lucky we were that they didn't put creepy Muppet heads on the humans. That was a good choice on their part. I'm sure it's not something they ever thought of just because of the setting, but almost every other one
kids?
of these we've gotten, bad kid, don't do that.
We've never seen that, and hopefully we never will.
No.
Of puppet head kids.
Spare us from that.
We cut back to the playroom, where every time they cut back to the playroom, the focus begins on the pile of dead toys.
Yes, it sure does. There's also a fun through-line joke where the Barbie doll was going to go on the mission with them, and she's trying to pick out an outfit to wear on the mission and can't pick her outfit, which I thought was pretty cute, too.
In the playroom, Balthazar reveals that he hasn't been to the living room in a long time.
Sad.
In fact,
just a subtle, sad thing that they didn't have to say.
No, he can't even remember the last time he's been
No.
to the living room.
And he knows how sad it is that he said it, too.
Yeah, he's the Lotso Huggin' Bear of this universe.
He's just, the one straw away from the camel's back breaking to turn him evil.
Yeah, the moment Jamie gets a new teddy bear, he's gonna, rise up and gather an army around him of toy soldiers and etc. So the toys are all headed back to the playroom because they, mission accomplished. They got Meteora in the box. Rugby understands what's going on. And on their way back to the playroom, Mew grabs onto Rugby's tail so he can get there faster. But Rugby's tail is a little too rough of a ride, and Mew falls off. And even though Rugby runs out to try and risk his life for Mew, the mom finds him.
His mom has racked up a higher death, kill count than any other character we've ever seen in any of these projects we've ever watched.
And the next time we see Mew, he's sort of subtly being carried by Ouija down the stairs to the living room.
Yeah, laid on Ouija's bed like it's his coffin.
So Rugby goes down and finds Mew just laying in the middle of the cat bed. And it's so sad, Sam.
It's so sad. He's like, there's so much stuff that I wanted to tell you. He's like, I don't even care if he's dead. I just have to go and tell him
Yeah.
what I
And
need to tell
he doesn't.
him.
Sam's not exaggerating here. That's
He
like
says
what
that
Rugby
line.
says out loud.
He's like, I don't care. I need to tell him, even if he can't hear me. I need to tell him. Yeah, it's just
I can't believe you're gone. You're the best friend I ever had. I can't accept that you're frozen.
it's so real. It's like the when Fraggle Rock gets sad and really compelling. It is that level of like
Right.
good.
Oh, absolutely. I am not an easy crier at movies.
Yeah.
But I feel like if I was a slightly easier crier, this definitely would have got me.
I
Like
cried
there was like a
during
small
this part. I did
Yeah,
cry.
there we go. I had like a lump in my throat, but I was not actually. I didn't
Yeah.
have my one apple tear running down my face.
It is like if Wembley actually died in an episode of Fraggle Rock. And then they had to give his eulogy.
Which I think Wembley kind of almost died at one point, but they brought him back pretty
that sounds
quickly.
right. Yeah.
He was like tossed across the room into some doozer sticks.
He does get tossed and almost dies. That's right.
But this was handled way more seriously
Uh-huh.
and for a lot longer than any Fraggle death we've ever seen. And in my notes, I put, surely Mew must be coming back to life, right? Because this is getting way too sad.
Yeah.
So then we get the song Together at Christmas, which is the same song that is featured at the end of the medley in Muppet Family Christmas, where, as far as I know, it does not bring anyone back from the dead.
No, but maybe we just don't. Maybe that's the next scene is all the zombies rising from their graves outside
Muppet
of
Family
Grandma.
Christmas 2. These toys kill and can die. Oh, man, that would be, like, obviously not good.
No.
Obviously. I'm acknowledging that this is not an actual good idea. The idea of the idea is good to me, where now the Muppets are trapped in the farmhouse.
Yes.
As all of these old toys that were left out in the yard are attacking it like a horde of zombies.
Because they sang the magic bring toys back to
They
life
sang-
song and they didn't know.
Yes.
Like they read the Necronomicon for toys.
Precisely. What a perfect idea for a movie.
It could be. This could work somehow. We'll have to think about it, Matt. We're going to have to just workshop this one.
We'll write a spec script
Yeah.
and Disney will be horrified to make us shut down the podcast. They'll be like, you know what? We didn't have a problem with you making a Muppet podcast before, but now you've gone over the line.
Yeah, now we're going to send you to jail.
So Rugby sings this song over Mew's dead body about how much he loves him. And it works. He comes back to life.
And this is when they have the scene where Mew tells him what it was like to be dead. And he says, I was nowhere and somewhere at the same time. I was very cold. I was very lonely. But clearly he was conscious and would have been conscious forever.
Yeah. And it says, suddenly it wasn't so dark and it was warmer. And then I woke up.
Not necessarily.
And Rugby's just like, cool.
Okay, I hope I never get seen, and I hope you're okay, ultimately.
Yeah. Feels like something we might need to unpack later. Well, now we are back in the playroom where all the rest of the toys are also singing this song, which brings Ditz and the pile of dead toys back to life.
Yes, which is less heartwarming and a little more unsettling than the Mew thing. A pile of corpses reviving is less cute than one cute little mouse toy reviving.
Also, it raises that's one of the parts that raises a little questions where I'm like, okay, there wasn't a moment where Rugby was like, hey guys, try this.
Yeah,
Like,
that would have
maybe you
been,
try
if they had
singing
come
this.
back and said like, we found out something amazing, that would have been maybe better.
I guess maybe it's weird because like I guess it'd be even weirder for the Playroom toys because none of them saw Mew die or dead at least, and they didn't see him come back to life. So Rugby's coming back being like, this guy was dead. I promise you.
Yeah.
I sang this song and now he's back. We should try that with Ditz, I guess.
And now, do you have to mean it when you sing it too, or like next time a
I
toy
think so.
dies? Next time a toy dies, will they be like old friends, new friends, ask for the memories? Christmas.
Come on, get up.
Yeah, it'll just be like, all right, I'm back. Or will they have to be very sad and who knows?
I mean, if they can get away with recording it, maybe that
Just
would work.
play it. Yeah, play the saddest rendition they can come up with.
And after the toys are all revived, it's Christmas morning, where Meteora and a weird nutcracker guy who's completely unimportant
I wouldn't
are
like
brought
to
into
get
the
that toy
playroom.
for Christmas either. I would say this toy sucks. It's a
It's a
Christmas toy.
Christmas-specific toy.
Yeah, I don't want this. You gave her a cool action figure. This is what I got.
Yeah.
Too
It's like getting a
big.
Christmas decoration for Christmas.
Yeah.
Like, cool, I guess I'll hang this up for the next 2 days.
Yep. I guess I'll see this next year.
But then there's another character that we get to meet. A new
Yes.
friend for our favorite cat toy Mew. Sam, I think we need to contact someone because a
Creatures
lawsuit
Inc?
needs to
I think
happen.
you're right. I think the Pokemon Company needs to hear about this.
Because not only is there now Mew, we got Mewtwo. She introduces herself as Mewtwo.
Yes, he says, I'm Mew. And she says, I'm Mewtwo. What? And then I turned to Rachel and I said, take off your headphones right now. You gotta see
I have to
this.
tell you about this.
And then I rewound it for her and she was like, what? That's not right. It's not right. Mewtwo, you can't have another Mewtwo.
Well, the entire time I'm watching this, the name Mew did not, trigger my Pokemon
No,
response
me at all. Me either, yeah.
Didn't think about that. But the moment she's like, and I'm Mewtwo. No.
Yeah.
No one else has ever had that name.
Never. So somebody watched this and got the idea. It's a badass name. Mewtwo. It's a great name.
And then 10 years later, they were like, okay, that was great. What if it was a tall man-like creepy guy with psychic
He's
powers?
too, like, with a penis for a tail. How about that? Do we like that? We love it.
Can we just do the cat toy thing? It's like, no. We'll get sued if someone realizes what we did. If somebody who worked on Pokemon wants to own up and admit your thievery.
Theft. If
Yeah.
Pixar, we're taking down Nintendo.
Come on.
It's the end for both of you.
I think we also challenged Disney. So we're
Yeah.
making enemies this episode.
Yeah.
Unexpected twist to the Christmas toy episode. 1, we liked it a lot. 2, we're taking down the biggest companies in the world.
We destroyed all of popular culture. 3 of the things that, like, without exaggeration, are the most beloved things in the entire world. Time to die. We get all your money. That's how the legal system works too.
Well, this is the sweet moment where we get Jamie letting us know that everything will be fine, at least until next year. Because she says, I love you, Meteora, forever and ever. Just like I love all my toys.
Phew.
I love you, Apple, and I love you, Rugby.
She could have said that last year and saved Apple a lot of heartache.
Yeah, I felt like Apple was a very sad character, but Apple also accepted her fate. It seems like Apple was like, give me a drink, Balthazar.
Yeah.
We're going to hang out here for the next 20 years until there's a garage sale.
When Balthazar is explaining what's going to happen on Christmas after he's done, Apple is like, I took it bad, but Rugby's going to take it a lot worse than me, which I really liked. That was like a great, like, yeah, you're like a pretty keen observer of human condition if you know that he's not prepared for this at all. You probably should have
the way he's been talking today. It's going to be rough, guys.
You could have told him a little earlier about this, I think, but also he just kind of seemed like
could have told him day 2.
Yeah.
And like, hey, so welcome, new Christmas toy. Let's fill you in.
This is
Prepare for a great year.
But
It's going to be fun. Next year, though, you will be replaced.
Yeah. Another thing that bothered me is that there is an unattended open flame in the toy room, which seems like a bad idea. The fireplace is there and lit at the end.
Only if you know that your toys can walk into it.
Well, only if you let your 8-ish-year-old children play in there. I don't think there should be an unattended fireplace in there.
It's the 80s, Sam. Kids are probably building the fire.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Working in the mines.
Yeah, it was coal that they mined from the mines.
Yeah.
Throw it on the fire.
They were chopping the wood for the fire. They were tougher back then.
That's true.
But this is a very sweet moment when we finally get Jamie telling all of her toys that she loves them.
Yeah.
And all the toys sing together at Christmas once again. And this is when Kermit's like, hey,
He's just there.
I'm back.
I could have helped at any time, but I didn't. So,
And to be fair, though, this is his role in a lot of these where, at the
totally.
end of Emmet Otter, he's just chilling in the restaurant listening to the band play. He's like,
Yeah.
hey, that was pretty good, right?
Yeah, and I love this I love this mode of Kermit, and it's something I wish we'd just seen a few more times through the years. It's nice to just see him framing these things and giving them a little bit of his like clout, and also being like charming and funny. These appearances of his are always just like so casual, and he's just like, "Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm Kermit. You ever heard of me? I'm a pretty big deal."
Yeah, I don't know if we get anything else like that of Kermit, or if he's, a featured star and things from now on, because we don't have that much longer left with Jim.
Yeah.
And I think, Jim Henson Hour, Muppets at Walt Disney World, Muppet Family Christmas,
He
these things,
stars
Kermit is a
in
pretty
those,
front and
yeah.
center character. But that does it for the Christmas toy, a thing that I am shocked we both loved.
Yeah, it was great. It was like the perfect version of Hey Cinderella and like what was the other one?
The Frog Prince.
And the Frog Prince. Yeah, it was like that idea refined so nicely. And a big step up from Bunny Picnic.
Yeah, and Musicians of Bremen,
Right.
which I don't remember liking.
That one was so different. I think we didn't love it, but I think at the same time we were kind of like, oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But this is just like, and they do spin it off into a TV show, and it totally makes sense. Like I feel like there is another alternate universe where like this was a pretty successful television show. If they had made it a little faster than like 7 years later or something.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Apple does not return.
No,
for
replaced
the
by
Secret Life of
Raisin.
Toys. Yeah.
Raisin, who's a rag doll, which makes a lot more sense. I think the one big creative mistake in this was not making Apple a cute rag doll and instead trying to make her a creepy baby doll. I think she's not as creepy as when you see her in still pictures. She's creepier than when you see her alive. But also her arms don't match her head, which bothered me. She has like Muppet hands and a rubber head, which I think was a mistake too. So Apple just doesn't quite work, and I could see why they needed to switch her up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see that when we get to it, because you have, some of the cast returning, where like Balthazar, who looks much more distinguished, I will say, in Secret Life of Toys than he does in the Christmas toy. Still performed by Jerry Nelson. Dave Goelz is there doing Rugby, but Mew, notably not Steve Whitmire.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
It's also just such a natural idea to do with puppets. Like you can do anything with puppets, but this makes so much sense. It's so like there's no leap in logic to be like these toys are puppets. They look like toys. Yeah, it just is very effective.
Well, now that we're all in the Christmas spirit, Sam, I got to ask you, was there any non-Christmas, non-Muppet things you enjoyed this week?
Hey, speaking of Pixar, I went and seen Inside Out 2.
Ooh, how was it?
Back to hating Pixar. After
Have you ever not hated Pixar?
I loved Turning Red. I loved Luca. I thought Luca was great.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was like a good one to like, okay, maybe I can get back on board with these guys. This movie's so boring though. This movie is also just walking down hallways for the whole thing, except not in as a compelling way.
Also features Dave Goelz though.
It also has Dave Goelz and Frank Oz, I believe, is also in it.
Yep.
I didn't pick out Dave Goelz, but I definitely picked out Frank Oz's voice.
They're the same. They're the same two characters as they were in Inside Out 1. They are the two like cop characters,
security guard guys. Yeah. Who also show up.
Who I believed their character names are Dave and Frank, but flipped.
But switched around. That's fun.
Yeah.
It has its moments. I wouldn't say I hated it, but there's some characters in it that are very funny. There's like a suppressed memory she has of a dog cartoon character who's like Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer combined, and he is animated 2D like Flash animation style.
Oh,
and he's so funny. But it's just like a lot about hockey, which is not compelling. It's a pretty good. Maya Hawke's character Anxiety is very good, but the way that the problem of the movie is solved is just like, oh, she had anxiety attacks for 2 days and then she dealt with her anxiety and now everything's fine. Is very like, it feels like the movie should have taken place across like the entirety of her freshman year of high school instead of 2 days, which is like, oh, okay. But I don't know. I just didn't like it, but I also didn't like Inside Out 1, so I wasn't expecting to like it this much. There's just something about the concept of it that doesn't That just doesn't like not very compelling to me.
Yeah, for me, I feel like Pixar has been very hit and miss since like 2019.
Mm-hmm.
But you, I know, have never loved Pixar movies.
I liked the Toy Story movies. I
Okay.
like Bug's Life.
You know what, Sam? Extra bonus Pixar segment. Let's go through all of them right now.
Okay,
Just
let me
thumbs up,
pull up-
thumbs
let
down,
me pull up
liked,
the
didn't
list.
like.
Okay.
I got it right here, and I'll rate it to you.
Okay.
Toy Story.
Love Toy Story. Come on.
Also love Toy
Even
Story.
though it's a
To be fair,
rip-off of this movie.
my answer on most of these will be love it until we get to like 2019.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
Bug's Life.
Great.
Agreed. Toy Story 2.
Fantastic.
Pretty good. Monsters, Inc.
I love Monsters, Inc. Come on, that's a laugh riot.
All right. Finding Nemo.
I think Finding Nemo is just okay. I think this is where they
All
start
right.
to get a little too treacly.
We're starting to sour
Yeah.
in the Sam Pixar world. Notably, this would have been right around the time Sam's entering high school, so maybe
Oh,
he's
that's a good
becoming
point. I
bit
just
of
have
too
a
cool
problem.
for kids movies.
This is one of those movies where there's so many little cute quotable things that then you hear people saying later, where it's like, I know, like my mom, like your mom has a shirt with Dory on it. Like I know they made that character so that moms would get shirts with Dory on it.
Moms love Ellen.
That's true.
Next, we have The Incredibles.
I like The Incredibles quite a bit. I like it less upon revisiting than I did when I saw it, though.
See, I'm the opposite. I could not have cared less about The Incredibles when it came out.
I liked it a lot.
And then seeing it later on, I've liked it.
Okay.
Cars.
I think Cars is quite good. I kind of love Cars.
I like Cars. Ratatouille.
Ratatouille is another one where I should like it more than I do. I think I just hate Linguini so much. Is that his name? Fettuccine? Whatever. I fucking
Linguini.
hate him. I think he's a bad person.
Notably, this is the first Pixar movie that came out while Sam was in college.
Oh,
so
well,
this was
you know.
college Sam. Get more edgy.
And it's another one where this is another thing a problem I have with a lot of CG movies, where there's really cute 2D animated segments that I'm like, I think I would have rather
yeah.
just it looked like that, frankly. And Ratatouille has some really cute 2D things, but I like Ratatouille. I like the guy who's his name, Remy. I like Remy.
Remy.
I like the concept is pretty cute, but I just hate Linguini. I just don't like him.
Wally.
Wally, I don't like that much. I think Wally starts off good. Then when he goes to space, it's kind of like, oh, it's kind of stupid.
Up.
Up, same. Great beginning, but then when they're fighting dogs and jet planes who can like talk and shoot machine guns, I'm like, I've checked out.
So you love the sad part of the beginning.
Yeah, those
Everything
are the
else
best
is
little animated part. Like those are the best little. They have a great opening concept, and then it's just like, well, what do we do now? I guess the dogs should be in planes and shooting at them. Huh? Why?
Toy Story 3.
What's that? Oh, I like that one. I like that one. They all seem like they're gonna die. Pretty good one.
Yeah. Cars 2.
Cars 2's genuinely an awful fucking movie, and I just
I
saw
think
it
Cars
recently.
2
is so bad.
I think Cars 2 is my least favorite Pixar film by a mile.
Yes, absolutely. That one, the rest of them, I know that I'm just a little curmudgeonly about. This one is bad.
Yeah, that's like for me Pixar's first big misstep is
Yeah.
Cars 2.
Totally.
Next up, Brave.
Brave is completely unremarkable to me. I remember being disappointed by it, but I don't remember why.
Yeah, I like Brave, but also is not one that I revisit.
Yeah.
Monsters University.
I thought that movie was very fun. I like that movie quite a bit.
I like that movie too.
It's a little weird. Like it's a little weird to know that the resolution of the first one is that what they're doing is wrong. And then to
Right.
watch a movie where it's all about them learning to do that thing that's wrong.
Right.
But also it's just funny. I like that one.
Inside Out, we already touched on a little
No,
bit.
don't love
your
it.
feelings in the first one.
Yeah.
The Good Dinosaur.
That movie I really actually loved a lot. That's one of my favorite
that
Pixar
was-
movies. It's so beautiful.
I think that might be the most underrated Pixar movie. Where I
agree.
feel like
Still
nobody
see-
saw it.
Yeah, but you still see people being like, The Good Dinosaur was really one of their worst movies. And maybe I need to watch it again and figure out why. But I think
I think
that,
part of the reason is that before this, you had Pixar movies like once every year or two. Toy
Mhm.
Story 3 was 2010, Cars 2 was 2011, Brave 2012, Monsters University 2013. Inside Out comes out June 2015. Good Dinosaur is November 2015.
Whoa.
So it's just a few months later, they're like, another one.
So it's like that Marvel thing where there's just too many Marvel movies now.
Yeah, they were just like,
Right.
they gave you another Pixar too soon, I think. And so people were like,
Yeah.
we're kind of used to this one a year thing.
Yeah, people were like, we like Bing
Um,
Bong. We don't like Dinosaur Guy. Whatever. I don't know any of their names. I
Yeah.
think The Good Dinosaur feels like it takes place in Montana too, which also to me
I think is on
like-
purpose. I think
is
they
like,
came
hell
here
yeah.
to do research.
Right.
But yeah, then we have Finding Dory.
I thought that movie stunk.
I don't think it stunk. I feel like it's a little bit too similar to the first Finding Nemo, that it
Mhm.
just feels like they're hitting a lot of the same notes again.
The octopus was pretty fun. I liked the
Yeah.
octopus.
Ed
Yeah, I
O'Neill
had it to
as the octopus.
Yeah.
Cars 3.
That movie also stunk, I thought.
See, I like that one so much. I think Cars 2 was so bad that I was like, thank you, Cars 3, for returning to form.
It just feels more. It's totally agree with you there. Cars 3 feels like a kid's movie in a way that Cars feels very not like a kid's movie to
right.
me. Cars is a very like
That makes sense.
complicated, sad movie in a lot of ways. And I know Lightning McQueen like dies in the beginning of Cars 3, but it is more just about like you're gonna be a really good racer. And I don't like that as much.
Coco.
Coco. I forgot about Coco. That one made me cry like a little baby.
Coco's good. We were like every, Halloween-ish time we watch
Yeah.
Coco.
I wasn't totally sold on Coco until I think I don't love Coco, but I think the bad guy is really smart. I think that's like he's a fun
Yeah.
bad guy. And gosh, when she's singing the grandma, I'm gonna cry right now thinking about it. That part's so beautiful.
Incredibles 2.
I thought that movie was really bad, frankly.
I honestly barely remember it. And this is the era where I believe, for me, Pixar starts to become a lot more hit and miss.
That's when they lean so far into like Jack being cute, and that one is like, no, I don't like this.
That's one for me where the villains, I'm like, I know there's like a weird twist, but I barely remember it. And it was one of those you saw coming from a mile away.
Yes, absolutely.
Toy Story 4.
I hated Toy Story 4.
I also did not like Toy Story 4.
It felt so unnecessary.
Onward.
And Buzz was so weird in Toy Story 4. I know that they
Buzz?
have some.
I hate that. That's my least favorite part of that movie. They make Buzz an absolute
He's
idiot,
so
like even
stupid.
dumber than he was in the first movie.
He's never been stupid. Like he was only stupid because he was confused in the first one. But I
They
feel
make
like
him
he was
such
very
an idiot.
competent otherwise. Yeah, he's so dumb. What was the next one?
Onward.
Onward, I thought was bad. And I think that's because I went into it being like, whoa, that's so cool. They're making a
Yeah.
D&D movie. But it just was boring.
I agree. I did not love it. And I think a lot of people connect with that movie because of the relationship in the family. And I get that, but also did not get me.
No, and I have a brother
Like-
who I love and fight with sometimes, and it didn't ring true to me.
Yeah. Soul.
Soul was fun to look at, but I don't remember
Hmm.
much of it. I don't think, and it felt a lot like Inside Out with the like death is like a corporation kind of like
Right.
your head is
Yeah,
like,
like
working in
the
an
soul
office.
spirits up that were like waiting for
Yeah.
bodies and stuff.
I feel like there was something in it that was like that was fucking weird in like a the toys fucking die kind of way, or I
Right.
don't quite remember what it was, but it was something about it was like this doesn't quite make sense if you think about it too long. But I didn't hate that one.
I did not love Soul. It was one of those, all right, honestly, it was like, I feel like I need to revisit that because when it came out, everyone was talking about it.
Yeah.
Like if it was like one of their favorite Pixar movies.
Yeah.
And I walked out of it just being like, I don't get what everyone else gets from this.
Yeah, totally.
Luca.
Luca, I think, is a genuinely very good movie. It reminds me a lot of like
Agreed.
of a Ghibli movie, and
Yeah.
beautiful and funny.
No, I think Luca is great. That's followed by Turning Red, which I also think is great.
Yeah, I think that's great too.
Followed by Lightyear.
Lightyear was so weird. It's like not even necessarily bad, even though it is bad. But it's just like just from the beginning when Chris Evans is like, it's a movie based on the real person that the toy is based on, and everybody made fun of that. And it's just like this is a weird idea for a movie. And
See, I was a defender of the idea of it being, this is the movie that Andy saw as a kid
yes,
that made him want a Buzz Lightyear toy.
sure.
I love that idea. But then the movie is a boring ass movie
No
that no kid
child.
is going to watch and go,
Yeah.
I can't wait to have that toy.
Yeah. And then the Zurg twist is just so like, how could the Zurg from the Toy Story movies be that?
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't make any sense. Yes, Andy wouldn't sit through that whole movie, I don't think. Nonetheless, be so excited about the toy.
Elemental.
I didn't see.
I also haven't seen Elemental.
I've heard it's better. I think people were just still pissed about Lightyear, and they didn't see that.
Yeah.
But I've heard it's quite good.
And now we're up to date with Inside Out 2.
Elemental,
which I have not seen, but you did not enjoy.
But Elemental feels also like that. We turned this concept into people at work or whatever. Like
Right.
there's just something about I think what I like better is the ones, and this is the opposite of what they've said that they're doing, are the ones that are like really personal. Even though Onward was really personal.
But it wasn't fun.
Yeah. Just a little
Luca and Turning Red are both extremely fun. Although still very personal.
Little magical twists on people's everyday lives is like, I think, part of what I like about it. I feel like my hit rate of ones I liked wasn't that bad, but I think the things I don't like that make people upset with me are Up, WALL-E, and Ratatouille, which I'm close to liking. I just can't get on the same level as everybody else about liking it. And and then the other two are just like, I understand the grain of the good idea here, but it doesn't follow through the whole movie to me. Anyway, that was a long time to talk about Pixar movies, which is something that I feel very strongly about. I just think this movie, Inside Out 2, I think is very bland. And I thought Inside Out 1 was also pretty bland.
Yeah, that was our mini Pixar podcast inside of our Kermitment podcast. That was really the segment where I ask you, what non-Muppet thing did you watch this week?
Yeah. Which always ends up being way longer than it needs to be.
Not usually that long, though.
No, you're right. How about you? What did you watch? Hope it's something short for your sake.
I watched the 6-episode season of season 2 of We Are Lady Parts. It's a short season. The episodes are only like 25, 30 minutes. So you only have, 3 hours to tell this story, which I think is the only downside of it, because it's a very good show. All the actors are really good. It's really funny.
Was the first season longer than that?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
But everything's just sort of has to wrap up quickly and conveniently.
Sure.
Because they have 5 main characters essentially that they have to have interesting stories, and then you only have 3 hours to tell 5 full stories, and so by the final episode or 2 they're just like, and then this fixes everything.
That's such a common problem in these days of 6 to 10 episode long TV shows. Yeah.
But especially I think when the episodes are only 25 to 30 minutes.
Totally.
Like when it's a 6-episode or 8-episode series and it's got 40 minutes, 45 minutes per episode, those ones still run into that problem, like Obi-Wan.
Right.
And I think this is, hampered even more by that because the episodes are almost half as short.
Yeah.
So there's just times when it feels like they're setting up so much, and then you realize you have 2 episodes left, and you're like, guys, do you know you only have 2 episodes left? Because you have a lot of stuff to wrap up here.
Right.
So I absolutely love it. I recommend everyone watch it. It's a lot of fun, but I will say that it's a little convenient how things wrap up so quickly.
Yeah. And it's not a bad complaint to have, to say, I wish this could have been far more episodes than it was.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I'm like, okay, either just make it's my same note I give to a lot of these shorter series is either make it a movie or give me twice as much of it.
Right.
Well, Sam, before we get out of here, gotta let you know what we're watching next time.
Is it Muppet Babies?
Next time, we're sticking around in December of 1986 for a few more episodes of Muppet Babies.
I think I feel reinvigorated enough after this that I can get through some Muppet Babies. I can power through them.
Well, don't you worry, Sam, because next time we'll be wrapping up season 3 of Muppet Babies.
Does that mean we're watching 4 episodes?
It does mean we're watching the last 4 episodes of season 3.
Matt, why?
And those are Muppet Goose.
Oh, God.
Bad Luck Bear.
I mean, obviously that's going to be Mother Goose. Bad Luck Bear isn't going to be nothing. This is going to... We're not going to be able to discern what the plot of Bad Luck Bear is.
I think Fozzie will think he's bad luck.
Yeah, sure.
Something will go wrong. He'll break a mirror. He'll drop something. And then he's going to be worried all episode that he has a curse. He's bad
Yeah.
luck, so he can't be around anymore.
Okay, that makes sense.
Of Mice and Muppets,
Oh my gosh. I don't even want to speculate. I guess they'll see a mouse in the playroom or something.
that's probably the safer.
That's a bad
more
name
realistic.
for an episode of Muppet Babies, though.
And then back to the nursery.
That's a Back to the Future thing, right? Obviously, like
I think
a time
so.
travel thing.
But that's not all, because we'll also watch a weird and brief appearance by Statler and Waldorf on a December 1986 episode of the BBC show Telly Addicts.
All right. Why not?
It's very brief. It's very weird. It makes no sense to the American mind.
Telly Addicts. Yes.
But we need to thank our friend Tuna for making the music for this podcast and Cassie Wilson for singing our theme song. Don't forget to go to Kermitment.com for all your commitment needs. And if you want to reach out, you can email us at mail@kermitment.com or sign up for our Patreon at patreon.com/kermitment. You can follow this podcast everywhere on social media at KermitmentPod. And you can also follow me at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.
Why are there so many shows starring Muppets? And dozens of movies, too. They said they'd watch everyone, and they mean it. It's something that they've got to do. So now they've pledged you a lifelong commitment. The Muppets, Matthew and Sam.
Welcome to Kermitment, the podcast where two friends have vowed to watch all things Muppets. I'm Matthew Gatos,
And I'm Sam Schultz.
and this week we are celebrating Christmas by watching what some might call the greatest piece of Muppet media to ever exist. A Muppet Family Christmas. And just like the Muppets, we're not alone in their celebration of Christmas when the Fraggles and Sesame Muppets showed up to hang out. Sam and I are also not alone this week.
Who's that outside our door?
Hi, it's me, Mike Falzone, here from Sesame Street.
Oh, wow.
Bert, Ernie, and Mike Falzone, your
Yeah,
three
he's-
favorite Muppets.
They don't talk about him.
That voice caroling over the hill there is comedian, podcaster, Muppet Family Christmas superfan, Mike
Hi.
Falzone.
It's so good to be here.
Remotely podcasting.
It's the best.
Mike's absolute favorite thing. But we had to have Mike on here because in the past, some people may not think of Mike Falzone as a Muppet influencer, but he has posted his love of specifically Muppet Family Christmas multiple times through the years. And I think even recently tweeted something along the lines of, like, have me on your podcast to talk about Muppet Family Christmas. And so, can't deny that opportunity. But what is your sort of history love of the Muppets? Is it exclusive to this special? Is it anything?
I mean, it probably started way before this. I just grew up with an understanding of the Muppets at all times. And they were always on in my house. I used to watch Muppet Babies. I used to watch Sesame Street. I was an only child and my parents worked a lot. So it was like my comfort thing is it was always on. And then my parents, when it wasn't on TV, my parents would film or tape on the VCR episodes for me whenever it was on television, and they would do their best to skip the commercials, but I always had like a bootleg VHS copy of either episodes of Sesame Street or especially the Muppet Family Christmas. And so it was just like automatic. Whenever it started getting cold, we would start watching this. And even as I got older, I would go out of my way to find it. And then there were a bunch of years I couldn't find it. And then YouTube came along and I was able to find all the different versions of it. And so, like, even if I was like grown up and moved out of the house and away from my family, it was always like my tie to my own family Christmas was watching this thing that was kind of like ever present in my house from a very young age. so it's my favorite.
Did your parents like the Muppets, or is this? Was
Yeah.
it okay? So they gave.
Yeah, my
it to
dad
you.
kind of is a Muppet,
Oh,
and he was big into like, you know, doing voices and telling me
Oh,
stories and stuff. Is always really like a cartoony animated guy.
uh-huh.
So it kind of was like an extension of his personality.
So I guess like he could have also grown up with the Muppets. Do you know if he did, or like?
My dad had a terrible childhood. So
Okay.
I don't know if he did, or I'm sure he saw them at some point before I came along
Yeah.
and liked them. But I don't know my family's history with the Muppets.
Yeah.
Let me call them real
Okay.
quick. Can we
Get your
just
dad on the
pause?
horn. Yeah. We'll add another
Well,
person
yeah.
to this call, and that should be fine. That should
Yeah.
work great.
The
It's
streams
really
can
working
handle it.
for us so far. Yeah. And then so this specifically your favorite piece of Muppet media? Okay.
Yeah, it's not even close. This
Yeah.
is my favorite.
I mean, this is top 5 for me, I would say. I think Muppets can't miss with a Christmas special.
I think they're just so wholesome as
Yeah.
characters and just as like a vibe. So I feel like you mix them with a wholesome holiday. You get
Yeah, but then
something-
they're a little nasty too, that's the fun part.
Yeah, like, are we gonna eat Big Bird this year?
And watching it this time hit different for me because I've never watched it when I've known who the Fraggles were, basically. So when they showed
Right.
up this time, and I was like, "There's Red, there's Smokey. I miss you. I'm watching Muppet Babies. Please come and save me."
Yeah, for those that maybe are listening to the podcast for the first time, what we do here is we go through everything the Muppets have ever done chronologically, and so we are just now getting to the end of 1987 after like 4 years of doing this podcast, and so we have been through all the Muppet Show, the standard big Muppet movies, and right now we are in the era of just mostly Muppet Babies.
Muppet Babies
all
has
the
taken
time.
it over. It's brutal.
But yeah, like I was in a similar boat where like I also had not seen most of Fraggle Rock previous, like last year, when I would have watched this just for fun. So watching it this year is a bit of like, you know, I can name a lot more of those Sesame Muppets than I would have 4 years ago before we started this podcast.
There's still some where I'm like, who on earth is that weird blue dripping guy?
I also feel like there's people who shouldn't have been invited, honestly.
Yeah, like Mr. Johnson. He maybe didn't need to come.
He doesn't have a family
He
to go back
hates
to.
all of those guys.
Dude, who's the weird circus guy?
Marvin Suggs.
Yeah.
Marvin Suggs is the number one list of people who shouldn't be here because he is sitting calmly watching their baby home movies at one point. And I was like, everything about this feels wrong.
This guy
Like,
would hit those babies with a big hammer.
Well, and just to see him calm was
Yeah.
a little disconcerting.
There's
I
also
didn't like
Bobby
it.
Benson is in the back, who I don't think should be there either. He's the one who conducts the baby band.
And usually
and
is
he
smoking a
is
cigarette.
Smoking a cigarette all the time. He's disgusting. Has like really dark sunglasses and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Cool guy, but he shouldn't.
I mean,
be
we
there.
also have a bunch of literal children from Sesame Street walking on their own through a blizzard to go hang out with some adults who run a theater troupe.
Yeah.
Like this
That's
is
how important Christmas is.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. And they're immortal. Muppets can't die, so it's fine.
I feel like just that they had an idea when they put the Sesame Street Muppets in here where they had to have a meeting where they sat down and said, you know what? The rules of Sesame Street out the window. Like we would not normally let Elmo and Big Bird go off on their own into the mountains.
Without
but
any of the adults.
Yeah, no adults. We don't want to pay any of the human actors.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, it would be weird if Bob showed up.
So they walked.
They walked, yeah. They walked.
I
They
mean, none of them are
walked.
old enough to drive, I don't think.
I mean, I
Maybe Bert
assume
and Ernie.
Emily Berry lives in upstate New York if they walked from New York. So, you know, they've been caroling
Walked
for a
from
couple.
Manhattan.
They've been caroling for a couple days, yeah.
They walked to Syracuse, New York, Manhattan.
Yeah.
It's gonna be way more awkward on the ride on the walk back.
Ralph has to find a truck that's going
He's
back
got
to
to chase one
Manhattan.
back.
Yeah, Fozzie's got
Wait,
enough
didn't
people
they
in that
all
truck.
come in the truck?
Rolf didn't.
Rolf shows up a little later. He has come.
He was
separately.
chasing the truck.
because he was exhausted.
And then there were a bunch of people. Fozzie was in a truck.
Mhm.
See, okay, so the VHS taped off the TV version that I had never had like the first segment. It always just
Oh.
started
Ah.
like 5 or 10 minutes in.
It came on TV.
So
You're
it's
like, shit,
only-
shit, I gotta record.
Yeah.
Find
Mom, where's the
100%.
blank tape?
I
I gotta tape over something else.
I taped over some very specific family memories for this.
Wedding video.
My mom's pregnancy, my own birth.
Well, I think we're getting a little maybe ahead of ourselves, and I should have asked Sam by now to actually maybe describe what this thing is. So, Sam, what do we watch this week?
Hey, we watched a Muppet Family Christmas. Or it's not a Muppet Family Christmas, is
I
it?
think it is.
Okay, well, original air date, December 16th, 1987. It's Christmas Eve, and Fozzie's mom, Emily Bear, is getting ready to leave for her vacation in Malibu. She's all packed and ready to go, and she's rented her picturesque farmhouse to a Canadian gentleman named Doc and his dog Sprocket, who are in search of a quiet holiday in the country. Doc and Emily's plans are ruined, though, when Fozzie, who thinks his mom is spending a sad Christmas all alone, shows up at Emily's door to surprise her. To add to that surprise, he's brought the entire cast and crew of The Muppet Show with him, with one exception, Miss Piggy, who stayed in town to do some last-minute shopping, but is going to head up later. They all settle in, sing some songs, make some mayhem when the Sesame Street Muppets show up outside singing Christmas carols. Somehow, this caroling turns into them all staying at the farmhouse too. Meanwhile, the Swedish chef has been trying to cook a particularly rascally turkey who points out Big Bird to the chef as a much bigger and better alternative meal. Chef lures Big Bird into the kitchen, but Big Bird gives him a present and tells him that he's sorry that he has to be so far away from Sweden on Christmas, and the chef's heart melts and he doesn't murder and eat Big Bird. Meanwhile, a blizzard has hit the region, making travel dangerous. Kermit calls Piggy and tells her it's okay if she can't come, but Piggy scoffs at danger and sets off to the farmhouse. Kermit is really worried about her, and Doc, who started this whole experience very pissed that his seclusion was ruined, but has since warmed up to the gaggle of freaks, notices and takes it upon himself to head out into the storm to find Piggy. While Doc does that, Robin shows Kermit a Fraggle hole that he found in Emily's basement. Hey, I found a Fraggle hole in Emily's basement, if you know what I'm talking about. The pair head in and they meet the Fraggles and they learn about Fraggle gift-giving culture. When they come back upstairs, Piggy pulls up outside on an elaborate dog sled driven by Doc. With the whole family reunited, they retire to the living room to sing a medley of carols while Jim, ostensibly God in this situation, I would say, does the dishes in the kitchen. Elsewhere on TV, the night of December 16th, 1987, if you switch the channel to NBC, you could enjoy a new episode of Family Ties. After Muppet Family Christmas, ABC showed another Christmas special starring friend of the Muppets, Julie Andrews. Then you could flip back to NBC to watch St. Elsewhere, your local news, Carson, and Letterman, and then go to sleep. Or you could go to the movies to watch Wall Street, or Throw Mama from the Train, or wait till the coming weekend to see Moonstruck, Overboard, or Broadcast News. Big.
What a fucking
couple weeks.
weekend.
Yeah, for the movies,
Yeah,
huh?
dude.
The fact that you could see Muppet Family Christmas and Moonstruck in the same week, that's the
they didn't know
dream.
how good they had it back then.
The version that I had of this during the closing credits, there was also like, have you seen the version that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where there's like, they do a preview for the news and it's some like monstrous crime,
Oh,
like some
yes.
like
I've seen this
demon
too.
spawn crime, and they're like, more on this at 11, while the like good wholesome names of the everyone who brought the Muppets to life is scrolling across the screen.
Yes.
So I found the quote. It's a rough one to come right after Muppet Family Christmas. The credits are interrupted by saying, "I'm Dr. Timothy Johnson." Later on Nightline, it's a controversy about life and death. Do you save a doomed baby's life so its organs can be used to save the lives of others?
Who wants baby organs?
Apparently somebody.
Yeah.
Your dad's liver is failing, and then you give him a baby
give one.
liver for
It's a little
Christmas.
baby one, yeah.
You can only
He's
do
got
shots
room
now,
to
You're
do
gonna
Dad.
have to be careful with this.
Yeah.
No pints for Dad.
I love when we watch with Dad's commercials on it. Got some Oshkosh Bagosh. Did you wear Oshkosh Bagosh as a child?
Oh, we had to.
I
That was our
did
only
too.
option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cute. They're cute little outfits. You gotta look cute.
Yeah.
And then I love Double
Absolutely.
Mint gum commercials where the subtext is, these guys are all fucking right after this.
You could
These
fuck
twins and
with-
these twins are gonna make some weird fucked up
There's
kids.
gonna be a weird twin foursome going on.
Yeah,
Mere
hell
seconds
yeah.
after this commercial's over.
That's how you make 6 more people.
That's right.
It's exponential.
Well, yeah, the version we watched of this is what I have come to deem the best version because it is the full version with no edits out of it, and it has the original commercials in it, the Oshkosh Bagoshes, the M&Ms, all that stuff. There are many versions now out there on YouTube that you can watch of this. Some have been upscaled to 4K, but most of them don't have all of the bits and pieces still left in there. There's been a lot of edits through the years because of music rights, or some they're just we're going to cut Elmo and Fozzie hanging an ornament on the tree out of this for some reason.
And
Who
that's in the
knows?
one we watched?
That was, yeah. It's
Okay.
like 3 seconds, but it is in there. You can watch whatever version you want. I wanted to watch the complete one for this. If you ever want to hunt down what I think of the versions of these, I have put together an exhaustive list ranking all 22 versions I could find.
Of course you have.
Of course. If you go to kermitment.com, that
It's a
doc is
public
linked
service.
there. I mean, to be fair,
I
some
want to see the
people,
worst one.
there's some bad ones because there's some that are from TV airings that were cut down to 35 minutes. And so there's lots cut out, and it's potato quality. And
you have to watch the whole satanic cult thing afterwards.
Yeah.
yeah, Nightline is
Nightline
actually
is part of
longer
it.
than the
It's baked
special
in.
itself.
Yeah. The file crashes if you try to cut that part off at the end of it.
That's when the satanic cult shows up. If you
Yeah.
look away.
Uh-huh.
The biggest losses, I think, in the edits are the musical number between the Snowman and Fozzie is often
Yeah.
cut out of a lot of the
So do they cut out
animals.
all the other snowman stuff too, or are they just
Nope.
Okay.
It's just more confusing because he comes in, he's like, "Hey, I
have
found a
very
partner," and you're like,
yeah, okay.
"We don't even know this guy."
That part is so tragic because they are actually, this is the first time I noticed, killing it. Everybody's loving their shit. And it's sad that Fozzie notices that everybody's loving their shit and is like, everybody usually hates me so much. And then it's even more sad when they go inside and immediately just flop in front of everybody. It's maybe the most tragic that Fozzie's ever been, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he can only be successful outside in the snow with the snowman.
Yeah, he's an
And
outside
he can
comedian.
I remember even thinking that as a little kid, how are they gonna go into a theater or
Yeah.
a comedy club?
He'd
It's
have
never
to
gonna
rig up an
happen.
elaborate device of some sort, a clear refrigerator. He'd have to get a freezer from the grocery store.
He's in a bubble, but it's freezing.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Netflix movie Hot Frosty is to be believed, really, they just got to kiss, and the
I haven't
problem
watched
solved.
it yet, man. I haven't watched it.
Oh,
Don't
sorry.
tell me.
Big spoilers for Hot Frosty. That is the ending of the movie.
Oh, come on.
But to be fair, would you have guessed that was probably the end of the movie had I not told you?
That they kissed?
Yeah, he
Yeah, that's
doesn't
a pretty
melt.
safe-
He's not a
that's a
human
pretty
man who's going to melt.
Oh, yeah. I guess it could go the way. But yeah, sure. He doesn't die at the end, I suppose. Is probably fair.
You can't fuck a puddle.
How deep is the puddle?
That's
Dude,
true.
that's
You could
what Christmas
actually-
is about.
You could actually easily fuck a puddle.
Oh yeah, I did see what's it called? The one where the guy goes to that castle and hates all the rich people.
What?
The A24 movie. What am I thinking of?
Oh, you're thinking of
Saltburn.
Yes,
Saltburn.
but whatever your
Saltburn.
Saltburn is the one.
Saltburn is the
Yeah.
puddle fucker.
He is fucking a
Yeah.
puddle in that for sure.
The
If a
snowman
bath,
from the Muppet movie plays the bathwater.
Yeah.
Saltburn.
what is a bathtub if not a pretty deep puddle? I think that's right.
That's true.
And every bathtub is a
That's
potential
true.
snowman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every snowman. You could fuck a snowman. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're real cold though.
That would be, yeah. You'd have to glove up.
No glove, no snowman glove.
Yeah.
They make sheep's wool condoms.
Yeah.
That's what they were actually meant for.
Yeah.
Lonely
They're like,
Vikings
we
back
could
in
use
the
the
day.
skin too. That's crazy.
Uh-huh.
I actually, on the topic of Fozzie bombing, one, it's real mean that even though Emily was planning on leaving for Christmas, the moment her son arrived, she's like, I gotta get Statler and Waldorf.
I
here."
gotta get him on the horn. Get my buds over. Yeah.
Like, he fucked up my vacation. I'm gonna fuck up his whole shit by bringing in Statler and Waldorf.
Does she help them make fun of Fozzie in the Muppet Show episode that she's in?
No, she just gets up and leaves in the middle of the Muppet Show,
that's
I think.
right. That's right. When he's on stage.
Yeah. But Mike, as a comedian, what are your thoughts on Fozzie Bear?
I think he's great. I think he's officially passed at the Comedy Store. I think he is. Somebody told me that recently that he was an official paid regular, and
Just hasn't been showing
they
up
wanna-
lately.
No, he hasn't been showing up for spots.
Wow.
But they wanted to like put his name on the wall at some point, and I might be butchering the details of this, but I think somewhere along the line he was like passed at the Comedy Store. So I hope that happens someday.
I feel like there would be some comedians who maybe are less taken with the Muppets, who maybe go, actually, no, fuck that.
I don't think so. Not fun ones.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't like that? Like Anthony Jeselnik is like, what the fuck, this bear?
On the surface, I think he might say "fuck this bear," but
Yeah, but
maybe in his
everybody,
heart.
if the Muppets came knocking, they would say, "Okay, I'll write a Muppet movie, no problem."
Yeah. No, I think in general, the good comedians get it and like to see representation in puppet form.
Does your mom heckle you while you're doing shows?
No.
Okay.
She's very respectful.
My mom would be brutal. I can sympathize with Fozzie in this situation. She'd invite all her friends over to make fun of me.
Her elderly gay friends.
Yeah, I think she's got a couple, so.
We talked a little bit about Marvin Suggs, I think, being the most surprising, in my eyes, guest. Was there anybody that you clocked in the background that you thought either shouldn't be there, aside from like Sam Eagle, who says, what am I doing here?
I don't think he has enough to do in this. That's my opinion. He could have like a very like, he could be the one who like talks about the nativity or something, you know? Like he could have a moment.
He could be
where
the
he's like,
Linus.
Yeah, exactly. That same exact.
Like,
moment.
this holiday, I think we all need to remember, is about Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that would rule.
He sits everybody down and tells them what myrrh is.
But it takes 35 minutes.
Yeah.
He has a big problem with Bert and Ernie playing Ma and Pa.
Oh,
Yeah.
he would absolutely, yeah.
Dude, that's the other thing. Like Bert and Ernie is supposed to be gay, right?
I mean, not
And then, like,
canonically,
you look
but
at- No, they're gay guys.
Yeah.
And then you look at literally all of them are gay. There's like 2 straight puppets.
Yeah.
I think Oscar the Grouch
okay.
is straight.
okay.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
That might be it.
Kermit, I guess.
Kermit and Piggy, yeah. Yeah.
And
Kermit
Piggy's
Piggy.
kind of, she has like tendencies, I think.
I mean, she has, I don't know what their situationship is going to be at the end of this, but she does get given a woman
That's right.
at the
as
end
a
of the
gift.
special.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell
A
yeah.
woman who
Kermit
really
is like,
loves
here,
her.
I bought you a woman.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay.
All right. I see. I didn't know this was happening, but I guess this is our
Yeah,
relationship
and, like,
now.
Yeah.
Is
That-
not
I
super
bought you
keen on the woman.
slippers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Piggy is not like fully into the woman until
Mhm.
the woman expresses her undying infatuation
Of course.
that-
with
yeah.
her.
That
And she's
really
like,
stood
"Yeah,
out
man."
to me this time. It was particularly
Yeah.
strange. Yeah. No, I felt bad for a couple guys. Like Link Hogthrob is just in the background in shadows through a lot of this, and I was like, wow, you used to be something, man.
How the mighty have
Bad
fallen.
for him.
Dude, I never saw it as like anybody was getting overshadowed. I always just saw it like it's Christmas. They're chilling out. They're not like supposed to be on right now.
That-
Yeah.
You know, if you had
Yeah.
a story, that's great.
I,
But everyone's just kind of like relaxing for the holidays.
Yeah.
it is
that's fair.
confusing. I think like we try to wrestle with the idea of what is the canon of Muppets a lot on this
Mhm.
podcast. And usually it's like there is no real canon. It's all just whatever it is in that moment. They're actors, they're making a movie, they're doing whatever. To me, watching this now, I'm like, maybe this is the canonical Muppets.
I think Sesame Street is as close to the real world as it gets, because I think Kermit really lives on Sesame Street and he knows all
Mm.
those guys and he invited them over. And that's why the caroling turns so seamlessly into just like, well, we live here now. But I think, yeah, he lives there. He knows all them. He works with all, and then he goes down the street to work with on the Muppet Show. That's all. I think that's all real. The Muppet Babies is where it gets a little confusing because it is like, where was Emily during Muppet Babies? Why did Nanny have to raise Fozzie?
She's
Maybe that.
working, dude. Because I was in daycare a lot as
Okay.
a kid.
See,
so
the
like,
problem
I
is,
got
it seems like the babies never leave the nursery ever.
Like the
they
mom
sleep
never
there.
comes and picks them up. They are.
Right.
Yeah,
The end of the
they're
episode isn't Nanny saying, "Well, everyone get ready,
Yeah.
grab your backpacks. Your parents will be here soon."
The new Muppet Show, that is what happens.
I
but
believe so.
Not the old Muppet Show.
Yeah.
They're definitely sleeping there and living there.
Yeah, the old one is like, get back in the cage.
Yeah. Like,
It's night.
I mean, we can
Literally,
tell you, Mike.
yeah.
We've watched about half of Muppet Babies now. There is no episode so far where the babies go somewhere.
the camera never
Right.
goes outside in the real world. Too.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people don't know this. The original Muppet Babies, like the first 2 seasons, was written by Michael Jennings Birch. Did you know that?
I don't know who that is.
If you look it up, that's pretty good.
Okay, let me-
It's a pretty good pull.
Now, hold for a moment.
I think it's also Jennings Michael Birch, but at same.
Is it really?
Yeah. But
Okay, not as good of a pull as I thought it was then.
he wrote "They Cage the Animals at Night."
Oh, okay, that's pretty funny. I don't know what that book is, but that's pretty funny.
We got there. We got there in the end.
Dude, one person will be listening to this,
Like,
doing something else, and being
"Oh."
like this, like
That's all we ask for.
Yeah, somebody sitting in their study listening to this show.
With a pipe
Great.
in
yeah.
hand.
And that person was also the one who was like, it's actually Jennings Michael Birch.
Thank God Matt said something. Or he would have hopped on our Discord and really.
Yeah, we
let
would have
us
had an
have-
email incoming.
Yeah. One person I also did feel bad for was they didn't let any of the lady puppeteers from Sesame Street come to the big show because like Prairie Dawn doesn't get to say anything. I feel like there's Elmo doesn't get to, I think Elmo, knowing that Elmo's already kind of a big star in Sesame Street, it's a little weird that he doesn't have a moment in this either, but
For
it's like
what
they're
it's
trying to
worth,
keep the cast down or something like that.
yeah, for what it's worth, I think the only like solid, like they didn't bring most of the puppeteers that we would normally expect from Sesame Street and things to this. Like
Right.
they brought the main Muppet crew, and they brought, because those are also
Carol.
like the main Fraggle crew. They brought those guys.
Right.
And yeah, so they have a few people, but for the most part, I think the majority of non-Frank, Jim, and Carol Sesame puppets are just puppeteered by like random Canadian puppeteers that they
Okay.
hired for the gig.
Uh-huh.
Because if you look at the credits, like Kevin Clash isn't in there, and like a lot of the other Sesame puppeteers are not listed. So I think they probably just.
Well, I
you
guess
know,
Jerry and Richard were most of the other guys in Sesame
Right.
Street anyway.
But I think there's, it actually, I think it's weirder that they didn't bring those like 2 or 3 more
Right.
people.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And I was a little worried that I couldn't remember if like Red and Moki even said anything in this
Mm.
special because like, well, we could save money by not inviting 2 people, and everybody else had their voices, but they did, and I got misty-eyed during that part because of course the
Wow.
Fraggles understand Christmas better than anybody.
Well, they just learned about it even, and they
Yeah.
immediately understand it better.
Yeah,
They have hippie sensibilities.
they really. Yeah, I love it. I want to go down there. I want to get in that hole.
Dude, I for some reason had such a crush on the red-haired one.
Oh,
when I
man.
was younger.
Both of them. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Moki. I
Yeah.
want to get married to Moki. That's
I was
Red. I
saying,
know,
yeah.
but
I feel like
I was like-
you went into Fraggle Rock when we were watching it, Sam, saying you had a big crush on Moki, and then by the end you were like, but I think I'm married to Red.
I think Red's the best. Yeah, Red is my wife. First of all, very similar.
Because if you
But-
picture those like types of people or like a woman like that in real
Uh-huh.
life, you know people like that.
Yeah.
Especially you guys in Missoula. Like, those people
Well,
exist.
it's
yeah,
all
They
Red.
work
It's
at
all the way
coffee shops.
down.
It's all well. If you go to in college, it was all Mokis, but now my wife's a
Mhm.
Red, a big time Red, and I think she's like watching the show. She ended up being my favorite character because she's like, I don't know, she's like the most complicated, and I like that she's so mean, but also willing to like learn her lesson at the end. Yeah, I like her.
Your
a lot,
wife
too.
or Red?
But, well, Red learns a little bit more lessons than my wife does. My wife at the end of every episode is still like, yeah, I was right, actually. So I go, okay, yes, dear. And then the credits start playing.
A sad minor key
I'm
version
just-
of the Fraggle Rock theme.
I'm just laying completely motionless on the ground. Yeah. Matt, did you feel like anybody was overshadowed particularly?
No, I think I was more taken by the duos we get throughout. That like sort
Uh-huh.
of like they're like, hey, wouldn't it be fun if these 2 guys got to talk? Like Rizzo and Oscar.
Oh, the Rizzo Oscar part's one of my favorite parts. That's very perverse when he's like, I've never had a rat in my trash can before.
Yeah, let's try this out.
Then I
Yeah.
picture him like jostling around and like just down by his feet, and he's
Let's
like
say
tickling his feet.
we may have just broken Mike's theory that the one
Yeah.
straight Muppet was Oscar.
I didn't get a vibe, but that doesn't mean I'm right. I was also like, from a young age, I was like, you've never had a rat in your trash can, you dirty piece of shit.
Yeah, that is shocking.
You have the
very
cleanest
unlikely.
trash can out in the back of the buildings, the city buildings.
That would be like embarrassing to admit if you were a grouch that you never had a rat in your trash can.
Yeah, some
That'd be
grouch.
shameful. Yeah.
A New York trash can never saw a rat.
Uh-huh.
I ain't buying it.
It's his secret. His
Yeah.
little secret.
He never let him in because he's intolerant, but
Yeah.
it's Christmas.
That'd be quite a reveal if you went down in Oscar's trash can and it was just immaculate. He was like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
all talk.
beautiful in there.
I'm all talk. I
He has
take a
an
shower
espresso
every
machine.
day. Yeah. And he descales it and everything. He treats it right. What a freak.
That's how you keep people out, though. Like he doesn't want other people messing up his
His
amazing
nice
trash
stuff.
can. So he puts
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
this
it's
terrible,
gross in here.
Yeah, you don't wanna look in here. It
Yeah.
smells like my poop. I poop in
I
here.
poop and I puked
It's
all over the
gross.
place.
Yeah.
It's filled with my sick.
Yeah, I'm floating in it at the moment. Isn't that great?
It like smells like incense, and there's like a,
Yeah.
incense smoke out here.
Yeah. It's like Don Draper's apartment down there. It's exactly the same.
Little conversation pits.
Yeah.
His hot young wife.
Wow.
Oscar's
Good
got
for
a whole
him.
life going on down there.
Good for Oscar.
There's 2 running gags in this that I want to touch base on and see if they still make you guys laugh after watching this dozens of times. 1, we got the icy patch.
Absolutely.
2, we've got
Yeah.
cold enough to freeze your Winnebago.
What? They
Mhm.
say that multiple times?
Yeah,
I
Mhm.
never noticed
Doc
that.
says it and the snowman says it.
What does that mean?
I mean,
That means the snowman's a hack, is what that means.
He's stealing his material.
yeah. I heard this great joke I have to share. It's like, yeah, you fucker, I said it. You're
Isn't
saying
it-
it to me.
Is it a
Just said
joke?
that.
I think it's like you'll freeze your ass off, but they can't say that because Elmo's there.
I don't get that one. Are Winnebagos notoriously unfreezable? Or what's happening?
I think it was just because that guy was like vacationing in one.
All right, I could see
I
that.
always thought he
Ah.
said winter bagel. when I was little.
It would
So I was
definitely
like,
freeze
"Whoa,
your winter
freezing
bagel.
a bagel? That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know what it was till I got older.
Yeah, there's a Reddit thread from on our Muppets from 3 years ago. I don't get this joke. Cold enough to freeze your Winnebago? Question mark. The first answer is pretty sure it's just using a funny word in place of butt or ass.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess you're. I actually was the one who submitted this. Thread.
That was from you.
I forgot to check in on it after I did.
Sam just is really here to plug his own Reddit.
Please give me some gold. I don't know if you can give gold on Reddit anymore, but the icy patch thing I've always had a visceral reaction to because, like, as somebody who's slipped on ice and just really creamed my nog, it hurts. It's scary to slip on ice.
So, do you
He
find it
creamed
funny
your
at
nog.
all?
No, I feel bad for all of them. Rolf drops all his presents everywhere.
But it's objectively
Yeah.
funny.
I suppose it's good puppetry.
The funniest one to me is Miss Piggy because by the time she hits it, you've sort of forgotten about it.
Yeah.
And you just have this very sweet moment. She's reunited with everyone. She shows up and then just falls right on her ass.
And then some people, like the right people, avoid it completely. Like
Yeah.
the animals
The little
that live
forest
around the
animals.
house
Uh-huh.
are unaffected.
they're-
Raccoons
immune to
and like
ice.
rabbits are carrying in a Christmas tree. They're like, we got this.
Yeah. Like, watch your step. There it is.
I
Yeah.
love that detail that she's like friends with all the forest animals that live around her. I
Yeah.
think that's
She's a
really
bear
sweet.
who lives in the middle of nowhere. If anything, they probably resent her.
Well,
Like,
one of
wait,
them is a
how-
bear. There's a bear who has to live outside. So, yeah, that's
but
like,
we all
naked
know.
bear.
Yeah,
Maybe
he looks
that's-
more like a bear.
maybe that's his dad.
That's Fozzie's dad?
Yeah, she does get called Mrs. Fozzie or Mrs. Bear.
There
So,
was
like-
previously a Mr. Bear.
Yeah, she was married. at
I always
some
thought Emily fucked like Rodney Dangerfield or something.
point. Wow, I think that's right.
I want to dispute it, but I can't. I don't think.
Or Milton Berle, and that's why he loves Milton Berle so much.
Somebody who
in
was on
that
the Muppet show
episode.
that was,
yes.
They had a history.
Yeah, and Milton knows, but Fozzie doesn't know, and that's the
No,
whole
he
crux
doesn't.
of that
Oh,
episode. Is that's why
wow.
Milton's being so nice to him.
See, this is something they could have handled in like the 2015 like ABC Muppet series would have delved into Fozzie trying to reunite with his dad.
Figure out who his dad is. Yeah.
But in Muppet Family Christmas, they just let's not mention dads.
Yeah.
Everyone here's got a bad relationship with their dad.
It's not about that today.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, it's just exacerbated by Statler and Waldorf too. The two like old male figures in his life just beat him down every chance they get.
I want to tell you one of my favorite things, but I don't want to get too far ahead of us. But there's something I love about the end.
Go for it.
No, go ahead.
Dude, so when they're all singing that big long medley, if you look at the human in the back, like he's kind of like completely out of it and is only moving his mouth sometimes. And for the most part has this expression on his face.
I thought he was
Like-
maybe like a dummy because he looks so weird back there and it's so
Yeah.
low def. I was like, is Doc just like a dummy back there?
It's really off-putting. And like when he tries to sing, it's very much like Muppet mouth. Like he's just like did not bother to learn the lyrics at all. And for like in my 20s, I was like, that's weird. They fucked up because it's SD. They never thought we would see that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then now I'm like, that guy wouldn't know the words to all these fucking songs. He would just be like, whoa, this is insane. So it's such a beautiful, like, artistic choice.
Oh, you mean like in universe?
Oh, I mean,
yeah,
this is a
so
guy.
it's like catatonic.
So, like, in the world of the Muppets, one thing that is sort of canon is, like, at the end of Fraggle Rock, Doc meets the Fraggles. He learns about that they exist.
Yeah.
He knows they exist, and
he
he
hasn't
moves
done
away.
that yet.
No. So we're in between. We're in the middle of Fraggle Rock at this point where he's heard about Fraggles, hasn't met one yet. So this is a guy who
Right.
shows up to a farmhouse and is suddenly confronted with like 100 weird-ass puppets. He has never seen anything like this in his life. Like, if anything, I'm surprised he can move and isn't just catatonic from shock.
Yeah.
But
So
also, I
he's drunk
imagine
off his ass at the end because he's.
I imagine in the real world, like, you know, Jerry Parks, who played Doc, was probably like, hey, Jerry, we know you finished Fraggle Rock a little while ago. We need you to come back for like 2 days to film this Christmas special. And he's like, all right, what do I need to do? They're like, you need to learn 30 Christmas carols. And he's like, how about fuck that? No.
Yeah.
Well, but
He's like,
Put me
he's drunk,
way
he's like,
in the back.
No.
Put me way in the back. I'm just going to mouth along.
he's
The Muppets
so
do it.
far. He's so far in the back. It really like the scale of her house is completely insane because he's so tiny back there.
Jerry, did you learn all the Christmas carols? Nope. Action.
Kermit's just flapping his mouth. I'll
Yeah,
just flap
that's
my
what
mouth.
all of
We'll
them are
both be
doing.
stars.
It's
It'll be
fine.
fine.
Yeah. Also, his dog is a Muppet.
That is
Right.
true.
His dog is a Muppet and has hands and
Yeah.
everything. And that part was like, you never heard of Muppets before. There's an episode of Fraggle Rock where he's on the phone with Kermit for crying out loud. Remember that, Matt?
Yeah. So
I
it's
think
like
he's on the phone with a man named Kermit.
Maybe that's after this, though. He goes
Yeah.
and meets all the Muppets, and then
Now
he's
they're
with
friends.
Kermit afterward, yeah.
I mean, we never saw him have any like other in-person friends on Fraggle Rock who would come over and visit. So the fact that
Right.
he's got now 100 new friends,
Yeah. That's
doing
nice.
pretty well.
I do really like that he got to be in this. Like that I find touching that they called up Jerry Parks and let him. It was probably so fun and nice. It's like, you're part of the Muppet family, of course.
Yeah, they could have done like a
He's like,
celebrity
I'm
guest.
dying.
Hey, he would live
Maybe
He
for
lives
many
for a
let
years.
you
lot.
die.
He lives for a lot longer. He gets to be in Boondock Saints.
That's true. He lives just long enough to be in Boondock Saints 2.
He's in Boondock Saints 2
Whoa.
also?
I think that's his last movie. Was the second
Oh,
one.
wow.
Yeah, they could have gone like the celebrity guest Muppet Show route, where they could have been like, "What if John Candy was here for a Muppet Family
Yeah.
Christmas?"
What if
instead
Michael
of-
Jackson was here?
Oh, that would really taint this years later.
Oh. Yeah. The Leonard Part 6 ad gets pretty close to tainting it.
Yeah, we see a commercial for Bill Cosby's Leonard Part 6 movie, which I had never heard of outside of the commercials on this
Uh-huh.
special.
Ever.
I did look it
erased.
up. Wikipedia says the film received universally negative reviews from critics and has often been considered to be one of the worst films ever made. It earned $4.6 million on a $24 million budget.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
So, you know,
Laser guns are expensive.
thank God we ended that guy's career when he made that terrible movie and no one ever had to hear from him again.
That's right.
Yeah, dude.
Jerry Parks being in this did make me think that people like to like to do the like recast a movie so it's all Muppets but one person, and then pedantic people like to say that's not actually a real thing. Like there's no movies like that really. But with the exception of all the Muppet Show stars who are kind of like the only human in a thing, Jerry Parks is like the king of being the only human in a Muppet in like a Muppet otherwise Muppet casted thing.
That's true. Like when people use like Muppet Christmas Carol as the example because they talk about Michael Caine, they forget that there's 50 other humans throughout that movie.
Yeah. His nephew, for instance.
Yeah.
But
Fred?
Jerry Parks was the I think so. Fred. Yeah, Fred. That sounds right.
I wanted to be right, but I wasn't confident. So that's like the
I'm
worst
pretty
time
sure
to
that's
talk.
correct. But Jerry Parks was
You have never listened to Dynamic Bantam.
I think I've listened to I went back to the beginning at one point and marathoned every episode of that. So I'm well versed.
Sorry.
Have you ever seen the Pee-wee Christmas special? Either
I
of
don't
you?
remember. I don't remember
haven't.
seeing that.
That takes the guess. That's like a good double feature with this, I think, because it's from the same time, and that one takes a very opposite stance of like making fun of Christmas specials by cramming it like ridiculously full of celebrity guest stars. like they're like calling him on the phone, like begging him to be on the show, and he's like, I simply, Oprah, don't have time to have you on the show. But I would recommend watching both of these like maybe back to back or something, because I think they are good counterpoints to each other.
Ooh,
would love to see
Charo's
that.
in it.
Charo's got a great. Everybody's great in it. It's great. Grace Jones, amazing in it. I think she comes out of a big crate that's supposed to go to the White House, but that accidentally got delivered to Pee-wee's Playhouse. And then she sings a song and gets back in her crate, and they ship her to the White House.
Is this because Pee-wee lives near the White House, or is this
No.
just a real big mess up?
It's the Playhouse and not the White House. It's just a simple sorting
Obviously,
error at the
yes.
post office.
Clerical.
Yeah. In all the times that you've watched this, Mike, do you still like it just as much? Do you ever watch it and be like,
Yeah.
that was no good this
No.
time? Okay.
I specifically like don't watch it a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
I save it, and I do it like once or twice. Twice is maybe pushing it a little bit.
Yeah.
But I space them out on purpose so it stays special.
Yeah.
Does your wife like it?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if
Yeah,
you were
she
like
was watching it in bed with me this morning because that was the only time I had to watch this. So I literally woke up today, my alarm went off, and I immediately went to archive.org and I watched this, and I hadn't even said anything to her yet. It was just like there was no sound in the house, and then there was the Muppet Christmas movie.
That's at my house very frequently.
I was going to
too.
say,
It's like,
this makes you truly a part of the podcast, because that's our houses every
Yeah.
weekend. Is either
Annoying.
Sam and I are watching Muppets late into the night on Saturday night,
Mhm.
or first thing Sunday morning, we are waking up and annoying our wives.
you
with
have to
Muppets.
annoy your wife with a Muppet thing. Yeah.
Dude, your
Yeah.
wives must love that the intro song to Muppet Babies.
They get a lot of time with us wearing
Uh,
headphones.
Muppet Babies, I watch in shame. Yeah. Like we have like a one of those sectional couches, and I get as far away from her as I possibly can.
Yeah, you
Turn the
remove a
TV to
section.
myself. Because like I said last time we watched Muppet Babies, sometimes Miss Piggy will just be inflated and her big diaper will be like hanging out, and I don't need my wife looking over and me looking at her. I don't think she needs to see me that way.
No.
Yeah. But
The
but yeah,
line between DeviantArt and Muppet Babies episodes is a thin line.
it is thin. They invented DeviantArt basically, is the facts of the matter. Yeah, this is one that my wife will watch too. This is one I can get my whole family to watch if we're like decorating the tree or something. I can get my parents into this one, and yeah, this is just a good solid. Have you ever
It's
seen
beautiful.
Have you ever seen the Christmas toy? That's
The Christmas toy.
yeah, that's another Muppet Christmas special from a couple years before this. That one's great. That one really got me crying. And that's probably one that my wife has liked the most, I think, of almost anything that we've watched so far.
Steve showed me the Jug Band Christmas.
Oh,
couple
that's
years
a great
ago.
one.
That was my
too.
double
I can't
feature
believe we
yesterday,
forgot about
actually.
that
I
one.
watched that
Yeah.
first and then this.
Yeah.
It seems like a precursor to this.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
1978 or 79. They made that. And they were trying some shit out in that one.
I assume that those guys couldn't be in this because they have all disintegrated at this point.
Oh, you mean like the
Yeah.
puppets?
Yeah. They would just be like hanging off of a human hand that you could see underneath the
Yeah.
Emmet's
They all look
skin.
like driver covers. Golf driver covers.
Yeah,
That's where they
kinda
ended
look
up,
that.
actually.
They look like that anyway. So yeah.
Jim was like, "Hey, you guys want to go golfing this weekend?" And he pulls out his clubs. It's just Emmet Otter's decapitated head.
Yeah.
That dude probably had some fun golf covers. That's a good point. I bet he really did.
Mhm.
He put
Let's
eyes
talk
on
about
all.
Jim Henson
Okay.
because he's in this for some reason.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
God.
How'd he get there?
He is God.
End of
Sorry.
story.
He was there the whole time, invisible, and then he appears.
They-
Yeah.
Can only Sprocket see him?
He's only chosen to have Sprocket see him,
He gets to choose who.
which
he
is
appears
interesting.
to.
I wonder why Sprocket of anybody, because Kermit has to
'Cause
be
he
with
can't
his
talk.
friends.
He
Yeah,
can't
he can't
tell
tell
other
anybody.
people.
Yeah, he's the only one who can't tell anybody.
You can't rat out Jim.
Yeah.
So how the dishes get done?
So do you
Christmas
not think he
miracle.
should be in it? Is that your problem?
I think it just takes me. I love the moment when he's like, I love it when they have a good time. It's very sweet, but I do think it takes me out of it a little bit to ask the question of like, where did this dude come from?
No, it is because it's so close to the end of his career too. It's just like, oh my god!
But we didn't know that at the time.
Yes, but you're allowed to recontextualize art after the fact, Matt. You can bring new meaning.
Yeah,
to it.
Matt.
All right, art school.
I think that part's beautiful.
You're allowed to separate the art from the artist.
I do wonder if like the
He's
other
both. He's in it. He is the art. He is the artist.
Yeah, that's true. I do wonder if like Frank and Jerry were like, "You pretentious asshole," when he did that. Because I would feel a little self-conscious if that was me, and I was like, "I have a good idea. I'm gonna say I love all of
And
you."
then I'm in the kitchen. He's
Yeah.
pitching it.
Yeah.
How are we going to end this? Okay, I have an idea. And you can't say no to it.
You know
Yeah.
me? You know me, Jim Henson. What if, hear me out,
I'm in the movie.
Yeah.
I did the dishes?
So there's going to
Wouldn't
be a
that
lot of
wacky?
dishes, right? Everyone's eating.
He's really hung up on the dishes. Like, hey,
Right.
no one wrote into the script that a Muppet does the dishes, so someone
Right.
has to.
It's all great. Everyone's here. Sesame Street, Fraggle Rock, the Muppets. But
Me.
who's doing these dishes? It's me.
We
It's Jim.
never built a Muppet specifically to do the dishes.
Yeah.
That's an
No.
oversight on our part. We'll correct that in the future. But for now, we don't have time. For
Swedish Chef
now,
could do the
Right.
dishes. Swedish
Swedish
Chef
Chef
has
could
human
do the
hands.
dishes.
Yeah. He doesn't need to though.
He's
So-
too busy with trying to murder Big Bird.
I am curious if that was Jim's idea or if like Jerry Jewell was like, "You should do this, Jim. This would be really nice." I bet that was what happened.
They wrote him
think-
into it, and he couldn't say no.
Yeah. It was their little Christmas present to him.
Just always love the overall vibe of this whole thing. Like it feels like you're in the house with them. It's like the coziest thing I've ever watched.
Mm.
Like it's like watching how a blanket feels.
Yeah, I think you have to. It's like required to. If you're not watching this and immediately going out and doing something else Christmassy right afterwards, you ruined
Yeah.
it. Like you have to
Yeah.
have some hot chocolate, bite into a big old peppermint stick or something. Like you have to be
Yeah.
Christmassy. And I think this is definitely one of those that watching with the family, watching with other people makes it better. Like I know they don't do, we're actually doing we're sponsoring a screening of Muppet Christmas Carol at a local theater next week. But
Awesome.
this is one I would love to see with an audience.
Yeah, it would be great if this
Yeah,
if this
dude.
was available in like a higher definition or something, and they could play it at. Because it is like one of the perfect Muppet things.
We had a listener, a longtime listener, and a friend of Dynamic Banter. Our friend Jesse got me a DVD one year for Christmas. So I have like what is presumably like the highest definition
Yeah.
thing on this DVD. And I remember I've like, it's always cozy, it's always nice. But when I was like out of the house for a couple years in my mid-20s, I found it for the first time, like spending Christmas Eve like alone. I've like bawled my eyes out watching this. It's like viscerally nostalgic.
Yeah, I think for me the most touching moments are so many of the like sort of offhand just interactions. Like hearing Ernie say, "Hit it, Rolf."
I was gonna say when you
Or-
were talking about weird pairings, I was like, that to me is like the most like Jim Henson telling himself his like first famous Muppet character, Ernie telling that character to hit it is just like
Mhm.
this is so weird, but also like Ernie said Rolf. That's amazing.
Yeah. Or like Grover says Fraggle at one point.
Oh yeah.
I think one of the highlights is when Bert and Ernie come in and they're talking to Doc.
Oh,
And they're like, Doc, that starts with D. He's like, yes. He's like, yes, that starts with Y. And he's like, what is this? Bert says, where we come from, this is small talk.
Yeah, that's like the thing about Sesame Street that makes it so much better than Muppet Babies too, is like they do often like put a lampshade on how it's like a dumb kid show and they have to talk about stuff like that. Especially like Grover, I think will do things like that. But that is a really good, and like Follow That Bird does stuff like that too. It's such a fun moment.
I do feel like the Count is the most exposed of the Sesame Street Muppets in this, where he's like, I got one thing I do.
Please don't say a number in front of this guy because he's gonna go to town.
Yeah, everyone's like, okay, just chill.
Every winter they're like, if this guy starts counting snowflakes, that is a wrap on the
That
count.
is the night.
Yeah,
We are not getting to play euchre
that's
because
the
that's
next
the whole
several
night.
months actually.
Because they
He's
just
gonna
cut
be
away
in
from him,
trouble.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's still counting.
Yeah,
the
so he's
snowflakes.
doing it for the rest of the night. Dude, he should be in the background of all the shots doing it like forever.
That'd be, I feel like the obsessive compulsive part of the Count where he would want to join in on the carols, but he's in the background counting up
Yeah.
the window,
Yeah.
cannot stop
He's
counting
like,
snowflakes.
50,006. Jingle bell snowflakes.
Just a single tear pouring from his eye.
Right. There's like thunder and lightning outside.
Yeah, it's his fault that the blizzard's picking up because he just keeps counting. It's getting crazier and crazier.
Eventually, the special just ends with the house getting swept away in the biggest storm
The
ever seen in this
whole
part of the
world,
country.
New ice age, yeah.
One biblical flood.
Two plagues.
Whoa.
We did get an email from somebody. The subject line was absolution. And they literally were like emailing us to say, I absolve you from having to watch the rest of Muppet Babies.
Damn, dude. I get that. I bought the box set of the Beetlejuice cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
And there's 300 episodes of that.
Jesus Christ.
It's like it's 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And they're all like 12 minutes long, but there's like 300 episodes and it's just the same thing over and over
Right.
again.
Yeah.
That's the problem is when
And
you have
it's
to
insane.
marathon them. Like if you watch them once a week like you did when you were a kid, that's different.
Yeah.
When you watch them back to back, you're like, huh. All right.
Yeah.
That's really just
If
the
you
same
watch
show.
them once a week and you are 7, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back
And I
to
think-
back as a 35-year-old is not good.
I think a lot of the times what you remember too is like the very lavishly, beautifully animated intro to those cartoons. And you're like, that was great. That must be what the show looks like. And then you watch it, you're like, absolutely, that's not what the show looks like.
Yeah.
That looks like
You also
shit.
It's
forget
like
that-
a commercial for a video game.
When
Yeah.
you're 7, you're getting up, you're walking around, you're going to get a snack, you're coming back. Like you're
playing
not
with your
actually
He-Man
sitting.
toys. Yeah.
You're not watching the full 25 minutes show in
Mhm.
like again with your laptop on your bed. Like you're,
Yeah.
you are in and out. You're not paying attention, so you don't
You're
get
not
to.
being like, it's so illogical that Beetlejuice would do this in this moment. 5 episodes
talk
ago,
about-
Beetlejuice said he didn't speak French, and now he's speaking English to the French.
Now he's hanging out with
audience,
Napoleon.
so-
What the fuck?
Beetlejuice is a babysitter now, for real.
You trust
Didn't he want
this
to
man
marry
with a
that girl?
baby? He did. They're just friends now, though.
Well, before we get out of here, I got to ask the two of you. Mike, I didn't warn you about this at all. But this is a segment of the podcast where I ask what non-Muppet thing you enjoyed this week. Maybe like a little recommendation, something you saw, something you read that you might want to let our audience know about. Sam can go first.
I watched the Skeleton Crew, the new Star Wars Disney Plus show.
Mm.
I haven't read anything about if anybody else in the world liked it or not because I just can't do that to myself anymore. I thought it was great. I had a really fun time with it.
Did you watch both the first episodes?
The first 2 episodes, yeah. It's like a pastiche of it's like Stranger Things, very literally like Stranger Things, but in Star Wars, in the sense that Stranger Things is a ripoff of like that Spielberg stuff. Except this, I think, does it better because it does actually feel like those old Spielberg movies in a way where Stranger Things kind of like, yeah, maybe that's not really what, like Stranger Things I think had the promise of being like that Spielberg stuff plus like Aliens, like the movie Aliens. And this really does feel like E.T. but in the Star Wars universe.
It feels like Super 8. Like
Did
as
you
far as,
see it?
like-
Did you watch it too?
Yeah, I watched the first
Okay.
one. I haven't watched
Okay.
both yet, but it feels to
Okay.
me like when you watch Super 8 and J.J. Abrams like nailed that feeling of like E.T. and Goonies and that kind of thing. I feel like it's done that really, really well. That's
Yeah.
obviously on purpose. It's trying to do that,
Right.
but I think it.
And
at
I
least
like
first
the little
episode.
there's like a nasty mystery underneath why their world is like that, which makes it work better. Where when you watch the trailer, it's like they have yards. That's weird. But then immediately they're just like, there's something more sinister going on here. Like there's some weird reason that their world is like this, which makes it work. And then in the second one, they go into space and meet a bunch of space pirates, and it's just like very fun.
Mike, what'd you watch this week?
I've been watching Detroiters a lot.
Ah.
I didn't see it when it came out. So I kind of have been going through it and then back through it again. And I love them so much. I think they're so funny.
I only feel like I've seen like maybe one full episode and then a lot of clips.
It's like a more palpable. So I think you should leave. So I think you should leave is kind of like out there and like,
Yeah.
what if he had no boundaries at all? And then this is like, it's two buddies. They own a advertising firm. They have to make all these like local commercials for these local businesses. And it's so funny.
Have you ever watched Los Spookies?
No.
It's an HBO show about these three friends who start a business doing basically like what Scooby-Doo bad guys do, where they dress like if somebody has a problem, they'll go to this business and they'll say like, I need you to stage a haunting to like get these people to leave, or like I need you to stage a haunting to like make this woman fall in love with me, like run into my arms because she's so scared. But it is like very goofy, and it's like Home Alone plus I Think You Should Leave. Plus
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, like that's the kind of hauntings they do, is like people's heads explode and stuff. But it's like all fake.
I never thought of the Scooby-Doo villains as like that being a job, like because it's always like Mr. Jenkins, the amusement park owner.
Yeah,
but it's the idea that they could hire out like I just found this guy. He was sleeping in the merry-go-round, so I hired him to be a ghost.
Yeah, but yeah, like every episode,
their taxes say amusement park owner, but this is like side gig. It's cash only side gig.
Yeah, I mean, I watched Skeleton Crew, would probably be my biggest one that I watched, and then I also woke up stupid early to watch the last F1 race of the season this morning because that's who I've become.
They should stop making them so early. They gotta think about
the problem
you.
is, Sam, they don't race in the U.S. very often.
I know.
So they're racing at a reasonable time for them.
No, they should change
You're
it.
not allowed to go that fast in the United States of America.
We got laws here.
Yeah, except when we restructure entire cities around them doing it for
Vegas, baby.
And Chicago? Did they do it in Chicago?
They
too?
might. They did NASCAR in Chicago.
Oh, NASCAR.
They might do Formula One in Chicago at some point. But
okay.
Yeah, no, I was just woke up at 5 to watch.
Jesus, Matt.
An F1 race. So I've had an eventful morning already.
You gotta go back to bed.
There's definitely a nap in my future today. Well, the next time we'll be back. Sadly, we won't have Mike with us, as this is his very last remote podcast he's ever.
This is the last
going
one
to do.
You didn't really have Mike with you this time.
We did. We got some beautiful moments.
The well-edited version of this podcast will probably not reveal the technical difficulties that we experienced throughout.
Awesome.
Well, the next week we will be back. Is actually we're going to take a week off for Christmas. This was, I assume you can tell, the last episode that went up before Christmas, which is why we're talking about Christmas things. But we'll be back with one more episode before the end of the year, continuing through 1987 with. We're going back to season 4 of Muppet Babies.
Why? We don't have to. The guy said we don't have to in the email.
One random listener did say we don't have to do this to ourselves. But we do have 3 more episodes to watch next time. The first one's titled Weirdo for the Prosecution.
Okay. That sounds kind of that sounds kind of promising, actually.
Then we've got Muppet Island.
Ugh, okay.
And The Frog Who Knew Too Much.
Okay, well.
Whoa, they're getting deep.
No, they've done all of these episodes 8 other times. There's going to be a pirate episode and a spy episode. They've done 3 other pirate episodes and spy episodes in 4 seasons.
Yeah,
they have
Muppet
ideas.
Island will be just a takeoff of Treasure Island.
Absolutely.
Probably.
I want to see the flight logs for Muppet Island. Unredact.
We'll dig in and see if Muppet Wiki has those available.
Yeah, no, Trump's gonna suppress them. He's gonna suppress them. For sure.
Day one.
Yeah.
Rolf, don't worry, you're safe.
Yeah.
But that's not all, because we'll also watch Jim Henson and Kermit at the 1987 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade,
Oh.
and Jim Henson and the Muppets at the Television Academy Hall of Fame, celebrating Jim's induction into the Television Hall of
He's
Fame.
always getting inducted into something.
He's a very popular gentleman. But we want to give a huge thanks to Mike Falzone for being here this week to talk
Thank you
about
for having me.
Muppet Family Christmas. Mike, where should people find you if you want them to? On the internet or in person?
You can follow me on Instagram at Mike Falzone. I have a podcast with my friend called Dynamic Banter, where if you just like two people shooting the shit about nothing in kind of a bonkers R-rated way, you could follow us there. And I'm doing stand-up all the time. Would love to have you at a show. Let me know that you found me from this podcast, and I'll give you free tickets or something, especially if you're in Los Angeles or anywhere in California.
A little coupon deal for
Yeah, you have to say the promo code Muppet Family Christmas to my face, and I'll pay for your ticket.
You have to walk up to the bouncer at the comedy club and say, "Hey, did you find the Fraggle hole in Emily's basement?"
Yeah, that's exactly it, dude. Yeah,
Just any comedy club, actually, if that'll work. Mike doesn't even need
any
to be
comedy
performing.
club I'm also at the same time. I'll try to
Yeah,
hook you up.
it's like Fraggle Rock. You go in the hole, you go in the door. There's Mike.
Yeah, you go in your basement, you show up in the belly room of the Comedy Store.
Well, we also got to thank our friend Tuna for making the music for this podcast, and Cassie Wilson for singing our theme song. Cassie Wilson, somebody actually Mike has done stand-up shows with.
Cassie Wilson from
Yeah.
New York City?
Yeah, she
Get the
sings our
fuck
theme
out of my
song.
ass.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love her so much.
She's amazing.
She's so funny. I had her on. I do the show called Surrounded that I do kind of all over the country now, and it's a crowd work show in the round. And she was on the one that I had in Connecticut and Boston, and she just did a great job. She's going to be. I keep telling her she's going to be huge if she wants to be, because she's so talented.
She blows up on TikTok and Instagram all the time, and
man.
that was one of those things where I've been following her like from the early YouTube days, like 10 years ago or whatever, when she was just doing like fun covers, and then when I was looking like who could sing a really good theme song for us, and I was like, Cassie Wilson's got a good voice, and I was like, hey, I know you don't do a ton of music stuff like this anymore, but please, we'll pay you.
Yeah.
And thankfully she did, and she did a great job. But yes, also Cassie Wilson,
Awesome.
if you guys aren't following her on social media, go follow her because she's incredibly funny. But also, everyone go to Kermitment.com for all your Kermitment needs, like merch, and if you want to get that list of the best versions of Muppet Family Christmas. You can also email us if you want at mail@kermitment.com to excuse us from watching things like Muppet Babies. We won't listen, but you can do that. You can follow this podcast everywhere on social media at Kermitment Pod, where you can also follow me at Matthew Gatos.
And I'm Sam Schultz.
And as always, keep believing.
Keep pretending.